The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's get it going. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Great to have you with us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we get the very latest on Terry McLaurin and the Commanders as we bring in my guy, JP Finley, who covers the team for NBC4 right here in Washington. Also on 106.7 The Fan right here in our Odyssey studios as well. In 20 minutes, we'll stay with the NFL and how you should bet on Travis Hunter when he suits up for the Jags this season. Then at 8:40, we'll bring in the Dongster along with our favorite bets this evening on the Diamond. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream during our final hour. You can find us on BallySportsLive.com, the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, and Amazon Prime. So let's jump right into this because we've been talking about it all week on this show and bring in JP Finley. Known JP for a long time, knows the Commanders as well as anyone in this area. JP, good morning to you. Great to have you on the show. So thanks for waking up with us, and I'm sure you're going to be at it all day. But what is going on with Terry McLaurin? We know he's in town, which is a good sign. It's great to have the Commanders back, but do you think a deal eventually gets done, and how worried should we be?
Good morning, Jenks. Thanks for having me, man. Do I think a deal eventually gets done? Yes. I think both sides recognize they need one another. I think there's no other spot at this point in the season where Terry's going to step in, be the number one receiver on a team that has legitimate, playoff aspiration. The Super Bowl's not crazy to talk about for Washington. And, I watched the first day of training camp yesterday. Without Terry McLaurin in that lineup, the receiving core for Washington has serious questions. And I think it's imperative that both sides get this done. Now, how worried should you be about it getting done? I think that's also a legitimate question. It's pretty obvious that both sides are kind of far apart on this thing. Do they have time? They have runway. Dan Quinn spoke yesterday and said, I'd love to have Terry here, but I'm not judging this thing. He's got to do what he has to do. This is normal football business. And unfortunately, I think that's really accurate. Jaden Daniels, every player we talked to yesterday said they're not worried about it. Terry's got to do his thing. And when he's here, Jaden Daniels specifically said we won't miss a beat. So the players on the field, the coaching staff, they're not worried about it. It's a front office issue. It's a Terry McLaurin's representatives issue. And, hope it's able to get done, certainly by the first week of August or something.
Right. I was going to ask about the timing. At what point does this start to hurt the team a little bit? And I don't think that, it's a massive deal because obviously it is not his first year with the team. He's been here for a long time, or been there for a long time, I should say. He's already played a season with Jaden Daniels, but still, Jaden Daniels is still a young quarterback, and there's still things that I'm sure they would like to work on in the preseason. When do you start to worry on that regard?
It's such a good question, and I think the answer is kind of nebulous, right? I think as of now, it's in kind of not great, not good category. But eventually not good becomes bad, And I don't know when you cross that threshold. A lot of people will point to Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow said their timing was off early last year after Chase had the training camp holdout. But it's probably worth pointing out that Chase ended up being the best receiver in football by the end of the year. So maybe it's sloppy the first week. In general, NFL football is sloppy the first couple weeks anyway because nobody actually hits or plays in the preseason anymore. So it's one of those things where if Terry does hold out for a while, unless he has 200 yards and 2 touchdowns his first game back, people are going to point to the camp holdout as a cause, even if that isn't the case. I mean, they started slow last year, and Terry was in camp the whole year. So I don't know. Obviously, if it gets to a point where he starts missing actual games or something, then clearly you've got major, major trouble. And I think the better question is how long does this go until you start hearing about a trade request or something? Like, if you get to the middle of August, fast forward a month, and it's still just sitting there unresolved, does that kind of conversation start to creep in? I can't imagine Washington would really entertain it because, I mean, Terry's under contract this year. If they had to, they could tag him next year. And I really think if you look at how San Francisco ran a lot of these big-time contract extensions, they took it to the wire. I mean, Trent Williams 2 years ago signed his contract extension on September 3rd. That's when Adam Peters was, the number 2 guy in that Niners front office. There's plenty of examples. Now, last year, Peters had left San Fran, but Bosa didn't get his deal done, I think, until September 8th. So it's possible this thing could go a while and still get done.
We're talking with JP Finley, Commanders reporter for NBC4, also co-host of Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan here in the district. So I'm curious about your opinion on this, JP, because it's kind of a gray area, which is, look, Terry turns 30 in the fall, and that's considered a little bit old to give an NFL receiver a massive extension. At the same time, Terry has been as good a soldier as you can be, keeping his head down, being a pro, before Jaden Daniels got here. How much credit does he deserve for that if you're looking at this contract?
If you're Adam Peters, it's great that Terry has been such a consummate pro. And, things in Washington were really, really bad for most of Terry's career. And he did it all the right way and never really dunked on the organization or anything. But Adam Peters and Dan Quinn just got here last year. All they can operate on is what they know and have experience. So I think one thing that makes this really tricky is I think fans of the Burgundy and Gold are having this really emotional response because Terry McLaurin's like the only thing that got them through the end of the Snyder era. I mean, it was dark days for Washington fans. And fans are like, oh, my gosh, this guy has done it all for us. You've got to pay him. And I wonder if Terry almost feels that way to a degree. But if you're Adam Peters, the GM, Dan Quinn, the head coach, and even Josh Harris, the team's managing partner, the team's owner, like ever since those guys got here, things have been on the upswing. So do they have to pay for all the terrible times? I don't know the answer to that. But there is a weird emotional component. And then, Jenks, to your point about the age, Terry turns 30. He would turn 30 basically week 3 of the season. And that's one thing. He's under contract for this year. But you're talking about getting an extension done, and everybody floats around kind of the magic number's 30 mil. So 2 years into this extension, which would likely be – you'd probably have to guarantee 2 years of an extension. You're talking about a dude that is going to turn 32, making $30 million. And I think I think the straight line analytics folks would say, no way, dude, what are you doing? But I do think you have to allow for kind of McLaurin being an outlier. He hasn't suffered injury. He hasn't missed a game in 5 years. If you watched the playoff run last year, you saw him take that 60-yard screen to the house in Detroit. Clearly the speed is still there. I think it's a difficult calculus. I think there's a lot of complex layers to this thing.
Yeah, and speaking of layers, there's another story that I'm not in D.C., so I didn't think this was a real thing, but I had heard the headlines of the Commanders possibly going back to being named the Redskins, and I was like, there's no way, right? But then we heard the president talking about it. What's going on?
Listen, if you want somebody that can explain the president, you got the wrong guy. But I think The name issue for Washington has, I remember back during the 91 season when they were going to the Super Bowl, Tony Kornheiser writing a column about how eventually they'll have to change the name. Like, this thing has existed here for my entire life, frankly. And at various times it's been, like, whispered about, and at various times it's been very loud. They finally changed the name 5 years ago, really under just – the only reason they changed it was because Snyder was trying to outrun the storm and keep his team. Clearly that didn't work. It was just financial pressure. The name is still beloved by most fans, I would say. I do think most fans, though, also understand that to a segment of the population, it's incredibly offensive. I think it's now just become this, like, kind of political football that gets bandied about by folks that really aren't invested in the team. You know what I mean? And that's not to say fans here don't want it to go back. I don't know where that came from President Trump. I know that, like, in D.C., the focus is on getting this new stadium built back in the city. And I think because of the understanding of the kind of the weight and the gravity of what federal government actions could do to trying to get the stadium built, everybody's kind of just trying to stay under the radar with the name stuff. The owner of the team, Josh Harris, has repeatedly said when this has come up, we're not changing it back. We are building an identity of what the Washington Commanders means. Is that just lip service? I don't know. I mean, the name Washington Commanders is terrible. The old name had this, you know, it meant something to a lot of people. In my travels just with the organization, I've had conversations. I've seen Native American protests. I've also seen Native American groups wearing the old logo with a tremendous amount of pride, like handmade, like wooden carved versions of the old logo. So I don't know where that thing's going. My guess is this is more just kind of political theater than actual movement on changing the name, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
JP, we got a couple minutes here, so maybe this isn't long enough, but as someone who doesn't just follow the Commanders but also the NFL, what the hell do you think Jerry Jones is doing?
With Micah?
Yeah, just in general, just,
you know, with everything.
Just with Dak, with Micah, you know, Trayvon Diggs, it seems like before the season has even started, like he's already generating, you know, this bad faith between he and his best players.
I don't know, man, but you're right. I think I don't want to, like, say something that is ageist or anything.
Yeah.
But I think Jerry has always been such a dynamic, charismatic personality that, like, he could get away with his little jabs towards people and then be like, oh, shucks, man, I'm just messing with you. And it would all kind of just seem like water under the bridge. And, like, you know, he'd buy everybody a 10-pound lobster or however he operated. Fastball, man. And, like, what was once, like, endearing is now just turning off as kind of cranky. I don't know. But it's bizarre, especially the Micah stuff. Like, Dallas, you know, takes everything to the limit and then usually pays their guys. But it's turning into such, like, a combative tone. Like, even not that, I mean, the owner's not speaking like Jerry does constantly. But in Washington, at least publicly, all the comments about McLaurin have been glowing, right? Like, oh, we love Terry. We really want to get it done. Maybe they're lowballing him like crazy in private negotiations, but at least publicly they're saying everything right. The Dallas stuff, I just can't say I understand very well.
Yeah. But I think you're right about Jerry. At some point, maybe he just seems like a guy that doesn't quite have a handle on things like he used to. He is a Commanders reporter for NBC4. Also check him out as co-host of B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan here in the nation's capital. It is JP Finley. JP, great stuff as always, man. We'll see you around.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Well, he's right about Jerry. And, he makes a good point, too, is that when it comes to the Commanders and Terry, all we hear is we love him, we want him here, we respect him, we miss him, but this is business. Those are two very different ways of handling things.
Yeah, especially publicly. Like behind scenes, who knows what they're saying? Because we know how contract negotiations are. You bring every skeleton out of the closet and try to poke holes in the person. But publicly, you don't want to stir the pot.
Yeah. I was going to make a Dateline reference. I'm just going to let that go. Come here on the show. We will hunt for some value when it comes to betting one NFL rookie, and that will take us down to Jacksonville. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Thursday. Thank God. Double D, remind me what it is again. Oh, it's a Thursday. Thank God. I thought it was Tuesday earlier. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up on the show, he could be a star for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll talk about how to bat rookie Travis Hunter now that he is officially a pro. Chelsea, we made it official yesterday. We chose a DJ for our wedding. Oh, yeah. We're excited. Oh, yeah. Got a pretty good deal, I think. I think we did. I'll let Catherine run point on all that. I just nod and say, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. But it's interesting, too, because we interviewed different DJs, and they always say, well, what do you not want to hear? Like, what are songs that you do not want played? And we already were like, we don't want to hear, like, the Macarena. We don't want to hear YMCA. We don't want to hear Cotton Eye Joe, you know? Where do you come from? Where do you go? Where do you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Like, we don't want to hear anything like that kind of stuff.
I understood the reference, James.
Okay.
You
Well, I just thought I'd throw it out there. Like, that's the one, please, for the love of God. We don't want to hear that. So whatever you do, it's okay. But stuff like that on the no playlist. And also, we're going to say, do not take requests. You see this at bars sometimes, too, where people will go up, they have a few drinks in, and they decide, you know what I want to hear? And I'm like, no. This is our wedding. I don't want someone having... Although I don't think anyone... I mean, I think it's going to be an older, smaller crowd. I can't imagine that happening. But you never know. There's always one. There's always one that says, it's time for me to play my jam. Let's go ahead and go up here, and I'm going to request Three Dog Night or something old or something. I'm like, you know what? No, we're not going to do that. So that's going to be a request as well. No requests, just the playlist.
All right, so here's the big question.
Okay.
How much Taylor Swift is going to be in the playlist?
That's a good question.
Because Catherine is a huge Taylor Swift fan. Are you guys just going to listen to the entire album?
Yeah, I'm just going to
put... The entire discography?
Exactly. I just said, you know what? Let's just put on 1989 and run it on a loop. Let's just do that. I can't get enough. I want to hear Lavender Haze 8 times in a row. No, we talked about it, which is not as big of a deal as, you know, I probably make it out to be. But there's going to be some Taylor Swift in there, but it's not going to dominate the playlist. So there'll be Taylor Swift songs sprinkled in, but it won't be like the Taylor Swift hour, because then I would immediately file for an annulment right there.
So she's not walking down the aisle to Taylor Swift.
She might. I think that's a possibility. And I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Yeah.
All right, so I think there is a way to do that, though. I think if she did like a classical version of it, do you know what I mean? Like when people do the popular songs, and they do this on Bridgerton, which I know you don't watch Bridgerton, but they have like popular songs that they have like a string quartet that does it, so it's like instrumental, but it sounds classier because it's like instrumental and it's like these classy instruments. She could do that.
Well, that's funny you mentioned that, because we do have a quartet, I believe, a string quartet that has been hired, and they're going to play the music. So if they do play Taylor Swift, which I don't know, I think Catherine is still thinking about it, then that's how it's going to be done. So that'll be fine. I just don't want to hear like, I'm feeling 22, and I'm like, oh my God, is this really a part of our wedding? Oh my God, how am I going to do it? But yeah, I think it's going to be like a string quartet or something like that, which will be just fine. So I think that's the perfect balance.
Have you picked all the I guess the first question would be, are you doing all the traditional things where you have like the first dance? Have you picked songs for those? And you don't have to tell me, because I know sometimes you want these to be a surprise, but have you picked all of these? Are you doing this?
We haven't. I definitely think we'll have a first dance. There's no question about it. But as far as all the other stuff, it's just kind of out in the ether right now. Like, we're just kind of figuring it out, because we still have it's still next April. So we got plenty of time. So I think we're nailing down the big things. Like, we got the venue, we got the DJ, we got a wedding planner. We're close to getting the flowers and all that. And once we do that, then we'll decide, okay, how exactly do we want this to go? But we'll definitely do a first dance.
Yeah. So I'm sure you might have like a song that you think of, like, because people sometimes have like songs that they have for each other.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if it's as much of a thing as much as it used to be, because like it's hard to like me and my husband met playing beer pong. So it's not like Etta James was like playing as we had our first moments together. So maybe people do like different songs that like maybe are not their songs, but just a meaningful song. But there's so many things for weddings. Like I am so glad that I'm already past that. That's because people just expect a like show. People expect like this whole production. And I think that's the worst part. It's like, I'm not a professional wedding planner. So like, please lower the expectations.
Yeah, well, and also, as I've said to Catherine, anytime we come to that inflection point, like, what will people think, or what will, and I'm like, who cares? Like, seriously, like, this is about us, and if people haven't, and it's not like we're doing anything crazy, but ultimately, if we're concerned about this song or this tradition, whatever it may be, it's like, if there's one day in your life where you can afford to be a little bit selfish, like, it's your wedding day, right? It's your day, and ultimately, you want it to be about you and something special that you look on, so, yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't know what our first dance song will be. It's not going to be Taylor. I'm going to cut the kibosh on that. I'll tell you that right now. But we'll figure it out. It's going to be a good time. What is going to happen in Jacksonville this year with Travis Hunter? We know he's going to play both sides of the football, Chelsea. And head coach Liam Cohen talked about this yesterday. They've mapped out everything for their stud rookie from Colorado, the Heisman Trophy winner. And this is how they're going to do it.
Yeah, he will. Probably within the first, 6 practices or so. Like, we'll probably have them, you want to give them a couple days offense, couple days defense, and then give them an opportunity to go flip-flop within the same practice. And then that will kind of become the norm, right? Like, once we do that, that'll kind of become the norm and how we operate, but it'll probably be within the first week or so.
So we know he's going to play both sides of the football. During OTAs, during minicamp, he worked mostly on offense just because the offense is more difficult to learn because of all the things that go into an offensive game plan. And he's more natural as a cornerback. Sometimes just get out there and shut down this guy. But he's going to go. And if you look at the odds right now to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, 9-1, to win Defensive Rookie of the Year, 7-1. You can't parlay those, but at BetMGM. But they do have a couple specials here, which is Travis Hunter to win Offensive Rookie of the Year or Defensive Rookie of the Year. That's plus 280. Or to win both, 80-1. I know Double D has put a sprinkle on 80-1. I might do that. Do any of the Travis Hunter markets interest you?
I feel like whenever a sportsbook offers you a quote-unquote special, I feel a little suspicious. When they're like, oh, well, it's only plus 280 for him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year. It feels too good to be true, does it not? And I feel like this is a really short number. I think that's what I keep coming back to, is that, like, there is a chance that he could win one of these. But at plus 280, especially with the other guys, in the class, and the fact that we have some rookie quarterbacks, which makes it really hard for position players to win this award. Because, like, if Cam Ward puts up decent numbers, quarterbacks already are kind of ahead of the 8 ball because, they'll get the extra votes. But I will say this. We have seen these type of awards be very narrative based. And since these are humans voting on these awards, Travis Hunter is going to have a huge leg up on the competition. A lot of people are going to make the comparison Travis Hunter to Ohtani, but I will say this. Ohtani has also put up the numbers that warrant, these narratives being attached to him. Not only is he playing on both sides of the ball, he is putting up great numbers. Like, he's top 5 in a bunch of categories when it comes to hitting. I think he currently has a 1 ERA when he's pitching. So he has to put in the good numbers as well. And it's not easy to go from the college ranks to the NFL. There is going to be a big step up, I think. But he will get playing time. This is a bad Jacksonville team. And I will say thank you for allowing us to actually have something to watch in Jags games. Because other than that, I would not be watching the Jacksonville Jaguars. So at least, the Jags are kind of giving us what we want. We get to see them on both sides of the ball. But I think some of these bets, I'm a little suspicious.
Chelsea, I know you're maybe not a huge impressions person, but I feel like you could nail your best Liam Cohen. Can we hear it?
Duval.
got the picture.
Oh.
It looks like somebody made Liam Cohen in this picture, and they just screwed on the head wrong. It's just like, man, we got to take it off and screw it on again. Oh, one more time.
There we go.
Duval. Oh, it's so good.
All right, Jenks, but spin zone. I feel like the bar is so low for Liam Cohen because of that incident, because everybody thinks he's an idiot and they think he looks like an idiot, that if they have a halfway decent season, they're like, oh my God, that guy's actually like not bad. I feel like it's the perfect way to enter a season, as opposed to saying like, oh, this is some wonderkin that's coming into the league and he has these really high expectations. He just has to be like a little bit above average where people are like, wow, he's not an idiot. It's actually very smart.
Yeah. I love how instead of saying, it's not his best picture, like this guy looks like an idiot. Idiot.
What do you think he looks like?
It's not great.
How would you describe it?
It's not ideal. It's not ideal. I'll say that. He's taken better pictures. Let's put it that way. That video, live in infamy. I think that this is going to be, Jacksonville's just going to be, they're going to be one of the more interesting teams to watch. Like, will Trevor Lawrence ever be that guy? Or is he just going to be a mid-quarterback? Don't we have enough of a sample size now where he's always going to show flashes but never really become the number one overall pick that they thought he was going to be? Or will he? He's also played on some garbage teams, too. Absolute garbage teams. And now he's going to have a weapon in Travis Hunter, and they will be better defensively. You just put Travis Hunter on the field, you're going to be better. But, yeah, I think that will fade into what ultimately you want if you're going to be the head coach of an NFL football team is you don't want this to be your legacy, like your introductory press conference. Like you want people to say, oh, yeah, that was funny, and also he ended up being a great hire.
Yeah, like if he wins, like nobody will care.
Yeah.
But let me float this idea. Is there a way that Travis Hunter isn't good in the NFL? Like, I feel like it's almost a guarantee from everybody. And, I understand. But for the sake of conversation, there is a big step up between the NFL and the college ranks. I feel like especially on the defensive side of things, like, I'm not sure if it'll be easy for him to pick off quarterbacks when, like, quarterbacks are much better, you know, in the NFL as opposed to playing in, was it the Big 12? What does Colorado even play in these days? Is it Big 12?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying, is that, like, there's going to be a big jump up. Do you think there is going to be any adjustment period for Travis Hunter?
There probably will be. I mean, maybe not, because he's a unicorn. But also, certainly even the best athletes, it takes time to adjust to the speed of the game for most of these athletes. I will say, I think of everyone drafted, he's about as can't miss as it gets. Like, he's just a natural athlete. He plays in a way, has a knack for the game, an intelligence for the game that most players don't have. I think he's going to be an absolute superstar. I really do, in every sense. And I don't know how much he's going to play on either side of the ball. But what I love about him is it's like in high school recruiting, and I've always approached kind of like broadcasting this way, in that, if you want to develop your full skill set, you want to be treated kind of as a high school athlete, which is Travis Hunter. And what I mean by that is, it's like, where's he going to play? And the coaches will say, we don't know. We just know we got to get him on the field because we'll be better because of it. Like, I don't care if it's in the slot. I don't care if we split him out wide. I don't care if we use him on an end around. I don't care if we put him at corner. I don't care if we have him rush the quarterback on a corner blitz. Like, whatever it is, let's just get this guy on the field because immediately he will make us better. Like, that's Travis Hunter. And that's the thing you see in high school. It's rarely a thing that you see in the pros because he plays on both sides of the football, but just get him out there and the Jags are going to be better.
My other question is, do you have the trust in the Jacksonville front office to handle him correctly? Because I mentioned this earlier and I felt bad because I don't want to put any of that bad juju in the air. But if you're playing on both sides of the ball and you're playing all these snaps, it's more chance for you to get hurt. And people talk about how grueling the NFL season is, and these are guys who are playing on one side of the ball. Do you think there's a way that Jacksonville somehow fumbles this, plays him too much? Does he get hurt? Does he get tired? Because this is tricky because it's not a situation that we have every year in the NFL.
I agree, and I think this is where the organization, Liam Cohen in particular, is really going to be tested as a coach, because the temptation will be put him out there, put him out there, put him out there. But it is the National Football League. It is different than college football. And also, compared to some players, he has kind of a slight build. So you absolutely use him. There's no question. But you need to be a little bit judicious in how you do that, because you don't want to wear him out, put him at risk for injury. He's amazing. And then all of a sudden, he suffers some sort of setback in week 6 and he's done for the season. So that will be the real challenge. It's not where do we play him. It'll be how much do we play him based on his skill set, and that's something Jacksonville is going to have to figure out. Coming up next. So Wednesday was not our best day, all right? Who cares? Big deal. It's a new day. We're back at it with our favorite plays on this Thursday. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Double D one time. Great to have you with us on a Thursday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Thanks for being with us as we are live every morning, bright and early, 6 a.m. Coming up on the show, Bad Sweats, our best bets. I got in here just in time. I'm trying to TCB just before the weekend. Taking care of business. Just talked to CVS on the phone. It's always a joy. Oh, my God. I got conflicting messages. I got one message on my phone. Hey, we'll refill this on August the 5th. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. And I call. He's like, we're refilling this tomorrow. I was like, are you sure? He's like, yes, I'm sure. I'm like, okay. Thank you for all of your kindness there, CVS. I think once a week, I'm just going to call out a major company. I mean, I've done it with Xfinity. Then it was Puttery, not a major company. And now CVS. And who knows? Maybe something will come of it, Chelsea. Eventually, I'll call out these major companies and maybe a representative will hear it and say, you know what? Come on down to CVS and we'll hook you up. You want some painkillers? You want some morphine? We got you. We got you here at CVS. Don't you worry.
Well, you're zigging while everybody else is zagging because I feel like most people are angling for partnerships, for deals, for brand. Deals on TikTok and on social media. You're doing the opposite.
Yes,
you are one by one crossing off all of the major companies to where, you're de-influencing people. Have you seen that trend where people are like, let me de-influence you? That's you. Number one in the ranks of de-influencing.
That's right. What was I watching the other day? Oh, it was the Justin Timberlake thing. Have you seen this? This is what I was watching.
No.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how I got into this. It's a whole thing where he was performing in Romania, I guess, a few nights ago, in the pouring rain. And so apparently fans in Romania, it was called the Electric something. I forget what it was. But he's performing overseas, his world tour. What tour? The World Tour. So The World Tour. So apparently fans waited 3 hours in the pouring rain, and there's all sorts of videos where he comes out, he performs for maybe an hour and sings maybe like a quarter of his songs. I swear to God. He'll be like, and he's off key, too. It's like, you were my son. Come on, everybody. And just like, and holds the mic out and does this for so many songs where it's like just the crowd singing. And he just kind of meanders his way through it, clearly doesn't want to be in the rain, and then bounces early. The videos are pretty bad, I have to say. And he doesn't even sound good. And I am a Justin Timberlake fan. I don't know. But now he's the latest person to people say, all right, we're canceling this guy, which was kind of a thing before. But if you watch these performances, awful.
I don't know. I still think he has a good voice.
Yeah.
Like, I've heard him sing on so many shows, like live, to where he's not one of those that I doubt. Like certain people, I'm like, we'll see. We'll see if they actually can sing. But it could have been like the earpiece was bad. It could have been something with technology because when it's pouring rain, one would think that kind of throws you off as well. So I don't know. I feel like people love to cancel people these days. And if it's something behavior related, because listen, I think most of that is the stuff with Britney Spears. Have you dove into that situation? That is understandable. Even some of the rumors with him and his wife, Jessica Biel. So I don't know how to stand on it. But as far as being a good singer and performer, like we've seen a big sample size of work. And I feel like on the whole, maybe he's lost his fastball, but he's still very good.
No, that's very true. So I don't know how I got into that, of all the different things you can get into, but somehow I did. I found that little rabbit hole, which is TikTok, man. I swear to God, this is why I try to log off, because it can be anything. And you can go down a rabbit hole and go down this rabbit hole and be there for like forever. It just goes on. It's endless. And you have to catch yourself because if you're not thinking, which happens a lot, you're just scrolling, you'll catch yourself like, I've spent 20 minutes on this. I've spent half an hour on this, and I wasn't even thinking about it.
I think my favorite game to play is how is this person famous or how is this person rich? Or are they lying about being rich? Do you see these ones? They're like, this is how much money I made each day of the week. $30,000, $25,000. You're like, what? And then, of course, they sell a course. And you're like, yeah, because you literally lie about how much money you make. And then these idiots on the internet fall for it. They're like, course, comment course if you want my course. And all these idiots are, of course, commenting.
Oh, that one. What's the other thing I went down the other day? Oh, what was it? Hubs. What's that guy? Dylan probably knows this. The guy who quit his job. I swear to God, I sound so old. I'm telling you, this is a real thing. There was a guy who he was basically giving his day. And this is going to be explained so terribly. Long story short, he's basically this regular guy, right? And he was like, I'm a husband, and basically this is how I go about my day. I have a 9-to-5 job, and this is just sort of the monotony of living a day-to-day life, but I try to make it a little fun. And people were like, oh, that's really cool. What does he do? He was making 6 figures. What does he do? I think it was Hub's Life. That's what it was. And all of a sudden, he decides, guess what? I'll quit my job, and I'll just do social media. And people were like, nobody wanted you to become a social media star or an influencer. What we liked was you're just a regular person kind of documenting your regular life, which a lot of people can relate to. And so now he's without this 6-figure job and begging for money on TikTok.
Yeah, that's the worst when people get away from like what made them popular in the first place. Like we talked about this before, Snooki. Like I only want to see Snooki when she is a drunk mess. I don't want to see her like thriving and like being a good mom. No, that's not what Snooki brings to the table. I need to see her like with those huge sunglasses, the huge puff, and her falling off the boardwalk. That's what I want to see.
Exactly. And that's just not the Snooki we get anymore. What we need now, though, is not less Snooki, but more wins. That's coming up shortly. Coming up next on Bet Switch, Joe and Sammy P continue their team previews by previewing Chelsea's Tennessee Titans. They'll also get you ready for play in the Big Ten and hand out their best plays in Major League Baseball. Evan Silva from EstablishTheRun.com joins at 11. All right, let's do it and hand out our favorite plays of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, give us a dub.
All right, so gonna fire away on a strikeout prop today. I haven't done these lately, but I think there could be a good candidate here in Eric Lauer, starting pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays today, going over 4.5 strikeouts from -145. I think this is a very gettable number for somebody who has gotten this in 3 straight games, and I think the reason I like this the most is because he's going longer in games. Like in 2 of his last 3 starts, he's gone 6 innings. Because at the start of the season, he was kind of used as like a stopgap guy where he's only going 4 innings, going 3 innings. But now he's gone 6 innings in 2 of the last 3. And now he gets a Tigers offense that on paper looks great if you look at the course of the entire year. But over the last month, they are top 5 in baseball in strikeout percentage, and not in a good way. They are striking out the 5th most of any team in all of baseball. So Eric Lauer does have that strikeout stuff, striking out 7, 7, 6, 4, 5, and 8 over his last 5. So I think this is a gettable number, especially since it feels like this Tigers offense is not going to chase him from this game early. The Tigers offense has kind of fallen off a cliff. So I think it's a good spot for Eric Lauer here. Let's go over 4.5 strikeouts for -145.
Nice. I am going Guardians money line, hosting the Orioles today because you got Charlie Morton going for Baltimore and Logan Allen going for Cleveland. Charlie Morton, you got to fade him. 2-5, an ERA of 6.81 the last time we saw him. Gave up 7 to the Rays over 5 1/3 innings. The O's struggled to hit lefties. We've talked about that all season. Logan Allen is a lefty. Plus the Orioles, 27th in the league in runs scored per game when playing on the road. Guardians with a huge advantage when it comes to the pen. I'll take the Guardians at this price, -120 on the money line.
Yeah, I'm going to be on that one as well. Anytime you fade the Orioles, you don't need to explain that much further to me because they've just been a disappointment all the way around, especially with Charlie Morton, a season to forget for him. Plus, Cleveland's kind of on a tear. I know they're supposed to be sellers at the trade deadline, but listen, they've won 7 of their last 8. So let's go Guardians as well. That is a squad play.
Oh, let's do it. Oh, look at this text I just got from Commanders. We're sponsored by a beer company, a beverage company. So I got, hey, I have lime margaritas in the freezer. Not essential, but an option if they interest you. Oh, okay. We'll see how that goes. That's not a bad morning. I probably
So don't badmouth them, Jenks.
No. Best team in the NFL. Number 1 with a bullet, as per usual.
Best margaritas.
And best margaritas for the best team. Let's have a great morning. Okay, let's find out what the Donkster's up to, and then get a preview of what's coming your way on Bet Sweats. Donkster!
Whoa, has anyone seen this Justin Timberlake performance in Romania? I was on TikTok this morning and it's terrible.
Yeah, we
just
Donkster,
talked about it.
We were just talking about it. He didn't sing a whole lot.
Can't we just all agree that Lance was the best member of NSYNC anyway?
Oh, Lance.
Oh, don't tell that to all the Joey fans out there.
Joey Fat One?
No.
Oh, no.
It's Joey Fatone. Joey Fatone.
Who cares? They just need to get back together. Do it for JT!
Okay. Enough boy band talk. How about a bet?
Okay. Blue Jays, money line, visiting Motown.
Well, you're 2-0 this week. Who am I to complain? Coming up next on Bet Sweats, a man who needs no other members in his band. Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P. Good morning.
Very quick question. We don't have a long time. If somebody got married last Saturday,
okay,
and has posted 7 reels and 60 stories about said wedding, is that too much?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
In today's culture, I don't think so. Like, this is what people do. Like, I think I have 5 pictures that I, like, have kept from my wedding. That's it. But I got married, like, 11 years ago. So, it's part of the deal now.
I think this wedding hired a social media coordinator.
There are people that do that. There's someone I know, they went back to their wedding for the 1-year anniversary and had someone document that. Like, it's out of control. I'm just going to get one Polaroid. That's it. Sammy P, have a great show. That's going to do it for the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jenks. Thanks for being with us. Have a fantastic Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
A happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. Another great show for you guys today coming up over the next 30 minutes. We got our guy, Preston Guy, join us here in a little bit. We're continuing our SEC previews. We're looking at the LSU Tigers today on the show. We'll talk some LSU with Preston coming up here in just a few moments. We'll also dive into the Los Angeles Rams as we continue our NFC West previews. We only have 5 baseball games going on later today. Orioles and Guardians getting ready to start. We'll give out some plays on the diamond. We'll look at some futures markets as well. And then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, we'd love to hear from you guys throughout the show. Any questions, any comments, any best bets that you have for us, let us know. Hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show over the next 30 minutes, make sure you guys go check out the Send It In podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. All the college football, all the NFL previews that we do, you can go find it there on the Send It In podcast. So make sure you check that out. But let's get rolling. Glasses in session here on a Thursday, and we go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Preston Guy. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77, staff writer covering LSU football at TigerBait.com. Preston, appreciate you joining us, man. Obviously, the season opener has been a big bugaboo for LSU. They've lost 5 straight season openers here in the last 5 seasons. And this year, they don't have an easy one again. They're at Clemson. We got the Battle of Death Valleys. Is the feeling among a lot of people this year, if you win that game, get that momentum, it feels like they make the playoff. If you lose that game, maybe you lose out on the playoff again. Like, just how big is that season opener against Clemson this year?
Well, playoff implications are obviously going to be big to make the playoff. There's a chance LSU's schedule is difficult enough to go 9-3 and make the playoffs, but at 10-2, you're guaranteed to go in. Well, if you lose that game, saying to go through this SEC slate with only 1 loss, that's a big ask. It's a real big ask. So the team would have to rally out a really strong performance to make the playoffs if they drop that Clemson game. I don't want to say it's over. This game feels more so like a monkey on your back for LSU fans. In fact, I polled 25 LSU media members, and I just asked them, what are your expectations for the team? What's your predicted win-loss? What do you like? What do you not like about this team? Didn't ask them anything about the schedule. More than half of them mentioned the Clemson game as being the most important game on the schedule because it has a feel, and this is going to be an interesting comparison, but it's starting to feel kind of like that Alabama losing streak that LSU went on from 2012 to 2019 where they lost 8 straight. You know, it's like, come on, we can't lose another one of this. Well, LSU's lost 5 straight openers. And, you know, every time you're looking up and it's like, all right, well, this has to be the year they snap it. But then you've got a daunting task in that game going to Clemson in the other Death Valley. It's going to be a very tough, and this, on paper, this might be the toughest matchup of the 5-game losing streak going into it. Now, 13-0 Florida State probably ended up being tougher, but I don't think people thought going into the game they were going to be a 13-0 team. So, big task. More so than anything, in Baton Rouge, there's no MLB team. You know, the Pelicans have been checked out since November. You know. Now, you got the baseball championship for LSU that people were focusing on, but basically since then, there's nothing going on. We sit around for 2 months talking about football, and for the fans to go through all those emotions and just get a loss on your first game, that's just killer. This whole city feels it every single time.
No question. Clemson 3.5-point favorites in that game. The total 56.5. Week 1 LSU at Clemson. And look, it's a big year for Brian Kelly. As you know, Preston, a lot of people feel like Brian Kelly's really on the hot seat, though. Like, if they miss out on the playoff again, he could be out of a job. I mean, they paid him a lot of money. He's still got a lot of years left on that contract. Let's say they go 9-3, 8-4, miss out on the playoff again. Do you think Brian Kelly is out of a job, or do you think because of how much money and years they have invested in him that they would probably keep him around for another year?
I believe if Brian Kelly goes 3-9, he will have one more year.
Wow.
Now, that's keeping his job and staying on LSU's payroll. His buyout, in my understanding, would be about $56 million as of December 31st, and I don't think LSU has the money to make that move. Could be wrong, but that's from everybody I've talked to. He's keeping his job no matter what. And particularly if he's a 8-4, 9-3 type coach, where you're good, you're just not at that next level of an elite football team that, frankly, LSU fans feel that they should have every year. You can't fire a guy like that with that kind of buyout. So here's the deal. He won't get fired by LSU, but he may get fired in the minds of public perception, which in this NIL era where, you know, fans can choose to throw their money into your program and buy players for you, that could be damning. That could be, all right, well, he's not dead, but he's got one foot in the grave, you know. That is the scenario we're facing. So, yes, a lot of pressure from Brian Kelly. Basically, every form of pressure outside of will you keep your job or not.
We're talking with Preston Guy here on Send It In, staff writer covering LSU football at TigerBait.com. Preston, let's talk some Heisman Trophy. Obviously, Jaden Daniels won it a couple of years ago with his tremendous season. Nussmeier amongst the favorites to start the year. Do you think he should be the betting favorite going into this season? Obviously, the hype around Texas, the hype around Arch. He is the favorite. Nussmeier right behind him. But do you think the caliber of player, do you think that Nussmeier should be the favorite going into the season?
Yeah, I think if Arch Manning's last name was Smith, he'd probably be, 20th on the Heisman.
Yeah.
I mean, he's shown some promise and poise, don't get me wrong. And I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback by any extent, but we're talking about a guy who hasn't started at the college level. I believe he has 2 starts against ULM and Mississippi State. Not exactly world beaters. Nussmeier, I like his odds as good as anybody. Cade Klubnik is definitely in that conversation. Lenore Sellers is going to be in a good position, him being a dynamic athlete. But preseason, it's fairly wide open this preseason as to who might be your Heisman favorite. And I like Nussmeier's odds as good as anybody. It certainly isn't lost to me that both Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, and even if you want to go back further, Zach Mettenberger came in as transfers, had one season as a starter as a junior where they were okay, and then in their fifth year, they just skyrocketed in production. And looks like Nussmeier, albeit not a transfer in, he was on roster. He could be poised for a pretty big step. Frankly, as a junior, he was better than any of those guys I just named as a junior. So, he could be poised for a big step up. I'd say he needs his offensive line to keep him upright. That's going to be your big question here because he should have a lot of playmakers around him to get the ball to.
That's where I was going next, Preston. I wanted to talk to you offensive line and defensive line, probably the 2 biggest question marks for LSU going into the season. Terrific on the O-line last year. They lose 4 starters to the NFL, and then they have to replace the entire defensive line from last season too. Which is more of a question mark for you, the O-line or the D-line going into the season?
Oh, it's O-line, and it's not even particularly close. In fact, I believe LSU's strongest unit on the team is their edge rushers. Their edge rushers are nasty, and they go about 6 deep with nasty guys. Their defensive tackle, we'll see. They got a 5th-year guy, Jacobian Guillory, coming back, who's been pretty good, tore his ACL a year ago. Sometimes you recover 100% from those. Sometimes it takes a while. We'll see. But I think, let's put it like this. I told you I polled 25 local media members. 25 of 25 mentioned offensive line as a concern.
I mean, that speaks volume right there. Obviously, got a great quarterback, great weapons. Preston, real quick in like 30 seconds, a minute or so, give us a wide receiver to keep an eye on this year. We know, obviously, year after year, LSU's got great wideouts. Who do you think is going to be the breakout guy for them this year?
Yeah, I mean, look, LSU's got a really deep receiving core. I said edge was the best on this team. I think wide receiver is the number 2 strongest unit on this team. Chris Hilton's the guy I've got my eyes on. He, of course, went to SEC Media Days. He's a guy who's been in the program now. He's a senior now. And, he's always looked good in practice and bowl games, always looked like a big, deep threat. He has a good connection with Nussmeier on his deep ball. He's been dealing with injuries the last 2 seasons. And, of course, he spent a season behind Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas. He is a deep ball home run hitter. He's a guy I could see breaking out being the number 1 receiver this year. But, frankly, you've got about 4 or 5 guys I wouldn't be shocked to see if they ended up being your leading receiver.
Overall, how do you expect the defense to look? 2 years ago, an absolute nightmare. Make strides under Blake Blyer in year one. What are you expecting in year two out of his defense?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Blake Baker came in last year. LSU had some NIL issues where their collective were only equipped with about $5.5 million for their whole roster last year. So Blake Baker came in, they invested, got a big-name defensive coach and big-name defensive staff behind him. But it was mostly the same players from that 2023 unit, and they improved tremendously. But you have to understand, when you've got the worst defense in school history, it's not just coaching that's the problem. It's the players and the coach that's the problem. And that's exactly what happened. So this year they've invested heavily in the portal, getting guys like Patrick Payton, Jack Pyburn out of Florida, A.J. Halsey. I mean, just everywhere you look, there are transfer players coming in who are going to make an impact. I believe defense is going to make tremendous strides. That was another strong theme when I talked to the local media, was they're all expecting a big step up in this defense. I would be surprised if this is not a top 25 type unit this year.
Preston, before we let you go, we need a prediction out of you, my friend. Do you think LSU makes the playoff this upcoming season?
I do. Yeah, I do. I think it's a tough schedule, and I think that actually bodes in your favor because there might even be some wiggle room. There's about a 1 in 5 chance that a 9-3 SEC team makes it in. I think with a schedule like LSU's got, it's got a chance to get a big win and make a name for itself even at 9-3. I think LSU exceeds that. I think LSU's going to go 10-2. It's a good roster. Problems on offensive line, I'll be watching closely in fall camp to see which 5 starters they go at that position. But if I felt very, very, very confident about this offensive line and they started dominating, I might go 11-1 or better for this team. I think offensive line is going to be the key. But right now, 10-2.
All right, great stuff. Preston Guy, always enjoy talking LSU with him. Staff writer covering LSU at TigerBait.com. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Preston, appreciate the time, my friend. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, talk to you soon, guys.
Yep. All right, good stuff there from Preston. Talking a little LSU football. Let's continue in talking those Tigers down in Baton Rouge. You can look at the schedule as Preston was talking about. Folks, it is not easy. I mean, a lot of these SEC schedules are tough, right? But that week 1 game at Clemson, there is not a bigger game for any team in the sport than week 1 for LSU against Clemson. What that can do for the confidence level, Preston, I thought, made a great comparison. Obviously, they had that long losing streak against Alabama. You wondered when they would finally break that. They need to break that streak. They need to break this streak of starting the season 0-1. It puts you behind the 8 ball. And considering the schedule that they had in the SEC, what that win could do for LSU, you're likely beating the ACC champs in their place, a team that a lot of people think could have the Heisman Trophy winner in Cade Klubnik, a team that a lot of people feel like could win the national championship. You win that game on the road, week 1, it's going to be massive, massive for LSU. So a great opportunity for them, and certainly a monster game to kick off the season. Then after that, you kind of get 3 games to reassess, figure out the things you did well against Clemson, figure out the things you didn't do all that well. You get 1 game against Louisiana Tech, and then you're right back at it again with Florida in week 3. Then you get Southeastern Louisiana in week 4, and then you're at Ole Miss in week 5. So this is my concern with LSU. We were just talking about it with Preston, the offensive line. They lost 4 starters from last year. Not only did they lose 4 starters, but all those guys went to the NFL. So they were really good, quality offensive linemen. And as Preston was talking about, polling all those media members, their main concern is up front. As good of a quarterback as Nussmeier is, as great as skill weapons as LSU always has, you can't do much if your quarterback isn't protected. And the fact that they're going on the road in a hostile environment in week 1, going up against that Clemson defense, I don't think bodes too well for them. And then the fact that they have to play Florida again in week 3, don't love that all that much. And then another tough road game at Ole Miss in week 5. I wish LSU had one of these schedules where it was an easy non-conference. They're playing cupcakes the first 2-3 weeks of the season, easing yourself into it. Offensive line builds some chemistry. They have their communication problems worked out. I mean, getting thrown right into the fire like that week 1 on the road at Clemson, that's going to be a tall, tall task. So I don't love that start for LSU. That'd be a tough schedule for anybody. But considering you had a team with a young offensive line, inexperienced offensive line, going to put a lot of pressure on Garrett Nussmeier to deliver in those games. With that being said, though, again, I agree with Preston. I think if Arch Manning's last name was Arch Smith, Arch Jones, he probably wouldn't be the favorite, and Garrett Nussmeier would be. Also made a great point about Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels. These guys transferred into LSU. They play their junior year, one season, look pretty good, and then obviously the senior season, it's like a complete 360 with both of those guys, and both have turned out to be pretty good NFL players. So Nussmeier did some good things last year. You can see why people are pretty excited about him going into this season. And with that start to the schedule, and probably he's going to need to pick up his offensive line and kind of elevate those guys around him. If they're able to go into Clemson, win that game, they beat a good Florida team at home, go into Oxford and beat Ole Miss, Garrett Nussmeier, we could look up heading into the month of October, and he could already be a pretty big favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. So definitely something interesting there. But then again, the rest of the schedule, right? Tough home games against South Carolina and A&M, and then he's still got road trips at Bama and at Oklahoma as well. Tough schedule for LSU. Their win total is at 8.5. The over is heavily juiced to -150. If you want to bet the under, that is +125. I'm not doing anything with the win total. I'd probably lean under, if I'm being honest with you, at the plus money. I wouldn't bet them, obviously, to make the playoff at +130 either. I wouldn't bet them to play in the SEC title game, win the SEC championship. I have my concerns about this offensive line. I have my concerns about the defensive line, too. I know Preston said these edge rushers are terrific. LSU really struggled to stop the quarterback run last year. They struggled to stop the run up the middle. It's great to have good edge pass rushers, but if team can just line up and smash you right down the middle, it's going to be tough to stop that. And even though this defense should continue to make improvements, they were, again, as Preston said, worst defense in LSU history 2 years ago. Were better last year, but still certainly not amongst the elite in the SEC. You would expect them to continue to make improvements, but I don't know if they're still going to be one of the top 5 defenses in the SEC. And with that schedule and the young offensive line that they have and all the pressure that is on Brian Kelly and company, I think they need a top 5 defense in the SEC this year if they want to make the playoffs or even go over that win total and win 9 games. So I would probably look under. Don't think it's an official bet for me. Certainly have my questions about LSU, but man, that week 1 game against Clemson, if there's a game to watch, that would probably be the one. What an opportunity for LSU. They win that game. It could really set up the rest of their season. All right, let's talk a little Los Angeles Rams now here on Send It In. A lot of people high on the Rams going in to this upcoming NFL season, and I am one of those people as well. You look at the Rams schedule, and again, as all these NFC West teams have, they're going to play the AFC South, and they're going to play the NFC South. Pretty tough start to the schedule. You got to get the Texans at home in week 1. That should be a fun game. Then you got to go on the road, play in Nashville against Cam Ward. Then you got to face the Super Bowl champion Eagles in week 3 as well. They got to face the Ravens on the road in week 6. They got to go to London and take on the Jags. Definitely some tricky games on their schedule. This Rams team, there are certain teams in the NFL, in college football, that I like more in the regular season, and there are certain teams I like more when we get in the postseason. Baseball is the same way. We might talk some baseball futures coming up here in a little bit. There are certain teams that dominate the regular season, Ravens, Bills, get to the playoffs, not quite as dominant, right? The Rams are the kind of team that I don't expect them to win 13, 14 games this season. But if they're able to get into the playoffs, that is a team that I think Philly probably has to worry about the most. And that's why I would bet them to win the NFC at +900. I wouldn't look at the win total at 10.5. I wouldn't look at them to win the NFC West at +175. I wouldn't look at them to make the playoffs and lay the juice at -185. I'd go big with the Rams. I'd bet them to win the NFC at 9-1. I'd bet them to win the Super Bowl at 20-1. They have a lot of boxes that you're looking for. Super Bowl winning quarterback in Matthew Stafford. Super Bowl winning head coach in Sean McVay. Obviously, those guys won a Super Bowl together. Great 1-2 punch at wide receiver with Puka and Devontae Adams. Loved that pickup in the offseason. I still think Devontae's got some left in the tank. Playing in this offense with that head coach and that quarterback, I think is going to be really good for Devontae. Obviously, these last couple years he's had with the Raiders and the Jets, his quarterbacks haven't been good. The organizations have been dysfunctional. He's going to a great place. I think he's going to have a big-time season. Offensive line is good enough for LA, and then you got a great young running back in Kyron Williams as well. And then how about defensively? We did not talk enough about how great that Rams defense was as the end of last year. a ton of young players, a ton of draft picks, a ton of rookies that they had playing on that side of the ball. Obviously, you're replacing one of the greatest defensive players of all time in Aaron Donald. And that Rams defense, before playing Philadelphia in that playoff game, the prior 4 games to that, the final 3 games of the regular season where the starters play, they didn't play in week 18, so week 15, 16, and 17, and then that first playoff game against Minnesota, the Rams did not give up double-digit points on defense. All those teams scored 9 points, 6 points. The Rams defense was terrific. That young defensive line led by Braden Fish, Jared Verse is awesome. Really good young defensive coordinator as well. So we think Rams, we think Stafford, we think McVay, we think Puka, Kyron Williams, and they're going to be great again. But that Rams defense could be one of the top 5-7 units in the NFL as well. They got a really good pass rush. They're good against the run. And the way that they played at the end of last season should take them some momentum going into this season. But the Rams, again, they're one of those teams that they're never like comfortably in the playoffs every single year. They're always kind of hovering in like the wild card. Obviously, you got to battle with San Francisco this year as well, and if they stay healthy, they should have a very good season. So I think the Rams make it as a wild card team, but when they do get into the playoffs, that's going to be a team that nobody wants to see. So I like the Rams at 9-1 to win the NFC, and I would look at them to win the Super Bowl as well at 20-1. All right, let's talk a little baseball now here on Send It In. Got the Orioles and the Guardians underway right now. Let's refresh to see what the score of that game is in Cleveland. The Guardians have been red hot. They're 8-2 in their last 10 games. Orioles up 3-0. How about that? Well, it's time to bet Cleveland plus 2.5 at plus 100. Might take some money line as well at plus 270. I mean, if you guys think the Orioles are going to make this easy today, I don't know what team you've been watching. Charlie Morton's on the mound. He's been spotting 3 runs. The Orioles have hit Logan Allen pretty well, so I do think they'll continue to score some runs here, but off of Charlie Morton, I expect the Guardians to score some runs also. So I would look at Cleveland plus 2.5. The over started at 9. It's now at 11.5. I mean, I know you don't want to bet it now that it's at 11.5, but I think that could be a shootout day game today, getaway day for both of those teams. So I would maybe look at the live over, but certainly Guardians plus 2.5. How about the Blue Jays and the Tigers today in Detroit? Tigers are minus 130 on the money line. The Blue Jays are plus 110. Reese Olson going up against Eric Lauer tonight. I like Detroit on the money line at home at minus 130. All of a sudden, you got 2 best teams in the American League playing in this game tonight, record-wise, in the Blue Jays and the Detroit Tigers. Tigers have lost 9 of their last 10 games. Blue Jays are coming off that emotional series against the Yankees where they took 2 of 3. It feels like a nice little letdown spot for the Blue Jays after that huge series against the Bronx Bombers in the AL East. And the Tigers, we're getting a nice buy low spot on them after they have lost 9 of their last 10 games. So give me the Tigers at home tonight, minus 130. Should have a nice crowd. I think they beat the Blue Jays, so give me Detroit, minus 130. Padres and Cardinals tonight in St. Louis, total of 8. St. Louis minus 150 on the money line. The Padres are plus 125. We got Sonny Gray on the bump going up against Yu Darvish. Yu Darvish has only pitched 13 1/3 innings this season. He's still working his way back from injury. He's got a 6.08 ERA in those games. He's given up 13 hits in those 13 innings that he has pitched. So Darvish is still trying to find himself. Meanwhile, Sonny Gray has been the guy for the Cardinals all season. So I do like the Cardinals in this spot. Maybe look at a team total over against Darvish as well. Athletics and Astros tonight in Houston. Houston minus 125 on the money line. The A's are plus 105. The total in the game is 8.5. We have Jason Alexander starting for the Astros. Luis Severino on the bump for the Athletics. We've talked about it a bunch on this show. When Luis Severino pitches for the Athletics at home, we love to fade him. When he's pitching on the road, we love to back him. He's on the road tonight, and this line feels a little suspicious, right? You got the Astros, who are leading the division. They're at home, and they're minus 125 on the money line against the A's, who are playing a little bit better. This line just feels a touch low. I think the A's are the right side. We'll take the Athletics at plus 105. And then finally, Mariners and Angels. Logan Evans tonight going up against Yusei Kikuchi with the total of 9. I'm betting over in this matchup. Mariners have gotten some good looks at Kikuchi here with him being traded over from the Astros, and he was with the Mariners organization, and then also now pitching with the Angels. So familiar with Kikuchi, obviously playing in a much more friendly hitter's ballpark out in Anaheim. I think over 9 is the way to go in that one. As for some division futures that we like in Major League Baseball, we got the Blue Jays and the Yankees right now battling in the AL East. Probably going to come down to those two teams. Toronto right now minus 125. The Yankees are plus 125. I still like the Yankees to win this division. They're 4 games back as of today, July 24th. But I do think they're still going to win this division. I think the best thing that could happen for the Yankees is that they're done playing the Blue Jays in Toronto. Finally get them out of Toronto. They still have another series later on down the year. That's going to be in the Bronx. I think that's going to be very good for the Yankees. But the key for the Yankees is they're starting to get a little bit healthier. Luis Gil's making some rehab starts. He should be back. Cashman, you would expect to be aggressive at the deadline. Likely Toronto will as well, but I think the Yankees could make a bigger splash. But also the key for the Yankees is that they have no more trips to the West Coast. No games in the Pacific time zone, Mountain time zone. Every game the Yankees are going to play the rest of the season is going to be in the Eastern time zone or the Central time zone. And that is obviously massive this time of the year, right? When other teams are making those cross-country road trips and making those road trips from the West to the East or the East to the West, you might come back and you might be 2-6 in those 8 games. You might be 3-6 in those 9 games. Those are not easy trips that those teams have to deal with. So the fact that the Yankees are done with that, I think is a massive advantage. And the fact they don't have to play the Blue Jays anymore in Toronto, I think is a big advantage as well. So I still like the Yankees plus 125 to win that division. It's still the Tigers for me in the AL Central. Luckily for them, they built themselves such a cushion because they have lost 9 of their last 10 games. Cleveland has won 8 of their last 10 games. So the Guardians are starting to pick up a little ground, but this Detroit team has been the best team in the American League Central all year. I still think they win this division. In the AL West, it's still the Astros for me. I don't expect Seattle to go away. They have that terrific pitching staff, but I still like Houston to win that division. In the NL East, I'm still going with the Phillies because of that starting rotation. Sanchez and Wheeler is a ridiculous 1-2 punch, and the Mets just have not been the same team ever since the first couple months of the season. In the NL Central, this one is going to be fun. I like the Brewers more so to win the National League than I do the Cubs. I like the Brewers more so when we get to the postseason because of their pitching. As for the day-to-day grind of the 162, I still like the Cubs better. I think there's a reason the Cubs are still favored. The Brewers have gone on their hot streak, right? They won 10 straight. They're the hottest team in baseball. They're going on this crazy streak, but I think that's good for the Cubbies because now it's tied and they can go on their streak, try and push out some more games over Milwaukee. So we'll take the Cubs at minus 145, and it's still the Dodgers for me to win the NL West. All right, let's get a promo from our friends at BetMGM. In any sport, no sweat token. You can get in on the excitement at BetMGM with an any sport, no sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get a stake back in bonus bets. Brought to you by the Sportsbook Born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today. All right, you guys, let's wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day. And we got Nolan Arenado and going streaking against Yu Darvish. Arenado 9 for 23 in his career against Yu Darvish. As I mentioned, Yu's working his way back from injury. Only 13 innings pitched this season. He's given up 13 hits in those 13 innings, and Arenado's got great history against them. I think gets us a base hit today. So Nolan Arenado will be my pick in going streaking. My prop lock is going to be the Rams to win the NFC at plus 900. I do like the Rams to go to the Super Bowl this year. I think if they get into the playoffs, that is the team that nobody wants to see, especially the Eagles. Obviously, the Rams played them the toughest of any team on the Eagles' march to the Super Bowl last year. The Adams pickup, that defense should only get better. Give me the Rams at plus 900. Athletics are my dog of the day at plus 105. We're getting Luis Severino on the road. His road split's way better than what he is at home. So give me Severino in the A's at plus 105. And then my best bet's going to be the Tigers minus 130 on the money line. Blue Jays coming off that emotional series against the Yankees, taking 2 of 3. I think we're getting a nice buy low spot here on the Tigers, who have lost 9 of their last 10 games. We'll take Detroit at minus 1:30. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks again to Preston Guy for joining us. Jake Hassan is going to be with you tomorrow to wrap up the week. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a good one. A happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. Another great show for you guys today coming up over the next 30 minutes. We got our guy, Preston Guy, join us here in a little bit. We're continuing our SEC previews. We're looking at the LSU Tigers today on the show. We'll talk some LSU with Preston coming up here in just a few moments. We'll also dive into the Los Angeles Rams as we continue our NFC West previews. We only have 5 baseball games going on later today. Orioles and Guardians getting ready to start. We'll give out some plays on the diamond. We'll look at some futures markets as well. And then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, we'd love to hear from you guys throughout the show. Any questions, any comments, any best bets that you have for us, let us know. Hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show over the next 30 minutes, make sure you guys go check out the Send It In podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. All the college football, all the NFL previews that we do, you can go find it there on the Send It In podcast. So make sure you check that out. But let's get rolling. Glasses in session here on a Thursday, and we go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Preston Guy. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77, staff writer covering LSU football at TigerBait.com. Preston, appreciate you joining us, man. Obviously, the season opener has been a big bugaboo for LSU. They've lost 5 straight season openers here in the last 5 seasons. And this year, they don't have an easy one again. They're at Clemson. We got the Battle of Death Valleys. Is the feeling among a lot of people this year, if you win that game, get that momentum, it feels like they make the playoff. If you lose that game, maybe you lose out on the playoff again. Like, just how big is that season opener against Clemson this year?
Well, playoff implications are obviously going to be big to make the playoff. There's a chance LSU's schedule is difficult enough to go 9-3 and make the playoffs, but at 10-2, you're guaranteed to go in. Well, if you lose that game, saying to go through this SEC slate with only 1 loss, that's a big ask. It's a real big ask. So the team would have to rally out a really strong performance to make the playoffs if they drop that Clemson game. I don't want to say it's over. This game feels more so like a monkey on your back for LSU fans. In fact, I polled 25 LSU media members, and I just asked them, what are your expectations for the team? What's your predicted win-loss? What do you like? What do you not like about this team? Didn't ask them anything about the schedule. More than half of them mentioned the Clemson game as being the most important game on the schedule because it has a feel, and this is going to be an interesting comparison, but it's starting to feel kind of like that Alabama losing streak that LSU went on from 2012 to 2019 where they lost 8 straight. You know, it's like, come on, we can't lose another one of this. Well, LSU's lost 5 straight openers. And, you know, every time you're looking up and it's like, all right, well, this has to be the year they snap it. But then you've got a daunting task in that game going to Clemson in the other Death Valley. It's going to be a very tough, and this, on paper, this might be the toughest matchup of the 5-game losing streak going into it. Now, 13-0 Florida State probably ended up being tougher, but I don't think people thought going into the game they were going to be a 13-0 team. So, big task. More so than anything, in Baton Rouge, there's no MLB team. You know, the Pelicans have been checked out since November. You know, now you got the baseball championship for LSU that people were focusing on, but basically since then, there's nothing going on. We sit around for 2 months talking about football, and for the fans to go through all those emotions and just get a loss on your first game, that's just killer. This whole city feels it every single time.
No question. Clemson 3.5-point favorites in that game. The total 56.5. Week 1 LSU at Clemson. And look, it's a big year for Brian Kelly. As you know, Preston, a lot of people feel like Brian Kelly's really on the hot seat, though. Like, if they miss out on the playoff again, he could be out of a job. I mean, they paid him a lot of money. He's still got a lot of years left on that contract. Let's say they go 9-3, 8-4, miss out on the playoff again. Do you think Brian Kelly is out of a job, or do you think because of how much money and years they have invested in him that they would probably keep him around for another year?
I believe if Brian Kelly goes 3-9, he will have one more year.
Wow.
Now, that's keeping his job and staying on LSU's payroll. His buyout, in my understanding, would be about $56 million as of December 31st. And I don't think LSU has the money to make that move. Could be wrong, but that's from everybody I've talked to. He's keeping his job no matter what. And particularly if he's a 8-4, 9-3 type coach, where you're good, you're just not at that next level of an elite football team that, frankly, LSU fans feel that they should have every year. You can't fire a guy like that with that kind of buyout. So here's the deal. He won't get fired by LSU, but he may get fired in the minds of public perception, which in this NIL era where, fans can choose to throw their money into your program and buy players for you, that could be damning. That could be, all right, well, he's not dead, but he's got 1 foot in the grave. That is the scenario we're facing. So yes, a lot of pressure from Brian Kelly. Basically every form of pressure outside of will you keep your job or not.
We're talking with Preston Guy here on Send It In, staff writer covering LSU football at TigerBait.com. Preston, let's talk some Heisman Trophy. Obviously, Jaden Daniels won it a couple of years ago with his tremendous season. Nussmeier amongst the favorites to start the year. Do you think he should be the betting favorite going into this season? Obviously, the hype around Texas, the hype around Arch. He is the favorite. Nussmeier right behind him. But do you think the caliber of player, do you think that Nussmeier should be the favorite going into the season?
Yeah, I think if Arch Manning's last name was Smith, he'd probably be, 20th on the Heisman.
Yeah.
I mean, he's shown some promise and poise, don't get me wrong. And I'm not saying he's a bad quarterback by any extent, but we're talking about a guy who hasn't started at the college level. I believe he has 2 starts against ULM and Mississippi State. Not exactly world beaters. Nussmeier, I like his odds as good as anybody. Cade Klubnik is definitely in that conversation. Lenore Sellers is going to be in a good position, him being a dynamic athlete. But preseason, it's fairly wide open this preseason as to who might be your Heisman favorite. And I like Nussmeier's odds as good as anybody. It certainly isn't lost to me that both Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, and even if you want to go back further, Zach Mettenberger came in as transfers, had 1 season as a starter as a junior where they were okay, and then in their 5th year, they just skyrocketed in production. And looks like Nussmeier, albeit not a transfer in, he was on roster. He could be poised for a pretty big step. Frankly, as a junior, he was better than any of those guys I just named as a junior. So, he could be poised for a big step up. I'd say he needs his offensive line to keep him upright. That's going to be your big question here because he should have a lot of playmakers around him to get the ball to.
That's where I was going next, Preston. I wanted to talk to you offensive line and defensive line, probably the 2 biggest question marks for LSU going into the season. Terrific on the O-line. Last year, they lose 4 starters to the NFL, and then they have to replace the entire defensive line from last season, too. Which is more of a question mark for you, the O-line or the D-line going into the season?
Oh, it's O-line, and it's not even particularly close. In fact, I believe LSU's strongest unit on the team is their edge rushers. Their edge rushers are nasty, and they go about 6 deep with nasty guys. Their defensive tackle, we'll see. They got a 5th-year guy, Jacobian Guillory, coming back, who's been pretty good, tore his ACL a year ago. Sometimes you recover 100% from those. Sometimes it takes a while. We'll see. But I think, let's put it like this. I told you I polled 25 local media members. 25 of 25 mentioned offensive line as a concern.
I mean, that speaks volume right there. Obviously, got a great quarterback, great weapons. Preston, real quick in like 30 seconds, a minute or so, give us a wide receiver to keep an eye on this year. We know, obviously, year after year, LSU's got great wideouts. Who do you think is going to be the breakout guy for them this year?
Yeah, I mean, look, LSU's got a really deep receiving core. I said edge was the best on this team. I think wide receiver is the number 2 strongest unit on this team. Chris Hilton's the guy I've got my eyes on. He, of course, went to SEC Media Days. He's a guy who's been in the program now. He's a senior now. And, you know, he's always looked good in practice and bowl games, always looked like a big, deep threat. He has a good connection with Nussmeier on his deep ball. He's been dealing with injuries the last 2 seasons. And, of course, he spent a season behind Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas. He is a deep ball home run hitter. He's a guy I could see breaking out being the number 1 receiver this year. But, frankly, you've got about, 4 or 5 guys I wouldn't be shocked to see if they ended up being your leading receiver.
Overall, how do you expect the defense to look? 2 years ago, an absolute nightmare. Make strides under Blake Blyer in year 1. What are you expecting in year 2 out of his defense?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Blake Baker came in last year. LSU had some NIL issues where their collective were only equipped with about $5.5 million for their whole roster last year. So Blake Baker came in, they invested, got a big-name defensive coach and big-name defensive staff behind him. But it was mostly the same players from that 2023 unit, and they improved tremendously. But you have to understand, when you've got the worst defense in school history, it's not just coaching that's the problem. It's the players and the coach that's the problem. And that's exactly what happened. So this year they've invested heavily in the portal, getting guys like Patrick Payton, Jack Pyburn out of Florida, A.J. Halsey. I mean, just everywhere you look, there are transfer players coming in who are going to make an impact. I believe defense is going to make tremendous strides. That was another strong theme when I talked to the local media was they're all expecting a big step up in this defense. I would be surprised if this is not a top 25 type unit this year.
Preston, before we let you go, we need a prediction out of you, my friend. Do you think LSU makes the playoff this upcoming season?
I do. Yeah, I do. I think it's a tough schedule, and I think that actually bodes in your favor because there might even be some wiggle room. There's about a 1 in 5 chance that a 9-3 SEC team makes it in. I think with a schedule like LSU's got, it's got a chance to get a big win and make a name for itself even at 9-3. I think LSU exceeds that. I think LSU's going to go 10-2. It's a good roster. Problems on offensive line. I'll be watching closely in fall camp to see which 5 starters they go at that position, but if I felt very, very, very confident about this offensive line and they started dominating, I might go 11-1 or better for this team. I think offensive line is going to be the key. But right now, 10-2.
All right, great stuff. Preston Guy, always enjoy talking LSU with him. Staff writer covering LSU at TigerBait.com. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Preston, appreciate the time, my friend. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, talk to you soon, guys.
Yep. All right. Good stuff there. Preston talking a little LSU football. Let's continue in talking those Tigers down in Baton Rouge. You can look at the schedule as Preston was talking about. Folks, it is not easy. I mean, a lot of these SEC schedules are tough, right? But that week 1 game at Clemson, there is not a bigger game for any team in the sport than week 1 for LSU against Clemson. What that can do for the confidence level, Preston, I thought, made a great comparison. Obviously, they had that long losing streak against Alabama. You wondered when they would finally break that. They need to break that streak. They need to break this streak of starting the season 0-1. It puts you behind the 8 ball. And considering the schedule that they had in the SEC, what that win could do for LSU, you're likely beating the ACC champs in their place, a team that a lot of people think could have the Heisman Trophy winner in Cade Klubnik, a team that a lot of people feel like could win the national championship. You win that game on the road, week 1, it's going to be massive, massive for LSU. So a great opportunity for them and certainly a monster game to kick off the season. Then after that, you kind of get 3 games to reassess, figure out the things you did well against Clemson, figure out the things you didn't do all that well. You get 1 game against Louisiana Tech, and then you're right back at it again with Florida in week 3. Then you get Southeastern Louisiana in week 4, and then you're at Ole Miss in week 5. So this is my concern with LSU. We were just talking about it with Preston, the offensive line. They lost 4 starters from last year. Not only did they lose 4 starters, but all those guys went to the NFL. So they were really good, quality offensive linemen. And as Preston was talking about, polling all those media members, their main concern is up front. as good of a quarterback as Nussmeier is, as great as skill weapons as LSU always has, you can't do much if your quarterback isn't protected. And the fact that they're going on the road in a hostile environment in week 1, going up against that Clemson defense, I don't think bodes too well for them. And then the fact that they have to play Florida again in week 3, don't love that all that much. And then another tough road game at Ole Miss in week 5. I wish LSU had one of these schedules where it was an easy non-conference. They're playing cupcakes the first 2-3 weeks of the season, easing yourself into it. Offensive line builds some chemistry. They have their communication problems worked out. I mean, getting thrown right into the fire like that week 1 on the road at Clemson, that's going to be a tall, tall task. So I don't love that start for LSU. That'd be a tough schedule for anybody. But considering you had a team with a young offensive line, inexperienced offensive line, going to put a lot of pressure on Garrett Nussmeier to deliver in those games. With that being said, though, again, I agree with Preston. I think if Arch Manning's last name was Arch Smith, Arch Jones, he probably wouldn't be the favorite, and Garrett Nussmeier would be. Also made a great point about Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels. These guys transferred into LSU. They played their junior year, 1 season, look pretty good, and then obviously the senior season, it's like a complete 360 with both of those guys, and both have turned out to be pretty good NFL players. So Nussmeier did some good things last year. You can see why people are pretty excited about him going into this season. And with that start to the schedule, and probably he's going to need to pick up his offensive line and kind of elevate those guys around him. If they're able to go into Clemson, win that game, they beat a good Florida team at home, go into Oxford and beat Ole Miss, Garrett Nussmeier, we could look up heading into the month of October, and he could already be a pretty big favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. So definitely something interesting there. But then again, the rest of the schedule, right? Tough home games against South Carolina and A&M, and then he's still got road trips at Bama and at Oklahoma as well. Tough schedule for LSU. Their win total is at 8.5. The over is heavily juiced to -150. If you want to bet the under, that is +125. I'm not doing anything with the win total. I'd probably lean under, if I'm being honest with you, at the plus money. I wouldn't bet them, obviously, to make the playoff at +130 either. I wouldn't bet them to play in the SEC title game, win the SEC championship. I have my concerns about this offensive line. I have my concerns about the defensive line, too. I know Preston said these edge rushers are terrific. LSU really struggled to stop the quarterback run. Last year, they struggled to stop the run up the middle. It's great to have good edge pass rushers, but if team can just line up and smash you right down the middle, it's going to be tough to stop that. And even though this defense should continue to make improvements, they were, again, as Preston said, worst defense in LSU history 2 years ago. Were better last year, but still certainly not amongst the elite in the SEC. You would expect them to continue to make improvements, but I don't know if they're still going to be one of the top 5 defenses in the SEC. And with that schedule and the young offensive line that they have and all the pressure that is on Brian Kelly and company, I think they need a top 5 defense in the SEC this year if they want to make the playoffs or even go over that win total and win 9 games. So I would probably look under. Don't think it's an official bet for me. Certainly have my questions about LSU, but man, that week 1 game against Clemson, if there's a game to watch, that would probably be the one. What an opportunity for LSU. They win that game. It could really set up the rest of their season. All right, let's talk a little Los Angeles Rams now here on Send It In. A lot of people high on the Rams going in to this upcoming NFL season, and I am one of those people as well. You look at the Rams schedule, and again, as all these NFC West teams have, they're going to play the AFC South, and they're going to play the NFC South. Pretty tough start to the schedule. You got to get the Texans at home in week 1. That should be a fun game. Then you got to go on the road, play in Nashville against Cam Ward. Then you got to face the Super Bowl champion Eagles in week 3 as well. They got to face the Ravens on the road in week 6. They got to go to London and take on the Jags. Definitely some tricky games on their schedule. This Rams team, there are certain teams in the NFL, in college football, that I like more in the regular season, and there are certain teams I like more when we get in the postseason. Baseball is the same way. We might talk some baseball futures coming up here in a little bit. There are certain teams that dominate the regular season, Ravens, Bills, get to the playoffs, not quite as dominant, right? The Rams are the kind of team that I don't expect them to win 13, 14 games this season. But if they're able to get into the playoffs, that is a team that I think Philly probably has to worry about the most. And that's why I would bet them to win the NFC at +900. I wouldn't look at the win total at 10.5. I wouldn't look at them to win the NFC West at plus 175. I wouldn't look at them to make the playoffs and lay the juice at minus 185. I'd go big with the Rams. I'd bet them to win the NFC at 9-1. I'd bet them to win the Super Bowl at 20-1. They have a lot of boxes that you're looking for. Super Bowl winning quarterback in Matthew Stafford. Super Bowl winning head coach in Sean McVay. Obviously, those guys won a Super Bowl together. Great 1-2 punch at wide receiver with Puka and Devontae Adams. Loved that pickup in the offseason. I still think Devontae's got some left in the tank. Playing in this offense with that head coach and that quarterback, I think is going to be really good for Devontae. Obviously, these last couple years he's had with the Raiders and the Jets, his quarterbacks haven't been good. The organizations have been dysfunctional. He's going to a great place. I think he's going to have a big-time season. Offensive line is good enough for LA, and then you got a great young running back in Kyren Williams as well. And then how about defensively? We did not talk enough about how great that Rams defense was as the end of last year. A ton of young players, a ton of draft picks, a ton of rookies that they had playing on that side of the ball. Obviously, you're replacing one of the greatest defensive players of all time in Aaron Donald. And that Rams defense, before playing Philadelphia in that playoff game, the prior 4 games to that, the final 3 games of the regular season where the starters play, they didn't play in week 18. So week 15, 16, and 17. And then that first playoff game against Minnesota, the Rams did not give up double-digit points on defense. All those teams scored 9 points, 6 points. The Rams defense was terrific. That young defensive line led by Braden Fish, Jared Verse is awesome. Really good young defensive coordinator as well. So we think Rams, we think Stafford, we think McVay, we think Puka, Kyren Williams, and they're going to be great again. But that Rams defense could be one of the top 5-7 units in the NFL as well. They got a really good pass rush. They're good against the run. And the way that they played at the end of last season should take them some momentum going into this season. But the Rams, again, they're one of those teams that they're never like comfortably in the playoffs every single year. They're always kind of hovering in like the wild card. Obviously, you got to battle with San Francisco this year as well, and if they stay healthy, they should have a very good season. So I think the Rams make it as a wild card team, but when they do get into the playoffs, that's going to be a team that nobody wants to see. So I like the Rams at 9-1 to win the NFC, and I would look at them to win the Super Bowl as well at 20-1. All right, let's talk a little baseball now here on Send It In. Got the Orioles and the Guardians underway right now. Let's refresh to see what the score of that game is in Cleveland. The Guardians have been red hot. They're 8-2 in their last 10 games. Orioles up 3-0. How about that? Well, it's time to bet Cleveland plus 2.5 at plus 100. Might take some money line as well at plus 270. I mean, if you guys think the Orioles are going to make this easy today, I don't know what team you've been watching. Charlie Morton's on the mound. He's been spotting 3 runs. The Orioles have hit Logan Allen pretty well, so I do think they'll continue to score some runs here. But off of Charlie Morton, I expect the Guardians to score some runs also. So I would look at Cleveland plus 2.5. The over started at 9. It's now at 11.5. I mean, I know you don't want to bet it now that it's at 11.5, but I think that could be a shootout day game today, getaway day for both of those teams. So I would maybe look at the live over, but certainly Guardians plus 2.5. How about the Blue Jays and the Tigers today in Detroit? Tigers are minus 130 on the money line. The Blue Jays are plus 110. Reese Olson going up against Eric Lauer tonight. I like Detroit on the money line at home at minus 130. All of a sudden, you got 2 best teams in the American League playing in this game tonight record-wise in the Blue Jays and the Detroit Tigers. Tigers have lost 9 of their last 10 games. Blue Jays are coming off that emotional series against the Yankees where they took 2 of 3. It feels like a nice little letdown spot for the Blue Jays after that huge series against the Bronx Bombers in the AL East. And the Tigers, we're getting a nice buy low spot on them after they have lost 9 of their last 10 games. So give me the Tigers at home tonight, minus 130. Should have a nice crowd. I think they beat the Blue Jays, so give me Detroit, minus 130. Padres and Cardinals tonight in St. Louis, total of 8. St. Louis minus 150 on the money line. The Padres are plus 125. We got Sonny Gray on the bump going up against Yu Darvish. Yu Darvish has only pitched 13 1/3 innings this season. He's still working his way back from injury. He's got a 6.08 ERA in those games. He's given up 13 hits in those 13 innings that he has pitched. So Darvish is still trying to find himself. Meanwhile, Sonny Gray has been the guy for the Cardinals all season. So I do like the Cardinals in this spot. Maybe look at a team total over against Darvish as well. Athletics and Astros tonight in Houston. Houston minus 125 on the money line. The A's are plus 105. The total in the game is 8.5. We have Jason Alexander starting for the Astros. Luis Severino on the bump for the Athletics. We've talked about it a bunch on this show. When Luis Severino pitches for the Athletics at home, we love to fade him. When he's pitching on the road, we love to back him. He's on the road tonight, and this line feels a little suspicious, right? You got the Astros, who are leading the division. They're at home, and they're minus 125 on the money line against the A's, who are playing a little bit better. This line just feels a touch low. I think the A's are the right side. We'll take the Athletics at plus 105. And then finally, Mariners and Angels. Logan Evans tonight going up against Yusei Kikuchi with the total of 9. I'm betting over in this matchup. Mariners have gotten some good looks at Kikuchi here with him being traded over from the Astros, and he was with the Mariners organization, and then also now pitching with the Angels. So familiar with Kikuchi, obviously playing in a much more friendly hitter's ballpark out in Anaheim. I think over 9 is the way to go in that one. As for some division futures that we like in Major League Baseball, we got the Blue Jays and the Yankees right now battling in the AL East. Probably going to come down to those two teams. Toronto right now minus 125. The Yankees are plus 125. I still like the Yankees to win this division. They're 4 games back as of today, July 24th. But I do think they're still going to win this division. I think the best thing that could happen for the Yankees is that they're done playing the Blue Jays in Toronto. Finally get them out of Toronto. They still have another series later on down the year. That's going to be in the Bronx. I think that's going to be very good for the Yankees. But the key for the Yankees is they're starting to get a little bit healthier. Luis Gil's making some rehab starts. He should be back. Cashman, you would expect to be aggressive at the deadline. Likely Toronto will as well, but I think the Yankees could make a bigger splash. But also the key for the Yankees is that they have no more trips to the West Coast. No games in the Pacific time zone, Mountain time zone. Every game the Yankees are going to play the rest of the season is going to be in the Eastern time zone or the Central time zone. And that is obviously massive this time of the year, right? When other teams are making those cross-country road trips and making those road trips from the west to the east or the east to the west, you might come back and you might be 2-6 in those 8 games. You might be 3-6 in those 9 games. Those are not easy trips that those teams have to deal with. So the fact that the Yankees are done with that, I think is a massive advantage. And the fact they don't have to play the Blue Jays anymore in Toronto, I think is a big advantage as well. So I still like the Yankees plus 125 to win that division. It's still the Tigers for me in the AL Central. Luckily for them, they built themselves such a cushion because they have lost 9 of their last 10 games. Cleveland has won 8 of their last 10 games. So the Guardians are starting to pick up a little ground, but this Detroit team has been the best team in the American League Central all year. I still think they win this division. In the AL West, it's still the Astros for me. I don't expect Seattle to go away. They have that terrific pitching staff, but I still like Houston to win that division. In the NL East, I'm still going with the Phillies because of that starting rotation. Sanchez and Wheeler is a ridiculous 1-2 punch, and the Mets just have not been the same team ever since the first couple months of the season. In the NL Central, this one is going to be fun. I like the Brewers more so to win the National League than I do the Cubs. I like the Brewers more so when we get to the postseason because of their pitching. As for the day-to-day grind of the 162, I still like the Cubs better. I think there's a reason the Cubs are still favored. The Brewers have gone on their hot streak, right? They won 10 straight. They're the hottest team in baseball. They're going on this crazy streak, but I think that's good for the Cubbies because now it's tied and they can go on their streak, try and push out some more games over Milwaukee. So we'll take the Cubs at minus 145, and it's still the Dodgers for me to win the NL West. All right, let's get a promo from our friends at BetMGM. In any sport, no sweat token. You can get in on the excitement at BetMGM with an any sport, no sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get a stake back in bonus bets. Brought to you by the Sportsbook Born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today. All right, you guys, let's wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day. And we got Nolan Arenado and going streaking against Yu Darvish. Arenado 9 for 23 in his career against Yu Darvish. As I mentioned, Yu's working his way back from injury. Only 13 innings pitched this season. He has given up 13 hits in those 13 innings, and Arenado's got great history against him. I think gets us a base hit today. So Nolan Arenado will be my pick in going streaking. My prop lock is going to be the Rams to win the NFC at plus 900. I do like the Rams to go to the Super Bowl this year. I think if they get into the playoffs, that is the team that nobody wants to see, especially the Eagles. Obviously, the Rams played them the toughest of any team on the Eagles' march to the Super Bowl last year. The Adams pickup, that defense should only get better. Give me the Rams at plus 900. Athletics are my dog of the day at plus 105. We're getting Luis Severino on the road. His road split's way better than what he is at home. So give me Severino in the A's at plus 105. And then my best bet's going to be the Tigers minus 130 on the money line. Blue Jays coming off that emotional series against the Yankees, taking 2 of 3. I think we're getting a nice buy low spot here on the Tigers, who have lost 9 of their last 10 games. We'll take Detroit at minus 130. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks again to Preston Guy for joining us. Jake Hassan is going to be with you tomorrow to wrap up the week. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a good one.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. Also, you can watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And from 6 to 7 Eastern, head on over to the NBC Sports Now channel, available on Peacock. That's right, it's a Peacock Power Hour each and every weekday here on YBYB. And as always, if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. We're active. I'm on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. I'm on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Not as active on Instagram as I am on Twitter, but we're trying to change that. Like I need to be more active on the IG, but we are active nonetheless. Femi_Abebefe on Instagram. You can check out the show on Twitter, though, at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, once again, at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Thursday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos, the Prop King. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on the passing of pro wrestling legend Hulk Hogan. Plus, we'll go ahead and examine a lot from the NFL win total perspective with 8 buckets. But Nick will go ahead and give us the context as we remember Hollywood Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania, unfortunately passing away earlier today at the age of 71. But if you miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well go ahead and subscribe, rate, and review. We greatly appreciate how much you guys love the Wagertainment here on You Better You Bet. We have 2 guests who will be joining us on this program, starting in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour at 6 o'clock with our NBC and Peacock teammate, Jay Croucher, who makes his return to You Better You Bet, NBC's lead betting analyst, co-host of the Fantasy Football Happy Hour with Matthew Berry and Connor Rogers, who we had on yesterday to talk some National Football League. We're going to get all of Jay's thoughts on the NFL with all 32 teams now officially on the field and practicing. It's not just reporting. We got practice reports out of Pittsburgh. We got practice reports coming out of Atlanta. We have all 32 teams on the field as we are 1 week away from the Hall of Fame game between the Chargers and the Lions. There will be football on our TV this time next week. Now, as I jokingly always say, it's not going to be NFL football. It will be players wearing NFL uniforms, but it's not going to really be NFL football. But you know what? I'm excited for it. I'm excited to bet it as we are counting down 7 days until we have football on our screen. But 6:20 Eastern time, we will be joined by our BetMGM Network teammate, Ryan Horvat, host of BetMGM Tonight, 7 to 11 weekdays here on the BetMGM Network, as in the weeds as it gets with college football. So we'll get his takes on the upcoming season this fall, as well as week 0, which is less than a month away now. Like week 0 will be here before we know it. Like that's the week that always creeps up on me every year, like with college football, like because all the preseason stuff, the training camp stuff, I'm so in the weeds with the National Football League. All of a sudden I look up and it's like, hey, there's college football on Saturday. That's going to be the conversation in less than a month, as we will have week 0 on August 23rd. So we'll talk to Ryan Horvat about all things college football with conference media days starting to wrap up, which means we're about to get training camp here coming up rather shortly. But let's go ahead and get into last night's betting recap before we talk some National Football League and some of the news that we got earlier this morning. Last night in Major League Baseball, woof, it didn't go well. And I figured, hey, we might be due one of these clunkers after Monday was really strong, Tuesday was strong, Wednesday was strong in Major League Baseball. Like it was all gravy. It was all gravy. Unfortunately, last night it was a coal under the stocking for me last night in baseball. Orioles, Guardians, first 5 over. That was wrong. Red Sox, Phillies. I should have listened to Tyler Morales with the high do as he outlined yesterday during the 3:00 hour out there at Citizen Bank Park. The ball was flying out in Philadelphia. I had the first 5 under. That was wrong. Yankees, Blue Jays. I was watching this game, at least in the first 5, because I was sweating out my bet. I'm like, all right, let's get this one home. Started off pretty strong. Max Fried, Chris Bassett, they're doing their thing on the mound. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about where we're sitting. Somehow, with the game tied, with the game 2-1, I believe the Blue Jays were leading at that point, 2-1 in the 4th inning. I want to say it was. Anthony Volpe hits a home run. Like this is the Anthony Volpe that Yankee fans have been like saying, get this guy the hell out of here. Like Volpe gets a home run. So now we're sitting at 2-2. And I'm just like, all right, like, can we please hang on for dear life? The Yankees, of course, horrendous with the errors and all the nonsense that they're doing in the infield. Toronto ends up scoring. And like, I think it was like 4-2 after 5 innings, which was unfortunate because we had under 4.5. But that was wrong. And then Athletics and Rangers. Apparently J.P. Sears and Patrick Corbin had it cooking last night because the over did not get home. So a nice 0-4 in Major League Baseball last night, coming off of a very strong performance the last couple nights. So we'll get back on that horse. A couple bets for me tonight in Major League Baseball because it's a smaller slate. Only 4 games today, one of which is going on right now. 3 a little bit later on this evening, but we'll have some baseball later on in the program. But let's get into the National Football League, though, because woke up this morning and wow, the news out of Florham Park with the New York Jets. It seemed like we might be headed towards something monumental this upcoming season, given the fact that a starting quarterback might be out for a long time. However, it was a whirlwind of a day for Jets fans and Jets bettors, but the conclusion ended up being not that bad. But let's back it up to how we all woke up, though, because the news came out early this morning. Justin Fields, quarterback of the New York Jets, carted off this morning at practice. And that was the first news that came out, was just carted off, which we should know by now because we've been following the sport long enough and we've been fans of the NFL long enough, bettors of the NFL long enough, that everyone's getting carted off the field at training camp. You could have a hangnail and they're going to cart you off the field at training camp just because they don't want guys having to walk under their own power and do all that stuff. They said, let's get them off the field as quickly as possible and get them back into the locker room or into the treatment facility where we can get these guys suited up and ready to roll and make sure that everything is A-okay. So we see that Fields gets carted off. Everyone instantly goes to the worst case scenario. I'm thinking, wow, is this a calf injury? Is it the dreaded Achilles injury? Since that's been going around the world of sports after we just got done with the NBA playoffs a month ago. I'm thinking worst case scenario for the New York Jets. But later on, about 30 minutes after the initial wave of the carted off tweets came out, we find out that it's a right toe injury after Fields was stepped on at practice. I'm assuming by an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. I don't know who else would step on the quarterback early on in the play. So the prognosis for Justin Fields ends up being a dislocated non-big toe injury. And luckily for Fields and the New York Jets, listed as day-to-day. So this will not be a significant injury, which is really, really good news for the Fields. Aaron Glenn was at the podium earlier this afternoon talking to media saying, hey, all we know right now is he was stepped on, toe injury. Tyrod Taylor's the backup. We have confidence in Tyrod Taylor. I don't think we're going to need to see Tyrod Taylor, at least for a bulk of this regular season. Who knows what happens when the season actually starts, but going into it, it sounds like Fields will be A-okay. But how could you not just instantly go to, wow, the New York Jets might just be a cursed franchise? That's what I was thinking. I'm like, this could be cursed. Tyrod as the starter, just very uninspiring. Nobody really wants to see that for 17 weeks. And then also, too, the Kirk Cousins memes were flowing this morning. I saw the Kirk Cousins photoshops and Jets uniforms. Everyone is saying, hey, Kirk Cousins to the New York Jets. Maybe the Falcons can work something out. None of that's going to be the case. So Fields day to day. But I do find it interesting because ESPN's Rich Samini, who's been covering the Jets for quite some time, he did tweet that the Jets are, quote, hopeful that Justin Fields will be ready for week 1 when they take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, like, they dodged a bullet day to day, but it's also not like all the way out of the woods in terms of Fields availability for the opening Sunday of the NFL season, which is about 6 weeks away or so. Like, we don't know the severity of the toe injury right now. I think it's just day to day, and it's a non-big toe that was dislocated for Justin Fields. But the betting market did react to the news of Justin Fields and this toe injury because it was Steelers 3-point favorites in most places, but there were some 2.5s out there in the market as well, like 2.5 minus 120, 2.5 minus 115. That existed out there for those of you who wanted to bet the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that's kind of how I was thinking about this going into the regular season. Before all this injury news kind of broke earlier this morning, I hadn't made the bet right now because there's still so much time, and hint, injuries can happen, as we just avoided a scare earlier this morning. But like, once we got to game week or close to it, my intentions were to bet the Pittsburgh Steelers at under a field goal, or maybe worst case scenario, 3 even money. The under a field goal bets, like, those have already been placed. Not by me, but by other people in the market, because there are no longer 2.5s. It's 3 across the board. And I do see even a domestic sports book, a pretty prominent one, that has a 3.5, like minus 102 in favor of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So like, the betting market has reacted to this, because think about it. Like, it's either going to be potentially compromised Justin Fields out there, or Tyrod Taylor as the quarterback for the New York Jets. And let's say that Fields is not compromised. Let's say Fields is good. He's fully healed up by the time we get to week 1 in early September. The date being September 7th will be when the Jets take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, think about how the Jets are going to kind of get Fields along through the rest of this, like, training camp and preseason period. I wouldn't anticipate that you're going to see a whole lot of Justin Fields out there. They're going to make sure that he is 100% healthy, or at least close to it, by the time the real games get underway. And think about how Justin Fields succeeds. Like, his path to success is with his legs. It's his mobility. It's his athleticism. And now he's dealing with a toe injury. Now, the good thing is it's not the big toe, but still a toe injury, and something that is like significant enough to where the Jets are like, hey, like, let's keep this thing day to day, touch and go, and let's be careful going forward. So Justin Fields is going to miss out on a ton of training camp time. He's probably going to miss out on all the preseason. I doubt, after getting this scare, I doubt they're going to put him out there for a preseason game. Maybe Aaron Glenn says, let's roll the dice once again, but I think he's going to be like, all right, let's be cautious with our quarterback, and let's just make sure he's right for week 1. This is going to be a Justin Fields that probably doesn't play a lot in the training camp, probably doesn't play any in the preseason, with a new team. Like, he's already a quarterback that's not good to begin with, not getting the prep, not getting the time to kind of acclimate to his new skill position, guys. Like, how's this going to go week 1? I don't think it's going to go well at all. Like, the Pittsburgh Steelers at 3, if it's even money, that's a bet that I'll make game week between these two teams. And also, how about the under? Like, why couldn't this just be like Steelers 20, Jets 13? You know? Like, I could easily see that being the final score for this game. Heck, it could be 19-13 or 17-13. All of those get you home betting the Pittsburgh Steelers and betting the under. Like, I'm not in love with the Pittsburgh Steelers offense, and I also like the Jets defense quite a bit, so I could see that working out really, really well. But also, I just think this is going to be a lower scoring game, as the market has it. I mean, it opened 39.5. We're now 38.5. I think the Steelers and the under is a solid look for week 1. Not a bet that I will place right now, because injuries can happen, not just in preseason games, but also in training camp. But it's a bet that I will make at some point as we get closer to game week. But all in all, crisis averted for Gang Green, as they will be continuing forward with Justin Fields as their quarterback. It's just going to be day-to-day dealing with the non-big toe dislocated injury there. But we also got the Atlanta Falcons now on the field, as well, as we wrap up this first segment here talking about NFL training camp news. The Atlanta Falcons, I think, are in an interesting spot right now. Of course, we all know what's happening at quarterback. The Michael Penix Jr. era has begun. And I think what's really fascinating about this team, especially on offense, because the Falcons have all of these skill guys that we love. Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and then, of course, the tight end, Kyle Pitts, who has not worked out and not lived up to the expectations that we all thought he would be 4 years ago when he was the 4th overall pick in the NFL draft. Well, what I think is really interesting out of Falcons camp is that in day 1 of the Falcons practices, Kyle Pitts, who's listed as a tight end, is actually practicing with the wide receivers. Like, he's not working with the tight ends right now. He's working with the receivers, which, I mean, if you look at his body type and you look at how he plays, like, he's just a receiver. Like, Kyle Pitts is not interested in blocking. He's not going to be hand in the dirt tight end type of guy. He's a wide receiver. He's a big body wide receiver, and that's how the Falcons probably should use him. But I think what's really cool about Kyle Pitts potentially heading into this year, I don't want to fall in love with the whole Kyle Pitts thing, as many fantasy football owners have over the last 2 to 3 years, but Michael Penix Jr., quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons, said this about Pitts after practice today, saying, quote, "We got Kyle Pitts the ball today. Gonna be a lot of that." Like, he is going out there and saying, it's gonna be a lot of Kyle Pitts in this offense. Now, we've heard that before. We've heard, hey, Kirk Cousins is now the quarterback. Kyle Pitts has a good chance to break out. That didn't work out. Now it's Michael Penix is the quarterback, and he's even saying it himself. You're gonna see a lot of Kyle Pitts. Do I trust it? I don't know if I trust it in a vacuum, but in totality, I do trust the Atlanta Falcons, and that is a team I want to bet with their win total over 7.5, and also to win the NFC South at 2-1 ahead of this upcoming NFL season. All right, we're just getting warmed up here on a Thursday on the other side. It's our top headlines here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The story of the Southeastern Conference this year, Cody Decker, is twofold. Number one, in my projected order of finish, I think anybody from number 1, Georgia, all the way down to number 11, Auburn. I think anybody can win that division because it really is going to be surrounded by which quarterbacks turn into high-level quarterbacks and which one don't. And I don't think anybody's going to know the answer to any of that until we get to week 4, 5, 6. I think there are so many questions about quarterbacks, that this conference feels as wide open as it's ever felt. It also feels as deep as it has ever felt. There are so many questions at quarterbacks that I will tell you right now. I cover this conference in depth. I am very proud of the coverage that I provide to my local market about the Southeastern Conference in football. That's why I went to SEC Media Days. That's why we're already planning to go next year. I am very proud of my knowledge and ability to break down this conference, and I got no bleeping idea what's going to happen because there are probably 8 quarterbacks in this conference that could realistically change the fate and the finish of this conference by either performing, outperforming, overperforming, underperforming. And I don't think any of us have an idea what they're going to do because most of them are getting their first year at QB1. Very few of them aren't. There are 2 established commodities, Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt and Lenore Sellers at South Carolina. And we don't know if there is or what the ceiling is for those 2 guys. They throw everything in flux. Vandy beat Alabama last year. How big was that upset for that team and in the conference? There's a fistful of those type of upsets available this year. Deck, I've been covering this conference for 17 years. This is the deepest and the best I've ever seen this conference, and there are, to me, as many as 11 schools that could win this conference if their quarterback plays well.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet here on a Thursday on the BetMGM Network. It's Femi and Bebefe. It's 40 minutes from now. We'll be joined by Nick Costos as we get to our NFL win totals, 8 buckets. And, of course, Nick will go ahead and give his thoughts on the passing of the pro wrestling legend Hulk Hogan, who passed away earlier this afternoon at the age of 71. So we'll look forward to that at 4 o'clock with Nick Costos coming up at the top of the next hour. 20 minutes from now, we will be joined by Tyler Morales and Jake Hassan. Tyler with an update at the 3M Open as to what's going on over there in Blaine, Minnesota. But with Jake, we will get into a little NL Cy Young, which has become an interesting race. Thought it was going to be a 2-horse race. I think it might still be, but there's a third horse who's trying to enter the chat here in the National League. So we'll talk some NL Cy Young coming up a little bit in about 20 minutes. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, what's going on, buddy? How we doing here on this Thursday? Like, NFL training camps are all underway. We got players out of practice. There's reports coming out. I absolutely love this time of year, man. Optimism across the league before everybody comes back down to earth once the games are actually played.
And I think it's a roller coaster, right? It's optimism until it's not. Like, you know, our resident Jets fan, Mike Brown, with the water gun to the face emoji gif after the Justin Fields injury earlier today. So that's the thing. You're optimistic until you're not. But Femi, before we jump into headlines, this is a gambling show, is it not?
100%.
Okay, so we have been playing 8 buckets on this show, but we've technically been playing 7 buckets because one of the buckets, the Nick Costos bucket hat, has been missing, and he doesn't have it as his house. He has to go get it, and we've been waiting for a couple days. So I'm going to ask you to set the odds. Are we playing 8 buckets or 7 buckets? What's the odds? What do you have today?
I would say it's minus 150 that we're playing 7 buckets. I'd say it's like plus 125 that we're playing 8 buckets. Because, he was telling us yesterday on the show, he's like, I was supposed to go, but then my wife and I had to do something. Then also I got caught up clearing cap space on NBA 2K in his franchise mode or whatever he's playing. You know what? And I'm jealous. I'm not even making fun of him for that. I'm actually jealous because I wish I could do the same thing, but I can't because my wife would literally put me outside the house, and I don't want that to happen. But if I had that opportunity, I'm putting everything off. I'm just procrastinating. So I'm going to say minus 150 that it's 7 buckets, plus 125 that we're playing 8 buckets. We'll see. Maybe Nick will prove me wrong. Maybe the plus money is the bet here, but that cap space is calling. That second apron, it's calling him. It's calling him, man. He's trying to. I think he's on the Raptors now that he's trying to rebuild. That's way too much fun. That we're not picking up the bucket hat after the show. He went straight
for
to
me,
2K.
Femi. No bet.
no bet for you. You're not betting. You're not betting into the market. I'm guessing it's no hat. it's no bucket hat for him. We will see, though, coming up in 40 minutes, whether he has his bucket hat and he did his homework, or if it will once again be 7 buckets here on YBYB. But let's go ahead and get into the top headlines that we have on this Thursday. Bill, hit me with the number one story this afternoon.
All right, Femi, well, you said it. Plenty of NFL training camp notes. So let's dive in and let's start with the Cleveland Browns, where head coach Kevin Stefanski addressed the QB competition that we've all been keeping an eye on. And he says he doesn't want that QB1 decision to linger too long.
Listen, I think the big thing for me is putting our guys in position where we can evaluate them. I think they did a great job in the spring, all 4 of those guys. We'll continue to put them in some situations, but ultimately, we'd love to make a decision sooner than later.
There you go, Femi. What's your take on Stefanski's comments and how this competition shakes out?
I don't know how they're going to come to a decision sooner rather than later. It's a 4-way competition. And now maybe in the Cleveland Browns office, maybe in their building, they're like, okay, like legitimately and realistically, it's a 2-person competition between Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett. Like they might think that way. But I mean, if you're the Browns, based on how they acquired the 2 veteran guys, why not keep an open mind? Why not leave room for some of the rookies to go out there and impress you? Like I would be approaching it how the New Orleans Saints are approaching it, saying, you know what, we're going to rotate these dudes in and out and see who works well with the starters, and let's see in the preseason and then come to a conclusion after that. Like I get Stefanski wanting to come to a conclusion sooner rather than later because from a logistics standpoint, like it's probably impossible to get equal reps for 4 different quarterbacks. Like I've covered training camp practices. I'm sure some of you out there have been to them as fans because they're usually open to the public. Like it's not a lot of time that they're actually out there, especially with these new CBAs where it's no more 2-a-days. Practice is like 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. Not a lot of time to get like legitimate workload for 4 different quarterbacks. You got your starter who gets a good amount of workload, the backup who gets a decent amount, and the third stringer, maybe you get like a rep, maybe 2 reps in team period. So there's not a lot of time to go out there and say, hey, we're going to go equal share 25% for all of these guys. So I see why he has the urgency to like, all right, like we need to narrow this thing down to eventually give a bulk of the workload to the guy that's going to be starting week 1. I just hope that they keep an open mind, at least in the early portion of training camp. 2 weeks from now, all right, maybe narrow it down to Flacco versus Pickett or Pickett versus whoever, if that's what you want to do. But right now, let's see an open mind here because maybe Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders surprises the Cleveland Browns. Maybe those guys are better than Flacco or Pickett. Maybe those guys actually give you the best chance, even though they've never played an NFL game. Logistically, it's a nightmare. It was always going to be a nightmare, but I think it's what's so interesting about Cleveland this training camp is how are they going to do this thing, and it also makes them interesting in the preseason, given the fact that we're probably going to see all 4 of these guys playing in a couple of weeks. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Well, Femi, a team on the opposite end of the standings from the Cleveland Browns was the Philadelphia Eagles, of course, defending Super Bowl champions after they took down the Chiefs last year. But now that they're entering training camp in 2025, if you ask their left tackle, Jordan Mailata, he says that championship is yesterday's news.
It's that iron sharpens iron, and I think we've done a great job this offseason of just keeping the main thing. And the main thing was just moving on. That was the main thing this year, moving on, because whatever we did last year, yeah, it's in the rearview mirror, and that doesn't matter anymore. We're not defending nothing. We're not the defending champs. We're the 2024 world champs. That's it.
So there you go, Femi. They are not the defending champs. They're the 2024 Super Bowl champions. Sounds like the Eagles are all business and not resting on that title.
I mean, we have to acknowledge Jordan Mailata's accent, right?
Right, it's great.
It's a fantastic accent. Before we even get to the content, I mean, I know he's Australian, but I've just never really heard him speak before. Like there's not before the game, they're not saying, "Hey, let's talk to Jordan Mailata." It's usually like, "Let's talk to Jalen Hurts or AJ Brown." It's like you don't really hear the offensive linemen much. They don't really talk a lot during the regular season. But this is what's cool about training camp. You get to hear from everybody. So just on Front Street, I'm like, the accent's wonderful from Jordan Mailata. Speaking of which, Jay Croucher will be joining us at 6 o'clock Eastern to begin the NBC Sports Now Power Hour if you're into the Aussie accents. But as to what he's saying, I love this approach. Now, it's also a little bit diabolical because they climbed the mountain and you should have that time to be like, hey, that was awesome. We won the Super Bowl. But the Philadelphia Eagles are saying, you know what? We had that time to kind of reflect on that in March, in April, in May. Now that we're in training camp, this is a brand new season, which is always the tricky part about this thing because the reason why the Eagles are being asked about the Super Bowl is because they just got their Super Bowl rings this past Friday. And what Jordan Mailata is saying echoes what the two biggest guys in the organization are saying as well, in head coach Nick Sirianni and the quarterback Jalen Hurts. Both Sirianni and Hurts have turned the page. Like, Jalen Hurts said he hasn't even worn his ring because he's focused on 2025. Like, that's where the Eagles are at, and that's the kind of mindset that I think will allow them to continue to be as dominant as they are. Now, on the show this week, it feels like to me we've had a little bit of Eagles pessimism here. Like, and I'm saying this as a Dallas Cowboys fan. Like, I love the Cowboys. I hate the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, that's who I grew up hating. But, like, PJ was on with us earlier saying that he's not as into the Eagles, thinks that they can still be good, but not sure if they're going to run away with things. Jared was on with us on Monday saying that he's not really into the Eagles. And even yesterday, Nick, or I believe it was 2 days ago, Nick was talking about the Cowboys potentially beating the Eagles week 1 on opening night. Like, there's been a lot of Eagles, pessimism here on the show. I don't agree with it. Like, I don't think the Eagles are going to be like 15-2, 14-3. I think they were 14-3 last year, but I still think they're going to be a damn good team. And I do believe they're going to repeat as the first repeat winner of the division, since they did it back in 2004 with Andy Reid and Donovan McNabb and Terrell Owens and the crew. Like, the Eagles are clearly the best team in the NFC East to me. And on paper, right now, before we play the games, I still believe you have to give them the credit as the best team in the NFC as a whole. Better than Detroit, better than Minnesota or Green Bay or San Francisco or whoever else you want to put in the conversation. The Eagles are better than those teams. So until we see a slide, I don't think we can be knocking Philadelphia. And based on how they're talking, I'm not sure we're going to see a slide, because these dudes seem like they are 100% focused on this year. Super Bowl, that's great, but that's in the past. Let's focus on the future, which is the 2025 season. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, the fall of Bobby Slowick last year was honestly pretty remarkable. One of the hottest offensive coordinators in the league after 2023. Houston Texans offense and C.J. Stroud, of course, struggle in 2024, and Slowick is fired at the end of the season. Now head coach DeMeco Ryans, of course, in training camp, talking about his new OC, Nick Caley, and perhaps maybe taking a bit of a shot at his previous offensive play caller.
What excites me most about Caley's offense is that it's evolving and it's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. So what excites me the most is not just a copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places, but he's been very, very thorough with the installation process of where do we want to put our guys, what position, what's the best spot for our guys to be in.
Well, there you go, Femi. Perhaps a little shot on how Slowick's offense ran last season.
Oh, yeah, this is not even like a stray. This is a head-on bullet right here. Like, this is going at your neck, Bobby Slowick. And Jake puts in the chat, Bobby, look out for that bus. Like, seriously. Like this is DeMeco Ryans saying, I was absolutely fed up with this quote-unquote young offensive genius Bobby Slowick and all the hype that he had after the 2023 season. And I think he's actually right. Like Bobby Slowick last year was a disaster. And I don't know if you can put all the blame on Bobby Slowick, because the offensive line was a disaster as well. CJ Stroud was getting his ass kicked behind that offensive line, so it was tough to be consistently good. Also, they had a ton of injuries. Like, Tank Dell got hurt at the end of the year, but before that, Stephon Diggs got injured. Before that, Nico Collins got the hamstring injury. So they never really had a full wide receiving core. So maybe it's part Bobby Slowick, maybe it's part the injuries, but the Texans offense was completely broken. And I love the fact that DeMeco Ryans, as the head coach, he said, we're not waiting around. We're not using the injuries as an excuse. I'm just making the decision to go in another direction. Enough of this nonsense. Let's get a new OC. And it sounds like he's happy. And if he's happy, because he seems like a smart guy, like DeMeco Ryans, one of the best defensive minds in football, has had 2 really good seasons as a head coach. If he's happy with this, I think that the Texans offense at worst is the same, but at best, all right, maybe it goes from being a disaster to being above average. And if it's above average, they're going to walk to the AFC South title. The more I think about it, I think Houston's just head, shoulders, waist above the rest of the competition. Jacksonville, there's things that I like. Not really there with their offensive line. I also think their defense sucks as well. Tennessee can be frisky, but let's see it with the rookie quarterback. And then the Colts, you know how I feel about Indianapolis. I think that is a disaster. And so far through training camp, it's been like a day and a half, but it sounds like things are not going well for Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. I think Houston just wins another AFC South title. And let's see what it looks like. If they can go out there and maybe get a couple home games, or if they can maybe go out there and not have to play Kansas City, Could they actually put the fear in some of these contending teams? They got the pass rush to do it. They just need the offense to catch up. But if Caley is what Ryan says he is, maybe that offense will catch up, and maybe the Texans will take another step in being an AFC contender. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, let's go to the Buffalo Bills training camp where we know James Cook, their running back, is seeking a new contract, and we weren't sure prior to camp opening how he was going to handle the situation. He did report to camp. He did practice in full, so he is a full participant, Femi, and he talked about his contract situation to the media.
I mean, we have talks. I'm never going to give up. I mean, I deserve what I want, I need, and it's going to eventually happen. I mean, however it happened, it's going to get done, wherever it happens at.
Well, Femi, Cook confident he's getting that new contract eventually in Buffalo.
I mean, he also said wherever it happens at. Like, I was like, wait, what are we talking about here?
True.
Like, he with the Buffalo Bills, buddy. He snuck that in at the end, like, oh, I'm confident I'm going to get it wherever it happens. like what's going on there? I do think that he will get something done. And, like, this is a turn that we're now seeing, and not all the way, because a couple guys are still holding out. Trey Hendrickson's holding out. We see Terry McLaurin is holding out. But guys are now showing up. Because guess what? If you don't show up, it's a $50,000 fine every single day, which those fines typically get waived once we actually come to an agreement. But, like, why forfeit that money off the rip, and when you can just go ahead and show up and, like, do the bare minimum at training camp, or in James Cook's case, be the good soldier and do everything. But the Bills know how important James Cook is to that offense. I think they will get something done with James Cook because he's a really big-time weapon. As we saw last year, he was strong in what he was able to do out of the backfield. He and Josh Allen was the engine of the Buffalo Bills offense that was as efficient an offense as you will see in football, which led to Josh Allen winning the MVP. But big-time expectations in Western New York with the Bills, who yesterday we did the 8 buckets exercise with Buffalo, which we'll continue to do later on this program. Bills 13.75. That's the expected wins based on the point spreads this upcoming season. Anything lower than 13 wins is probably going to be a disappointment in Buffalo, which has them on the inside track to potentially be the AFC number 1 seed. All right, we'll talk some NL Cy Young and 3M Open on the other side here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think listening to that soundbite spoke to me about how baseball and other sports need to be proactive here. Like, if you're the commissioner of the sport, how are you taken aback by the idea that this may be a serious problem? Because we hear stories like this. Think about the countless stories we don't hear, because this happens daily, by the way. It's not like a one-off. It's just the ones we hear about. Lucas Giolito has not been in the headlines for this until just now, but he's saying, look, it gets worse every single day. And by the way, these players can't win because from a betting perspective, look, for every guy that is betting for you, there's probably someone fading you. So no matter how you perform, guess what? You lose. Like if you're an athlete, you lose. And Rob Manfred and other commissioners, they need to be really proactive here as far as their cybersecurity in going after people who are guilty of this and putting something really punitive in place because, as Lucas was saying, you can't wait until someone gets hurt to do something. Because as empty as some of these threats may be, there are some crazy people out there. And we don't need someone finally stepping over the line and hurting an athlete before we say, oh, I guess we need to take this seriously. It's already a problem. It's been a problem for a long time now. So it's time for these leagues to step up. And I don't know how much more they can do, but whatever they can do to increase the number of people really honing in and punishing the fans, taking them to court, putting them in jail, doing whatever they need to do to slow down these threats or at least mitigate them a little bit, it needs to be done.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Thursday on the BetMGM Network. This is You Better You Bet. I am Femi Abebefe, and I'll be joined by Nick Costos in about 20 minutes at the top of the 4 o'clock hour as we'll continue our NFL win total discussion with NFL 8 buckets. But as we were discussing in the last segment, might be 7 buckets again today. Let's see if Nikki Props here has his bucket hat ready to roll for us after playing some NBA 2K last night. Not able to get it to us yesterday, but maybe he did it today. Maybe I'll be surprised, and we'll have Nick with a bucket hat. But we'll talk all things NFL win totals to begin the 4 o'clock hour. We'll have Jake Hassan and Tyler Morales join us here shortly, but I wanted to get into some NFL training camp notes before we got to some baseball and golf on the PGA Tour. We're starting to get some reports out of training camp. The reporters, and like shout out to these beat reporters, because like I've been that before, where like you're at training camp and you're trying to put content out there for the fans because everyone's really excited for football. So you're going to tweet your observations, you're going to tweet what you see, you're going to tweet what's happening. But at Pittsburgh Steelers training camp earlier this afternoon, apparently Aaron Rodgers, of course the new quarterback of the Steelers, his first training camp throw in team drills intercepted by Patrick Queen. Now, what does that mean? Absolutely nothing. It's just something that happened. Aaron Rodgers picked off in his first training camp pass. Rodgers in the open period, I believe, with the 11-on-11 team drill, according to ESPN's Brooke Pryor, went 1 for 3, including that opening play interception. But he did force the defense to jump off sides, as he usually does, playing around with the cadence. I will say this, though. In that tweet, Brooke Pryor mentions Mason Rudolph came in and went 4 for 4 with the second team. QB competition brewing? Kidding. Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback. But like these are the things that we dissect because we love football and we want it back in our lives. I'm sure there's a video out there of the interception because once you get the tweet, somebody puts the video up like 30 minutes later. But it's going to mean nothing. Like the Steelers are fine. Aaron Rodgers is fine. He doesn't throw interceptions really in the games. In fact, even in the prime of his career, some of the knock on him was that he was too risk averse. So I wouldn't expect Rodgers to be turning the ball over left and right with the Pittsburgh Steelers. At least that's not my anticipation or not my expectations heading into this NFL season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But just something to pass along that's going on right now at NFL training camp. On a more downside out of NFL training camp, the Detroit Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold, heading into his second season, left the practice today with a strained calf. Man, the Lions, I'm hoping this team is not just going to be snake bitten by injuries again on defense. I don't have a rooting interest in the Detroit Lions. I have zero bets on the Detroit Lions, but I love football and I want to see teams be healthy. And last year, we were probably robbed of what the Detroit Lions really were when they had all the injuries. Like the Hutchinson injury was one thing, but then in the second half of the season, so many injuries to where, like, I think they were down, I want to say 7 or 8 starters at one point last year in the second half of the season. It was pretty ridiculous what happened to them on the defensive side of the ball. And so far in this training camp, I mean, they lost their defensive tackle, Levi Onwuzurike, to the rest of the season with a torn ACL. And now Terrion Arnold with a strained calf. Like, we know how serious calf injuries are in the world of sports. Like, we just got done with the NBA playoffs a month ago. Like, calf injuries are not to be played with, but it sounds like the Detroit Lions plan to be cautious with Terrion Arnold before putting him back on the field. But that'd be a pretty big blow for the Detroit Lions if they do not have them at the start of this regular season. It's still early. There's still 6 weeks to go until we actually get to week 1, but just something to keep in mind with the Detroit Lions and all the injuries that they've already had. It seems like they're already off to kind of a rough start this training camp, especially on that defensive side of the ball. One more piece of news out of the world of sports. This one not in the National Football League. This one in the WNBA that I wanted to pass along. It's out of Indiana, where Fever guard Caitlin Clark underwent further medical evaluation, which confirmed that there was no additional injury to the groin or damage where that was discovered just this afternoon. So Caitlin Clark was, of course, dealing with the groin injury before the All-Star break. It's why she didn't participate in the three-point contest or in the All-Star game. And this has been a groin injury that's been bothering her all season long. I mean, she's missed about like half the season so far. Like, it's been a bad season for Caitlin Clark. But apparently, the Clark is just going to continue to rehab. And here's the big note, because this was a tweet that was sent out by the Indiana Fever. Clark will continue to rehab with the priority on her long-term health and well-being. And they went ahead and added that there's no timetable available for her return. So this could be a significant one for Clark. I mean, like, you already have the groin thing, and then you like try to see what's going on. Nothing that was revealed that it was like a further damage to the groin. But the fact that they're going to keep this one on ice and make sure that she's all the way good, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Clark until like late August, early September. Like, and it's a bummer to say because, like, she's obviously like the most exciting player in the league, one of the most exciting athletes in sports right now. But it just has not been right, whether it was the quad or now with the groin. It hasn't been her season. And hopefully the Fever can kind of keep things steady and maybe they can make the playoffs so we see Caitlin Clark in the playoffs. But this has been a bummer of a 2025. But you don't want this to be any worse and all of a sudden it turns into a sports hernia or something like that. So Caitlin Clark dealing with a groin injury, no timetable for her return for the Indiana Fever as they're playing tonight against the Las Vegas Aces at home, where at BetMGM they are currently a 1.5-point underdog, but other sports books have the Aces as a 2-point favorite. So depending on where you do your shopping, if you like Indiana, make sure to shop around. If you like the Aces, you can do it at BetMGM, laying the 1.5. All right, those are the miscellaneous news that we have across the world of sports. Let's talk some Cy Young. Let's talk a little bit of baseball, and let's do that with our baseball aficionado, Jake Hassan, who joins me right now. Jake, obviously today's slate in Major League Baseball, we got 3 games the rest of the day. It's not very good, but hey, the weekend should be a lot of fun. But I do think it's a good time to kind of take inventory about where we sit right now with the National League Cy Young race, which to me looks like a 2-horse race. But after what we saw earlier this week with Christopher Sanchez complete game against the Boston Red Sox, he is now trying to enter the chat. Over at BetMGM, you have Skeens and Wheeler like that -110, -115 range. And now Christopher Sanchez, who was about, I think, 40-1, 30-1 a few days ago, down to 14-1. Like, the production is very similar to what Wheeler is doing, but like, do you really believe the voters, the humans, will actually consider Christopher Sanchez as a legitimate NL Cy Young contender. Oh, I think we lost Jake's audio.
There we go. I fixed it.
There we are.
Technical issues in Chicago because, it'd be insane if things worked the way they're supposed to. Anyway, I digress. I think all things being equal, let me just say this first. I have Christopher Sanchez from before the season at massive prices. I've been talking about him for 4 months. This is my baby boy, and I would love for him to enter the chat. And I think he's going to be top 3, top 4, because all things being equal, you just look at the stats. You go to Fangraphs knows. And Fangraphs is telling you that Christopher Sanchez is right there with these guys. He's having an awesome year. The workload is similar. The ERA is right there. WHIP, all things being equal, we're about a fingernail's width away from in between all these guys. That's how close it is. The problem is, like you said, these are humans. We know baseball voters like to like to vote with their emotions. We know that this is a thing that happens in baseball, whether it's awards, whether it's all-stars, whether it's the Hall of Fame. Baseball writers lean into their emotions, and I think that you're going to get to the end of the year, and it's going to be Skeens, Wheeler, Sanchez. And the voters are going to look around and say, well, Wheeler's at the end of his career just about. He's got a couple more years. He's telling you that. Wheeler came out and said, yeah, I probably got about 2 years left. And he's putting up career low numbers, career low ERA, career best strikeout numbers. It's all really, really good at the age of 35. I think these voters are going to say, yeah, he's not sticking around for much longer. He's having the best year of his career. It's going to be like a Lifetime Achievement Award because they're going to say, well, Skeens is 23 years old. We got at least a decade of this guy. Sanchez is 28. We probably got at least a half decade of him. They're going to say, all right, well, let's give it to the kind of like Sale last year, It's going to be, all right, well, let's give it to the guy who's been a bridesmaid so many times, especially in the last couple of years, and let's finally give him his flowers. That's my only fear. I would love to be wrong, Femi. If Christopher Sanchez gets up there at that podium and accepts this award, on Thanksgiving night when they finally announce the awards, then I'll be doing laps. But I think, unfortunately, I think it is probably going to be Wheeler, assuming this keeps up the way that it's going right now.
Yeah, I'm almost kind of trying to envision what Christopher Sanchez would have to do to actually win this ahead of Zach Wheeler, ahead of Paul Skeens. Maybe he can only give up 6 earned runs the rest of the season. It'd have to be something insane like that. It'd have to be insane to where it's so obvious that he is the guy that they would vote him over the Paul Skeens hype machine, and then also Zach Wheeler and what he has from a pedigree standpoint. And I think what also hurts Christopher Sanchez the most is that he's on the same team as Zach Wheeler. If Christopher Sanchez was pitching for the Milwaukee Brewers, okay, I think there's something here because you can get the whole team around him and there's a whole campaign. But the Phillies are not going to campaign for Christopher Sanchez. They're not going to do that. They don't want to piss off Zach Wheeler, the guy who's been itching to win this award for 5 years now. They're going to campaign for Zach Wheeler. And I even saw on Twitter, Phillies fans were oh, Sanchez has been so good, but I really want it for Wheeler. The fans want Wheeler to win the Cy Young. They don't want Sanchez to do it. So it's unfortunate.
It's going to be a kill shot, Femi, when Sanchez comes out himself and says, no, they should give it to Zach. He's earned it. He's put a lot of time in his. It's going to send me into a state of psychosis.
He's going to come out and be like, Zach's our ace. He should be the Cy Young.
Oh, God. I can hear it now. I can hear it already.
It's how it's going to go. And because I know the price drop and everyone's excited about it, but I just you got to also factor in the human side of things. And that's where I would not make this bet. If he was on another team like Milwaukee or Cincinnati or something like that, all right, you might talk me to Christopher Sanchez being an off the beaten path kind of a guy, but not with the Philadelphia Phillies. I don't really see it happening. So the Cy Young continues, in my opinion, to be a 2-horse race between Paul Skeens and Zach Wheeler. Let's talk some 3M Open right now here as we got about 60 seconds to go until break here before we start the 4 o'clock hour. Tyler Morales, the 3M Open PGA Tour, Blaine, Minnesota. Right now, our leader, Adam Svensson. It's all happening in Blaine. Adam Svensson shot a 60, an opening round 60 at 11 under. I know you bet some guys, Max Homa in particular, who was within shouting distance here, but your early thoughts as we're about halfway through the round here at the 3M Open.
This is every jabroni tournament we talk about. Someone starts out hot. It's going to be, they're like the pace car, and then Adam Svensson's probably going to shoot even tomorrow, and then everyone's going to come back into it. Wouldn't go live betting Adam Svensson or Sam Stevens here. I would just take some shots and some guys. Max Homa, our guy, played outstanding. He just missed a couple putts. He, to me, out of everyone I saw, was one of the better golfers. So you want to live bet home, still good at 30-1. So we got a lot of golf to play.
Yeah, like 30-1, 28-1 on Max Homa. I mean, like Kurt Kitayama, who was PJ's guy, the pretty kitty. He's sitting at 20-1 right now. I mean, it's your boy. It's your boy. He's saying he's pretty kitty. I mean, I'm just passing along the news here. But that's what's happened at the 3M Open. Still a lot of golf to be played out there in Blaine. On the other side, a lot of NFL win total discussions with our guy Nick Costos, who joins us next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So I'll start things off. OKC is going to be my NBA champion for next year. They're plus 240. I like the Thunder to go back-to-back for all the reasons that I just said. Major League Baseball right now, I think the team, especially at the price, I'm going with the San Diego Padres at 29-1. I love the Padres. I liked them last year. I thought the Padres and the Dodgers were the two best teams in baseball last year. And again, from a talent standpoint, I still think San Diego is a top 3 talented team in all of baseball, especially when they're healthy. Right now, their starting pitching is a little banged up. No Michael Kim, no Yu Darvish. Jackson Merrill is banged up as well. But man, when they're healthy with that lineup and that pitching staff, and what I love about San Diego is their general manager, A.J. Preller. He's the kind of guy you want to bet on when you have a futures ticket because he's not looking long term. He's looking to win right now, and he always makes moves at the deadline to try and improve his team. If King can come back healthy and Darvish, you get those two to go along with Cease, and then that lineup that San Diego can put out there, we know that they don't fear the Dodgers, and they hate the Dodgers, and they want to beat them. Love the price on San Diego at 20-9. The reason the price is so good is because they're fighting for the NL wild card, but I'll take the Padres. Give me the Dallas Stars in the NHL at plus 850. The Stars are the kind of team that I'm always looking to bet on in the NHL market because usually the Stanley Cup kind of goes in waves. I know we've had some years where it was a different winner every other year, but you think back to the past 15, 20 years, right? Penguins went on their run, then the Kings went on their run, then the Blackhawks went on their run, then Tampa Bay was in the finals just about every year, and now here comes Florida, right? All these teams kind of have their mini little dynasty runs where they dominate for 2 or 3 years, but there's always a team that kind of sneaks in there and win it, whether it's the Caps, whether it was the Blues a couple years ago, and Dallas has been knocking on the door for years, and they finally got rid of their head coach this offseason, Peter DeBoer. Got rid of him, a guy who's been great in the regular season but can't figure it out in the postseason. We'll see who they end up hiring, but I like Dallas plus 850. That team's good enough to win it all. Just need to get the right head coach. And then in the NFL, I think this is going to be the years that the Buffalo Bills finally do it. I really don't like anybody in the NFC. The Eagles, you could argue, are still the most talented team in the NFL, no question. We know how hard it is to repeat, though. in the NFL. Don't know if they're going to do that. The Lions, I expect to take a step back. I'm not quite there with San Francisco yet. Green Bay, I don't think is going to be there. Maybe the Rams, but man, they're just like a couple injuries away from really falling apart. I really think it's kind of the Eagles or nobody else in the NFC. In the AFC, it feels like it's the same three as it always is, right? It's either Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore. I mean, Kansas City's been to the Super Bowl 3 straight times. I don't know if they can get back there for a fourth. The Ravens, you guys know how I feel about them. So I'm just going with the Bills at plus 700. I think this is finally the year that the Bills get it done. So give me Thunder, Padres, Stars, Bills as my 4-leg championship parlay.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
A show so entertaining, so informative, and so sensational, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
The show kicks ass. And there could be people out there that disagree. They're welcome to their incorrect opinions.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
The off season is over. And it's now time for football. 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 Wait, hold on, everybody. Femi, hold on. Did you know that the Nets picked Yegor Demin in the first round of the NBA draft?
This is You Better You Bet. Brought to you by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. On the BetMGM Network.
All right, we'll do like the actual intro for the show in a moment, but Femi has to join me right now before we get to 8 buckets in a little bit. Femi,
I love that.
We got to give Bill some credit, right?
We do.
He said yesterday on the show, I might even have something for you. Well, to be fair, I was about to give Bill credit. I might not now. Because he did say yesterday, I might have something for you later in the show, which was never going to happen because during the show, Bill's listening to other radio shows and doing his work for Bears Banter. So that was never going to happen. But he did get it for today. It's a great job by Bill Zimmerman, Femi.
I love it. I love it. And it plays into the audience, and it rewards you for the people who listened yesterday to the rant at the top of the show, and it goes right into that. I love it. 10 out of 10 for me. I enjoyed the entire thing. I want to keep leaning into the Brooklyn Nets. Like, it's You Better You Bet's team. It's our team.
Honestly, like, I like them way more. I don't think they're going to be good. I like them over the win total this year. I do. Give me a Brooklyn Nets take.
I think they're going to be dreadful. I think that they're too young. I'm not a Michael Porter Jr. fan. He went to high school in Seattle, Washington, at least his senior year. Shout out to him. But I'm not a fan of his. He's not going to defend. I don't think the team is going to defend. Jordi Fernandez, apparently he's a great coach. Unfortunately, the cupboard is bare. Like, young teams don't win in the NBA, especially young teams that don't defend. So I'm out on the Brooklyn Nets. Like, the win total's basement low. I wouldn't bet the over still with it being that low.
I'm trying to decide if the Brooklyn Nets, I think the bit is bad.
No, I love it.
I think it's, no, I mean, but just like at what point are people just like we don't care? Like, it's funny, but like, but no one cares though. Like, the bit needs it has to die now until basketball season's back.
I'll say the bit cannot exist in September. It can in September. It cannot.
Oh, you don't think we should be doing like Danny Seraf's? Like how he's looking at training camp as opposed to like week 2 in the National Football League. Yeah. Like, who needs like Commanders Packers Thursday Night Football week 2? Should we discuss that? Or should we talk about Danny Wolf's passing out of the low post?
I hear he's having a good training camp.
Like, Cam Thomas is calling out members of the media. Should we spend some time on that? We could do that.
Yeah, that did happen when we were gone.
It did happen. Listen, we're not. Yeah. We're not.
Yeah,
doing
we don't
this.
have to. No, we don't have to get into that. But
I can't even believe I just said Cam Thomas getting into it with them. No one cares. But that's a great job by Bill Zimmerman. So, Femi, my last question for now, and then I will do the intro for the show. When do you let's say that we, and really me, we do not apply pressure on Bill here. When is the next time there will be different sound in the open of the show?
I think it'll be tomorrow, and then the real test will come Monday. Yeah, I think tomorrow.
Oh,
will happen,
okay.
Yeah, because the pressure is being applied right now because we keep talking about it.
Well, we
But
haven't
Monday's
applied
the
it
real test.
directly yet. Because
Not
if tomorrow, 24 hours from now, if it's the same open as today, like I don't really know if we could say boo about it. You'd be like, hey, like it would have been nice to have this here. But like Monday, absolutely. We should really have something new every day, right?
I think there's been enough over the last 2 days from 8 buckets that like he'll have something new for tomorrow. Monday, though, when we have 2 days, everyone goes for the weekend and we come back. That's the real test, in my opinion. Like, will there be something fresh on Monday? And that to be determined.
All right, Tyler Morales is with us. So Tyler has been on the show since day one, and Tyler produces some other shows, some other Wagertainment on the BetMGM network. Tyler, do you think that Bill should change the open every day from now until the end of football season? Like he doesn't have to, when we're in like next May, I don't think he has to do it every day. But from now until the end of football season, should the open have new content in it?
I don't think so. I think you can just do a change. We used to do it for like once. You change it once a week, maybe once every 2 days. I don't think I think that's a lot. Every day is a lot.
Yeah, because you know what? Actually, you know what? Just take me solo here, please. Thank you, everybody. I just gotta, just take me, because this, you know what? This is the problem with society, because no one wants to be great. Everybody just wants to be lazy. No, it's fine. We'll change it once a week. No big deal. Once a week. Why make it good 5 days a week when it could be good 1 day a week? Right? We choose 1 instead of 5. Why would we want it to be great every day? I tell you, this is the problem with people. It's the problem with Tyler. It's the problem with Bill. It's the problem with Jake. It's the problem with Downtown Mike Brown. It's the problem with Femi. It's not the problem with Femi. It's the problem with Addie. It's not the problem with Addie. She hasn't worked on the show long enough. And actually, I love all these people. They're all great. And I mean that, actually. People often have asked me, like, hey, how do you feel about the show? I'm like, the show's awesome, man. Everyone's killing it. I mean that. Everybody's doing an awesome job. But I mean, can we get the goddamn open different every single? Now I'm demanding it. Tyler was supposed to come on. I was, you know who I was? I was Yegor Demon. I needed Tyler to be Daddy Clax. Here's an alley-oop. Dunk that son of a bitch home. Tyler bricked it. No, only once a week. No problem. It's football season. Here's a new open once a week. When we can make it 5 days a week. Tyler is just, people can't see, but Tyler had his camera on the duration of that time in what we call Q. Tyler has now turned off his camera. I would assume in shame. He should
gotta leave room for improvement.
Where's Bill in all of this? Bill hasn't even typed in the chat. Is Bill here?
He said the bit's going to end soon. He said that. Yeah,
okay, Bill's here. Bill, can we get you on the air for a moment, please? Hey, Bill.
Hello, Nick.
What do you think about everything?
I love every option. I love everything you suggest, Nick.
So what do you? So out of those options, which do you?
Big bleep you.
Those options, which do you think is the best one?
We are
see the problem is that Bill knows I love and respect him, so it's like I'm not gonna hammer Bill because Bill does a great job. But yeah, so Bill, what do you think?
Yeah, we're going to keep that open fresh. We're going to keep. I don't know if it's going to be every day. It'll be close to every day. See, the issue is there are certain.
Let's everyone get your pen and paper out and get ready to write down this excuse that's coming here. Let's hear this.
There are certain restrictions about on-air production work, and it has to go through certain channels for opens.
Oh, what?
So
is that true?
Russ has to update the open.
Why can't you? And I mean, and I'm not you are. I've worked with you. You are more than capable of doing that. Why do you need Russ to do it? You can do it.
Because I was told that Russ needs to make the opens.
Who said that to you?
It was Andrew. He says we put all the production through Russ for opens. He's fine if I do like segment opens, but like the show opens have to go through Russ.
So I'm gonna create a scenario.
So
let's say that's actually a great scenario is to call PJ.
I'm gonna end up putting out the schedule now, aren't I?
Yes. I won't. No, we won't let that happen. So let's just say LeBron retires. right? And Russ is, I don't know, he's cavorting in Bermuda for a few days. He's on vacation.
Good for
and
Russ.
we've got some banger sound to be put in the open. But Russ is sipping on a daiquiri with an umbrella in it by the pool, soaking in the sun. Do we not get an open? What happens?
That would be an actual problem because I don't even have the audio session if we get into the nerd stuff, like the multi-track where you need to flip stuff out. So yeah, I wouldn't have the ability if Russ wasn't here to update it.
I love how it's being protected like the Epstein files. Like, can we get the multi-track here? I don't understand.
I know.
Maybe
we'll work on this for
security.
football season.
But like the multi-track. I mean, God, I could have it on I could do it myself. I won't.
There's checks and balances, man. Yeah, we can't give free reign out here.
So just like here are these hurdles. Like, why are they there? Well, there's no good reason for them. Bill, the Open is great today. You do it. Yeah, I guess that's true, right? Should we go rogue?
No, I like my checks.
Yeah, I also like my check.
Checks are good. Every 2 weeks.
Checks are money's good. Money is good. Thank you very much, Bill. Great job with the Open. Always great to have Bill Zimmerman on the show. It is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. We're on. I don't even want to do the whole thing. Odyssey, Sirius XM, YouTube, Twitch, NBC, fastest show in all of Wagertainment, presented by BetMGM, Onward, and etc. Okay, we do have an amazing show coming up. Lots of news from NFL training camp. Justin Fields and the Jets. Bill wrote in our chat exactly what's about to happen. Like, as soon as I get through the intro here. We got lots of NFL training camp news. 8 buckets will continue. Our expansive NFL win total preview will continue. You know what? I think I'm going to do the Jets here, and we'll save. I do want to talk about Hulk Hogan, who passed away today. Maybe I'll do that on the other side. So yesterday we did the Giants, we did the Bills, we did the Bears, and we did the Ravens. We'll see what fate, a.k.a. the bucket of bets, has in store for us, which is a salad bowl. It's a salad bowl of bets. What that has in store for us today, we're excited to talk more National Football League on the program. And, of course, all our bets for tonight are coming up in the final hour, the Power Hour, the NBC Sports Now hour of the show, as we kind of look to keep it rolling here. I told everybody yesterday, the Blue Jays are going to win, going to beat the Yankees, because the Blue Jays always play well against the Yankees this season at least, and the Yankees are fundamentally a terrible team. And then the Yankees had the worst game on defense since when the Dolphins laid 70 points on the Broncos a couple years ago in Sean Payton's first year. Kicking the ball all over the yard, looking like a little league team. What a surprise. What a surprise that this happens to the New York Yankees. It happens every year because they keep trotting out Supreme Court Justice Cashman and Supreme Court Justice Boone. They have the job until they're dead, apparently, and the Yankees won't win a World Series, and I'm not wishing death, but I don't think the Yankees will win a World Series until there is new leadership in place. Okay, the thing I want to hit now in the Open, and then we'll do some other stuff and get into 8 buckets on the other side. I just need to go through the timeline of events today as it concerns Justin Fields and the New York Jets. So I'm on Twitter this morning, and one of my old coworkers at Sirius XM NFL Radio, awesome guy, I think he does work for Fox Sports now, Ralph Acciano, tweets that Justin Fields is getting carted off the field, and I retweeted it. And I'm like, okay, this is something that I think I was, going to go, for a walk or something. I need to monitor this, right? Like, maybe this is something big, maybe it's something small, who knows? So I think Ralph was the first person that had it. And over the course of the next, you know how this works on social media, over the course of the next, couple minutes of real time, every single Jets writer is tweeting it. There was even one, I forget who it is, and I don't mean this badly, I would do the same thing, but had a breaking, all in caps, Justin Fields carted off, which is obviously like you want social engagement. I would do the same thing. It's not a criticism. But obviously when you see it like that, it's like, breaking. Like the aliens are here. Like, Jesus has returned to earth. Justin Fields has rode off practice in a cart. Breaking. And everyone starts melting down. And Jets fans that I follow on Twitter, Jets fans in my life, people I grew up with, friends of mine, etc., family members, not my actual family members, but in-laws, all my family like the Giants, are oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. We have the worst luck ever. Season's over already. And as this is all happening, I can't believe what I'm reading. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I can't believe what I'm hearing. The idea that the season's over because Justin Fields might be out is the height of insanity. Like, have we forgotten this incontrovertible truth? Justin Fields stinks. He's not good. The win total for the team is not high. 6.5? Oh my God, the starting quarterback of the team with a 6.5 win total's out. You would think this was like Lamar Jackson got carded off. Patrick Mahomes got carded off. Caleb Williams got carded. Like, it's Justin Fields. Are we really doing this? We're really losing our collective minds over Justin Fields? And I'm not rooting for injury. I'm glad he's fine. I'm glad that he's day-to-day. I don't root against him. I want him to play this year. But really? We're going to melt down over Justin Fields? Do people know that the backup quarterback is no longer Zach Wilson? It's Tyrod Taylor. I would make the case that if Justin Fields today were declared out for the year and Tyrod Taylor were going to be the Jets starting quarterback, the win total would move 0.0%. And if it moved towards the under, I'd consider betting the over. Because while Justin Fields' ceiling is absolutely higher than Tyrod Taylor's, Tyrod's floor is definitely higher than Justin Fields. Like, Fields is a better athlete at this point in Tyrod's career in his advanced age. Like, Fields can run for over 1,000 yards. Is there any question who's a better thrower of the football? It's Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod started a playoff game. And we're doing this with Justin Fields? Like the Jets are going to go 12-5 this year, contend for a Super Bowl? He's not going to be the starting quarterback next year for the team. Season's over. I got news for you. Season's already over, and it hasn't even started yet. On the other side, 8 buckets here on a Thursday. You better you bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Justin Fields is not worth much to the point spread. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. You know, I have this list of quarterbacks and their backups. And let's take Buffalo, for example. Josh Allen to Mitch Trubisky is a 6.5 point drop off. That's the mathematical change. So if the Bills are a 13-point home favorite and Josh Allen isn't playing, say he rolls his ankle on Thursday and doesn't play, that line is going to come down to a number around 7, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the drop-off is between Fields and Taylor?
Not much.
1.
Boy,
1.
Yeah, my first thought was 2, and I'm like, that's probably too much. Yeah. I don't know that there's a difference myself.
Look, I
It's
hope he's
minimal.
okay. This is not diminishing the injury, but when people say, "Oh, well, he's got to be worth a couple points," he's not.
No.
He's not.
No.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, 8 Buckets is coming up in just a little bit here. All our bets for tonight at the end of the show. I got a baseball bet. Your Femi's got some baseball bets. Perhaps a WNBA bet as well. College football content going to be kicking off for us big time next week on the show. Not just guests, but Femi and I will be rolling out some college football betting stuff. Our thoughts on the Power 4 conferences, Group of 5, Heisman, National Championship. It is truly a great time of year in the world of sports. And how about a week from today? Seriously, 1 week from today. The event that all of us have been waiting for since the Super Bowl ended. The Major League Baseball trade deadline. And also the first NFL preseason game. The first NFL game is next Thursday. The trade deadline is next Thursday as well. A banger week coming up next week on You Better You Bet. We'll get to 8 Buckets coming up in a moment, but I did want to spend a few minutes talking about the passing today because it's a cultural event and a sports event. Was on the cover of Sports Illustrated in the 80s. Like literally everybody knows who he is. The passing earlier today, a couple hours ago, of pro wrestling legend Terry Bollea, better known, of course, to you and yours as Hulk Hogan, passing away today due to cardiac arrest at the young age of 71. And it's just, just as an aside, when you're young, and I guess like some people would say like I'm still young at 42, but when I was younger, I felt like 71, man, you're freaking ancient. Like you're in the dirt, man, if you're 71. And as you get older, you realize like 71's young. Like you should not be dying at the age of 71. Like you are gone too soon at the age of 71. Now that I'm sure there are people listening and watching live or perhaps after the fact in podcast form that would say, well, it's not too soon for this particular guy because a lot of people did not like Hulk Hogan. And to be fair, there are lots of reasons for people objectively to not like Hulk Hogan. Credible, substantiated claims of racism that he copped to. And he's been basically getting booed at every WWE event since then, whenever he's come back. This is not a political show, and I'm not going to give a political opinion here, but, he spoke in favor of now President Donald Trump at the Republican National Convention last year. And there are some people listening and watching that will love that, but there are some people listening and watching that will hate that, and it is their right to do so. Some really awful things in his family, and I am not trying to pile on a man who just lost his life. That's not the point of this. The point is to provide context, right? A lot of people did not like him. A lot of people really did not like him and are kind of celebrating the fact that he died. I'm not going to do that here. I offer that to now offer this. I didn't know him. I'm not going to make comments about stuff I don't know about. The stuff that has been reported is obviously awful and terrible, and nothing more needs to be said about it because it's all really obvious. But what I will say, and I'll speak for a lot of people of a certain age, and you don't have to be around my age, but it helps to probably be around my age. I was born in 1983, WrestleMania 1, 1984. I literally, not figuratively, literally grew up with Hulk Hogan, like a lot of other people did. I am 42 years old. I am a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Now, I don't watch every show every week the way that I used to, but I know what's happening every week in WWE. I know what's happening in AEW. I even pay a little bit of attention to New Japan Pro Wrestling. Like, I'm a wrestling fan. I don't have the time, again, to invest in it that I used to, but I love pro wrestling. And it has been a pretty big part of my life. It's been one of my favorite things my entire life. I've traveled to multiple WrestleManias. I've watched countless hours of WWE and other professional wrestling throughout my life. And it is fair to say and accurate to say that without Hulk Hogan, none of this may be a reality. If Hulk Hogan is not Hulk Hogan and isn't the first ever crossover star, and isn't the biggest star in the history of professional wrestling, which he was and remains to this day. And some people will argue Stone Cold Steve Austin, and he's obviously a really great choice as well. Hogan, without him, none of this exists. Vince McMahon doesn't exist, and obviously people have their opinions on him, right, wrong, or indifferent. WrestleMania doesn't become what it is. WWE doesn't become what it is. And pro wrestling does not become what it is. And a lot of people, whether you like or don't like professional wrestling, a lot of people would not have something in their lives that they really love. One of the greatest performers of all time. One of the greatest baby faces of all time. Say your prayers. Take your vitamins. This is not just a catchphrase. This is something that a lot of kids, I grew up with Hogan. A lot of kids felt that way and took vitamins and said prayers because of the Hulkster. That's just a fact. Charisma off the charts. Don't believe me? Go on Peacock, where we'll be later in the show today, and go back and watch Hogan in these early WrestleManias. Forget about the early ones. We'll get to some of the later ones in a second. The crowd reactions that he would receive would dwarf the reaction of anybody else that came out. He was the biggest star by far, and he put on his massive back and the legendary 24-inch pythons professional wrestling as one of the greatest baby faces ever. Now think about this. In addition to that, how many times in life do you have someone, and you could even put this in terms, and I'm not a big movie guy, I don't have the answer to this question, or even like in music, where you have an actor who is equally adept at playing the dastardly villain as he is playing, the super nice good guy, or the musician that is equally adept at guitar as he or she is at singing, for example. Being able to master both sides, both roles potentially. Master them. Not be great at one, good at the other, master of one, okay at the other. Legendary at both. Hulk Hogan is not only one of the great baby faces of all time, he is also one of the greatest heels, bad guys of all time. And his heel turn in 1996 at Bash at the Beach, turning heel and starting the NWO with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, is still, to this day, in 2025, the gold standard of heels and shocks in an industry that is designed to shock. Even just go back a few months ago, in this year, 2025, John Cena turns heel in February. It's been the most hotly anticipated heel turn since Hulk Hogan turned in 1996. And it fell flat. And you might say, on its own merit, that it was pretty good. But when you compare it to 96, it's not even close. And that is an objective, that is not my subjective opinion. That is objective. One is way better than the other. And one, I believe, will always be the gold standard in professional wrestling. So one of the great baby faces and one of the great heels. One of the greatest on the mic of all time, both as a baby face and a heel. And while there are some that will say, well, Hulk couldn't work meaning he couldn't wrestle. His matches weren't great. It's true that we now live in an era where, let's take Roman Reigns, for instance, right? It was like you could say he's like the Hulk Hogan of present day. He's 500 times the wrestler that Hogan was. Hogan did like 4 moves. It was very formulaic. It was a different time. And I'm not defending. He was not a great wrestler. He was not even close to being great. Like the most average wrestler today is a better wrestler than Hulk Hogan was when he was main eventing and selling out WrestleManias. So it's true. He might not have been the greatest wrestler ever. But he still participated in some of the most legendary matches objectively of all time. WrestleMania 1 tag team main event. WrestleMania 3, body slamming Andre the Giant in front of 95,000 at the Pontiac Silverdome. A legendary moment. Beating Randy Savage in the main event of WrestleMania 5. Passing the torch to the Ultimate Warrior in Toronto. Champion versus champion at WrestleMania 6. An objectively good match. His match against Vince McMahon when he returns to WWE, which is one of the most hilarious matches of all time if you go back and watch it. It is a spectacle in the best possible way. And also, what is arguably, I would actually say it's inarguably, the greatest match in the history of professional wrestling, WrestleMania 18 in Toronto against The Rock, where Hogan enters that match as the heel, Rock is the face, and the Toronto crowd says, we grew up watching WWF at the time. We don't want to boo Hulk Hogan. We don't care about The Rock. The crowd cheered so hard for Hulk Hogan at the start of that match that Hogan and Rock both knew in that moment and were able to communicate without words that they needed to flip it and Hogan be the babyface and Rock be the heel. And people will poo-poo this and say wrestling's stupid and wrestling's fake and it's dumb and why do you like this? This is one of the great social experiments of all time. And watching two people work a crowd, work people that know it's predetermined, like me, where you lose kind of that your disbelief is suspended for a minute. And in that moment, it is real to you. In that moment, it's a real sporting event, and you don't know what's going to happen, and you're invested. And in those moments, professional wrestling becomes Shakespeare. And in that moment, pro wrestling was Shakespeare. And Hulk Hogan and The Rock were Shakespeare. It's the greatest pro wrestling match ever. And all your favorite wrestlers, from Cody Rhodes on, will all say it, that that's the greatest wrestling match ever. And Hulk Hogan, whether you like him or hate him, and I'm not here to tell you whether you should like him or hate him. If you hate him, I'm not going to judge you. I understand. The greatest professional wrestler ever, dead today at the age of 71. Thank you for all the contributions. Rest in peace. And some would probably say rest in something different, which is one of things that Femi says that I always really laugh at. And just wanted to, there you go. You bet on this Thursday. Femi, I don't know. You're not a big wrestling fan, so I don't know if you have anything on Hulk Hogan, or we can just get to the 8 buckets.
No, I will say this because I didn't grow up with Hulk Hogan like how you did. It was more on the tail end, like the NWO and everything like that. When I got into wrestling, I was more of like the WWF Attitude Era, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock. But as you said perfectly, that doesn't exist if not for what Hulk Hogan did. But I will say this: earlier this year, I think it was after night 1 of WrestleMania, I was watching it with my wife, and I was kind of telling her a little bit about some the wrestling history and stuff. And I actually showed her the Bash at the Beach Outsiders tag team match or whatever, give her the story of hey, Hulk Hogan, and this is one of the great heel turns you'll ever see. And my wife could not care less about wrestling. And she was actually captivated by it because it was so good, and the fans and everybody getting so angry at the heel turn and throwing stuff in the ring. And as you mentioned, like people might say it's wrestling, it's fake or whatever, but wrestling, it makes you feel. Just like how the TV show you might love, it makes you feel. Like wrestling makes you feel. Like not in the same way that sports does, because that's real action, that's like live sports and stuff, but like it makes you feel like any other entertainment vehicle. So like that's why people are so into this stuff. And like he is an icon in pro wrestling. And as you mentioned, like there's obviously the other stuff that we don't have to get into because it's pretty obvious. But like, yeah, like Hulk Hogan, none of what we loved or none of what I loved growing up is possible without what he did early on in WWF and then going into the WCW and coming back to WWE towards the end of it.
You like the racist stuff is deplorable. Do you dislike him? I dislike him for it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like,
yeah, he's
one of those least likable things ever. Yeah, exactly.
He's it's kind of like I don't want to say it's like the elephants in the Bill actually wrote something in our chat, and I won't say who it's attributed to. It's a current professional wrestler said this, and it's not like an incendiary quote, but whatever. People basically hated Terry Bollea, the real like the man, but Hulk Hogan, the character, is what people loved. Yeah, I think is that fair?
100% fair. 100% fair. Yeah, people grew up with him, like they loved the character, but then once we actually started to like realize who he is, it's like, yeah, this person is like very low in how you a very low person. I think is a good way to put it.
And like the stuff with like, I mean, the stuff with his family and like his son is just, and like people can look it up for themselves, and like it's not like he's not like sexually abusing kid. Like I'm not trying to make it like, but like it's like really, it's not great. It really is not. But one of the great professional wrestlers of all time. I want to close the segment with this. It's a little let's talk some bowel. I have NFL Live just on the screen here. I just turned to it just because I have sports on the TV during the show. Yep. And I paused it. And it's the Eagles' projected defensive depth chart. Here is the Eagles' projected secondary to start the year. So Quinyon Mitchell at one corner slot, Cooper DeJean at another, right? So that's really awesome, right? Healy Ringo, Reed Blankenship, Sidney Brown.
Wow. Not exactly the no-fly zone.
I'm just saying, man. I think they'll make some kind of move. Howie will make some type of move. If this is what they enter the year with, I think Dak's throwing for 300 plus on Thursday night in week 1.
Man,
the secondary's not good.
It's not. But their defensive line is still pretty good. And if those guys get home, and the Cowboys' offensive line's a little bit young, but if they give Dak time, Pickens, Lamb, it's go time. Cowboys are live. I think the over is even better.
Love that. Femi has the salad bowl ready, the bucket. We will find out what fate has in store for us. 8 buckets returns on the other side. You better you bet. BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The Packers, maybe Jordan Love's the real deal. Maybe Jordan Love's the quarterback that we saw 2 years ago, the final 10 games of the season, and then in that playoff game in Dallas. Or maybe he's the guy that we saw last year. I think he's going to be good this year. I think he's worth a sprinkle at 28-1 to win the MVP with that offense, with Matthew Golden being a slot guy that could take the top off the defense, Jaden Reed, Romeo Doubs. Looks like Christian Watson might be back before people thought, even maybe like around like week 10. I think Green Bay could be really good as long as Jordan Love doesn't throw a ton of picks. That's always the concern. I mean, even the last year at Utah State when he led the FBS in picks. Rams could win the Super Bowl, or they could just be the team that we hype up, and then Stafford dies week 1. Everybody gets hurt. Pook is going to be awesome. Kyron Williams is going to be awesome. I'm with you on that defense, too, and I thought that was going to be their issue last year, but they just hit on the draft. Verse is a stud, and McVay's such a good coach. 49ers could be back, or McCaffrey could be done. They don't have a Ricky Pearsall could be solid this year, but I don't know who else they're going to have as far as wide receivers if Juwan Jennings doesn't get a deal done or just accept the fact that they're not going to pay him like a number 1 wide receiver since they just gave money to Brandon Ayuk, who's probably not going to be healthy anytime soon. I'm with you. I think the Bucs probably take a step back this year because I like Atlanta.
I do too.
I like Penix a lot. He can make every single throw. Bijan might win Offensive Player of the Year. I still think that's like 11-1. I like him, and I like Jahmyr Gibbs in that market.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, my friends, are you ready? Some 8 buckets.
Do we want to do the explainer before we get to the 8 buckets, or?
Yeah, we can do it.
So, folks might be parachuting in.
You know what? I don't even want to. Tyler edited it, right? Tyler,
I believe so. Yeah, edit it and then send it to Jake. Yeah.
It's really poorly edited. Well,
the head.
Just like listen to how it starts. So, okay, Jake, play the first couple seconds and then stop it. We're gonna do I don't want to take a ton of time here, but go ahead.
Yeah, playing 8 buckets. So Nick and I have bucket
hats on.
Okay, so
right there. Why is in it? Why doesn't it start with 8 buckets?
Yeah, we're playing 8 buckets.
Tyler's one of my favorite people in life. Period. So be a little critical. Just Femi, do people want to be great or no?
It's not as bad as that. What was it? A hockey play or what was the clip that we played like 6 months ago that was just horrendous and it had like the ad read in. Like it's not that
that's like
bad.
that's not Tyler. That's something like that. That's actually
Tyler.
that's much like what Tyler's actual job is. Like he's great at.
Yes.
And he's also like he's also like a great hang. Like he's great we love hanging out with Tyler. The person that cut that, like that's that person's job to do that. Like that person actually, in all sincerity, like that person should not have a job. They should be fired.
It's like brought to you by the Rochester Ford. Like it's like, what is going on?
Like I'll do like if I, you know what I would say to that person if I could, I would say, "Screw you, you're fired."
No chance. What you got?
Yeah, so this is poorly edited. It should start with, it's fine. It's, you know what my problem is? You know what my problem is, Femi? It's I care too much.
So it's mid, is what you're saying.
I don't know if it's, well, it's just not perfect.
I mean, usually, the spectrum is perfect, mid, or trash. I mean, there's no nuance anymore.
But what would you say it is?
I would say it's perfect in all its imperfections.
I think I made it like an entirely new crew on the show.
My next question is,
I don't know what to say.
My next question is, where's your bucket hat? What happened with
well, same place it was the last 2 days.
We're setting odds in the first hour. I said minus 150, it's 7 buckets, plus 125, 8 buckets. Looks like the minus 150 cashed.
I have a bucket hat, but it's not the 8 buckets bucket hat. I can go get it and wear it next segment.
Yeah. What color is it? Is it like a neutral color, or is it fun? Oh, beige.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah. Beige.
Yeah, I'm in.
Oh, okay. Trying to think of like you were like a kid on Christmas just now, like when I got Super Nintendo when I was 7. Oh, beige.
Well, I was expecting like black or navy blue, since like those are like usual bucket hat colors, and I was like, oh, beige. All right, a little bit of a curveball.
Oh, beige. Yeah, big beige guy, Nick Costos.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Jake. Play the poorly edited explanation, please.
That's 2 buckets. We have the bucket of bets right here. That's 3 buckets. We will draw a team out of the bucket, an NFL team. Whoever we draw, we will go through every game on their schedule, all 17. And when we go through each individual game, we will ask ourselves what the point spread will be in that game. And based on our consensus answer, we will then put that game into one of 5 buckets of games. Blowout win and blowout loss, if the spread is 7 or more in each direction. Likely win and likely loss, if the spread is between 3 and 6.5 in each direction. And then toss-up games, which the spread is less than 3. So, one team by 1, the other team by 2.5. These are toss-ups. And why does each bucket matter? Because depending on what bucket a game goes in, that's how many wins you get. So if it's a blowout win, you get a full win for that. If it's a likely win, toss-up, likely loss, any of the other ones, you get less than a full win to varying degrees. So we go through every game, we add them up, add up all the games and all the buckets, and it gives us a number. Then we compare that number to the number in the market for the win total. And it's sort of one way of many, many ways that you can think about NFL win totals.
I don't think I want to play it again.
You think the people got it? Maybe tomorrow.
I think you should do it.
Or a refresher on Monday. I think we should. No, I think if you don't want to play it, I think you should do it. You should do the explanation if you don't want to play it.
Okay, let's see how how the bit in the power hour goes with you today, and then we'll figure it out.
All right.
Let's reach into the salad bowl of bets, please.
Salad bowl of bets gives us the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, I love this.
That's our first edition today. Carolina Panthers for 8 buckets.
Okay, and the Panthers Twitter account has been tweeting lots of Ted McMillan hype videos today.
Ooh, T-Mac.
The first round wide receiver. I don't know if we've talked about it really on the air. I have a pretty strong Panthers take that I'll give out at the end of this year. I'm curious where you'll come out on this with the Carolina Panthers. Okay, so we know this because we did Jacksonville already. The week 1
Well,
point
you want to give
spread
it the win
Carolina.
total first.
Oh, please.
You do the win
yes,
total.
go ahead.
Yeah, which is it's juiced to the over. It's over 6.5 minus 145. The under is plus 120. So I think there's actually been a little bit of optimism here on Carolina, because I want to say this was like 6.5, like minus 110 each way or so when the win totals first opened up, but now it's minus 145. So people seem to be a little bit bullish on Carolina to at least go over the 6.5 number.
And to be fair, Bryce Young played pretty well down the stretch, and even in a couple games the Panthers didn't win, like took the Chiefs to overtime. I think that who had the dropped pass against the Eagles? Xavier Legette at the end of the game.
It was Legette. Yep.
Like a terrible drop at the end of that game where maybe Carolina beats the Eagles in that game.
Might beat them, yeah.
So they did play pretty well down the stretch. Year 2 with Dave Canales as the coach, and of course, I would be remiss if I did not say a big time shout out to current, still friend of the show, former You Better You Bet guest, the great Dr. Eric Eager, a member of the Carolina Panthers front office. And how cool is that? Used to come on You Better You Bet every week, now a member of the Carolina Panthers front office. Okay, yeah, one of the best. All right, so we know toss-up for Carolina week 1 on the road at Jacksonville in the 90s expansion bowl to kick off the year.
There we go. Back to 1994. So 0.5 to the Panthers.
95, I believe.
I always screw that up. Yeah, 95 was the first year, yeah.
Well, 94 is the 75th anniversary of the league. 94 is expansion. 96, they both go to the championship game in year 2.
Yep. I try to forget the divisional round that year.
Oh, you mean when Kerry Collins beat your Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, when Lamar Lathon injured Michael Irvin, the Cowboys offense couldn't do anything. Fun times as a kid.
Fun times. Okay.
Fun times.
Week 2. On the road at the Arizona Cardinals.
This is likely loss. I don't think it's blowout. I think it's just likely.
No, definitely not 7. I think closer to 3 than 7, but more than 3.
Yeah. Yeah, because Cardinals, there's a lot of optimism around the Cardinals. Their win total is 8.5. It might even be juiced to the over. But yeah, likely loss for Carolina here.
Likely loss. Home Falcons. Toss up.
Yeah, toss up.
Okay. At the Patriots.
Is it toss up? I mean, Patriots are seen as a better team than Jacksonville. Like, it's a full win total higher, but it might just be 3. I don't know if it's 3.5.
Patriots have more home field too. I think it is more than 3.
It might be likely. Yeah. I mean, the Patriots win total might be 9 by the time we get to September. Like, people are betting them. So, all right, likely loss.
In the highly awaited Super Bowl 38 rematch that the world's been waiting for.
Mm-hmm. Great game, 5, that Super Bowl 38.
It was. Shout out to Mushin Muhammad, had like an 80-yard touchdown catch in that Super Bowl. Ricky Prohl caught a touchdown in that Super Bowl.
As he always did before Adam Vinatieri won the game. Yep.
Yeah, well, and then he also had a huge touchdown catch for the Rams in '99. Anyway,
it was the one that was right before.
Okay.
Ricky Prohl.
We'll move on to week 5. Home Miami toss up pretty easily, right? Week 6, home against your Dallas Cowboys.
That is it? I mean, yeah, the Cowboys. Well, the Cowboys have been getting bet a little bit, but
Dallas is not -3 on the road in Carolina, at least to start the year.
I mean, I'll probably lay it honestly, but
Dallas.
Yeah, I'd lay it.
Yeah, I agree.
I
agree.
Yeah. But that's probably where they're rated. No, yeah, it's 6.5, and it's to the over. Yeah.
They're rated. Awesome. The Cowboys are rated similarly to Miami. It's not the same thing because Miami plays in a worse division, but I don't think it can be 3.
No. Let's hope that's the case when we get there. Toss up.
Okay. At the Jets. Toss up.
Toss up.
Okay. Home Buffalo.
I think we had this as a blowout, right? Yeah.
Blowout. Yep. At Green Bay.
Blowout.
I agree. Home New Orleans.
Toss up.
Like they're
you think likely win?
Yeah.
You think likely win?
Yes.
I'd bet New Orleans. I would.
But what do you think the spread would be?
I mean, I don't think it's a blow. I don't think this is like likely win because New Orleans' win total is 5.5. New Orleans is 5.5. They're 6.5. I know it's juiced to the over, but it's a division game. Like, do you think that this is 3.5? Like, I mean,
I do.
I guess maybe I might be putting my own opinion into this one, how I feel about Carolina.
Well, I mean, I am too. That's okay.
But like, I just make it 3.5.
Carolina at home against like Tyler Shuck or Spencer Rattler, I think is going to be more than 3.
Yeah, maybe it is, but I'd bet the Saints. But
do we want to call it a likely win?
Let's go likely win. Let's see what for the purpose of the exercise. Let's go likely win.
At Atlanta, I think it's a toss.
That's likely loss.
I don't think it's more. I think it's probably 3. Falcons -3. The win total is like almost the same. Atlanta's was more. And Atlanta's home, probably 3. Maybe like a juice 3.
Yeah.
3 minus
The Atlanta
15.
win
I don't think it's
total-
3.5.
I mean, it's 7.5 juiced over on Atlanta, so I guess it's like a full win higher. Falcons at home. Like this to me feels like, I think it's a likely loss, but
You want to call it a likely loss?
I think we call it a likely loss.
Okay. It's a likely loss. I disagree, but we can go with that. At San Francisco, blowout loss.
Blowout. Yeah.
Home Rams, likely loss.
Likely loss.
Bye. At the Saints, toss-up. At New Orleans, toss-up.
Yep.
Home Tampa, likely loss.
That's likely loss.
Home Seattle, toss-up.
That's toss-up probably.
At Tampa,
Likely loss.
I think that's blowout loss.
You think blowout loss at Tampa?
We'll tabulate on the other side, tell you what we do with the Carolina Panthers, and pick the next team out of the bucket of bets. Next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Unfortunately, we are living in a world where we need to understand that Mahomes might be better than Brady. Mahomes might be the best player I'm going to say something, and I will clip it out hot takey. I'll finish the thought. Mahomes might be the best athlete we have seen walk this earth since Michael Jordan. Would you bet against Michael Jordan to not win his division or anything like that because, of certain pieces around them? The Chiefs are winning the division at minus 120. He is Michael Jordan.
We've seen this. We saw this team basically have a Super Bowl hangover all of last season, and they still won 15 games. And I know that's a testament. You could say, well, yeah,
exactly.
They won. You know what? They're not winning all these one-score games this year, Sean. Blocked kick to win the game. Basically everything but Mahomes and the offense, like doing enough to win the game, getting taken down to the wire by the Panthers. All these crap teams, they let just hang around with them last year. Chiefs schedule ain't that easy this year.
Bo Nix is winning the division over Patrick Mahomes, Pat. Just think of it that way. Bo Nix is winning this division over Patrick Mahomes this year in his second year.
Why not? Why can't it happen?
It's
It's not
just
necessarily
this.
Bo Nix. It's Bo Nix and the Broncos defense, which I think is the number one defense in football. And I think the Chiefs showed you so many question marks last year where it's like, we know how the Chiefs operate. Just get us to the postseason, get us to January, and we'll see what we can do. And I just don't know if that's a sustainable formula, man. I really don't. I'm not doubting Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. I'm just saying in the 17 games, the Broncos very well could have a better regular season record than the Kansas City Chiefs. Does that mean I'm going to bet Bo Nix and the Broncos in a playoff game against Kansas City? No. Does that mean I'm saying Bo Nix is a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes? No. But I think the Denver Broncos through 17 games can be a better team than the Kansas City Chiefs. And then we know that playoff football is a much different animal.
Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening, as you do every day, to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
The tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. All right, Femi, we continue on, and Jake, with 8 buckets, and we've come to the end of the line on the 2025 Carolina Panthers. So when we added everything up, what do we have on Carolina for the 8 buckets projected win total using projected point spreads?
Yeah, the actual win total at BetMGM, 6.5 juice to the over. The 8 buckets win total, 5.5 on the Carolina Panthers. So a full win under the BetMGM win total. You might even call it 1.5 based on how people are betting the over. Looks like we might get close to 7 on the Carolina Panthers. I agree with the 8 buckets win total. I disagree with the BetMGM one. I would look to bet the under on this team. And it's not because they're the worst team in their division. That's the New Orleans Saints, I think, pretty clearly. It's just that I'm not buying what we saw at the end of last season. Sometimes the December stuff can be a little bit noisy. The defense I still think is atrocious. Not a whole lot that has been improved on that side of the ball. They will get Derek Brown back from injury after he got hurt last year, their stud defensive tackle. But I'm more bullish on the Atlanta Falcons, who I think the market is a little bit lower on. And Tampa's still a formidable team with their electric offense that they have that's incredibly efficient. So I think for me, if a bet on the win total, it would be to the under on Carolina.
Yeah, I actually think when you brought up Derek Brown, that was really good because he's maybe Bryce Young takes that step.
Yeah. Well, I guess J.C. Horn's also good too. Yeah.
I think those are the 2 best players on the team, unless Bryce Young really takes a step forward, right? That Derek Brown and J.C. Horn are the 2 best players on the team. When you look at the rest of the defensive depth chart, none of these players are great. They're hoping that Mike Jackson can be a serviceable second corner. We'll see. Trevon Moehrig comes over as a starting strong safety. Whatever. The linebackers are whatever. I don't really I don't know where the pass rush is coming from. It's they're counting on, and it was funny, right? Because coming into this offseason, conventional wisdom was, and maybe it'll prove to be right, was that they were going to spend a ton of resources and try and fix the defense. Here's Ted McMillan in the first round of the draft, 8th overall. We're going to double down on the offense. They spent a ton last year on the offensive line, obviously, try and protect Bryce Young. It feels like to me they haven't said this. I can be wrong. My opinion. They know they're not contending this year. They want to surround Bryce Young with as much as possible to give him the best chance for success. The head coach is offensive-minded, obviously, in Dave Canales, and let the offense start to cook, and then start fixing the defense next offseason. Femi, I think they're going to be terrible. I'm with you, and I actually don't think Bryce Young's very good. And I agree with you that I think the end of the year was more noisy than anything else. I'm not saying he sucks or that he's as bad as he looked in his rookie year or the first couple games of last year when he got benched for Andy Dalton. I'm not saying that that's what it is, but I do not think this team is any good. I think 8 buckets is more in line with the actual win total than the Vegas win total or the BetMGM win total. I'm with you, Femi, on an under here for the Carolina Panthers if I had to bet it, and I like the Jaguars a lot in week 1.
Oh, yeah, that Jags bet. We talked about that when we did Jacksonville. Their 8 buckets was 7.5. I love Jacksonville at under a field goal. I think this year for Carolina, and I credit them for doing this because this is what's most important for their organization. This year is the fact-finding mission on Bryce Young. That's why they say let's double down on offense. Because we're surrounding him with pieces to where if he can't make this work or at least not make it look good, then he's just not our guy. And let's go get our quarterback in 2026. So yeah, I understand it from a team building standpoint, but what we're talking about in betting. It makes it difficult for this team to be successful, I think, at least this season.
Yeah, they're going to need a couple of like the young defensive players to pop if they're going to have like any chance of going over that win total this year. Like they're going to need Nick Scorton, right, who's like an edge rusher that they took in the draft. I'm not going to try and pronounce his last name. I actually have him on a couple dynasty teams. Princely Umanamielen.
Let me take a look at this. I'm gonna pull up the depth chart. This one that might be above me as well. Yeah, Umana. You might have nailed it, honestly. Umanamielen is what it looks like.
I don't think it's Umanamielen. It's UMAN and then another M. So Umanamielen, Princely Umanamielen. That's probably right.
Maybe. Let's wait till the preseason. We'll find out. Or maybe we won't. Maybe they'll butcher it too. Maybe the people calling the games will destroy it.
Let me give you can I give you a real quick fantasy take on Carolina, and then we'll move on. Okay.
Please do.
I don't think I'm not grinding the college film. If I had the choice of either Ted McMillan or Travis Hunter, I would take Travis Hunter. And that's knowing that Travis Hunter might be playing more, and I hope this is not the case. I think they should just play him on offense. Maybe he plays some defense. I don't know. I like Hunter more than I like Ted McMillan, but I do like Ted McMillan a lot. And even if you buy into, and I do for what it's worth, because I got this stuff from people that I respect, and I was saying it before the draft, and Femi, I was far from the only one, that teams had issues with Ted McMillan's work ethic, and does he want it bad enough? Is he a dog? DAWG. And despite all that, the Panthers still took him 8th overall. We loved Eric Eager. With the front office is pretty smart. So they're maybe taking a gamble on Ted McMillan. I like him a lot. And for fantasy, it's almost like, who cares? What we care about is volume. And I think he's going to be the clear volume hog on this team. I like Ted McMillan quite a bit this year in fantasy football. Not as a wide receiver 1. Maybe as a wide receiver 3 to start the year. But I think he's someone that could easily surpass expectations. So I do like Ted McMillan. I'm leaving the light on for Xavier Legette, last year's first-round pick. Can he be more of a gadget player? He's not someone you want to start in week 1, but I still think that he's got some upside, Xavier Legette. Adam Thielen, I think, is big time at the end of the road. I'm almost more interested in Jalen Coker, the play. I don't remember if he was undrafted or 7th round, who flashed last year. I'll be watching him in training camp in the preseason, Thielen in training camp in the preseason. And they did sign Rico Dowdle to not compete with. Chuba Hubbard's going to be the starter, but Dowdle's going to be the backup running back. They drafted Travis's brother, Trevor Etienne. And Chuba Hubbard was really good last year. For some reason, I can't get there on Chuba Hubbard. Maybe that's just my bias. And I want nothing to do with Bryce Young in fantasy football this year. He's not a good enough athlete to be able to get you a ton of rushing yards. So for me, the guy that excites me the most is Ted McMillan by far, and then Chuba, and then probably Xavier Legette. I do like in dynasty leagues some people I really respect, like Mitchell Evans, their 5th-round tight end, as a long-term prospect at the position. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay.
Femi, if you have nothing more to add, let's pull the next team.
Let's get to the next team here. All right, we're in the salad bowl of teams here. I don't know if I want to do this one because we just did their division. It's Tampa. We can override this one. Do you want to do Tampa right now, or do you want to?
Let's override.
Yeah, okay, let's override this one. Okay.
What's your favorite salad, by the way?
Caesar, by far, the most unhealthy salad you can have. Yeah, but it's so good.
I used to. I had a time I don't remember. I think it was right after I graduated college, or maybe it was one of the summers when I was I'm going to try and eat healthier.
You went with Caesar?
Dude, I would go to Wendy's and get the Caesar salad from Wendy's and chili, or a chicken, a grilled chicken wrap. And I was I'm eating healthy.
But didn't they put chicken in there? It was a chicken Caesar salad at Wendy's or something like that, like the Wendy's salad. But
my dad died, but in moments like this, my mom's alive and I'm not gonna do this to her, but I almost want to say to my parents you guys failed pretty spectacularly, right? They didn't. But...
I'm cutting weight, guys. Here's my new diet. Wendy's salad.
If my daughter ever said "Hey, Dad, I'm gonna eat healthy. I'm going to Wendy's," I would look at myself in the mirror and be I failed.
Or maybe the school system failed. Maybe they didn't teach you what was going on in health class. I don't know.
No, see, Femi, this is now you're like Tyler.
Pass the buck.
Yeah, it's what everyone wants to do in this country. Is that no one wants to accept any personal responsibility for everything. It's the school system's fault.
School system failed. They didn't teach my kid about the Caesar salad.
All
right.
Everyone, it's like, it's your fault, actually. This is my problem in life, is I blame myself for everything, and then I blame other people for things, and they don't like it. People don't like being told it's their fault. Meanwhile, you know what I love? You know what I get off on, man? And you know what arouses me? When something's my fault, and I say it's my fault. I love it. I own it.
Yeah. You take away the weapons from the person that would blame you. Yeah.
Do you think we need more of that in life, or no? You can be honest and say no.
More accountability? I mean, we do need more accountability. I think we'd be better off as a country if we had more accountability. Yeah, it's just like sometimes you got to look in the mirror, which is hard to do, and say, you know what? I bleeped up. That's on me. Tap the chest, as we say here on the show.
I do it.
You just got to tap
Femi,
the chest a little bit.
Femi, how many times a week do you apologize?
Oh my God, profusely.
Every day.
It's like it feels like it's every day. A day that and there's instances where like I know I'm right, but it just goes unsaid, and like that's like I've come to terms. That's my wife apologizing, just not bringing it up. But I'm like, you know what?
Yeah.
I'll just take this. Like the silence is fine. You know what? It's whatever. But like whenever I screw up, hey, I gotta make sure. I'm sorry, honey. I messed that up.
But this is where like did you turn? Are you 34 or are you 35 now?
35. Turned 35. Yep.
When was your birthday? Did I say happy birthday?
No, that's fine. It was July 3rd, right before the 4th of July. I'm always in Minnesota for my birthday.
Or did I?
I don't think I told you what my birthday is, so I don't take offense to that whatsoever.
Well, happy birthday. So I'm 7 years. Happy birthday. I'm 7 years older than you. You're more mature than I am in this instance by a lot because like silence isn't good enough for me.
It's not good enough. You make sure to go ahead and get your bucket.
And the best part is that like I never get it anyway. I make it worse.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no point. There's literally no point. Just like, you know what? I know deep down that she knows that she messed up, but I'm not going to say. I'm not going to be like.
For me, it's not enough, and I'm being honest. Like it's a fault of mine. Like, it's bad, but I can't help it.
But if I screw up, hey, that's not going unsaid. Otherwise, we have problems.
Like think about it. You work with me every day. You guys work with me every day. Like that's cool because like it's at 7 o'clock. Like we're done. My wife lives like we're together all the time. I don't blame her. Let's do the next team.
Maybe a lot of blame going around for this team after the way last year ended. The Miami Dolphins is our next team here in 8 buckets. We got Miami.
Okay.
I believe their win total has actually been getting bet to the under.
Miami, Femi. Oh, and I do want to toss this out there that because this is going to be, I think it's actually. How about this? Let me ask you this question first. Just give me a quick answer. The first team that comes to mind. Which training camp, like if you could read the training camp report from one practice every day, which would it be and why? In like 10 seconds.
Minnesota because of J.J. McCarthy.
Okay. I choose Indianapolis because of Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. And the reports today from practice were they both stunk. They were both bad. Yep. I give you that to give you this. Miami is now a 1.5-point road favorite at Indianapolis in week 1. Total 46.5. So we start, Femi, Miami favored, but a toss-up in week 1 for the Miami Dolphins. So toss-up week 1.
And for the reference for people following along, the Dolphins win total at BetMGM is 7.5 minus 110 each way.
Femi is just doing my job for me there, and thank you for doing that because I need to remember to start doing that. Week 2.
It's a team effort. We're good.
Well, you're carrying me in this instance. Week 2. See, I just did it. I was wrong.
You did. And you acknowledged it.
See, like, it's
so
not
I'm not going to be like, Nick, why don't you acknowledge
the
win total? Yeah, exactly. You know?
Why is it so hard? You know what? I actually I almost want to do like a cycle. Why is it so hard for people to admit that they're wrong? Why do you get excuses? And well, what about this? What is it?
I think it's a self-esteem thing because when you admit, I think people take it so personal to where it's like, if I admit that I'm wrong, I'm admitting that I'm not as good of a person that I truly believe I am.
Oh, I
think it's like a deep kind of psychosis.
I know I suck. So
but you're also self-deprecating as well, so it makes it much easier for you to admit when you're wrong.
Yes, I'm very comfortable living in suck.
Yeah. Yeah, most people aren't. Right?
Living in a well of suckitude.
They're striving to be accepted as a good person. And if they say, man, I messed that up, it's like, wow, you must suck.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, you're right. I do suck.
Yeah.
Also,
We all suck
please watch and
sometimes.
listen to. Also, please watch and listen to my show. Week 2, home Patriots toss up.
Yeah, that's a toss-up.
Week 3 at Buffalo, blowout loss.
That's a blowout loss.
This is pretty easy to start. Week 4, home Jets, likely win. They're more than
It's
3 in
likely
that
win.
game, right? Yep.
Yep.
All right. Week 5 at Carolina, we just did this. Toss up.
That's the toss-up.
Home Chargers, toss up.
Toss-up.
At the Browns,
Toss-up, probably?
toss up.
Or is
right?
it likely win? I mean, it might be just 3, which is toss-up
Do
for
you
this
want to call it a
exercise.
toss up or a likely win?
I think it's a toss-up.
All right. Here's my promise to everybody. We will finish Miami and at least one more team this hour here. 8 buckets, you better you bet, on a Thursday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
When you play in those primetime games, man, you're getting everybody's best shot. And it's going to take a toll on that roster, on that organization, that coaching staff, that as a group, as a collective unit, they're not used in playing in all those big-time games. They're not used in playing to all those primetime matchups. I think that is the biggest concern I have with Washington. I would feel a lot differently about this team if I looked at their schedule and they had 13 1 o'clock games this year. If they had 14 1 o'clock games this year. 7 standalone games for the Washington Commanders, including a Christmas Day game against the Dallas Cowboys. They have a stretch where they play Monday night against the Bears. Then they're at Dallas at 4:25. Then they're Monday night at the Chiefs, and then Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. That gives you an idea of the stretch that Washington is going to go through, playing big game after big game, prime time after prime time. So that's why I really don't like Washington this year, because let's say they do survive that gauntlet and somehow they get to the playoffs playing that schedule and playing all those primetime games. Are they going to have enough left in the tank to make a run in the postseason? Are they going to have enough left to get to a Super Bowl? I don't think so. It's a learning curve for Washington. This is where you want to be. You want to have a great quarterback. You want to have a team that people are trying to beat, that people are gunning for, that people are looking at you as a team that they need to go through to win the NFC and win the Super Bowl. But I think this is a step back year for Washington, not because Jaden Daniels is going to fall off a cliff and because I expect him to regress like crazy. It's because of the schedule and how many primetime games that Washington is going to play this year. So under 9.5 wins for the Washington Commanders.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
I really want to talk about the dinner I had today, but we really have to. We gotta knock these wind tunnels out.
Got to motor a little bit.
We do. It would be really funny though. Just saying.
What'd you eat?
So in the whole time, I think my wife's upstairs. In the whole time, she's upstairs.
Uh-oh.
In the whole time,
I'm not sure I like where this is going.
Wife.
He's whispering.
In the whole no, it's gonna be. I'm always really honest. In the whole time I've been married to my wife, she cooks like almost every day. Not like 7 days a week, but like most days when like we're working, she cooks.
Mm-hmm.
I can count on one hand the number of meals she's made that I was like repulsed by. That were not good. They're almost all at least adequate, very good, great. She's good. So in like 2020, she made like a scallop dish that I had one bite of, and I was like, I think I actually started laughing. This is actually like the worst, and she laughed too. We still talk about it sometimes. It was horrific, and we didn't eat it. So today, I think she was a little flustered because she's working today also, and she's like, like we're getting ready to move. She's got a lot going on. Me, I'm just like, I'm going for a walk. I'm in the sun. Like I'm talking to you guys. I don't have a care in the world. So we had the ground chicken, and there were like, I think she wanted to make chickpeas with them, but grabbed pinto beans by mistake. A can of pinto beans with like white rice, and like it's all the same color, and I don't think like it wasn't raw, but like the chicken's definitely not cooked enough. And I took a bite of it, and I felt like I was going to retch. And you usually only hear the word retch associated with like when you're seasick and you're going to vomit overboard. Like you retch. I almost retched. So during breaks for the last like hour, I've been going upstairs like a raccoon, scurrying into every cabinet imaginable, looking for any scrap of food that isn't expired.
That's tough, man.
So in this container, which is now empty, was a chicken patty that was supposed to be for my daughter.
Not no more.
I think what's the quote from Home Alone where Buzz says to Kevin if he wants the last slice of pizza, he goes, "It's all gone," but he goes, "But I can get it for you if you want," and then pretends to start throwing up.
Shoves the table, yeah. Want that cheese pizza, you know? And that's tough because I doubt you guys are doing like heavy grocery shopping since you're about to move. Like that's like usually, so it's like at this point it's like a little nicks in here. Let's kind of put a meal together here, put a meal together there, which is always not a fun time. You're moving, you're already pissed off about that. The meals are just like, let's make do with what we got because we're not going to load up the groceries for this house and we're going to go and move to another one because who wants to move food in addition to all the stuff you're moving? Just went through all of that like 2 months ago. Don't envy it. That's a tough scene, man.
My stomach hurts.
You gonna make it through the show?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm just now. The more I talk about it, like the more sick I'm. So we need to stop because I'm thinking about like the color and it's just the color is beige.
Color of the show.
Oh, beige.
Yeah, you still haven't gotten your bucket hat. You promised that you were gonna bring it.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Got the 540.
Continue on with the Miami. Was that worth it or no?
It was. I mean, everyone's related to that.
Okay.
Let's get you a home cooked meal that you like.
And like I said, like 999 out of 1,000 are good. This was the one. Moving on. Okay. Home chargers. Did we do that or no?
We did. We did coin flip for home chargers.
Toss up. Okay.
Yeah,
At Cleveland.
That was the one that we were on right now.
Toss up.
I think that's another toss up. Yeah. I think it's probably like at most 3.
3. At Atlanta.
I mean, that's toss up, right? because like the betting market's kind of low on the Falcons.
Yep.
At least
Atlanta
lower than I am.
Atlanta favored by less than 3, probably.
Yeah.
And just on Cleveland, just to get this in the show, and it's not a surprise because Kevin Stefanski and the reports have been that they want to name a starter, like maybe after the first preseason game, which means it's going to be Flacco or Pickett.
Yeah.
Which doesn't mean that. And then Andrew Berry said they could keep all 4 quarterbacks on the roster into week 1. I think they're all going to play. If whoever's on the roster is going to play this season, but I buy that either Flacco or Pickett will start in week 1, which doesn't mean that Shedeur or Dylan Gabriel won't start in like week 2 or week 3. But I do think that Flacco or Pickett will start week 1 against Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's just so impossible to like divvy up the reps amongst 4 quarterbacks. Like you can't do that. Like if anyone's been to a practice, like that's just not possible. There's not enough time out there. So yeah, it's always going to be tough for those rookie guys. I was hoping they'd keep more of an open mind, but like logistically, this makes sense.
My favorite quote about what you just said about the quarterbacks getting reps was when Tom Moore, do you remember Tom Moore, the old Colts offensive coordinator, when Peyton Manning was there, was asked why Jim Sorgi wasn't getting any reps at practice, and Peyton Manning took all of them. He said, because if 18's not out there, we are effed, and we don't practice effed. One of the great quotes of all time. Yeah. All right. Moving on. Home Baltimore.
I think we had that.
Week 9.
We have that blowout loss category, or
no? I think likely loss.
I think we did likely loss.
I know Baltimore's 7 on the road at Miami.
Yeah, I think it was likely. I was just trying to remember what we did with Baltimore yesterday. So likely loss.
This is a rough stretch for them. Home Buffalo, likely loss.
Yeah, that's likely loss.
Home Washington, likely loss.
Likely loss.
Bye. Home Saints. This is 4 straight home games. Is one of these international or no? No, right?
They do have a Spain game, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they do have a Spain game.
So one of these games in Spain?
Yes. I forgot who they're playing in Barcelona here. I have to pull up the schedule right quick.
Okay, Washington. So this is the international. Washington's the international game.
Okay. Gotcha. So
likely loss still.
Yeah, still a likely loss. Yeah, Washington is rated much higher than them. Is
it
home New Orleans?
Home New Orleans.
Yeah, that's likely win.
Likely
New
win.
New Orleans is rated like garbage.
At the Jets, toss up.
Toss up.
At Pittsburgh, toss up.
Yeah, Pittsburgh is 8.5. Yeah, so toss up.
Home Bengals.
I'm just thinking about like Renegade playing, and here's Tua. Might not go well. Is this toss up, right, or is this likely? Maybe likely win. Maybe.
I think toss up. Likely loss.
It's like likely loss. Sorry. Yeah, it's like Bengals 3 on the road in Miami. Yeah, so toss up.
Home Tampa.
Toss up again, probably, because I think Tampa and Cincy are rated similarly.
At the Patriots.
Toss up.
Toss up.
New England 3.
So where does that leave us with the Miami Dolphins?
At 8.25. Just want to make sure. Bill, do you get 8.25 as well for the Miami Dolphins? The win total sitting at 7.5 minus 110 each way. But I have 8.25.
Okay, so 8 buckets, Femi says, and over then on the Miami Dolphins. What do you make of the 2025 Miami Dolphins?
I think they have disaster potential. I do appreciate what Tua said yesterday about like Tyreek Hill saying like, hey, like he's got to work himself back after being like, I'm out after their Week 18 loss to the New York Jets. But I just don't see this as a team that if they were to hit a rough stretch, which the schedule shows there's going to be some rough stretches here, I don't know if they're going to like be like, let's rally the troops and let's turn things around. It more so feels like let's point fingers, let's fire the coach because this Tua McDaniel era is not working. Those kinds of teams, I don't really like betting the over. Like it's similar to kind of like the Dallas Cowboys last year when it's like McCarthy lame duck. McDaniel's not quite a lame duck, but he might as well should be given the fact that the owner had to issue a statement that he was returning at the end of last season. So
I don't know if he's a lame. Yeah, they don't win this year. He's getting fired for sure.
100%. Okay, so Bill had 7.75. I might have added maybe double during the break or something like that. On the Dolphins.
So we're right on the win total then, basically.
Yeah, so 7.75. Yeah. I mean, makes a lot of sense. It's already been bet to the under. It was 8.5 in like March. And now it's 7.5. I think a lot of people were all seeing the same stuff. I would rather bet them to be like last place in the division.
Do you remember when Mark Schlereth came on the show a couple months ago and called Mike McDaniel Coach Capri Pants? And we all had a good chuckle over it. Yeah, and basically like they're not tough. He's right. This team's not
100%.
tough. This team, I think, has got absolutely massive issues in the secondary that we talked about yesterday on the show, and Artie Burns went down, right? With what we think is an ACL. Teron Armstead retired.
Today.
Yeah, so I mean, he's out for the year. The offensive line, I guess, like, if you wanted to have a bull case for the offensive line, some of the young players, like the draft picks that they've spent, could be decent in the interior. I think it's likely that this is like a bottom 10 offensive line in the league. And they keep doubling down on speed and timing, and it doesn't get them anywhere, and they can't run the ball worth a damn. And maybe like the drafting of Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State, I actually think like he might matter a little bit in terms of at least a different running style for Miami.
Yeah, he's a little bit more physical.
Dude, I'll be honest. I didn't get the Minka for Jalen thing is whatever, Minka Fitzpatrick and Jalen Ramsey. Why did they trade Jonnu Smith? Like, Jonnu Smith was actually, like, good in their offense last year. Now here's Darren Waller off the street. And I know Darren Waller has a great relationship with Frank Smith, who's the offensive coordinator. Their time together in Vegas. Like, Frank Smith, like, helped him through, like, a dark time in his life. And, like, Waller wouldn't have come out of retirement for another team. Like, I get it. Also, like, he hasn't played in a year. He's injury prone. He's making rap videos. Like this high profile divorce. I'm not trying to pile on the guy, just like Jonnu was actually good. Like Jonnu was actually good. For like a late pick swap. It didn't make any sense to me. They paid Jalen Waddle all that money last year, barely used him. Tyreek's a basket case. You brought up to it the comments Tua made. People like, oh, great leadership by Tua. How about the fact that the star wide receiver is insane?
Yeah.
Like, it's not great. It's not great. I don't think the defense is very good. I think they suck. Now, if Tua stays healthy the whole year, like they could go 8-9 or 7-10 because they have some talent on the roster. Tua ever goes down, like Connor Rogers said yesterday, here's the Zach Wilson experience. Femi, I think you're 100% right. I think if you're doing anything with Miami, I think you lean into downside. Like, last place in the division, worst record in the league. That's how I'd look to play the Miami Dolphins this year.
100%. And they might be like a sneaky under team also, because like the defensive line, it's actually, if it all works out, could be good. Like, I know Jalen Phillips has struggled with his injuries. Like, he's a good pass rusher, though, when healthy. Bradley Chubb is back from his ACL injury from a couple years ago, but missed pretty much all of last year, if not all of it. They drafted Kenneth Grant out of Michigan, who's like a big body defensive lineman. Like, Zach Sealer's a pretty good defensive lineman. So, like, maybe there could be something there on the front.
I like Zach Sealer.
But
I do like Zach Sealer.
He's a good player. Yeah, like there's an upside for a really good defensive line to where maybe the Miami Dolphins game, when you think about them, oh, it's Tyreek and it's Waddle, it's Tua, passing game, excitement. These might actually be unders on the Miami Dolphins the more I think about it. So just something to keep in mind from a game-to-game standpoint.
I want to disagree with you there because I think, okay, so let's say you're right. And like you could be right. And like I like some of those players you referenced if they're healthy, right? Let's say that's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Why wouldn't you just throw on them all game?
I mean, that's if you can protect, if you can block them, you know.
I mean, we're not talking about like the Texans' defensive line here. I mean, like I don't think you're wrong that it can be like a decent defensive line, dude. Their secondary is as follows as of right. Storm, what a name. Storm Duck. Real, not Madden
what are we doing
generated
when the ball's
name.
Going
real
over
person.
his head? Yeah.
Storm Duck. Would you change your name to Storm Duck?
Hell no. I would not.
For enough money, I would. Storm Duck. We've got Cater Kohu, who's going to be the nickelback. It's like, okay, like he's okay. Cam Smith. Like Melifonwu. Minka Fitzpatrick, I like Minka. Also, the Steelers just gave up on it. Dude, they are going to get roasted in the secondary. Roasted in their secondary this year. But again, like if everyone's healthy and Tua stays healthy, like they're probably not going to be the worst team in the league. But just, if things go off the rails and McDaniel stinks, which we think he does, it's going to be bad. So I think both Femi and I agree. Extreme outcomes towards the negative with Miami. Let's pick a team here, Femi, and we'll do them to close the hour.
All right, let's get another team here. All right, what is this one? Oh, there's like 3 in here. I'll pick this one. Oh, do you want to do this team? It's the Houston Texans, who you just mentioned in terms of crediting their defense. All right, got the Houston Texans, year 3, DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud. Which D'Amico Ryan's had interesting comments about the offense. I don't know if you caught those that he said at the
What'd he say?
to the media. He was talking about liking Nick Caley's offense, the new offensive coordinator for Houston, no longer Bobby Slowick, saying that, yeah, like how he tailors the offense to the players that we have and is not just copy pasting from previous spots that he's been in the league.
Dude.
Yeah.
But you know what I'd say to D'Amico, honestly, like, why'd you bring Slowick back last year? If that's how you felt about him.
He was hot in 2023. No, he was not.
One fantasy thing on Miami to wrap here. Devon Achane, 100% worth a first-round pick this year in fantasy football. Because even if the Dolphins suck, he's going to get the ball a ton. Houston Texans, 8 buckets to wrap up the hour. Next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So if you look at the last 2 drafts, they've taken Skoronski at left guard and Latham at right tackle, 2 very high-level offensive linemen. And then this offseason, they go out and get a left tackle, Dan Moore from Pittsburgh. They bring in Cushenberry from Denver to play center, and their new right guard is from Detroit, Kevin Zeitler. So they have built a monster, no pun intended, on the offensive line. That is a big deal for a bad team because a lot of bad teams have bad offensive lines. There's a lot of correlation there. Oh, you stink? You can't move the ball? Oh, your offensive line probably stinks. This is one of the better lines of the league now. So now, when you get through the snap, what do your skill guys do? And they have a rookie quarterback and a bunch of new pieces on offense. You got Tyler Lockett from Seattle. You got Van Jefferson, former Ram, former Steeler. And Calvin Ridley is back in the fold, along with some guys that they like that they got in the draft. 3 receivers, actually, that they added in the offseason. 2 in the draft and then 1 free agent. That's Restrepo from Miami, who played in college with Cam Ward. So this offense is going to be a lot different than it was last year. I don't know that it's good enough to get to 6 wins, but of the 3 teams we've talked about so far, the 3 trash teams, if you will, the Browns, the Saints, and the Titans, I'm more inclined to lean over with this one because I think the division is much easier. A lot like how we talked about with New Orleans, where, all right, like, we know Tampa on the surface is decent, but do we really trust Atlanta? Do we like Carolina? In this division, I have questions about a lot of the teams. When you drop off Houston, of course. I don't know what Jacksonville is, and I really have no idea what's going on in Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. So if I had a head-to-head market, if somebody gave me a price on who will have more wins, the Colts or the Titans, I might take Tennessee. And maybe I look at them to finish 3rd in the division instead of last. That's sort of where I'm at least early.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, Power Hour, Final Hour, NBC Sports Now Hour coming up in 20 minutes. For now, 8 buckets on the 2025 Houston Texans. I think this will be a hot button topic, Femi, for you and me. So we start week one. Oh, actually, give us the win total, please.
The win total for the Houston Texans at BetMGM is 9.5 juice to the under, minus 120 to the under, the over, even money.
Okay, so week one point spread at BetMGM. The Rams, a juiced 2.5. So whether it's 2.5 or 3, we're in toss-up territory week one for the Texans.
Yep. So off to a good start.
Week two, home Tampa Bay.
Yeah, this is another toss-up.
Toss-up? Agreed. At Jacksonville, we did this already. Toss-up.
Yeah, we did toss-up for this one.
Home Titans.
Likely win.
Likely win. At Baltimore, we did this. Blowout loss.
Blowout loss, yep.
So early bye for Houston. Texans come out of the bye with a couple NFC West games. First, at Seattle, we did this one already. This was a toss-up.
Toss-up, yep. That's a primetime game, too. That's a tough environment, primetime.
What? Is that Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night?
I think it's a Monday night. I want to say it's a Monday night game.
Oh, I like that as a Monday night game.
Yeah.
Okay. Home San Francisco. Toss-up.
Toss-up.
Home Denver. Toss-up.
We have that at toss-up. That toss-up range.
And I think they're dogs at home against both Denver and San Francisco.
See, that's where I disagree. I think they're slightly favored against Denver, dog against San Fran.
Okay. Home Jacksonville.
I mean, that's likely win, isn't it? Like 3.5.
3.5. Yeah.
3.5, 4. Yeah.
Okay. At Tennessee.
Is it likely win or is it toss up?
I think it's 3.
You think it's right on 3?
I think it's.
I do like
it's
the
Texans
Titans.
-3.
I'm coming around on Tennessee like quite a bit this year. Like I think that there should be like the frisky team that you don't want to play that's going to annoy the hell out of you.
Well, you need but you need, and I'm not saying it can't happen or that I disagree. You need Cam Ward to be like Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying it can't happen.
Or I don't think he has to be Daniels. I think he just needs to be like good. Like Daniels was like top 5. Like I don't think he needs to be that good. If he's like top 12, top 10,
okay, I think
in that division.
So I think you're making a really good point because like I don't think you're insinuating they're going to win 12 games and go to like the conference championship game.
The AFC championship game. Yeah.
To be fair,
I would be stunned if that happened.
To be
imagine
fair,
that
that's
story.
not what you were saying. So we'll continue on.
So we
I
had that
think
as
it's 3. I think it's
3. So toss up here for Texans on the road at Tennessee.
Home Buffalo.
Blowout. Or no, sorry, that was not the blowout. I was thinking about Tennessee for some reason. I don't know why. Texans home against Buffalo. That's probably likely loss. Probably like 3. Buffalo 3.5 or so.
Yeah. At the Colts, toss up.
Yeah. It's not more
a
than
lot
3.
of these AFC South games are going to be toss-ups.
It's a high leverage division, man. That is a likely loss.
Yeah, at like Baltimore would be a blowout loss at Baltimore.
Yeah.
Not at Kansas City. Baltimore's rated a little bit higher.
Yep.
So great, likely loss. Home Arizona. Toss up.
It's probably just 3, yeah.
I don't even think it's 3. But how about
I'd
this?
lay it then.
Maybe it's
I'd lay it if it's not 3.
I take it with Arizona. 3?
Cards
three?
money line? Take Cards money line?
I think I'd take the 3 with Arizona. For like 2.5, no, I would take 3. Home Raiders.
That's a likely win.
It is, I agree. At the Chargers.
Toss up.
I think likely loss.
I think it has to be toss up because, Chargers aren't that much better than the Rams, and they have even less home field advantage. And they're toss up with LA with the Rams. I think this has to be toss up.
Okay, you want to call it? We can call it a toss up. I don't know if I agree with that, but we can call it a toss up. And finally, home Colts.
That's likely win.
Likely win. Okay, so where do we end up now with the 2025 Houston Texans?
8.5 on the Houston Texans.
And the win total is 9.5, juiced under.
9.5.
Now, Femi, I know you like Houston a little bit this year, right? Do you want to make the case for the Texans going over their win total despite the 8 buckets projection?
I do. Because I think the Houston Texans defense is the best unit in their division. Like the AFC South, the teams don't have super high ceilings outside of Houston. I think there's a chance where Houston could be a contender, but the offensive line really needs to take a massive step forward because that's really what's holding this team down. Offensively, they had so many injuries. I don't think that's going to happen again to the wide receiver core. It might not be the deepest, but if Nico Collins gives you about 15 games this year, I still think that they're going to hum along enough on offense. The defense is the calling card for me. And if Nick Caley is a great thing for the OC, for the offensive side, great. But defense, pass rush is awesome. Secondary's even better with now adding Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, with Derek Stingley taking that all-pro leap. You already have Kalen Bullock in year 2. That secondary is sick. I like the Texans. I actually think they walk to the AFC South title. I think this is 10, 11 wins for Houston for me.
I told you when we did Jacksonville kind of what I thought about Houston this year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Stroud plays the whole year, the defense is too good. Even if the defense takes a step back, the players are too good. I think D'Amico, at the very least, is a good defensive coach. And to be fair, he's been the coach for 2 years and they've won the division both years, right? He's probably pretty good. I don't know, because I said earlier this offseason that I felt like the Texans might have disaster potential because I think the offensive line might be a train wreck. I actually think Stroud's too good and the defense is too good that I don't know if he's healthy. I don't think they ever go 3-14. Not in this division. They're too good.
No.
He's too good.
Yeah, there's no way.
Defense is too good. But I don't really see, Femi, a high ceiling outcome here for Houston. I think they're a 500 team. Maybe slightly better. Maybe they win 9 games. I would bet under on this win total for Houston. I think they clearly have the worst. Well, Jacksonville's offensive line is really bad also. But I think the Texans have the worst offensive line, not only in the division, I think they have the worst offensive line in the league. And I feel pretty comfortable saying that. Dude, they have it's all new guys, and we don't even know who's going to start for them. And I get it. I said this a couple days ago. I get it to a degree that it was so bad last year, so you try something different. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Laramie Tunsil's still a good player. I understand. He's bad in the room or whatever in meeting. He's still a good player, and you're replacing him with guys that are not as good. And it's possible. Dude, did you see the Mixon stuff? Mixon's unable to practice. He's got another ankle injury. I think this is pretty problematic for Joe Mixon. And then behind him, it's Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb season.
Chubbs.
Chubbs.
Chubb, plural. Chubb. Nick Chubb. Woody Marks. That's where it happens. I was my brain was moving too fast for my mouth. Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. Does that make anyone feel confident behind this offensive line? Let's go through the skill position players, right? Or the receivers. Okay. Nico Collins, alpha. Tremendous. But he's awesome. Okay. Jaden Higgins. Maybe. We don't know. Maybe. Jalen Noel. Maybe. We don't know. Christian Kirk. Good when healthy. Is he going to be healthy? He's getting a little older. I don't like the weapons. Now, maybe you want to say, all right, well, Nick Caley is an upgrade over Bobby Slowick. I will buy that because Slowick was so bad that how could Caley not be at least as bad? He probably is going to be better. I think the line's going to sabotage this whole thing, man. And everyone says it every year. Everybody says it. It's harder to repeat elite performance on defense year over year than it is offense, which is not me saying the Texans are going to have a bottom defense. Just that, what if the defense steps back even a little bit? What happens to this team? They weren't great last year, but what happens? I think this division's way jumbled. I don't want to take a shot on the Colts because I don't like the quarterbacks. I do like the Titans, like you do, a little bit more than people. So I think it'll be fascinating when we do Tennessee, Femi, like where we land on the Titans. I like the Titans more than a lot of people do. I think you do also, but I'm not ready to pull the trigger on them. I'm at Jacksonville here to win the division. So that's my take on Houston. I'd rather take a shot on the Jaguars.
And I get
the Jaguars have more upside.
I don't know if I can go that far. Because I think the questions that you have about Houston with the offensive line, valid. Jacksonville's offensive line is also a problem. But their defense is also
better
a problem.
Weapons, though.
They have better receivers.
And
100%.
Liam Cohen, who we know is awesome.
But, I mean, here's Trevor Lawrence, who so far in his career has been average behind a bad offensive line and a defense that's not going to really be that good. Like at least Houston has a calling card.
Can I interject to say this to Femi, to your point, because I want to defend what you're saying right now, because you're right. Like, you have to – I like Trevor Lawrence. And this is not like me saying, like, everyone should like Justin Herbert, even though I feel like some people oddly, think he sucks, which is weird because he's awesome. Yeah. Like, it's still – I think it's fair to say you don't like Trevor Lawrence. Mm-hmm. I happen to like Trevor Lawrence still. So I like the Jaguars a little bit more. I disagree with people that say they don't believe in him. But I think that is a credible opinion to have at this point, in Trevor Lawrence's career. Is that fair?
I think it's totally fair. I mean, his second year was the year that he showed the flashes of okay, this is the number one overall pick. Ever since then, though, it's been up and down. Yeah, they should have beat the Chiefs probably. I mean, Chad Henne's out there beating you. It's a little bit of a tough situation, but they were good that year, and it all kind of fell apart last year. And then Doug Peterson gets fired, which is why Liam Cohen is there. I just think that there's a lot of leap of faith in Jacksonville, and there's leap of faith in Houston, but it's with one side of the ball. It's with that offensive line. I think the defense being the calling card, I know defense year over year can be tricky, but on paper, it's loaded. You had Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who I know is a psycho, but is a damn good player.
That's not bad that he's a psycho, by the way. That's
exactly.
Not bad that he's a psycho.
If you have a psycho
and they've
on the
got
team, you probably want them to play
psychos.
defense.
They got multiple psychos in that secondary. Multiple psychos.
Yes. It's not going to be a fun defense to go up against. And then here's Will Anderson, who's might get into that Bosa, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Micah Parsons territory maybe by the end of this season. Hunter's a pretty good secondary pass rusher, a really good secondary pass rusher. It's a really talented defense. And I think that defense is going to be what wins them this division once again.
I haven't done it. I might bet Texans under. I would side with the under here.
9-8 might win them the division. It might. So you might win your bet. I might win my bet.
I like Jacksonville and Tennessee a little bit more than the betting market does, and I like Indianapolis and Houston a little less than the betting market does. Is how this is going to shake out for me with the AFC South. All right. We're 2 hours down. Final hour, Power Hour, NBC Sports Now Hour on the other side, featuring all our bets for tonight. College football bets with our friend Ryan Horvath, and we start the hour with NBC Sports betting analyst, our good buddy Jay Croucher, all coming up next here on a Thursday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I got my draft here in about 3 weeks, like a lot of people do. So I'm sure there's a lot of people that are interested to hear what we got to say here. We're going to go with rookies. Ashton Genty's ADP is 12.5, and he is listed as RB4 in the fantasy world. Horvey, you buying or selling?
I'm buying Genty. I think he could be a top 10 back, right? Like, we've said all the good stuff that there is to say about Ashton Genty. He's a video game, and he did this at Boise State. I don't care about the competition that he faced because I saw him individually almost carry the team to a victory against Oregon as huge dogs. What was that, week 1, week 2 of the season? Saw what he did in the college football playoff. Only concern, slightly below average offensive line. Last year, the Raiders only 20th in run block grade, looking at Pro Football Focus. They're projected, I believe, outside the top 20 in scoring offense, but I like Geno Smith a lot. I love Chip Kelly's play calls. Pete Carroll's there. I think Genty's going to be a top 10 back this season. I'm buying him.
And I'll take it from there. I'm also buying. I have Genty exactly at RB4. You look at Mike Clay. He's got a projected for 1,289 rush yards, 8 rushing touchdowns. Also 62 catches. 62, folks. 474 receiving yards and a pair of receiving touchdowns. He is going to be a beast. He is going to be a banger. He is going to ball out. You might say, oh, he played at Boise State. Who did he face last year? I don't care if he, put up video game numbers against his sisters in the Motherless 4. He was ultra efficient every time he touched the rock. He was number 1 among all FBS backs in total yak. He was number 1 in yak per attempt at 5.25. He was number 1 in missed tackles force at 152. He was number 1 in breakaway runs. Those are runs of 15 or more yards. He had 36 of those. That dude is a gangsta. I absolutely love Ashton Genty, and I will happily slap the wall for him in round 1. 12.5. He's available at the turn in your 12-team fantasy draft. You are stealing, folks. Stealing from your league mates. Buy. Not the instinct version. Ashton Genty all day long.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Bring it up, Jake. Sports Now Power Hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. You Better You Bet's NBC Sports Now Power Hour presented today and always by the Sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Visit BetMGM.com. Coming up 20 minutes from now, Femi Abebefe and yours truly, me, Nick Costos. We will be joined by our BetMGM network teammate, the great Ryan Horvath. Ryan has been in the lab. Ryan has been grinding college football bets, conference futures, Heisman, national championship, week 0. Ryan is a stud college football handicapper. We love having him on our network. Ryan will join us coming up in 20 minutes, getting us and you set to bet college football this season. And one of the topics will be his favorite team, Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And if Notre Dame can get back to the college football playoff and the national title game this season and 40 minutes from now. You know who we are, and you know what? Like, I need to say this, because that line that I do every day on the show, that's a Scott Hall line from 1996, prior to Hulk Hogan turning heel at Bash at the Beach. The line is, you know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here. And that line that I say is always a tribute to Scott Hall. Hulk Hogan obviously passes away earlier today, and we did it earlier in the show, a complicated life and legacy and career of Hulk Hogan. We love the performer, Hulk Hogan, we can say that, who passed away today at the age of 71. Anyway, all of our bets for today are coming up at the end of the show. Gambling Night in America, Major League Baseball, WNBA. That will close the program. All on the way in the fastest hour in all of Wagertainment. And it starts with an interview with our good buddy, NBC sports betting analyst, fresh off what I feel like, because we follow each other on Instagram, feel cool, like I have the Jay Croucher Instagram friendship. I feel like he was in Sweden, like in all, you were there for like a month. Like 3 weeks or something, dude, which is awesome. On Twitter at CroucherJD. Does great work with a variety of people in the NBC family, including our friends Matthew Berry and Connor Rogers on the Fantasy Football Happy Hour. My friend, welcome back to the show. How was your trip abroad?
It's great, Nick. It's good to be back. It's good to see you again. Good to see your particularly slicked back hair today, looking like Jake Gyllenhaal in Prisoners, which I like. Wow. It's a good look. Sweden was great. It's a very good country, very high floor country, very low variance. Sweden doesn't have 4 and 13 type seasons. Just very safe, very nice people, very easy to get around, good with kids. So yeah, very good time in Sweden, but glad to be back.
What is the best thing that you ate in Sweden? If you say meatballs, we are ending this interview early.
Yeah, so very niche, but they have this thing called rösted lök, which is like roasted onions.
Can you do that again?
Rösted lök. Yeah, my Swedish isn't great. I studied French and Spanish at university, then married a Swedish girl, and I was like, well, I'm not learning another language. We'll just have to stick to English. But yeah, it's called rösted lök. It's like fried onions that you kind of put as an assortment to think. People like put them on hot dogs and stuff. So yeah, it just adds an extra element of literal crunch to your meal. It's not a meal itself, but that's my favorite little hidden element of Swedish cuisine.
Now that's a very American thing in that here's something that's going to like give you horrible cholesterol and you're going to die 10 years early. I feel like Swedish people are generally in pretty good shape. I'm actually surprised to hear that.
Yeah, no, they're in very good shape. Everyone kind of looks very similar. I think like 99% of people in Sweden are Swedish, and they do tend to be pretty fit and very tall, which is a little terrifying. And yeah, I find that I prefer the diversity walking the streets of America, but yeah, Swedish people pretty healthy. The crazy thing about Sweden, Nick, is that fast food restaurants are like really healthy. Like you go to a fast food restaurant, you go to McDonald's, and there's just like 80% of the options are actually healthy, which is a vast change from America and Australia. So that's one of the most unique aspects of Sweden is you're just going to eat healthy pretty much wherever you go outside of my fried onions infatuation.
And yet they put rösted lök on everything. Okay. We're in the thick, my friend, of NFL training camps. All 32 teams have reported to NFL training camps. As we sit right now, Thursday, July 24th, year of our Lord 2025. What is, Jay, the NFL betting take that you are most percolating on and most excited for this coming year?
Yeah, so I think my strongest opinion relative to how the market is pricing really anything in the NFL is I'm extremely high on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I think that there is a natural aversion to the Bucs and there is I guess, a premium that can be had on betting them in terms of just being too long in a variety of markets. And I think it's just because Baker Mayfield is their quarterback, and Baker Mayfield is not viewed in the same light as your Lamar Jacksons and your Josh Allens, which is fair enough. But at the same time, Baker Mayfield is merely one component of the offense, and that offense last year was a top 5 elite unit, and that's really all that matters because they have an elite offensive line. Seems like the Tristan Wirfs knee injury is not that serious, and he's a chance to be back for week 1. They have an incredibly loaded wide receiver room. They have one of the best young running backs in the league in Bucky Irving. And Baker Mayfield has turned into a very good quarterback. He's not a top 5 quarterback, but I think he's a top 12 quarterback. And once you strip out turnovers, the Bucs had the second best offense by EPA last season and the 14th best defense. And yeah, Baker's going to turn it over, so you got to lower that a little bit. But I think this could be an elite top 5 type of offense, and I think it can be an average to an above average defense. And you combine that with a very reasonable schedule and a very weak division. And I don't know why the Bucs are double the price of teams like the Niners and the Rams to win the NFC. Why are they 3x the price of Detroit? I think the Bucs could sneak up on people.
I love that take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and we'll see about Tristan Wirfs if he's going to be ready to go. Maybe the best offensive lineman in the entire league. Tristan Wirfs obviously already hurt for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. For context, I asked these 2 questions to your NBC Sports teammate and Fantasy Football Happy Hour teammate Connor Rogers when he joined us on the show yesterday. His answers, because I don't want you to repeat, that's why I'm saying it, were the Bengals and the Raiders. So the Bengals were the first one. So the first question I have for you is, give me a team that the betting market or the public at large is expecting to be good this year, go over their win total, make the playoffs, make a deep run, however you define it, that you are down on entering the season.
So I think the answer for me would be Philadelphia, and I think there is just a natural inclination to think that the Eagles, because they were so dominant in the Super Bowl, and that's our resounding memory of them, and they still have an awesome roster, but I think that we get a little bit too attached to what we've most recently seen. And I'm old enough to remember when the Philadelphia Eagles were like one Jalen Carter sack of Matthew Stafford away from like losing in round 2 after Jalen Hurts had an absolute stinker against the Rams. And how differently do we think of this team if Stafford scores a touchdown on that final drive, which I think they got like the 15, and it was very much in play that the Eagles season was just going to end in the snow right then and there. And then if we think of this team as a team that lost in the second round after getting eviscerated by my Tampa Bay Buccaneers the year before, and by the way, early in the season last year by my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, then I think the lens with which we see Philly is completely different. And look, this year, they have a brutal schedule. They have one of the 5 hardest schedules in the league. They play in a tough division where the Commanders are going to be, I think, a legitimate Super Bowl threat. The Cowboys will be better. The Giants aren't going to be great, but I think they'll be competent enough. And just they've lost a lot of pieces, particularly on defense. They were very healthy last year. And also, in terms of teams that you expect to be elite year in, year out, it's really the Bills, the Ravens, and the Chiefs, because I think they have the 3 best quarterbacks in the NFL, and it gives you an incredibly high floor. And while everyone adores Jalen Hurts now, they adore him because he won the Super Bowl, and not specifically for how he played last season, which overall wasn't great. And everyone's now anointing Jalen Hurts as a top 7, top 8 quarterback. Like, just think about how different you would feel about, choose your own quarterback who's kind of, think about if CJ Stroud played on the Philadelphia Eagles or Brock Purdy played on the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, could they not do what Jalen Hurts did last year? I think Hurts is a very good quarterback. I think he's extremely clutch. But I do think that he is not at quite the same level as those elite guys, and that, that threatens your floor as a team.
All right. Do you think the Cowboys can beat them in week 1 in 10 seconds?
Probably not. I think that 7 is about right for that line. I think Cowboys will be solid this year, 8 and 9 type of team, but you'd expect the Eagles to get them there.
Tell you what, I think Dallas will, at the very least, maybe it doesn't mean they win or cover, will throw all over that Eagles second. I'm worried about Philly's secondary entering the year, unless Howie does something, and maybe he will. You better, you bet. NBC Sports Now Power Hour. Jay Croucher with us for a couple more minutes. NBC Sports betting analyst. All right, inverse of that question. A team that the betting market is not expecting to be good, make the playoffs, however you want to define it, and you are higher on that team than the market and people. Which team is it and why?
The Jacksonville Jaguars would be my team there, where I think that this team, they just tick a lot of boxes for tail outcomes and potential upside. They have a quarterback who has immense pedigree. It's not that long ago that Trevor Lawrence was a generational prospect, and he has actually, at times in his career, lived up to that standard. Think about 2 years ago, the second half of the season, where they ran through the league to win the division and then come back from 4 touchdowns down against the Chargers in the playoffs. Think about how they were 8-3 in 2023 as well, before they were beset by injuries and it all fell apart. So Lawrence has flashed playing at an elite level. We know that he has the talent to do it. And just having watched an inordinate amount of Jags football last year, I think that there was just something poisonous in the water with that team. I think back to their performance, if you want to call it that, against the Bears in London, and there was just zero effort. That team was just completely broken. I think with Liam Cohen coming in, who I think is going to run a bit more of a modern, less archaic offense. They have elite weapons in BTJ, Travis Hunter. Offensive line is not great, but I think it'll be good enough. I think there's just a lot of low-hanging fruit with the Jags. Their defense last year was 31st in the NFL by EPA per play, and just natural regression should take that closer to like respectably below average. They were 13th in the league a couple years ago. So I think that with a super easy schedule as well, very manageable division, that I could absolutely see the Jags going 9-8, 10-7, making the playoffs. They're 3-1 to win the AFC South, which I like. You know, their win total 7.5. I certainly like the over there.
Yeah, I mean, talk about quitting. How about that game against the Detroit Lions when they lost like 80-something to 7? Just an absolute embarrassment. We all thought Doug Peterson was going to get fired, but he didn't. He played out the whole year. How about the awards markets as we're starting to get closer and closer to the start of the regular season? It could be MVP, O-Roy, D-Roy, DPOI, OPOI, Coach Comeback, Protector, if you got something there. What's your favorite bet right now in the awards market? We got about 90 seconds for it.
The Protector of the Year is going to be fun. Looking forward to diving into that. I suspect that that's going to be the NFL's answer to the Selkie, where it doesn't really matter anything outside of reputation and pedigree. So it's just going to be, you know, Penei Sewell or Lane Johnson or Jordan Mailata, however they play. I think, and spoken about this a little bit in the past, but I think that the MVP market is a little bit too bunched up at the top, where Lamar, Josh Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, they all have very similar odds. I think that Lamar should be the tier 1 favorite in that market by himself. Looking further down the board, I guess a longer shot who I've warmed to a little bit is Jordan Love, because he has had stretches of MVP play. Effectively, his rookie year 2 years ago as a full-time starter. The final, I believe, 11 weeks of that season, he was 18 touchdowns, 1 interception, led the NFL in PFF grade and EPA. I think he was only really healthy last year from weeks 11 to 17. He was number 1 for EPA in that stretch as well. So he's the type of player who has enough upside to, I think, come from the clouds. He's 25-1. So he would probably be my long shot in that market. I think Purdy 28-1. My man Baker Mayfield 25-1. There are other looks there too, but I think in the MVP market, Lamar, the market should really start with him. I don't really know why he would be worse this year. I think that he is the quarterback most likely to put up the combination of statistical production and team success to win the award. I certainly would take him over Allen, Burrow, Mahomes individually.
10 seconds. I give you $100. You have to bet the winner of the Super Bowl right now. Who are you betting and why? 10 seconds for the answer.
Green Bay Packers, 22-1. I don't understand why they are double Detroit's price when, you know, some spots they are 2.5-point favorites over Detroit in week 1. Super young team, ton of upside. I think Love has immense upside as well.
Do you love Love?
I love cautiously. He's a little wild for my liking, but he's got the talent.
Fire the cannons, yes or no?
Unleash the cannons. Unleash them. Fire them towards the NFC title.
We'll talk to you next time, buddy.
Okay, see you guys.
Jay Croucher, what was it? Roasted leg. Fried onions. What's not to like?
Yogi Love?
Ryan Horvath joins us coming up. Joins us next talking college football.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Mike, you might lose your job. Nobody wants to play there. What happened to Miami?
Yeah. I think it's one of those cases of like the culture is just crumbling.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's Tua Tagovailoa's fault, because when I first heard this quote, I would say to myself, if there's anybody who can handle this situation with grace, it's Tua. Because say what you want about him when he's on the field or when he can't stay on the field, but I feel like he has handled adversity pretty well. And even with all these former head coaches and offensive coordinators kind of dragging him through the mud, like he's remained like pretty positive, and I feel like he feels sure of himself. So he handles this situation maturely like he always does. But it just feels like there's not enough leaders in the locker room in Miami. And we saw that was going to be a storyline coming into the season because they lost a lot of their veterans, including guys like Calais Campbell and guys who've just been in the locker room for. And we talk about this as an X factor for a lot of teams. A lot of times we don't say it's like one of the top things, but you do need leadership, especially when like one of your top players is Tyreek Hill, who's constantly flip-flopping back and forth between being on his best behavior and making great catches to saying, I don't want to be here and I want to be traded. So it's one of those things where it just feels like they have a culture issue. Like that's what we've seen. And I think that continues to be the problem. And a lot of that falls on the head coach. So whether we like to admit it or not, because a lot of people really like Mike McDaniel, they do have a culture issue. And I think that's one of the reasons why he is one of the favorites to be fired this year.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
20 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight. Gambling Night in America to wrap up the show. Major League Baseball and the WNBA. Yesterday in this spot, we welcomed PJ Glasser to the show, our BetMGM Network teammate, who's on BetMGM Tonight this week, which follows us weekdays here on the BetMGM Network. And PJ killed it, talking all things college football. Joining us right now on the show is PJ's co-host this week on the show, and is with Brad Evans every single day on BetMGM Tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, weeknights on the BetMGM Network. And his Saturday morning college football show, which he does with PJ Glasser, the working title is BetMGM Network's Tailgate to Kickoff. I've said it off air, I'll say it on air. It's like the show is great, the name's awful. Like call it the college football show. The good news is that the content, my show name sucks also. You Better You Bet is the name of a Who song. So I don't even like the name of my show. The good news is that the content absolutely rocks. So on Saturday mornings when you're looking for your college football fix and you're looking at the board and there's a million games, you're like, what should I bet? Ryan and PJ have you covered Saturday mornings on the BetMGM Network. And again, every single weeknight with Brad Evans on BetMGM Tonight. On Twitter at Ryan Horvath. He's looking tan and relaxed here. He's got the white button-down shirt. He's looking good. Ryan, welcome back to the show. How's summer treating you, my guy?
Summer's been great, man. Had a couple different weddings. We went on a couple different vacations. I'm actually just getting back. My son is switching schools because now he goes to middle school. So I had to meet the teacher today. My wife wasn't able to attend because she just got a promotion at work. So she's at meetings all day. So I got sent to meet the teacher. And now it's different, man, because for the last 7 years, it's been the same teacher, the same classroom. Now he has 3 different teachers. So long day. Looking forward to the show. Looking forward to football season. But yeah, it's been a great summer, man. And now that I look on the camera, the tan is looking pretty good. You guys have better cameras than us. That's why.
Well, I think we have Mike Brown.
That's the thing,
right? And he's the best. How did the meeting with the teacher go?
Pretty good. He's a little bit nervous because now he goes into 6th grade math, and he got homework this summer. He had reading homework and math homework. So we sent him back to Chicago for usually like 3 to 4 weeks, like an entire month, actually, to spend time with my in-laws, spend time with my parents, rather than just sitting around while I come to work every night and my wife's at work, so he could swim, play with his cousins. So he had homework for the first time during the summer. So he FaceTimed me today. My mother actually FaceTimed me today. He didn't want to do it, so he was trying to get permission from me not to do his homework. So it's going to be a whole new world, man. He's going to have to learn how to use a combination for his locker. It's not just the same classroom all day. It went pretty good, though. Teacher kind of seems like a little bit of a hard ass, though. I don't think he's ever had a male teacher either. It's been all female. So it's going to be a new world for him.
Did you like that the teacher was a little bit of a hard ass, or did you not like that?
No, I do like that, man. He needs that right now. I mean, kind of like the way that I was. I was really into video games, but it was different, man, when we were playing video games, right? It was Madden, it was Zelda, whatever you were playing. But now everything is on the iPad, and he's always connected with his friends. So I never really have any idea like what they're actually talking about, because there's this whole Roblox thing, and they have their own terminology. So I think he needs to straighten up a little bit. So I'm happy about that. I went to Catholic school, so it was all nuns for me. Nuns and priests my entire 16, 17 years of school.
Yeah, I had brothers in high school. Went to a Marianist school. I was we'll move on. We won't, because Ryan's favorite college football team, and you know this if you follow him on Twitter, which you should, at Ryan Horvath. Listen to the show, watch the show. Ryan's a huge Notre Dame fan. It's a little Catholic tie-in there, right?
Yeah.
Went to the Natty last year, lost to Ohio State, obviously, which is great for me, bad for Notre Dame fans. Notre Dame is 12-1 to win the Natty this year. Obviously, Riley Leonard's gone. Marcus Freeman returns. Where are you at, Ryan? And then we'll hit specific stuff. But where are you at on your favorite team? And really like America's college football team, right? The Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
As long as Marcus Freeman is the head coach, I feel pretty good that they could win 9 to 10 games, right, and be in the mix for the college football playoff. The only thing is, especially at 12-1, I might wait on that price just because they open up their season with Miami. And Miami can be hit or miss this year. They bring in Carson Beck. They pay him a ton of money. He is coming off of elbow surgery on his throwing arm, which scares me a little bit. Going back to Notre Dame, though, the only concern I have is the quarterback position. Riley Leonard's gone. I thought it was going to be Steve Angeli, and he transfers out kind of late, so it's going to be C.J. Carr. They do have some talent, though. More talent, I think, at the wide receiver position. Jaden Greathouse is back. They got Malachi Fields from Virginia. He caught 113 balls the last 2 years. And Jeremiah Love, the running back's a legit Heisman candidate. I believe that's still a 50-1 price. Over 1,000 yards rushing last year, 17 touchdowns. The offensive line will always be a strength at Notre Dame. Defense, only 4 starters are back, and they have a new DC and Chris Ash. But he was with Urban Meyer in 2014 when Ohio State won the Natty, so I like him. They have a ton of talent. I think they're a 9-10 win team, man. I'm a little bit worried about that schedule. They get A&M, they get Arkansas and Boise State all before week 6. So I think 10-2 is probably realistic for them.
There we go. I mean, it's hard not to love Love. I mean, we were talking with Jay Croucher.
Right.
He loves Jordan Love. I also love Jordan Love. I also love Jeremiah Love. I think he's the best running back in the country. Going to be really exciting this year and at the NFL level. Big Ten Media Days going on right now in Las Vegas, which sounds crazy to say out loud, but that's 2025 in college football. Obviously, Penn State's gotten a lot of attention, a lot of pressure on James Franklin this year. Ohio State defending national champions. Oregon was the team that was the number 1 seed last year in the college football playoff. Dan Lanning had his comments about like the layoff between the Big Ten title game and the Rose Bowl, et cetera, et cetera. Don't have to get into all that. But what do you make of the Ducks this year where it feels a little bit like they're being overlooked in the Big Ten right now as the 3rd choice in the market, plus 350 at BetMGM, and the win total sitting at 10.5?
I completely agree, man, right? We had one of their beat reporters on, and I was like, I think you guys could have a top 3 offense in the country, and he kind of disagreed with that, man. I think a lot of people are out on Dante Moore. Not out on him, but they saw that short sample size at UCLA. People have to remember, though, he was a true freshman. That was Chip Kelly's offense. They have skill position players all over the place. The problem is none of them are proven, right? Evan Stewart had that offseason knee injury, so he's not going to be available. So it's a bunch of new guys. But I love what Dan Lanning's done, not only with these recruiting classes the last 2-3 years, but in the transfer portal as well. I think they're a 10-win football team. I could see them getting tripped up once, maybe twice, but I do think that they're back in the playoff this year, Femi.
This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi and Bebfe. We're hanging out with our BetMGM Network teammate, Ryan Horvat. Once again, tune in to BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 Eastern. Ryan and PJ after us here on the BetMGM Network. Dark horse college football playoff teams. We're all looking for them. Last year, Indiana, SMU were the teams. I'm just going to say this. Please don't say Illinois. Like everyone has said Illinois so far. Like, who is your dark horse college football playoff team this year?
All right, so I'm actually going under 8.5 wins on Illinois, by the way, man, too, right? Like, I like Luke Altmaier, but I'm not completely sold that he's as good as he looked last year, and I don't love the wide receivers. They have Service Academy wide receivers. The defense should be good, but that's a pretty tough schedule. I like Navy, actually, to make the playoff. It's a 16-1 price. Last year, they got off to a 6-0 start. They got blown out, though, by Notre Dame. That was a bad spot for them. And then they had late setbacks against Rice and Tulane. They almost made the AAC championship game, though. They still won 10 games, and then they beat Oklahoma. Granted, that was a bad Oklahoma team last year, man, but they beat them in the Armed Forces Bowl. And they bring back pretty much everybody, including their quarterback, Blake Horvath. So he's got pretty much the same last name as me, except for he adds the H. So have to cheer for him. Last year, 30 total touchdowns, 17 rushing. They have a ton of talent back, and a lot of guys come back on the defensive side of the ball. That was the 3rd best scoring defense in college football last year, or at least in the conference. 22.2 points per game is all that they gave up. So I kind of like Navy, actually, 16-1. You know, in the Big Ten, really quick, everybody keeps talking about like Illinois being last year's Indiana. I think last year's Indiana might just be Indiana again this year, man. I kind of like what they've done in the portal, and I believe in Cignetti, at least in the regular season. I think they could win 9-10 games again in the Big Ten.
It's funny because like Cignetti was like getting criticism about them ducking good teams on the schedule, and I mean it's pretty embarrassing to say that stuff out loud, but he's also true. Like it's a completely like the way you got to do it if you want to get to the playoff in this era where you get an easy schedule and that can get you right in there with the gaudy record. The ACC intrigues me, Ryan, just because I think a lot of people are really into Clemson. They're plus 110. They won it last year, beating SMU in that ACC title game. Is it as easy as the Tigers and Dabo has this thing back humming, or is there another team, a dark horse team that you can think that can take down the Clemson Tigers?
Yeah, man, not to be chalky, but I really do like Clemson. I mean, I bet them to win the national title. I bet them to win the ACC. Not the best price, of course, at plus 110. Miami scares me, like I said, but I mean, Miami scared me last year. They started 9-0, and then they got tripped up late by Syracuse, kind of fell apart, and I just can't fully get there with Mario Cristobal. This is the same guy a couple years ago. All he had to do was take a knee. Instead, they call halfback draw, fumble the ball away, and lose to Georgia Tech on a Hail Mary from Haynes King. So I love what he does in the portal and recruiting, but I just don't trust him as a decision maker. Whereas with Clemson, I like this staff now. They also have 14 starters back, 8 on the offensive side of the ball, I believe, including Cade Klubnik. 2 years ago, I was out on Klubnik. Last year, he finally looked like a 5-star, man. 4,000 total yards, 40 touchdowns, 36 passing touchdowns, only 6 picks. The issue with Clemson, Femi, has been they haven't had a wide receiver that could create separation in years, man. They haven't had a T. Higgins, a Sammy Watkins, a D-Hop. Now they finally have those guys. Antonio Williams is back. He caught 75 balls, led the ACC with 11 touchdowns last year. Wesco and Moore are both back. They combined for over 1,300 yards last year. They have a ton of experience in the backfield. Even though they lose Phil Maffa, I like what they have. And then on the defensive side of the ball, a lot of people aren't talking about this. Dabo stole Tom Allen from Penn State with a 3-year contract. They have TJ Parker back for one more season. I really like their defensive front. Peter Woods lost a ton of weight. He's going to move back to defensive tackle. Tough game week 1 against LSU, so maybe you wait on those national title prices. But I do like Clemson to win the ACC plus 110.
And to Ryan's point, even if Clemson loses that game in the season opener at LSU, could definitely still win the ACC, obviously still go to the college football playoff. I want to go lightning. I want to hit a bunch here in the time we have remaining, but you mentioned Clemson and Klubnik, Cade Klubnik, their quarterback, is one of the favorites. You mentioned LSU, Garrett Nussmeier, their quarterback, also one of the Heisman favorites. Arch Manning is the favorite from Texas to win the Heisman. Do you have a Heisman Trophy thought here, Ryan, in about 30 seconds, and then we'll do some more conference plays?
Yeah, really quick, a couple long shots I'll take. Avery Johnson, 50-1 from Kansas State. Last year was the second leading rusher, rushed for 7 touchdowns, threw for 2,600. So I think he's going to have a big year, and I think they could maybe win the Big 12. So I like Avery Johnson at 50-1. And then John Mateer, this price has got hit, 25-1. Venables brings in Ben Arbuckle to call the offense from Washington State. Last year together, Mateer, he threw for 3,000 yards, 29 touchdowns, and then ran for 15 touchdowns. He actually tied the lead in the nation with 44 total touchdowns. So I like his price at 25-1. The only concern, is Venables the guy at Oklahoma? Could they win 9 to 10 games? Because team success matters in this award market. So my long shots would be Mateer and Avery Johnson right now.
I do think Oklahoma is a fascinating team entering the year because, like you mentioned, with Arbuckle running the offense, I think that was kind of the administration at Oklahoma telling Venables, like, you are not involved in this offense at all.
Yep.
You manage the team and you call the defense. You will have nothing to do with the offense, honestly. It's probably going to be a good thing coming up this year for Oklahoma. All right, let's go lightning round here, hit a bunch of topics. You gave us your thought, Ryan, on the ACC, which is Clemson, the favorite. What about the Big 12, where I think you can make the case for a number of different teams? I haven't seen a conference with jumbled pricing like this in a really long time. Where are you at here on the Big 12 if you had to pick one team at price?
Yeah, a couple thoughts. PJ gave out Baylor last night, and I really do like that price on Baylor. I worry a little bit about what I saw from Dave Aranda last year. He took over defensive play calling, and the defense was a mess. They should be much better this year, so that's a good long shot. I'm on Avery Johnson. Well, I am on him 50-1 to win the Heisman, but with that, I like Kansas State. Best price I saw was 6-1. Last year they were the favorites. They started 7-1, and then they lost 3 of their last 4 games. They looked good in their bowl game. Granted, it was against Rutgers, but they bring back this year Dylan Edwards at running back. He averaged over 7 yards per carry. Jace Brown's back at wide receiver. He caught 5 touchdowns, had over 800 receiving yards. I really like Sterling Lockett. I think he's going to be a weapon in special teams and as a slot receiver. And, offensive line is always a strength at Kansas State. The defense brings back their 2 top tacklers. They did finish second in the Big 12 last year in rushing yards allowed. They have to be much better against the run, but they play that 3-3-5, so they're really looking to stop the pass. If they win 9-10 games, I think Avery Johnson's in the Heisman conversation, and that would be my pick to win the Big 12. And then I'm going under 8.5 on Arizona State. I love Sam Leavitt, the quarterback, but they won a bunch of fluky one-possession games last year. I dare them to do that again, man.
K-State, Iowa State, a really interesting Week 0 game in Ireland with the way the Big 12 is all jumbled up. K-State about a 3.5-point favorite in that game. Let's go 20 seconds per for the rest of these. Thought on who's going to win the Big 10? Ohio State, the favorite, the reigning defending national champions.
Yeah, I'm on Penn State, man. I don't hate Drew Aller as much as everybody else. I know he looked terrible against Notre Dame, and that's a lot. A lot of people didn't see him play all year, but they bring back Katron Allen and Nick Singleton. Both had 1,000 yards rushing. You lose Tyler Warren, but this year you actually have some wide receivers, and I love the Jim Knowles hire as defensive coordinator. I think that's going to make the difference. You lose the best pass rusher in Abdul Carter, but I think that defense is still going to be really good with Knowles calling it and with Durant back. So Penn State for me, chalk.
And let's close here, 20 seconds, on the SEC with Texas the favorite, Georgia, Bama, LSU behind the Longhorns.
I'll go long shot here, actually. I like LSU over 8.5 wins, but I also at least like them to make the SEC championship at plus 350, and I took a little stab at plus 750 for them to win it. Huge year for Brian Kelly. He's got to do something, man. 29-11 since taking over at LSU. I like Nussmeier. Last year, 4,000 yards passing, 29 touchdowns. My only concern, they have to replace 4 offensive linemen, but I love what they did in the portal. And if Brian Kelly doesn't win 9-10 games, man, he might be out. So I actually kind of like LSU this year as a long shot.
Ryan, great job on the show. BetMGM tonight is following us here on You Better You Bet, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. And we can't wait for the college football show to return Saturday mornings with you and PJ. Have a great show tonight, my friend. Stay well, and we'll catch up with you before the start of the season.
Thanks for having me, guys.
That was like a tour de force from our friend Ryan Horvath. Great job by Ryan and PJ the last couple days here, breaking down college football. Yeah. And I think my favorite part of the interview was him talking about his son's new teacher. I don't know if I'm looking forward to that part of being a parent, but I guess kind of is what it is, right? On the other side, all our bets for tonight, gambling night in America.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Who's in a better spot quarterback-wise? You got Russ, Jackson Dart, Jameis, or back to the Browns. The Browns just dominating the show today.
God.
Or the Browns who have 5 quarterbacks on their... It's all about the Browns. Or the Browns who have 5 quarterbacks on their roster, including 2 rookies in Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. This quarterback room is something. This should be a sitcom in Cleveland. Who has it better than us? That's what the Harbaughs would ask. The Browns or the Giants?
The Giants. Because listen, like, it doesn't count for extra when you have extra quarterbacks. Like, you can't combine them all into one super quarterback, and only one quarterback can play at a time. So the question is, who has the best number one starter?
Yeah.
And for me, it's still the Giants. Like, Russell Wilson is a veteran. I know he's had his down years, but we saw that he can be a decent starter with his time in Pittsburgh. So I think this is the right move for the Giants, especially with a young quarterback in Jackson Dart who can learn under Russell Wilson. So I do think it's the Giants here that are in the better spot when it comes to starting quarterback.
This Browns quarterback room needs to be a sitcom. This needs to be a sitcom. It's setting up perfectly for one, right? You got the 2 rookies, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. They're playful. They're always kind of bickering because they're young guys. You have Joe Flacco, so annoyed. Just leave him alone. He's the grumpy old guy. He's won it all. Every now and then they'll have a serious moment. He leans in. He gives some sage advice. Nobody likes Deshaun Watson. Every time he comes on screen, boo. And then Kenny Pickett is the guy. He's the comic relief guy, right? Like, he's not going to play any games. You know, everybody will be sitting around watching film, and then the door opens, and it's Kenny Pickett. He's like, hey, is there a meeting going on in here? And everybody laughs. And he goes, dude, because they're sponsored by Dude Wipes. I mean, this has all the makings of an absolute hit. So if the Browns are going to stink, why not make some money on primetime TV?
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight. Gambling night in America. We had two awesome guests on the show. Jay Croucher, NBC sports betting analyst, who Femi said he likes Jordan Love to win NFL MVP at a long shot price, and he likes the Packers a lot this season. I'm not there on Green Bay. You like Green Bay more than I do right now.
I do, and I see where he's seeing with Jordan Love, like the Green Bay Packers schedule to start out. They could get off to like a 5-2, 6-1 kind of a start. Just think about if they're productive and Jordan Love is the reason why, and if he's healthy because he wasn't healthy last year, maybe you see that Jordan Love 25-1 all of a sudden become Jordan Love plus 750. Or 6-1 in that range. So I'm picking up what he's putting down with Jordan Love for MVP.
The Packers, Femi, will be what going into their bye? Week 1, home Detroit. Week 2, home Commanders. That's Thursday Night Football on a short week, but it's at home.
Yep.
Week 3, at the Browns. Week 4, at your Dallas Cowboys.
And the buys, I think at worst 3-1, but I think 4-0 is definitely on the table as well.
Okay.
The Detroit game is the one that's difficult, but like if they beat the Lions, I think they'll beat the Commanders on a short week. The Browns, I mean, that's a layup as long as nobody gets hurt. And then the Cowboys, things can get tricky, Sunday Night Football, whatever, but like they could win that game. I mean, they dominate in Dallas every year, it seems like, whether it's Rodgers or Love or whoever. I guess Favre never did since he never won in Dallas. But like you get the point here. I think they could easily be 3-1, if not 4-0.
I've not placed this bet yet. We still have 6 weeks before week 1. I think I'm going to end up betting the Packers in week 1 against Detroit.
Yeah. I don't think it's like a massive edge, but my gut tells me they're going to win that game. And I want to bet them.
Should the point? I don't think you can make the case the point spread should be 3, but I do think there's some value.
So.
I like Green Bay more than Detroit this year.
I respect Detroit's talent, but week 1, with all the coaching changes that they made, I don't think it's going to be clicking right away.
And the offensive line, the offensive line might not be that good. And here's Jared Goff behind a shaky offensive line without Ben Johnson.
It's Goff behind a bad O-line. It's fumbles. It's errant throws that turn into interceptions. Like the Ragnow loss is a big deal. Like we've made a big deal of it here on the show, and rightfully so. But I don't think enough people are making a big deal about the Ragnow retirement. Like that's massive. He's one of the best centers in the NFL. And now you just took him out of there in an offseason where like, it wasn't like before the draft or free agency. It was, no, I'm retiring, and it's like early June or whatever it was.
When you woke up this morning, did you say to yourself in the mirror, I'm going to use the word errant on You Better You Bet today?
I did not. I don't think that was the first time I've used it today, didn't I?
Errant throws.
Yeah, errant throws.
It was like errant is this like one of these sports words, right? Where You will only ever hear the word errant being used. It will precede the word throw when talking about a quarterback. Yes. An errant throw or an errant pass. One of those two things. It's the only way the word errant ever. The only way the word errant ever gets used. Jay Croucher joined us on the show, and our pal Ryan Horvat joined us. Ryan is dialed into college football, man. BetMGM tonight follows us here on the BetMGM network. Okay. Yesterday on the show, I declared, I guess I could do like a tribute to Hulk Hogan today.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll do it after.
I mean, it's very timely.
It is timely. But, you know, like we promised that you would do the bit today. The You Better You Bet, like what did this person say?
Podcast,
so Femi,
yes.
promote the podcast and go for it. The floor is yours.
You hit me with that Andrew Williams. go do the work for me. But okay, yes, the podcast, obviously a great show that we had today. Our buddy Jay Croucher, BetMGM Tonight Network, Ryan Horvat did an awesome job. If you miss any of those interviews, make sure you check them out in podcast form, Apple, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. It's like what the birthday girl, Jennifer Lopez, said, happy 56th birthday to J-Lo in her 2002 hit single, Jenny from the Block. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. All you have to do is search You Bet wherever you get your podcasts to listen to all the great wagertainment here on You Better You Bet. There you go. You get Jennifer Lopez today, a music one on her 56th birthday. Also was great in Selena, by the way, too.
Rate your performance from 1 to 10, 10 being best.
It was like a 3.5, I think.
It was like honestly like I'm gonna be honest with you, because I love you and because I know you have thick skin. I'm not even joking. I'm disappointed.
We'll be better tomorrow.
You stumbled like 4 times. Like you never I feel like you put too much pressure on yourself just now. It's not that important. No, you're doing it tomorrow again because it's important. Because like it's important because you are so much better than that. It's important. It should be important to you. Like it is important. Like you failed, right?
35% is 3.5 out of 10. Yeah, that's a failure.
Okay, Mike, toss the graphic back up, please. The full screen. I'll take this. I'll take this home for us. All right. You Better You Bet's the absolute best. All you have to do is search You Bet wherever you find your podcast. That's the Odyssey app. It's Spotify. It's iTunes. It's iHeartMedia. It's iHeartMedia. The iHeart app. Now I'm screwing up. Okay. It's like Hulk Hogan said back in the day. You got to say your vitamins. You got to take your say your vitamins and take your prayers.
This is off the rails.
It's not great. What you gonna do when not being able to speak runs wild on you? Rest in peace to Hulk Hogan, Terry Bollea. I know people maybe not like the man, but Hulk Hogan, one of the great performers of all time. This is atrocious. Anything to add before we get to the bets?
Probably the worst 2.5 minutes we've done in a long time, honestly.
And honestly, like I was worse than you.
This was pretty brutal.
Yeah, I was worse than you.
But the rest of the show was fun. So check it out in podcast form. The show was great.
Yeah, and check it out in podcast form. It's like Hulk Hogan said back in the day. All right, let's get to the bets for tonight. But before we do that, we need our friend Jake the Snake to kindly drop the dope ass beat. I'm embarrassed. I said iTunes, right?
Which I have not opened up since college. I don't even know if it exists anymore.
Does iTunes exist?
It probably just leads you to the Apple podcast, I think. I don't know. Okay.
All right, well, I know everyone's excited right now. Honestly, it's one of the worst segments we've ever done. We want you, dear listener, dear viewer, to get in on the excitement at BetMGM with an any sport, no sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. Listen, I love fantasy football, and I get ready for fantasy football season, and I stay ahead of the competition for fantasy football season with our team of experts on the Roto World Football Show. You stay up to date on player news, team-by-team analysis, and draft strategies with new shows every Thursday throughout the summer. Subscribe to the Roto World Football Show on the NFL on NBC YouTube channel or follow wherever you get your podcasts. And I'll just give a plug to the OG fantasy football website, which is rotoworld.com. RotoWorld's player blurbs, where if you go to RotoWorld and you click NFL player news, they have everything you need that's happening in training camps. Everything is there for you. I go to it every single day. It's like just like Twitter with notifications. They've got everything you need there. RotoWorld does an awesome job. All right, I'm feeling patriotic. I can't believe I said say your vitamins and take your prayers.
Take them prayers, baby.
I don't really screw up that often, and that was an embarrassment. It ruined my night.
What part do you think was the worst part?
What was that was the worst part. The worst part was that I trashed you, because you were terrible,
Yes,
and then I was
terrible.
Worse. That's the worst part. I was worse.
We'll be better tomorrow.
We'll try. We'll do it. It's hard to be worse. All right, baseball coming up for tonight, Femi. Only a couple games. I think this Cardinals-Padres game in St. Louis is very interested. Sonny Gray and Yu Darvish. Cardinals a favorite at home. Bets for tonight, please, in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, not a whole lot of hashtag value on the board here in Major League Baseball tonight, but I do like a home run prop. So no sides, no totals for me. I am betting someone to meet the moment, read the room, leave the yard, something that we did not do about 5 minutes ago. Let's go with Seattle Mariners second baseman Jorge Polanco, who might be DHing tonight, but I think Jorge Polanco hits a home run off Yusei Kikuchi. You look at the fan graphs, it's telling me that Kikuchi's giving up the barrels. The barrel rate is not what you want from a pitcher. I know he's had a pretty solid season for the Angels, but I think Polanco, who's been hitting the ball pretty well, started the season hot, got a little bit cold, but is starting to hit the ball a little bit better in the month of July. Jorge Polanco, plus 520 to hit a home run tonight. That is my Major League Baseball bet for tonight.
I'm gonna take the Padres, Femi, at an underdog price on the road in St. Louis. So Yu Darvish has not made many starts this season. Kind of rounding into form a little bit. Whereas Sonny Gray has gotten absolutely trashed in his last 3 starts for the Redbirds. I'll take a shot. Give me the San Diego Padres tonight at plus 125 at BetMGM on the road at the Redbirds. Okay? We got a couple games tonight in the WNBA as well. Femi, you usually have a pretty good read on the dub. What do you got for tonight, my friend, in WNBA?
I am closely monitoring as tip-off is about 8 minutes away, but this Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces game in Indiana, right now it's 2.5, I think is the highest number in the market. If this gets to 3, I think I'm going to bet the Fever. I might just bet them at the 2.5 as well because I just want something, and all I have tonight is a Jorge Polanco home run bet. So give me the Fever to actually upset the Las Vegas Aces. Aces, I think the time to bet them was earlier this week. I think now is the time to sell. I'll back Indiana tonight against Vegas.
And to close the show, Hulk Hogan died today at the age of 71. He's got a couple theme songs that probably rank among the all-time greats in the history of pro wrestling. Real American, obviously. The NWO theme, Voodoo Child by Jimi Hendrix is legendary. Femi, what is your favorite wrestling theme song of all time?
Oh, favorite one of all time. It's HBK. Because you're a sexy boy. Sexy boy. Shawn Michaels, I love that one.
And
I'm not your boy, toy.
Yeah, he's not your boy toy. He's just a sexy boy. It's a little questionable.
Yeah. Hey, man.
A little questionable.
Song's great.
I think it has to be. It's not the most pleasing song to the ear, but just what it signifies when that glass breaks and Stone Cold Steve Austin comes out, it is. Yeah, I mean, there's a million great choices.
Really good.
I think Stone Cold's is pretty iconic. All right, that does it, Femi, for the tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet. I will talk to you tomorrow on a phenomenal Football Friday.
See everybody then. Good luck with the bets tonight.
More 8 buckets coming up tomorrow as we continue our expansive preview and bets for NFL win total. So until we meet again, dear listener and dear viewer, tomorrow on a Friday, I'm Nick Costos wishing you, as always, minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said,
said ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said ring that bell. He said ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Let the chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs the more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
And if you survived that 60-second intro, a lot of shouting and screaming and yelling, then welcome into BetMGM tonight. It is the Thursday, July 24th edition. It is National Tequila Day. Good week for our guy Brad Evans to take off. We got PJ Glasser filling in. We're off tomorrow night, so it's our last show, our blowout show tonight. We don't have a whole lot going on in Major League Baseball. A couple games, but we'll talk some Major League Baseball futures. We'll also talk with Craig Heist, talk a little bit about the Orioles and the Nats, your O's. Not what we thought they were going to be this year, Peach. The Nats, about where I thought they would be, the basement, where they belong. Jonathan Coachman's going to join us come hour 2. Some sad news today in the world of pro wrestling, sports, just in the world. Hulk Hogan, at 71 years old. Jeez, almost just choked on my own spit there. 71 years old, passes away, Peach. I know you're not a big wrestling fan, but I was shocked, man. Ozzy Osbourne this week, and now Hulk Hogan, back-to-back days.
Couple of
Brutal.
icons, man. Crazy.
Brutal.
Yeah, no, that was surprising news seeing Hulk Hogan go. Obviously, a very recognizable name, legend in the world of wrestling. We're going to have Jonathan Coachman on later. Excited to talk about Hulk Hogan with him. But just crazy, like you said, two titans going down, and him and Ozzy Osbourne. And these things come in threes. There was somebody else who passed away, too, another actor. Can't remember his name off the top of my
Malcolm
head.
Jamal Warner.
Yeah.
There you
Cosby.
go. Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner. So there's it comes in threes, it does. So R.I.P. to Mr. Hogan. But any good memories watching him in wrestling at all?
Yeah, I mean, the NWO, like when he turned into a bad guy, when he turned heel and joined with Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, that was shocking. Like they tried to do that again this year with John Cena turning heel, and it just wasn't the same. And for whatever reason, Travis Scott was involved. But that was the way to do it, man. People were shocked. They were throwing stuff, drinks in the ring at them.
Just iconic, too, with the handlebar mustache,
Yep.
right? The white, obviously, the hair. I mean, he's an icon, dude.
Now, I will say this. Like, I know Costos, was a big Hogan fan. I got into wrestling a little bit late, though. I thought it was kind of goofy because, growing up, my dad didn't like it. So it was all, we're watching the Bulls every single night. And then we're watching the Cubs every single night. And then you already know college football Saturdays and NFL Sundays, what the hell we were doing in Monday Night Football. I got into wrestling late. It was like 6th grade. And it was because the Attitude Era was going on. And my buddies were like, you got to see this lady Sable, this girl Sable, and Sunny. And so I got into it. I'm not going to lie, Peach, for the chicks. But then it was Stone Cold Steve Austin. He hated his boss, Vince McMahon. He was drinking beer in the ring and giving him the Stone Cold Stunner. The Rock was the top heel, Triple H. So I got into it, and now my son's into it. He, in fact, FaceTimed me from the bathroom, and he said, Daddy, Hulk Hogan's dead. And I said, I know, buddy, and it's a damn shame. Yeah, but I like the real American stuff. I am a real American. I wasn't even born yet.
No.
It was a little bit before my time.
Yeah,
but
same.
Still sad. R.I.P. Hulk Hogan, an icon in English. Anyway, here's what we got tonight in Major League Baseball, Peach. All right, we got the Padres plus 115 against the Cardinals. Cardinals are minus 135 favorites, although they just took money and now they're minus 150 favorites. That would have been my only bet tonight.
Yep.
I kind of like Sonny Gray. Darvish has struggled since coming back from injury. He's got an ERA over 6. Sonny Gray's been pretty solid this season for the Cards, but if I didn't get it at minus 135, I definitely don't want to lay minus 150. Also tonight, we got the A's plus 110 against the Astros, Severino against Alexander, and the Mariners even money against the Angels. The Angels actually favored minus 120 with Evans taking on Kikuchi. So my bets tonight, if I really wanted to torture myself with betting baseball on a Wednesday or Thursday, wherever we're at here on the week, would be the Angels at minus 120 and the Cardinals at minus 150, but I'm going to stay away from both. What about you?
I mean, all these numbers keep getting hit. Because there are only 3 baseball games tonight and people are looking for some action, these lines are getting a lot of money right now. And the one that jumps out to me, you said it, I like St. Louis tonight at home. Sonny Gray's been good. Yu Darvish, since coming back from injury, 13 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 13 hits, has an ERA over 6, so he has struggled since making his way back from injury. And then I also like the Athletics tonight. They opened up this morning plus 105. Now they're out to plus 125, so you're getting some good value there. I think the reason why they moved up is because, again, there's such a little action. Everybody's looking at the Astros, only minus 125, minus 130 at home against the A's. They continue to bet it. Now we're up to minus 150. Luis Severino has been a guy this year. Whenever he pitches at home in Sacramento, you fade him.
Yep.
It's been terrible at home. When he goes on the road, though, he's been excellent. So, obviously on the road tonight in Houston, I think this line's just moving up because the public is just betting it. They're seeing these two teams, Astros at home, short price, and they're betting Houston. But I think the A's are the right side. So I like St. Louis and Sacramento tonight.
All right, I like that too. We got Brandon Combs, EP in the show, executive producer tonight. He's a big wrestling fan. I saw on Facebook that he was, talking about Hulk Hogan. So Brandon, any good memories, thoughts on the unfortunate death of Hulk Hogan, and any baseball bets? He's also our baseball expert here on the show.
Yeah, no, look, Hulk Hogan, a huge part of my childhood. You guys saw last night, I was in my basement, and I don't know if any of you guys noticed, but sitting right behind me was a huge 16x20 framed photo autographed of Hulk Hogan. Watched him a lot. Watched him take on, my first WrestleMania was watching him take on the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6 and waiting for it to come out on VHS and running to the video store when it came out. I know you don't know anything about that, PJ, but that was a thing back then.
That's crazy,
You couldn't
Brandon.
just go on your phone and watch stuff. I had
That's
to run
wild.
to the video store when I knew it was coming out. And you had to beat people there because if they only had 3 copies, you weren't getting one. So, but yeah, no, man, he was a legend. I know, there's a lot of stuff from him in his personal life and all this other stuff, but as a wrestler, as an athlete, man, he was tremendous, and it's sad for him. Sad day for wrestling fans today, for sure. As far as baseball bets, I'm with PJ. I love the A's tonight. Love them. Love Severino going up against the Astros. I bet that heavy tonight, so that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
All right.
Loves them.
It's an
Doesn't
A's.
like 'em.
It's an A's show tonight. You know what? Damn it. I'm in. I'll join you guys. Go Sacramento A's. Get the job done. I had last night I hit a home run parlay and won myself over a G, so I was pretty happy. I sent you guys that screenshot.
That's insane.
Didn't even realize it. I should have jumped up on my chair when Kyle Schwarber hit that one because that's what cashed the ticket for me. I got a free $15 bet, and I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this thing, right? I'm not going to place a $15 future
And
or
look at
side or
you.
total, so I took a home run parlay.
Unbelievable.
At
So
like
who was
5
it?
in the morning.
Schwarber, Judge.
Yeah, let me pull it up. I forgot even who
Trying to remember.
all I had. It was Schwarber,
I was so angry
Judge,
at you when you sent that.
Junior
by the way.
Caminero, and Corey Seager. And it was $15 to win $1,972.
Goodness.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes you go on an 0-8 stretch like I did 2 weeks ago. I hate betting baseball. But now, tonight, suddenly, I like it a little bit. I woke up this morning to you guys texting me. Not going to lie, I slept in a little bit today. What I've been doing lately, man, is I wake up at like 4 a.m. and my wife falls asleep to Friends every single night. So I wake up to like the same 3 episodes every single night, I swear to God. The one where they get free porn the last 3 nights in a row. And yet there I am watching it every single night for whatever reason. But so I was up until like 6, and then I fell back asleep, and I woke up at 11:15 a.m. I felt like I just got out of brain surgery. My body's just not meant for that anymore. I'm an early riser these days, even though I don't get home until like midnight. But I woke up to you guys texting me. I thought Justin Fields was dead. Turns out he was carted off the practice field today with a dislocated right toe, and it turns out he's going to be just fine week 1 against the Steelers. That's what I want to talk about, though, today, man. I love all the overreactions at training camp. Like today, I see Aaron Rodgers' first pass for the Steelers is picked off. I joked he was just trying to build some confidence for the defensive side of the ball in that secondary, right? Trying to keep him honest on that side of the ball. But I keep forgetting week 1, we get Aaron Rodgers against the Jets.
Yeah.
I mean, the league
Double
knows what it's
revenge
doing
game.
with. Yes, the league knew what it was doing with that schedule, even though Aaron Rodgers wasn't officially a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Your thoughts, though, on the Justin Fields thing, man? Do you think he's going to make it all 17 weeks? Is he going to be the Jets' starting quarterback all year long, or are they going to struggle they're going to bench him to try to get the best available draft pick. Because next year's quarterback class is loaded. Klubnik, Sellers, Beck.
Nussmeier.
Yeah, Nussmeier, all these guys, man.
Maybe Arch Manning potentially as well,
Yeah.
if he comes out early.
Yeah.
Ty
Simpson.
Yeah, the Jets, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Fields. I think the smart money would tell you that he probably doesn't play every single game this season with the Jets. My reaction to the news wasn't necessarily, oh my God, Justin Fields might be out for the season. My reaction was, oh my God, of course this happened to the Jets quarterback. Like that was my reaction.
Can't have nice things.
It wasn't more so Fields getting hurt. It was like I see the news and I'm like, of course he's hurt because he's on the Jets now. Like this is just how it goes. So you got to feel for the Jets fans, man. It's ridiculous. But luckily for them, they do have Tyrod Taylor as the backup this year and not Zach Wilson anymore. So that experiment is kind of over with. And there's really not too much of a drop-off, if any. Even Aaron Glenn was talking about that today. He doesn't think there's any drop-off with those two. At this point in both of their careers, Fields is certainly the more mobile, more athletic guy. But I would say Tyrod's the more consistent thrower of the football. You obviously want Fields out there because of his mobility, and I think the Jets want to cater the offense a lot around his legs.
Yeah.
They'll kind of use that as an extension of the run game along with Breece Hall, and then hopefully open up some things with Garrett Wilson. But yeah, man, I mean, it was just like one of those things. You see it, and you're just like, oh, man, that's so Jets. It's very Jet-like. It's almost becoming an adjective, a verb.
Well, and it sucks for Justin Fields because, I mean, the argument, if you're a Fields guy, is he's never really had a fair shake because in Chicago, he had an idiot as a play caller and head coach. He had a terrible offensive line, not the best skill position players. Now he goes to the Jets. You reunite him with his former college teammate and Garrett Wilson. I think Breece Hall could have a bounce back year. I'm at least just saying that because I have him in my Dynasty League and I took him way too early, thinking he was going to come back from that torn ACL and be the same player he was his rookie year. And he just hasn't been yet. But he's also learning a new offensive system, man. He hasn't had a fair shake. He's finally the guy, signs the 2-year, $40 million contract, and gets hurt first day of training camp. You said it, though. They got Tyrod Taylor, 58 career starts, but Fields should be ready week 1. Last night we talked about how we both think that the Dolphins are going to be a huge dumpster fire this year, and Mike McDaniel potentially could be the first coach fired. Tua had those comments yesterday about Tyreek Hill. It appears every offseason he's just spinning right off this planet, that he has to regain the trust of his teammates. I do think Jalen Waddle's going to have a big year, man. 1,000 yards his first 2 years. Last year went under that, and his prop's only 850. That's the only thing I would do positive with the Dolphins. Today, their defensive back, Artie Burns, turns out he's going to miss the whole 2025 season, tears his ACL on the first day of training camp. So nothing good going on for the Bills right now, man. He just signed a 1-year deal with the Dolphins this offseason after spending 3 years with the Seahawks. Hasn't been a full-time starter since 2017, but I know he was in their plans. There hasn't been one good report yet that has come out of Miami.
No, not at all. Their secondary is going to be a mess. I think their defense is going to be a mess. And obviously the friction between Tua and Tyreek Hill, Mike McDaniel can't beat any good teams. I think Miami's a walking disaster. I want no part of the Dolphins this upcoming season. So that AFC East is going to be interesting. I'm thinking about betting in exacta in the AFC East. I kind of like the Bills, the Jets, the Patriots, and the Dolphins.
Wow.
I kind of like betting the Jets second.
Really?
Because I'm down on the Patriots, as you know. I mean, a team who was favored in 0 games last year, and now they're favored in 11 this year, is just insane to me. I mean, look, Drake May's a nice young player. I love Vrabel as a head coach, but come on. They won 4 games. They still don't have any proven weapons. I think their defense will be good. It's not going to be one of the elite defenses in the NFL. I think they finish 3rd. We'll see what happens with Justin Fields. I think even with Tyrod Taylor, they'll be able to win some games. I think their defense is going to be really solid this year. You have Breece Hall. You have Garrett Wilson. And I'm just really down on the Dolphins. So I think there is a path for the Jets to finish 2nd in this division. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, and I don't think they're going to win the division. They're not beating Buffalo. But I do think there is a chance that they could finish 2nd in this division because of the other 2 teams. So I think a lot of us feel like we all have the order of how the AFC East is going to go, and it's how it's priced to start the season. Bills, Patriots, Dolphins, Jets. I would actually put the Jets 2nd, put the Patriots 3rd, and I would go Dolphins 4th.
Completely agree, man. The Bills, huge favorites, rightfully so. If Josh Allen stays healthy, most likely they're winning that division, although they got to figure out this James Cook situation. He's participated the first 2 days of training camp, but he's looking for a contract extension, which makes sense. Wants about $15 million per year. He's 25 years old in the last year of that rookie deal, so he wants one contract, obviously. He's a big part of that offense, though. We'll see who ends up being the number one wide receiver this year. I'm hoping that Dalton Kincaid has a bounce back year also on my Dynasty fantasy football team. Not that anybody cares. We'll talk plenty of NFL tonight. We'll also talk a little college football coming up. Man, this Clemson LSU game is getting a little bit heated. Brian Kelly and Dabo taking some shots I'm just reading about. And we'll talk some Major League Baseball coming up in about 5 minutes. Some futures. BetMGM tonight. Ryan Horvath, PJ Glasser on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You heard Big Voice Guy. Time to place those bets. We got 3 games, count them, 3 games in Major League Baseball tonight. And I believe we got some WNBA action. Caitlin Clark going to miss some more time. Did not participate in the All-Star game. The Fever right now up 16-10, though, on the Aces. Padres, Cardinals tonight. A's, Astros, Mariners, Angels. And that's what we got for you. Sad news today. Hulk Hogan passes away at 71. Not so sad news. Justin Fields is going to be okay. He dislocated his toe. Expected to be ready week 1. Artie Burns tears his ACL for the Dolphins. And James Cook wants to get paid. Those are your headlines for today. Let's talk a little baseball. And let's do that with our good buddy, EP, Brandon Combs, out in Chicago, home of the Chicago Bulls, the Chicago Bears, the Chicago Cubs, the Chicago White Sox, Buddy Guy, and Portillo's Hot Dogs.
What about
Italian beef.
What's wrong with the Blackhawks?
Well, they're racist.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah. Is that a Blackhawks jersey, Brando?
No, this is actually a custom Bears jersey. I stopped
Bears,
buying jerseys with players' names on it because they always get traded. So I
Fair.
just get jerseys with my name on them now.
Dude,
fair.
I got one story on that. My love for Kyle Schwarber. I have every single jersey, including a Phillies Kyle Schwarber.
You
now.
the Nationals, Kyle Schwarber.
So when I moved here, I was like, man, all these teams suck. In fact, my first night here, the Wizards were in the first round of the playoffs, and I went to a bar, and they had CNN on and Fox News, and I was like, I am in the wrong place. I was like, hey, can we get the Wizards game on? And the guy goes, the Wizards are still playing? And I said, yeah, they're in the playoffs. It's game 1. He didn't know. But tickets were $9, but they still had Juan Soto, and I was like, at least they have Kyle Schwarber. Literally 2 weeks later, pretty much, after I get the jersey, he gets traded away. Wow. So I have a Cubs I own every single Kyle Schwarber jersey, dude.
What about Indiana? Who's your Kyle Schwarber?
No, I don't.
That'd be sick if you got that.
I know. I might have to, though.
You might.
I might have to.
I will buy jerseys of player. Like I will buy the throwback jerseys. So like I have a Barry Bonds Giants jersey. I have a Barry Bonds Pirates jersey. I have a Ryan Sandberg jersey. But I won't buy players that are currently playing. Because imagine if I just go out and get a Kyle Tucker jersey, and then in 3 months he's just no longer on the team.
That's going to happen. He ain't sticking around.
That's why I think the safest bet is like a franchise quarterback, you know?
Yep.
So like if Caleb turns out to be really good this year, Brandon, I think you're safe. I think you're safe to buy that. Obviously, if they re-sign Kyle Tucker to like a 7-8 year deal, you should be good there. So you just... You know, you kind of got to just pick and choose your spots, unfortunately.
But I know if I go with my name's never changing.
That's true. That's true.
That is a good point.
That's true. And
although people might think that you're representing Sean Puffy Combs, though. I don't know if you want to be in the mix with him right now.
That's fair. That's fair. I went a whole week last week with being called B Diddy with our guy with our guy Corey Parson. Look, I used to say when people would have my last name, they would ask me, if I was any relation. I would say he was my uncle. But in light of recent events, I can no longer go that route with that story.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. I think it's something you might want to avoid. Quick reminder before we talk MLB futures, listen to BetMGM tonight live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. All right, Brando, hit us with some baseball futures.
All right, here we go. So some of these I really, really like. Two of them I actually have a lot of money on. So first one here, Tigers plus 750 to win the World Series. Would you fade or would you follow, Ryan?
I'm going to follow you. I have the Tigers making the World Series at 9-1. I don't know if they're going to win it because preseason, I went out on a limb, Peach, and I wanted to be different, so I picked the Dodgers actually to win the World Series. But I'm an A.J. Hinch guy. They're 60-43 right now, first in the AL Central. I think the best team in the American League. I'm worried a little bit, obviously, about the struggles right now, but it's a long season. It's a 162-game season. Every single World Series winner goes through a little bit of adversity. So I'm not too worried about the Dodgers or the Tigers right now. I think they got enough offense with Riley Green and with Spencer Torkelson. You have the best pitcher in the entire American League in Skubal. And again, I like A.J. Hinch a lot. Wouldn't shock me if they didn't because it's baseball and anything could happen. But I like the Tigers, and I don't hate that price at plus 750, although you could have got a much better number later or earlier.
I'm going to fade on this because I'm not there with the Tigers. I haven't been all season. You got to respect what they've done. Their pitching staff is terrific. I love A.J. Hinch as a manager. Their lineup has been much better than a lot of us thought than it would be. You would expect them to make moves here over the next week and improve their lineup at the trade deadline. There's something missing with this Tigers team. I don't think they have enough star potential in that lineup. Obviously, with their pitching staff, they got the best pitcher in the world, in Tariq Skubal. He's terrific. That pitching staff is good enough to win a World Series. I don't know if their lineup is. And like Ryan said, it's tough to bet teams at these prices when you could have gotten so many better numbers to start the season, beginning of the season, first month of the season. I mean, what's nice right now is that the Tigers have lost 9 of their last 10 games, so you kind of are buying a little bit low on them. You would figure that they're going to turn the page here at some point and get back to playing the baseball that they have for much of the year. So I can see kind of the angle from that standpoint. I just don't think they're going to be good enough to go all the way. I don't even think they're getting out of the American League, Brando, so I'm going to fade that one.
Yeah, look, I bet that one heavily because I think that the Tigers are going to World Series. I actually have an exact matchup bet, too, for plus 2,200 for it to be Tigers and Cubs in the World Series as well. Ooh. That might be a little bit of a homer bet, but I did like the odds, too. But look, I do think that they have the star potential, especially in that pitching rotation. When you got Tariq Skubal, Jack Flaherty, and Reese Olson, you're 1, 2, 3. And my guess is they probably go out and add some starting pitching depth as well. I think that this team is poised, and pitching plays in October more than anything. But even their offense, right? Like, you're getting a hell of a year from our guy, Javier El Mago Baez.
Hell yeah, brother.
You're also getting, Spencer Torkelson, Gleyber Torres. You got Riley Green out there. You got Parker Meadows. They've got the star power. The thing is that they're young, so they don't have the household names because not only are they young, but they also play in Detroit, and nobody watches Detroit Tigers baseball outside of Detroit. So I do think that they do have that power, and I do think that they're the best team in the American League. I do think the Detroit Tigers are going to the World Series for sure. All right. Let's move on to the next one. I don't like this one. I'm not betting this one, but the price is interesting. Brewers plus 800 to win the NL pennant. Fade or follow, PJ?
I'm going to fade this one as well. I think the Brewers are more than capable of winning the National League. We just talked about how great of a pitching staff the Tigers have. The Brewers have a terrific pitching staff on the National League side. But again, we're talking about the current number at plus 800. Right now, you are buying the peak at the Milwaukee Brewers. They just came off a 10-game win streak. They're one of the hottest teams in baseball. They have all these guys right now that are playing out of their mind. Mizorowski's pitching like an NL Rookie of the Year. You got Freddie Peralta pitching really well. Christian Yelich is hitting the ball. All these guys are playing really well. Jackson Chourio. And this price is what it is because obviously the Brewers are right there to win the NL Central. And that could be a big difference whether or not you win the NL Central, potentially get one of those top 2 seeds, or you have to play in the wild card and make your way out of that. So that's a big part of this as well. I think the fact that the Brewers have kind of hit the peak of their season and they went on that long win streak, obviously some losses are going to follow. I still like the Cubs to win this division, and because of that, and the Brewers are going to have to make the World Series out of the wild card spot, I think that's going to be trouble for them. So, the Brewers, if you're going to bet them, I would wait until the playoffs start because I think they're going to be a wild card team and you'll get a better number on them to win the National League if that's the case, or just wait for them to go on a little bit of a losing streak because, again, they've been playing such good baseball. This is what happens in the MLB. Teams go through ebbs and flows. They have hot stretches. They have cold stretches. Milwaukee's a good team, but they're certainly on a hot stretch right now. They're going to cool off at some point, and that's where I would probably look to bet them. But as of right now, I have no interest, so I'm going to fade.
Yeah, what do these 3 things have in common for you, Brandon, right? Burn my tongue on a hot pizza fresh out of the oven, sit through an entire Morgan Wallen concert, and insert a nail into my, we'll go with eyeballs. What do those 3 things have in common?
Things that you won't do?
Things that I would do before I would bet the Brewers to make a run in the postseason. We saw this a couple of years ago. They did go to the NLCS and take the Dodgers to 7. Dude, this is a good baseball team, but I think they fade away, right? I didn't see Christian Yelich having this year. I like the pitching, but yeah, dude, I no. And I hate the Brewers. So even if they were to win the World Series, I wouldn't profit because I'll never bet another National League Central team ever to do anything except for my Cubs, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm fading the Brewers too. I think they do fade away. I don't even know if they end up making the playoffs because eventually all of their offensive metrics are going to start to add up and they're going to start to play against them like they should be, right? They are last in team barrel rate, last in team exit velocity. They're the second to last team in launch angle, 20th team in expected batting average, first in soft hit percentage, first in infield hits percentage. They lead the league in infield hits. At some point, this team that just does not hit the ball hard is going to run out of luck. I don't believe that they have enough pitching to stay the course either. They definitely fade away in the NL Central. They probably fade away in the NL Wild Card. So for me, I'm out on them as well. And because, screw the Brewers.
Exactly.
That's why.
Brando, real quick, we do have some breaking news in the NFL that the Raiders are releasing standout defensive tackle Christian Wilkins, who signed a 5-year, $110 million deal last season. And he's entering year 2. He's been dealing with a serious foot injury. He's on the books for $57.5 million fully guaranteed. But Schefter and Rappaport both reporting that the Raiders have released Christian Wilkins.
Yeah,
So,
that makes sense, man. You
go.
save some money. He's 29 years old. I'm trying to see when his birthday is, if he's going to be 30 when the season begins. December 20th. So he'll turn 30 this season. And he's been beat up. They did not have any idea when, his timetable was uncertain forever. And then they got a couple rookies. So he was on the PUP list. Makes sense. But, man, they invested Telesco, I think it was $110 million. Yeah, like you said, $110 million, dude.
Yep.
And so, yeah, they just had this video. He was walking in a walking boot. He was on the PUP list. Pete Carroll's not going to put up with that stuff, dude. Like I said, he didn't leave the golf course to show up and win 6-7 games.
Exactly.
Even at 88 years old or whatever he is, he's still a hard ass. So,
yep. So there you go, Brando. Just thought I'd share that. Some breaking news.
Anytime anything happens
like
in
it.
football.
There's a team here in Chicago I know that could use another defensive tackle. Just
There
saying,
you
we got
go.
some money to spend.
No,
All
don't
right.
do that, though. I think he might be. There's something there. I don't want it.
All right. Let's get to another baseball one here. Let's go this one. This is one I like. This one's a fun one. Any state other than California to win the World Series plus 225.
Plus 225? Yeah, I would take that. You got plenty of options. You got the Yankees, you got the Tigers, you got our Cubs, you got the Brewers that we just talked about, you got PJ's Reds,
Phillies,
you got the Phillies.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
options.
absolutely. Now, that said, I do still think that the Dodgers are going to get themselves
And you got
right.
the Padres, too.
Yeah, but
Those two.
yeah, I would take the plus 225, right?
Agreed. Because, see, the beauty of that bet is that even if the Dodgers and Padres play in the NLCS and you're guaranteed somebody to make it to the World Series, well, obviously they both can't make it. You know, if the bet was that one was in the AL, one was in the NL, I'd be like, okay, maybe, because obviously they get to the World Series, you're cashing that bet. But the fact that only one of them can get to the World Series, because we know the Angels aren't making the playoffs, we know the Athletics aren't making the playoffs, you can throw those two teams out. So it's going to come down to San Diego and the Dodgers. I would bet any other state as well, so I would follow that.
Absolutely, yeah. I'd go there too because like I said yesterday, I'm not a believer in the Dodgers. I haven't been a believer in the Dodgers all year long. I do think that the Padres are a little bit scary. I think they can be scary heading into the playoffs as well if they don't do something crazy and start selling. The rumors galore. Buster Olney reporting that they've been shopping around Dylan Cease. This is a team that is only 3.5 games out of the West and 2.5 games up on the wild card. So it's weird. So as long as they don't sell off, I could see the Padres being a player, but I would take this bet all day long. Here's another one that I like, and this is a crazy number considering that right now he leads. Cal Raleigh to lead Major League Baseball at the end of the season in home runs, plus 175.
It is a crazy number, dude, but Judge
right now.
Wait, I thought it was only 2. I thought he's got 39 and Judge has 37, no? Or am I off there?
Oh, Judge is at the 30. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
Judge has 37. That's why. Because I'm with you, man. Right? I would only bet. I would bet Cal at that price. I might want like a 2-to-1 number because Judge is 2 back, Ohtani's 2 back, and then Suarez got 36, has 36 in English, Jesus, and Schwarber's got 34. So that's why the price is as is, and Judge is pretty damn good too. But yeah, I wouldn't hate the bet on Cal.
I think just the firepower behind him with Shohei and Judge, it's going to be tough. What Cal's done, talked about it last night on the show, what he's done as a catcher, a switch-hitting catcher with this much pop, in that ballpark, no less. It's kind of incredible. Guy's playing the hardest position in the hardest ballpark to hit home runs in baseball as a switch hitter, and he's leading right now as we enter August at 39. It's pretty incredible. So I could absolutely understand why people would want to bet Cal Raleigh. But, man, with the firepower behind him, Ohtani just hit a home run in 5 straight days. Judge is obviously, the power's there. And, Judge playing in that ballpark is such an advantage. That's the thing with Raleigh is the numbers he's been putting up as a player for the Mariners at that park. I think you got to like Judge's chances playing at Yankee Stadium. So I'd probably rather bet Judge in this market, Brando, but would understand, obviously, the case for Big Dumper.
Yeah, I completely agree. I love Big Dumper, but it's the ballpark. The ballpark that Aaron Judge plays in, man, it's just so tough. I would love to see Cal Raleigh do it because I'd love to see him continue this incredible run. And it's such a great story behind him as well. But I just don't think that he can do it. I don't think he can do it at all. Last one real quick. Got about 20 seconds left. Cubs or Brewers, they have the most regular season wins, plus 700. Horvath, I know you're following.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No, I'm not going to, dude. I'm actually really worried about the Cubs. I really am. I told you guys all to shut your mouths with the PCA MVP stuff, and they're winning the World Series in the Central. You could always tell who the real Cubs fans are, man, because a lot of these guys get cocky. We got 1 year.
Yep.
So, yeah, no, I'm good. PG.
Now I'm passing as well.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll talk more baseball with Craig Heiss, covers the Orioles and the Nationals for 106.7 The Fan, right upstairs. We'll figure out what's wrong with Peage's Orioles and if the Nats are ever going to get things right here in D.C. BetMGM tonight.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. It's Ryan Horvat. We got PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Brandon Combs producing the show tonight out in Chicago. Not a whole lot going on in Major League Baseball. Earlier today, though, the Orioles did pick up a 4-3 win over the Guardians. We're going to talk some Orioles here with Craig Heiss, 106.7 The Fan here shortly. Orioles today were minus 101 favorites. Total went under 8.5. And then the only game that we have in progress right now, Detroit's up 1-0 on Toronto. Huge favorites on the live line, minus 249. Total in the game, 5.5. 3 minutes away from St. Louis. At home, minus 155 favorites with Sonny Gray on the mound. He's got a 4.04 ERA, taking on Yu Darvish, who's really struggled since coming back. A 6.08 ERA. Total in the game is 7.5. I'd probably lean over, and I like the Cardinals, but earlier they were minus 135. Now they're way up to minus 150, so no bet for me. Listen to BetMGM Tonight on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Now, to talk some Nationals and a little Orioles, Craig Heiss joins us, 106.7 The Fan. You can follow him on X at Chice Sports as well. Craig, how you been, man?
I'm all right, guys. What's up?
Hey, Craig, want to start with Kyle Bradish because we got some exciting news as an Orioles fan. I'm excited to watch him at his rehab start tonight, that he's back pitching. When would you expect to see him back at pitching for the Orioles?
Well, sometime I would think by the time September rolls around, rehab starts. You never know what they're thinking in terms of, you got the trade deadline coming up. Bradish has been out, most of this season, and I'm hesitant to say. Obviously, he's one of their better pitchers, but you look at who they've lost this year, injury-wise, pretty much from the beginning of the season, and it's just been a hodgepodge of guys coming in and trying to get the job done. They had injuries to start the year. Bradish probably one of the bigger ones, but some of the guys that they wound up getting, Rogers in particular, in the offseason, he was terrible last year. He has turned it around. We saw today where they get a big start out of Charlie Morton, Zach Eflin. Now, those two guys right there, by the time next week rolls around, you're looking at some guys that could help some teams down the stretch who are in contention, and it'd be interesting to see what the Orioles do when next week comes around and who they're willing to part with. And one of the guys that I think is going to happen is Cedric Mullins.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, is what they were going to do here at the deadline, because I think a lot of people had high expectations. Pretty young team. Last year they make the run, and then this year 45-57. And I keep waiting for them to get hot, but even the last 10 games, only 3-7. No chance they obviously buy at the deadline. You definitely think they're going to sell some pieces?
No question about it in my mind. I'll be interested to see exactly, what happens now with Mike Elias, and he has been under such fire this year in terms of not going out and fortifying the pitching staff in the offseason. And then heading into this season, they had a ton of injuries, mostly to the pitching staff. But now Adley Rutschman's not a part of this right now and probably gone for the rest of the year. And, offensively, if there's one thing that this team has really struggled with on a consistent basis, it's the offense. I mean, everybody wants to yell about the pitching, and I get that. But when you look and see what this offense has done and the inconsistency that it's had all year, that to me is the biggest thing. They'll go on stretches where they look like world beaters, and then, like the other night in Cleveland, and they dropped the first 3 games of that series before winning today behind Morton. You're looking at, Eflin with a great outing for the team, and then they don't score him any runs. And, that's the biggest thing, the inconsistency with this offense.
No, I agree with you, Craig. What do you think happens with Kobe Mayo here the final couple months of the regular season? Because it finally looked like he was starting to turn a corner, and then O'Neal comes back, and, they're paying him $15 million a year. So they're trying to play him. O'Hearn, obviously, they're trying to get his value up for the trade deadline. Do you think once the deadline settles, Craig, like Kobe Mayo will start playing every day? How do you kind of see him fitting into this?
I think he will get more playing time, but the one thing that was perplexing to every Oriole fan this week was Mayo has the game in Cleveland where he's on base 4 times and he's making a contribution. The next day the lineup comes out and he's not in it. And you're wondering why. And, some of these decisions that have been made by the front office, and I never really agreed with the firing Brandon Hyde because this to me was a Mike Elias thing all year long, and the way he put this team together, particularly not going out in the off season and getting some pieces, especially in the pitching department. But the thing with Mayo right now that's going on is really perplexing to a lot of people.
Yeah, and Craig, that's what I wanted to ask about because as a Cubs fan, usually this is when I begin to think about the offseason in July. This year's a little bit different, but I know we still have plenty of baseball to be played. But like next year, do you think that this team treats the offseason, like they are a contender? Because there's still so much young talent. Jackson Holliday, Gunnar Henderson, obviously, Adley Rutschman. And this year, do you think they use the injury excuse and do pay some starting pitching and try to add some offense? Or do you think that it's almost like a rebuild all over again?
I would like to hope so, and I hope they spend some money in the off season. Yeah. If not, Rubenstein's going to look not so good after promising a lot of things when he took over this team. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what direction and philosophy they have when they get to the off season, the winter meetings, and things of that nature. Because this team really offensively, the talent that's on this team. Young talent that's on this team, I don't think the window is closed by any stretch of the imagination, but you need to go out and get some help and make right a terrible wrong from this past off season.
Totally agree, Craig. It's going to be an interesting offseason for the Orioles. What about the Nationals? What do you expect them to do at the trade deadline? Mackenzie Gore's name is floating around. It's going to be a high asking price, though, for him to get dealt. Do you see him getting dealt? Do you think they deal Soroka? Like, who are some names that people should keep an eye on you think the Nats might deal at the deadline?
Well, I think Soroka is certainly a guy that is on the top of that list. You would have thought that Kyle Finnegan would have been on that list as well, but he went a stretch of games up until this last week before putting on the IL, up until this past week where he had only had 2 saves since back on June the 6th, I guess it was. And he didn't have that many opportunities to pitch because the team went 7-21 in the month of June. So, again, that was a disappointing thing for the Nats to have happen. Then they fired Davey and Mike Rizzo. And really, I think it was mainly the owner wanted to fire Davey, but Mike Rizzo didn't want to do that, so both of them are no longer here. But, if you think about that Juan Soto trade with the Padres a couple years back and what the Nationals got in return for that, they had 3 guys in the last 2 years make the All-Star team out of that trade. And if nobody's seen James Wood play, you really aren't paying attention. You really need to pay attention to this guy. He is he's got an explosive bat. He's learning how to play left field. And Jacob Young in center field, another one of the young guys on this team that's really coming into his own. Many probably saw the catch that he made in the game yesterday. But again, this is a team up and coming with a lot of good pieces. Now they need to go out and whether they get an experienced bat, another arm. They're going to need some bullpen help, I think, in the off season. But again, this is a team that doesn't spend a lot of money, so we'll wait and see what happens.
Craig, how surprised were you that they decided to take the shortstop at number 1 overall when they could have gone the pitcher out of LSU? They could have gotten a college bat, but instead they get a 17-year-old. Did that I know they said they just went with who they thought was the best player, but does that tell you that they're obviously still trying to rebuild? They don't see this team being a competitor in the next couple years? Like, what were your takeaways from that draft pick? And do you think now that there's been some time, do you think that maybe they regret doing that at all?
I think maybe they regret it. Again, you'll have to see how fast this kid comes up through the system. Yeah. And again, they've got a pretty good track record of bringing kids up through the system right now. But my thought on him being taken as the shortstop and the number one pick, what kind of message are you sending C.J. Abrams at that point? In my mind, I don't know. I was a little bit befuddled by that. But again, C.J.'s an all-star, or was last year, I should say. Could have been this year, but with the Nationals' record being what it is, they were only going to get one, maybe two players. They got two on the all-star team. But again, there's talent on this team. Now, I would certainly think Nathaniel Lowe is a guy you could see moved. And again, there's guys that are on this team right now that could help other clubs coming down the stretch who are in contention, and we'll see if it happens. So again, there's some pieces there, and a lot of good pieces, a lot of young talent on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Craig, we only got about 90 seconds. I know obviously you covered the O's and the Nats. Neither team most likely going to make the postseason, but you watch a lot of baseball. If anybody could dethrone the Dodgers in the National League, who do you think could give them the best fight in a 7-game series or 5-game series?
I think, with the contentious nature of the Padres and Dodgers when they get together, I think that's a really cool story. I don't see the Mets being able to do it. The Phillies, if they get their pitching straightened out and they continue to hit, I think the Mets are certainly a team that could give them problems. But again, it all comes down to me in the postseason to whoever the hottest team is and who's ever the healthiest team. That to me is what it comes down to.
Absolutely agree, man. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it, Craig, and we'll do this again soon.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, talk to you guys.
Craig Heiss right there. Covers the O's, PJ's team, and the Nationals for 106.7 The Fan. Give him a follow on X, Shiesty Sports. Listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
God bless Craig, dude. What a long summer.
Right?
I mean, watching those two dumpster fires play baseball every day.
I know.
God.
That's why I wanted to give him the opportunity to talk some good baseball, some good baseball teams. Coming up, we got hour number 2. We're going to talk what we talk. Football, the NFL, little season award market future pick'em. We'll do that next. BetMGM Tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight. I'm Ryan Horvath. He's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Brad enjoying some vacation. He'll be back with us on Monday, I believe. 5-1 right now. Toronto, just like that over Detroit. You said it during the break, Pete. It was 1-0 Detroit, and just like that, 5 runs from the Blue Jays. Blue Jays aren't going anywhere. And Detroit is really struggling right now. Good thing I didn't end up laying the -150 price on the money line for the Cardinals. They're down 2-0. But should we buy in at +150? Yu Darvish on the mound, 1 on, bottom of the first, 2 outs though, an 0-2 count to Contreras. I'm good.
I kind of want to, but I don't think we should.
Yeah, I'm good too. Earlier today, your Orioles 4-3 winners over Cleveland. Still to come tonight, we got the Athletics. You're getting a good price now with Severino on the bump, +125. That opened at +110. Taking on the Astros, total in the game is 9. And then the Mariners, +123 dogs tonight to the Angels, who are -149 favorites. Reason being, Kikuchi on the mound, 3.13 ERA. Total in that game, 9.5. I'm Ryan Horvath. He's PJ Glasser. We got Michael Montgomery producing the video tonight, and Brandon is the EP, but he's also going to host this segment and tell us where we're going to go. We're going to talk some NFL season awards. We're going to do a futures market pick'em.
Yeah, so futures market pick 'em, but I wanted to do it a little bit different with you guys. I didn't want you just because you guys have already told us who you thought was going to win each award. This time I wanted to throw you out 3 names and see which one out of the 3 you would rather bet. Let's start with NFL MVP. Would you bet Burrow at +600, Jaden Daniels at +850, or Justin Herbert at +2,000? Which one would you rather bet, Ryan?
All right, I'm glad that you come to me first here. Me and PJ were actually having this discussion before the show. In fact, PJ went through every single starting quarterback for all 32 teams and told me who he likes and dislikes. And it all started because I said, PJ, I don't want to buy in, but I kind of want to buy in. Everybody thinks the Broncos are the biggest threat to the Chiefs. And they could be, man. That's a really good defense. Love Surtain. Love their offense. I'm just not sold that Bo Nix is that guy. I know how good of a coach and play caller Sean Payton is. And I think they kind of covered that up last year. But go back and watch that playoff game. Like, is Bo Nix good enough to win games in the league? I think so, yes. But is he good enough, like, in the fourth quarter? I don't know, man. Everything's behind the line of scrimmage. I'm not saying he can't make the throws, but I don't know that Denver's that team that's going to challenge Kansas City. If anybody, I think it's going to be the Chargers. They made the playoffs last year, year 1 for Harbaugh. Look what he did in San Francisco, right? Year 1, you build the culture, you make the playoffs, and then he had him in a Super Bowl. I really like Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert is not just an internet quarterback. I'm a big fan. He's been throwing the ball to garbage men. His best wide receiver is McConkey, who now it's year 2. Hopefully he added some muscle. He's a really good route runner, but it's like Quentin Johnston who can't catch the football. The only thing that does concern me, Peach brought it up, Greg Roman calling plays, man. That's my concern. But I would go with Herbert at 20-1, to be honest. Let's say they do dethrone the Chiefs. I think he would get some looks.
Yeah, Justin Herbert's the most overrated quarterback in football. He's insanely talented. There's no denying the talent. Like, anybody who's like, that dude isn't talented, you're just lying to yourself. I mean, his bazooka of an arm, he's got athletic ability. There are, I don't know how many quarterbacks I would trust if I had to win one game, but he would be towards the bottom of the list. I have no faith in Justin Herbert to close out a big game, to close out a close game. But the problem is, I love Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh might be the best coach in the NFL. He really might be. Jesse Minter is a rising star as a defensive coordinator, but there is no way I will ever bet Justin Herbert to win MVP. Ever. Especially as long as Greg Roman is his offensive coordinator and he's got absolutely nothing at wide receiver. So Herbert, you can totally eliminate. It's Burrow for me. Jaden Daniels is terrific. He's going to win an MVP at some point in his career. I don't think this is going to be the year, though. Washington has 6 primetime games. They have 7 games that are standalone. The 6 in primetime, and then 1 where they have to play the Dolphins out in Spain. I think that's going to be a big adjustment for their team, having to play all those standalone games and getting everybody's best punch every single week. And because of that, I don't think the team is going to perform all that well, which is going to lead to Jaden not performing as well as maybe we all think. It's Burrow because, look, I mean, that offense is just silly with those receivers, Chase and Higgins, Chase Brown at running back. The offensive line's pretty good. Burrow's terrific. And because of how bad their defense is, I mean, he's going to have to put up points. He's going to have to put up numbers. So it's Burrow pretty easily for me. I mean, Justin Herbert, Ryan likes him. Brandon, it sounds like you kind of are a fan too. I think the guy is ridiculously talented. Would I ever want him to be my quarterback? No chance in hell. I think he is overrated.
So you don't want a quarterback that in 5 years in the league has thrown for 21,000 yards and 137 touchdowns and has thrown for 10 total interceptions in the last 2 seasons, including only 3 last year, and had a passer rating of 101.7.
3 last year, and then he had 5 in the playoff
I was gonna
game
say,
against Houston. Which brings
yeah.
up my entire point. And at Oregon, he could never win the big game. The only reason they won the Rose Bowl against Wisconsin was because Wisconsin fumbled the ball 4 times, and they could still only pull it out by 3 points. Justin Herbert is allergic to winning the big game. The guy will never do it. I will never, ever trust him to win anything of significance. So all these people can keep throwing out the Chargers. They can bet him to win the division. They can bet him as a dark horse to win the AFC. You can bet him to win the MVP. I will never do any of those things.
Fair. I mean, look, for me, it's Burrow, too. Burrow's probably the most accurate passer I've seen since Dan Marino. He is deadly accurate, and if they can keep him upright...
You never saw Aaron Rodgers?
He's going to put up numbers. I have seen Aaron Rodgers.
Drew Brees is pretty accurate.
A Bears fan not saying that anybody other than Aaron Rodgers is the most accurate passer.
I mean, Burrow...
I have been owned you. My entire life I have been owned you.
Burrow's pretty accurate, to be fair.
Yeah, Burrow's awesome. I'd take Rodgers over Burrow.
He's deadly accurate.
If Rodgers had T. Higgins,
for me,
Jamar
it's
Chase,
Burrow.
and all those weapons, Rodgers would have 8 Super Bowls, though, too.
Yeah. No, I'd stay off of
Jordy
Jaden Daniels because I agree with you guys. I think the Commanders take a step back. I actually like the Dallas Cowboys number at it was plus 700 or plus 300 to finish second in the NFC East. So I took that bet.
I like that.
Offensive player of the year, Derrick Henry at plus 1,400. Calm down, PJ. CD Lamb at plus 2,000, or Josh Allen at plus 3,500. Offensive player of the year. A lot of times with a quarterback, which is why I threw Josh Allen in here, if they don't win MVP, they lean on this award. So which way are we going? PJ?
It's a good one. It's between Derrick Henry or CeeDee Lamb for me. Probably one of those two. I expect Derrick to have another awesome year, and you guys are going to laugh, but he did a interview with Dan Patrick earlier this offseason.
I listened to it.
Where he was talking about
every day to Dan
his favorite actor is Adam Sandler. And Adam Sandler told him that if he rushed for more than 2,000 yards this season, that Derrick would be in his next movie.
Yep.
And Derrick was at the red carpet premiere of Happy Gilmore 2 yesterday. So, like, Derrick and Adam have a great relationship. Derrick's a huge fan. And I think this incentive is like a real thing. Ravens are obviously going to be a great team this year. They're going to put up a lot of points. Derrick just never ages at all. He's still a machine. So he's probably the bet. I really like the Cowboys, as we know. I mean, we talked about them a lot this week. I think Dak's going to have a great year. I think Lamb's going to have a good year, and I like that price a lot at 20-1. So just because Lamb is a little bit higher, I would probably lean towards him. But I think Derrick's going to have another great. I don't think you can go wrong with either one, but if you had to make me choose, I'll go Lamb because he's higher. 20-1.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb for me too, dude. Even with the addition of George Pickens, he's still going to have 10 to 15 targets every single game. He's still going to finish with over 150 targets. He's still going to finish with over 100 grabs as long as he stays healthy. And Dak's healthy this year, right? So he's not catching the ball from Cooper Rush, which I think is going to help. And he even produced with Cooper Rush. So it'd be CeeDee Lamb for me. I don't think a quarterback's going to win this award. And Derrick Henry, I agree, Peach. I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon, but I don't want to bet him at 14-1, man. So it would be CeeDee Lamb for me, 20-1. Although I did bet this award market, and I went with Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson. Those are my two favorite bets in that market. But I'd go CeeDee Lamb for this conversation. What about you, Brando?
Yeah, I'm going Derrick Henry. Just because the dude's a beast. He's a genetic freak. I watch this guy's off-season workouts every damn year. I watch the video just to make me feel bad about myself and all the things that I don't do. So I love Derrick Henry a lot. For me, this is Derrick Henry all day because I just don't trust the Cowboys, one, to stay healthy, and I don't trust Dak late in games either. So Derrick Henry all day. Defensive Player of the Year, Micah Parsons, plus 750, wants to get paid. TJ Watt, plus 850, just got paid. Max Crosby, plus 1,100. Where are we going, Ryan?
Damn, I think like all these are decent bets, right? When TJ Watt's on the field, he's still one of the best edge rushers in the league. And he does so much more, too. Like, he'll have a pick six. He'll have tackles for loss. Dude's just an absolute stud. That's why whenever he gets hurt or he's injured or whatever, the defense completely falls off a cliff. Max Crosby, I like a lot. He's a demon. He doesn't take plays off. He plays every single down as a pass rusher. High motor guy. And I think Vegas is going to be better with the addition of Ashton Genty, Pete Carroll, and Geno Smith. But for me, it'd be Micah Parsons. I think the Cowboys are back this year. By back, I mean I think they win 9-10 games, go over their win total. I don't know that they win that division. We're watching the Eagles right now. They might be even better this year. But he wants to get paid. He's highly motivated, and he's awesome at football. So I'd probably take the short price at plus 750 with Parsons.
I would agree. I would also go with Micah Parsons. Brandon, you said it. I mean, it's the key, man. It's a player of that caliber who is looking for a new contract extension, and who had a good year last year, but not a great year. And if Dallas's offense puts up points and they're good this season and they can get the lead and Micah Parsons can just tee off and rush the passer, that's obviously what Dallas wants, and that's how Parsons is going to have a great year, potentially win Defensive Player of the Year and get him a whole lot of cash. So I think because of how high I am on Dallas's offense, you have to be high on Micah Parsons, because if Dallas is going to score points and play with the lead, then you're going to have one of the best pass rushers in football teeing off on the quarterback. I think Parsons is the play.
Yeah, look, once a player gets paid, and TJ Watt, and I know he's TJ Watt, and I know he's one of the best defensive ends in all of baseball, in all of football.
Could be.
I have a tough time ever betting a guy who gets a contract the way that he just got the contract. And when it comes to Max Crosby, I'm just not a buyer in what the Vegas Raiders are doing this year. I don't think that they're going to be able to do enough to be relevant. I think Max Crosby at the end of the year isn't going to be as motivated as maybe a Michael Parsons, who is playing for that contract. And when he saw TJ Watt's dollar signs go up, his dollar signs went up. So he's going to be out there. He's going to be doing everything he can to put Dallas in the driver's seat and put himself in the driver's seat in the offseason. So I would bet Micah Parsons here as well. Offensive Rookie of the Year. This one's an interesting one. Cam Ward plus 350, Omarion Hampton plus 900, Tet McMillan plus 1,600. Where are we going, PJ?
I'm kind of borderline obsessed with this market, Ryan. I'm not going to lie to you.
Me too.
I am in love with Omarion Hampton this
Me
season.
too. Yes, I was in love with him the last 2 years.
For all the slander I just gave Justin Herbert is as much as I have a crush on Omarion Hampton and the kind of year that I think he's going to have. Because this is the problem with why you don't like Herbert, is because of Greg Roman. But it's the reason why you should love Omarion Hampton. He is the perfect Harbaugh Roman running back. They took this guy at 21. They could have gone a lot of different options, but they knew what they had behind that O-line with Slater and Alt and the lack of receiving weapons. I mean, it's going to be a big dose of Omarion Hampton. J.K. Dobbins last year on a one-year prove-it deal had an awesome year before he got hurt, and that's the role that Hampton's going to play, and he's going to play it even better. Genty was the best running back in this draft class, no question. But I think the gap between Hampton and Genty was closer than the gap between Hampton and the third best running back. That's how good Omarion Hampton is. Kid's an absolute stud, and I love him in this award market because, again, Cam Ward's the only quarterback you really have to worry about. I'm not worried about Tyler Shuck.
No.
I'm not worried about Jackson Dart.
No.
Cam Ward's the only quarterback I'm worried about. So the fact that I just got to be one QB, give me Omarion Hampton. I absolutely love it. Took it at 14-1, still love it at 9-1, 10-1.
Bet it the same price, and I got the same bet, and I completely agree, dude. Obviously, an awesome running back. Go back and watch him at Carolina, and that was behind a bad offensive line. Something I think is interesting, he's among 10 FBS running backs over the last 8 years in terms of his average max speed, and I was looking at what that means and the other guys, when he does get to that next burst. Breece Hall and Keaton Mitchell are the only current running backs faster in the NFL. And he's a bowling ball. He could run you over, he could burn you with his speed, and he's a really good pass rusher as well, man. He had a 92.0 rushing grade on zone run concepts, and he's a really good route runner as well. So he can catch balls. He's going to take handoffs to the house. The only area where he really struggles is pass protection. But you got Najee Harris, so he could be the short yardage guy, the goal line guy, and you could use him on third downs. I think Hampton's going to be a stud, so that would be my bet as well.
Yeah, I'm not a big believer in Cam Ward and what they're doing over there. I don't think that they're going to do enough to where he's going to be able to win this award. I love Omari in Hampton the same way you guys do. I also have a ticket out on him. I'd like to make the case, though, for Ted McMillan, because I think that the Carolina Panthers are going to be a sleeper in the NFC South, and I love the addition of Ted McMillan. I think he's going to end up being one of the top targets for Bryce Young. I think that this could be a wide receiver that in his rookie year puts up 1,200 yards receiving and ends up hitting the end zone 8 or 10 times. And I think that he could make a play. He could be the biggest threat to Omari and Hampton in Offensive Rookie of the Year. But that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I love it.
You know what? Actually, let's hold these off. We'll save them for later.
Yeah, I like it. This was good, Brando. Good call.
Up against the break. We got Jonathan Coachman. He's going to join us. We'll talk a little NFL, maybe some PGA, a little mixed martial arts, and, of course, some WWE today. The unfortunate news that Hulk Hogan passed away. We'll get some favorite memories from Coach, and that's coming up in about 5 minutes here on the BetMGM Network. It's BetMGM Tonight. Ryan Horvath and PJ Glasser.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight, Ryan Horvath. We got PJ Glasser tonight filling in for Brad Evans. Brad will be back with us on Monday, and we are going to talk a little college football later on in about 20 minutes, maybe a little more NFL as well, because not the busiest slate in Major League Baseball tonight. Jesus, what happened to Detroit? They had a 1-0 lead. I come back downstairs. It's now 8-1 in the top of the 7th. Ooh. They're really struggling right now, Peach. Maybe you're right to be out on them.
Bad beat on Detroit and bad beat on the under as well. It was looking good, 1-0 in the 6th inning. Now it's 8-1.
Yeah, it's a slow night when we're watching the NFL Network. We're watching the Eagles up 6-0 right now on the Rams here. First quarter of action on NBC. So let's talk a little bit of everything now with Jonathan Coachman, friend of the show, joins us, Coach and Company. You can give him a follow on X, the Coach Rules. So let's start off, man, with the unfortunate news today. I know, there's a lot there with Hulk Hogan, obviously, but he does pass away today at 71 years old. Best Hogan story, any interaction that you had? I mean, I know, again, not everybody's the biggest fan of Hulk Hogan, but it's always unfortunate to see anybody pass away, especially a legend and a pioneer like that.
It really is. Ryan, guys, it's great to see you guys again. I love being on with you guys. It's funny. I had a very unique relationship with Hulk Hogan. I met him early on. I was there from you guys, as you guys know, 99 through 2008. And when he came back, he was already kind of beaten up. He was already done everything. And I've always taught, my dad always taught me, he was a United Methodist pastor, is that you treat people how they treat you. Hulk was always great to me. But I had this room on the road that was set up in every arena. I did all the interviews during the day for Home Video, Access Hollywood, anybody. So Hulk loved to come in and dress in there with us because nobody else was in there but me and my crew. So we had a lot of one-on-one conversations, and he would talk about the 1980s and the pressure that he felt from WrestleMania 1 all the way through, the 9 or 10. And he always was good to me. But like you said, there's a lot to unpack there. And I think as he started to get a little bit older, and a lot of guys do this, they stay a little bit too long. And he was literally the biggest name of all time. My favorite story, guys, I was actually a part of. And it was WrestleMania 18, a match nobody thought would ever happen. The Rock and Hulk Hogan, the two biggest names in the history of the business. And the great part about it was sold out. It was like 80,000 fans, Toronto. And me and The Rock did a little skit before the match. And we were making fun of Hulk Hogan's things that he stood on, saying, I was like, "What up, G?" And my dad still yells at me for calling God G, but we've moved past it. But then after that, then watching them go out and imagine having the crowd in the palm of your hands, which is very difficult to do. And they had worked on this match with Rock as the good guy and Hogan as the heel for weeks. Yep. And the crowd dictated it, and they had to flip it. So they were so in the moment that they stood there. If you go back and watch the match, they were barking at each other for about 10 minutes. And I remember standing on the floor because I never went out on the floor, but this one I had to. And I was like, what are they doing? And Rock was telling him what to do to switch it, because I don't know if you guys realize this, but there's certain things you can do as a heel you can't do as a baby face, and vice versa. Like, Ryan, I could punch you in the face as a heel. I can't do that as a baby face because a good guy wouldn't do that. So just knowing the intricacies of what went into that and the crowd and the moment and understanding we're never seeing this again, that is far and away my favorite Hulk Hogan moment.
That's a good one. Coach, I'm not a big WWE guy. I'm not a big wrestling guy, but obviously know the name Hulk Hogan. So, put it in perspective, right? What was he like, if you had to compare him, what he was to wrestling to what other guys are in other sports? Was he what LeBron is in the NBA? Is he what Peyton Manning is in the NFL? How big was Hulk Hogan to wrestling?
Think about it like this. He's what Tiger Woods was to golf. Because how wrestlers got paid back in the day is there's a talent pool. So say a show on a Saturday at Madison Square Garden makes $500,000, then a talent pool would be, say, 40% of that. So every wrestler back in the day wanted to be on a Hulk Hogan show, but they also wanted to cut him at the knees to have that main event spot because you got paid by where you were on the card. Tiger Woods was the same thing. They think him and Phil Mickelson hate each other. Phil's grateful because he became rich because of all the purses going up for golfers. Hogan was the exact same way, but also because wrestling is a paranoid business and wrestlers don't know where their next check is coming from. He did a lot of things that were very selfish with his character, but turning heel in the 90s, he was making $6 million a year. and went to WCW, and that kind of changed the trajectory of wrestling as a whole, because now you had two companies instead of just one major one that fought with each other. And competition, I don't care if you're talking sports, I don't care if you're talking wrestling, competition is a great thing. It's more jobs, it's more money, it's more attention. And Hogan did that by leaving Vince and going to work for Eric Bischoff in WCW. But certainly he made a lot of guys a lot more money than they originally would have made.
Yeah, Coach, as a wrestling fan, I was trying to explain to PJ, right, like what a moment that was when Hogan turns heel and he joins the NWO.
Yeah.
And I was trying to explain to him, and he kind of knew that John Cena, they tried to do the same thing with the whole Travis Scott thing and the heel run. I don't know your thoughts on it, but that's what I wanted to ask you about, because at SummerSlam, the main event is a street fight, and it's Cody Rhodes and John Cena. And I think a lot of people think there's going to be a double turn, and they're going to turn Cody Rhodes heel. But, man, I took my kid to SmackDown even like 2 months ago after the show. There's Cody Rhodes, after the final bell, autographing, having kids come in the ring. Seems like he's the ultimate babyface. Do you think that's the way that they're going to go? Cody Rhodes turns into the heel, or do you think, at least for the next couple of years, they keep him as the face of the company?
Well, first and foremost, I got to give you credit. I saw prices for SmackDown coming up for Cena. It's over $2,000. The fact that you spent a month's salary going to SmackDown, kudos to you, Dad. Kudos to you.
Thank God the Eagles won the Super Bowl, Coach.
There you go. I don't know if they're going to do it. Right now, they've got a lot of injuries. They've got a lot of guys that are out hurt. I don't like the fact that for the first time ever, we have a 2-night SummerSlam. TKO, I've been very critical. I have a new show on Sirius XM, and I'm like, there hasn't been a dollar that's fallen on the ground that TKO will not pick up. And they want every dollar that they can make because they're $4 or $5 billion in debt. So to me, something's got to happen. And John Cena, who I traveled with at one point for probably almost several months, almost a year, and for him to turn heel, that's a big deal. If I told you guys that you would have to change your job and you would lose hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars because of merch, would you do it? Would you? And I don't know how many people would have, because people don't buy bad guys merchandise. But at some point, he's got 4 months left. And his last event's going to be December 13th in Boston, his hometown. He's got to go into that as a good guy. I think Cody Rhodes is ripe for a bad guy. He just did an interview where he said, it's about time I was a bad guy. So I think right now they're very much in need of a reset across the board. Stop making everything about money and make it about storylines and have some good creative things. Because, Ryan, right now they're just throwing matches out there, and we got to fill up 2 nights. And these storylines have nothing going with them. Imagine in the NFL, if we didn't know anything about Patrick Mahomes or Travis Kelce or Jalen Hurts, would we care about the Eagles and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl? No, we wouldn't. That's the same thing going on right now in WWE.
Coach, I do want to ask you a golf question. You bring up Tiger Woods, and right now Scotty Scheffler is playing as well as anybody since we've seen Tiger 25 years ago. And he just won his 4th major, the Open Championship. He's got 1 left to complete the career Grand Slam. These prices that we're gonna continue to get with Scotty in these golf tournaments, like, can you find yourself to bet him at these short prices if we get plus 250, plus 275? If he keeps going like this over the next couple years, how would you go about betting Scotty in golf?
Well, the books right now are making it impossible because the numbers are worse than Tiger's were. They're like plus 250 some places, plus 280. I'm calling the St. Jude, which he probably is going to play in, I would assume. And the problem that they have right now in golf is that Scheffler is playing as good as Tiger, and the prices, you're going to see almost all the books, especially like I use BetMGM for everything, and you're going to be able to bet on the tournament with Scotty or without. And normally, guys, as you know in the past, it's been all about maybe the Masters you can do it. It's every week now. Because otherwise you're not betting guys to win. And right now, golf, because there's so many different ways to pick, it's a very profit-wise sport, and books love it. But if you've got Scheffler winning 60% of the time, that's kind of what Tiger did back in the day. So to me, I tell people who ask me that question, stay away. There is no advantage. Even you said, I picked Scheffler 3 times this year. Did you? So you got plus 600. So you got plus 200. You're going to lose money over the long haul. You guys know this. You do it every single night. It's a dumb bet. Figure out another way. I like matchups. I don't even bet winners. It's like a needle in a haystack. Today you got Adam Svensson at 11 under. Are you kidding right now? Svensson? It is so hard to pick a winner these days when Scheffler is or is not in the lineup. Right now, I am leading my one and done, and I had Finau today. He's in a T75, so there you go. I just think it's so hard right now with Scheffler. Also, he's not a marketable guy. That's the difference between him and Tiger. He's not out there doing commercials. He doesn't care. He doesn't care, and I think that's an issue. I wish he had a little more Tiger in him so we could really get behind him, but he's just a good guy that's hella good at golf.
Yeah, that's what I told PJ on Monday, man, and texted him on Sunday. Mainly because I didn't have him, but I was like, I hate Scotty. Not that I hate the person. He just bores the hell out of me, man, and his prices suck. Let's talk a little Let's talk a little football because like all the hits that I do, everybody's like, hey, who's your pick to win the Super Bowl? And last year I was all about the Eagles. I loved their offseason. I loved their draft of Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, bringing in Vic Fangio to call the defense and Kellen Moore to call the offense. This year, though, there's so much parity. I can make the case for like 6 to 8 teams. If we gave you $100 to place one Super Bowl future, who would you go with? Who do you trust?
Wow. We just started on Coaching Company doing I've been so bored with baseball that I added days for NFL content. Normally we start 24 shows before. We're doing 34 this year. I was like, I'm done with baseball. I can't do it anymore. And so to me, it's all about schedules, guys, because we know they play first place schedules. And I'm always amazed how teams can maintain when they have to play the best teams every single year. I mean, this year it's a round robin. Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, they all play each other. They were all first place teams. Then you got the Texans who, they were a first place team. So to me, I'm leaning towards the NFC side, even though there's some good games. Detroit Lions, their schedule is brutal this year because of having to play, the division plays the other side. So to me, I love the moves that the Eagles made. There's a lot of turmoil in Washington, and to me, whoever makes it out of the NFC East is going to be sitting pretty. I think there's a very good chance because Jalen Hurts, and I just saw this, you probably saw this on Instagram, his agent was like, he didn't want to know until he was done and make sure the team's taken care of. We never hear that from players. We never say, no, I'll take less so the team's good. I've always been very critical of LeBron James for not doing it in the NBA. And when you're a quarterback and you can make $60 million a year, guess what? You can survive on 45 and win some Super Bowls. So do what Tom Brady did, and he sacrificed down to $9 million a few years ago. So I think the Eagles right now have to be right up there. I think the Lions are going to be a really good squad. And then on the AFC side, if Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson don't win a Super Bowl at some point, we're going to be calling them the Dan Marino of this generation. And they're getting up there. It's not like they're newbies anymore. So I don't mind Philly. I don't mind Detroit. And I don't mind Baltimore or the Bills on the AFC. I just don't think there's that many other good teams on the AFC side also.
Yeah. Coach, Ryan and I have been talking about the AFC West. We have different thoughts on the Chargers. The Broncos are an interesting team coming into this season. The Raiders should be much improved. They let go of Christian Wilkins about an hour ago, which was some breaking news. But the Chiefs are minus 120 to win that division. Do you see value there with KC, Coach, to win that division because of all the hype around the other teams? Or are you buying into one of those other teams in the AFC West?
No, I do. I don't like normally betting a future at minus 120. I don't know how you guys are. I don't like betting futures at all. It's like fantasy football to me. It's like a blinking red light for 5 months until I get paid, and I absolutely hate it. But to me, when you look at the other three teams you talked about, the Chargers are just kind of soft to me. I don't think they really did that much. Broncos, yeah, they're a playoff team, but does anybody really dazzle you? And I think the Raiders are going to be fun. I think they're going to get a lot of attention because of Geno and Pete Carroll. But the Chiefs have recalibrated. Travis Kelce's lost 35 pounds. I think they were embarrassed last year because they got through on their talent and they didn't work hard. I said, Travis Kelce, when you're chasing your boo thing around all over the world and you're getting fat, which is exactly what he did, now you get to the playoffs, you can't even move. He was dead tired. Well, now he's a new guy. So I think the Chiefs are motivated because also Mahomes understands maybe this year, maybe yet next, and 87 is out of there. So I like some of the moves they made, and compared to the other three, I don't mind laying the 120. Anything worse than minus 120, I wouldn't touch it.
Coach, thanks so much, man. Let's do this again soon. And I love the new show, by the way. I love 24/7 wrestling talk. It's the best.
2 to 4 Eastern time, off the ropes with the coach. Let's go. Love you, boys. Talk to you soon.
Jonathan Coachman right there. Give him a follow on the X, the Coach Rules. Talking a little Hulk Hogan there, a little NFL, and a little golf. And, man.
There you go. I like that comparison. Hulk Hogan was Tiger Woods, bringing all that attention, all that money to the sport.
Yep.
That was a good one.
That's when, because, Vince McMahon always wanted to make it mainstream, which pisses off some wrestling fans. Mm-hmm. And it's not even just Vince McMahon. I mean, he brought up TKO, which is the new company, and The Rock's like part of it. But they love bringing in celebrities. And even my son, he's all excited for this tag team match and jelly rolls in it. That's what I hate. I don't really like the celebrity stuff.
Yeah.
Other than Bad Bunny, he was awesome, Peach. Bad Bunny could wrestle.
Could he?
Yeah, he was awesome. I never want to see him again in D.C. Now, would I go see Bad Bunny? Absolutely. He rules. He's actually not touring the United States right now, to prove a point. But when he was here at Nats Park, that was the night it took me 6.5 hours to get home. I've never seen anything like it. They completely shut down Washington, D.C. 6.5 hours, swear to God.
At like 4 a.m.
Yeah. It was unlike anything. There was like a K-pop band here like a month or two ago, and it was kind of like the same situation. It took me 3 hours. Not quite 6, though. Bad Bunny's the goods, I found out. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk some college football. BetMGM tonight.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. It's Ryan Horvath. It's PJ Glasser with you here on a Thursday night. Brandon Combs producing the show. He'll be joining us in a second to talk a little college football. Some scores, man, we should have live bet the Cardinals at plus 150. They're now up 7-5 on the Padres. Ooh. Definitely should have taken that over. 7-5 though, man. Darvish stinks right now. It's only the third inning too. Live total 17.5. Good start for the A's. They're up 1-0 on the Astros. Right now, minus 135 favorites on the live line, and another bad night for the Tigers. Now they're down 11-1 to the Blue Jays in the 8th inning. Only one other game about to start up in 55 minutes, and it's the Angels as minus 150 favorites with Kikuchi on the mound, taking on the Mariners, who are plus 125. And speaking of the Mariners, we actually have some breaking news here on the show. They are acquiring first baseman Josh Naylor from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, I'm just getting the details here of the move. Left-hander Brandon Garcia and righty Ashton Izzy are headed back to the Diamondbacks from the Mariners for Josh Naylor. Naylor this season, and that's a good move for the Mariners, man. They need another bat. They had the pitching. This year hitting .292 with 11 homers, 59 RBI. He's got 102 hits so far this season, and he's still only 28 years old. Thoughts on this move in the Mariners in the division?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously Seattle's going for it. We know that pitching staff's good enough to win a World Series. They got terrific starters. I would expect them to add some more pitching, maybe towards the bullpen as well. But this has been the bugaboo for them, having enough offense to win in September and certainly in October when they get to the postseason. Naylor's a guy with a lot of postseason experience. He comes up clutch. He gives them another left-handed power bat in the middle of that order to go along with Cal Raleigh when he bats from the left side. So I like this move for the Mariners. I would expect them to make some more moves as well, but good deal for them. And Arizona, obviously going to be a team that's looking to sell 5.5 games back of the last wild card.
Which is crazy, man, how it just really quickly changes in baseball. Quick reminder, you can get in on the excitement at BetMGM with an any sport, no sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you'll get a stake back in bonus bets, which is always good. Maybe you want to bet the Mariners tonight. You lose that bet, boom, you get your stake right back. All right, Brandon, first off, your thoughts on the Naylor move for the Mariners, and then let's get into a little college football here with some futures fun.
I think that's a great move for the Mariners. They add some pop into their lineup, some much-needed pop into their lineup in a ballpark that PJ told you is hard to hit home runs. But you add Josh Naylor to Cal Raleigh, and I really like that 4 or 5 spot right there for the Mariners. So I like the move. I think it's a good move, and it starts the hot stove. So come on, Cubs, do something. I feel like that meme where you got the guy with the stick and he's just poking and saying, "Do something. Come on, do something." It's what I'm like with Jed Hoyer right now. Come get some pitching. Damn
I want Dylan Cease if he's really available. Is that so much to ask for?
I can't imagine.
What would that price tag be though for Dylan Cease?
You're probably looking at at least 2 of your top 5 prospects. You're probably
so we can't just trade away like Ronnie Woo Woo.
No. And hopefully Ronnie Woo Woo's getting better. Been sick lately, but I would love to. But you're gonna have to pay heavy for a guy like Dylan Cease, especially for a team that doesn't even, like I mentioned earlier, 3.5 behind in the West and 2.5 up in the wild card. In order for them to sell, I would have to imagine they're gonna ask for a haul. So,
yeah, I would figure so. I don't think he gets moved. I'm gonna go with he doesn't get moved.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah,
why would you?
Anyway, we talked plenty of baseball, way more than I wanted to. So let's do a little college football.
All right, let's get into it. So I wanted to get into some fun bets here, like some future fun plays, right? So first thing I thought of was go into the BetMGM app, and you can find this one out there. To win the Commander-in-Chief Trophy, so this is only the military branch football teams, you've got Navy at minus 185, Army at plus 325, and Air Force at plus 450. Ryan, where do you want to go?
I'll go with Navy, man. I mean, that's a big price to lay, but when I jumped on with You Better You Bet and they asked me, a long shot to make the playoff, I kind of like the price on Navy. It's 16-1 to make the playoff. Last year, they got off to a 6-0 start, and then they got pounded by Notre Dame. Kind of fell apart, towards the end of the season, but they had a shot to at least reach the American Athletic Conference Championship game, but then they dropped a game to Rice and Tulane. But they won 10 games still last year, and they beat Oklahoma. Granted, that was last year's Oklahoma team, which wasn't very good. But they beat Oklahoma, an SEC team, in the Armed Forces Bowl. So huge momentum. They bring back my cousin Blake Horvath, who was in the Heisman conversation for a little bit, at least the first 6 weeks of last season when he had 17 rushing touchdowns, 30 total. They bring back both of their stud running backs, and more importantly, they bring back both of their coordinators, including Drew Cronick, who helped them with their best offense in years, helped them lead them to the best offense in years, and PJ Volker, not PJ Glasser, Volker, who helped them have the third best scoring defense in the AAC last year. They only gave up 22 points per game. They could score points. I kind of like Navy, not only there at minus 175, but to make the playoff at 16-1. Pizza money bet, though.
I'm with Horvath. I mean, we got his guy Blake Horvath.
Hell
there,
yeah!
So we got to back him. Navy was good to us. They got a good head coach. You know, Coach Ken Niumatalolo was there for a while, but now they bought in Brian Newberry, who's entering his third season. Done a terrific job with them. They had that crazy bowl win last year over Oklahoma to give them a ton of momentum going into this season. But you know, with all three of these teams, we know what we're going to get, right? We're going to get the wishbone. They're going to be well coached. They're going to chew the clock. They're going to want to grind out their opponents. But Navy's schedule is the most doable, and that's why I like them the best. Really, the only game the two games that you look at that gives you pause is the game against Notre Dame, obviously, and then the game against Memphis as well, which could be a little bit tricky. But there's a good chance that Navy could go into that game against Notre Dame, and they're 8-0. They got to play the Irish in South Bend, so they're probably going to lose that game. If they can win at Memphis, though, and they can go 11-1, there's maybe a chance that Navy could get into the college football playoff like Ryan was talking about. This offense is going to put up some points, and their defense, as he was saying too, is underrated. So I think of these three schools, I like Navy. I think they win both the game against they beat Army this year, and they beat Air Force. They get Air Force at home, which is certainly going to help them. So I'll take Navy.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love Navy too. The schedule is very juicy, and if they can find a way to beat Notre Dame at Notre Dame, and let's just face it, these are games that sometimes Notre Dame doesn't show up for, especially on a Saturday night at home. It's just sometimes these things happen with Notre Dame. So I could actually see a spot where they run the table. And so, yeah, I'm all over Navy with this one. Army could give them trouble, but that's just because Army always gives them trouble in that Army-Navy game. But
it's because nobody
for
scores.
me, it's Navy.
Yeah, it's going to be 10-7.
Yeah, and Horvath's going to run for 3 of those. So,
Blake,
right,
not me. I'm struggling these days
No,
not to break my collarbone going to the bathroom. So Blake Horvath is going to do that, not Ryan, unfortunately. My time has passed. I'll be at Dave Matthews this weekend.
Yeah,
Eating boom
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so to go undefeated in conference play, okay? So I'm going to give you all of them, all right? And you tell me in each conference which one you like in each one. So ACC, Clemson's plus 220, Miami's plus 333. The Big 12, Kansas State is plus 1,000. Texas Tech is plus 1,000. The SEC, Texas is plus 400. Georgia plus 525. Bama plus 750. And LSU plus 1,200. PJ, where would you go?
I mean, it's definitely got to be Clemson at the plus 220.
Right.
They're the most talented team in that league. You know, and their hardest games are outside the conference. Those 2 SEC games, playing LSU and South Carolina. But this is all about ACC play. So I like Clemson. They won the ACC last year. They got a lot of NFL talent on that side of the ball. They have the best quarterback in the ACC in Cade Klubnik as well. So it's got to be Clemson. And it's honestly, to me, not even close, kind of by default. The Big 12 is just going to beat up on each other. I don't think anybody from that league is going undefeated. Miami is interesting. Again, they have the game against Notre Dame early in the year. That doesn't help. That doesn't hurt them in going undefeated in ACC play. But they have some trickier games on the schedule. And then the SEC is just too hard as well. Texas is at Georgia. Georgia's got games against Bama. Texas, obviously, Ole Miss. They got to go on the road and play Tennessee and Auburn. They get Florida. Some tough games for Georgia. Bama's got some tough games as well. They're on the road against Georgia. They play LSU. They're home against Oklahoma. So they'll lose a game. LSU will lose a game at some point. I think it's Clemson. I don't think any of these other teams are going undefeated in conference play. I think the Tigers are the only one.
Yeah, we look at one of the two ACC teams, man. Again, I don't know where I'm at with Miami. I like Carson Beck. He went 24-3 at Georgia. We thought there was a good chance he'd be the number 1 overall pick. Goes back to college, gets the bag to go to Miami. Miami, they've tried to reboot this thing a couple times now for Mario Cristobal. For me, that's the issue, though. He could recruit, but can he coach the talent that he has? Last year, they start 9-0. They have the best quarterback in the country in Cam Ward, at least the number 1 overall pick. And then they lose to Georgia Tech and Syracuse, man, when all they had to do was take care of business to make the playoff. I do like their moves, though, with the coordinators. They brought in Corey Heatherman from Minnesota. Last year, Minnesota's defense finished 5th in the entire country. But for the second straight year, there's a bunch of transfers coming in, guys in the portal. That's what I told PJ before the show. I'm like, that worries me a little bit. Guys that are just coming for the bag. You know, guys at Georgia, Alabama, at least some of these kids actually want to attend school there. Always wanted to buy in on the tradition. Seems like Miami's just paying a bunch of money to guys just to go play. I don't know how that works out. But for me, it would be Clemson as well. 14 starters back, 8 on offense. Klubnik proved to me last year, that he could play the position at a high level. He had 36 passing touchdowns and just 6 picks. After that blowout loss to Georgia, they were a completely different team, and it's because they started actually playing Bryant Wesco Jr. and TJ Moore. They're both back. Antonio Williams is back, so they finally have wide receivers that could create separation. And then we like the Jim Knowles hire for Penn State. I like what Clemson did as well. They took Tom Allen from Penn State and gave him a 3-year contract. Peter Woods lost some weight. He's going to move back to defensive tackle. TJ Parker's back for 1 more season. He's going to be a first-round draft pick. And they don't play Miami. And Miami doesn't play Clemson. So I would look at those two teams, but I trust Clemson and Dabo Moore and Cade Klubnik. So I'll go Clemson.
Clemson's probably the smart bet, but I'm a degenerate, and one of the best college football minds that I know loves LSU this year. So I might take a shot on LSU at plus 1,200 just in case.
Goodness.
Just in case something happens. All right. Real quick, because we got about 30 seconds left. To go winless in conference play, ACC, Wake Forest plus 230, Cal plus 600, Stanford plus 600, Big 12, Arizona plus 600, Oklahoma State plus 900, UCF plus 900, SEC, Mississippi State plus 100, Vandy plus 230, Kentucky plus 230. 5 seconds or less, go.
All right, I bet under 3.5 on Stanford. Frank Reich is the head coach, dude. Right? So, under. They have 4 straight 3-win seasons. I think this year they might not win a game.
I agree. I was going to say, Frank Reich's the head coach, so.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's Stanford in the ACC. They got to travel across the country for all their games.
Yeah, exactly. BetMGM tonight, hour number 3. Coming up next, Ryan Horvath, PJ Glasser here on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser, Ryan Horvat here with you. Hour 3. We're in the Washington, D.C. studios. Hashtag Big Sports Night, as our guy Ryan Horvat likes to say as he makes the trek back down from the bathroom.
Yeah, I just had to do a dead sprint. I had to use the bathroom. You ever just hold it too long and realize hey, this isn't good for me. Why am I doing this? I just did that for 2 segments. I was so excited to talk to Jonathan Coachman after the unfortunate passing of Hulk Hogan. I'm sorry that I'm out of breath, but I have to sprint to the 3rd floor to use the bathroom here in the beautiful BetMGM Tonight basement. Listen to BetMGM Tonight on Apple Podcasts, as well as Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, let's talk a little more college football, and let's do some college football playoff picks. Our way too early 12. I have to think about this here for a second. I'm not going to lie.
I do too.
So actually, before we get to this, Brando, Stanford is plus 600. I'm actually going to bet this to go winless in conference play. I need to look at this for a second, but I already bet the under on 3.5 wins. They have 4 straight 3-win seasons, and now they bring in Frank Reich. You're probably wondering, why in the year 2025 is Frank Reich getting a head coaching gig at the collegiate level? It's because Andrew Luck is running the team for Stanford. He's their general manager. So he brings over Frank Reich. They have a former 4-star quarterback in Elijah Brown, who most likely ends up getting the starting job. They got C.J. Williams in the portal from Wisconsin. That's their best wide receiver. I'm all the way out on the Clemson, man. I kind of like this bet 6-1. I don't know what their conference win would be. Non-con, yes, but I don't know about their conference win. So 6-1 is a decent little price. I'm actually going to bet that here really quick.
I think that is good. Go ahead, Brando.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna talk about another ACC team. I like the Stanford play with Ryan as well, because Frank Reich. I mean, the last time we saw him was with the Panthers, and it was just an absolute disaster. I was looking at Syracuse, you guys. They won 10 games last year. This year, their win total is at 5.5. Listen to their schedule that they have. Listen to the teams that they have to play on the road. So they get Tennessee to open up the season in Atlanta. Then this year on the road, Syracuse has to play at Clemson, at SMU, at Georgia Tech, at Miami, at Notre Dame. They are playing every top team in the ACC on the road, and then they also get Notre Dame on the road, and they get Tennessee at home. They get Connecticut and Colgate at home, which will be wins. They get Duke, Pitt, North Carolina, Boston College at home as well. But, man, with the gauntlet of some of those road games, they got to kind of be perfect at home. Maybe they get an upset on the road somewhere, but they're going to be big dogs in all those games. So I thought that was pretty interesting with Syracuse. Their road schedule is not easy.
Yeah, I agree.
And when you look at these West Coast teams that are now playing in the ACC as well, that's what would scare me about Stanford is when Boston College has to travel all the way to Stanford. You know what I mean? When these teams, when Florida State has to travel, do you trust Florida State to travel all the way across country and then to not lose a game in Stanford? Because I don't. So that's what would be the thing that scares me. But it also is a thing that makes me think, a West Coast team playing in the ACC, I'm not afraid to bet them to lose out.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I got my 12. I'll go first. All right, I'm going to go with the number 1. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to go with the number 1 overall seed, and I'll go with the Big Ten champion. And I looked at this price, 7-1 I found for Penn State to be the number 1 overall seed in the college football playoff. I like that bet, man. Already talked about it. They bring a lot of guys back, obviously. On the defensive side of the ball, you lose Abdul Carter, which sucks because he's the best pass rusher in all of college football last year. But you bring in Jim Knowles to call the defense, the defensive coordinator for the last few seasons for Ohio State. Last year, they win the national title. You bring him in. I know that everybody doesn't love James Franklin, but I love the coordinators now. Andy Kotelnicki back another year to call plays. Drew Aller, I'm a believer in Drew Aller. Do I think he's going to be a great NFL quarterback? I'm not quite sure, but I think he could be a really good college quarterback. And even last year, man, threw for over 3,000 yards and 25 touchdowns, and he did that without a true number 1 at wide receiver. They did have Tyler Warren, who's a stud. He's gone, but I like the receivers a lot more. Not quite the tight ends, but I like the receivers a lot more. And I didn't think there was any chance that Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton were both going to come back, but they did. I like the offensive line. I think they're going to beat Ohio State, and I think they're going to beat Oregon. I'm with you, PG, that I think somebody trips them up. Maybe Iowa. A road game against Iowa at Kinnick, especially if that game's at night. but I'm going to go with the number 1 overall seed being the Oregon Ducks. Number 2, I'm going to go with Texas. I know it's chalky, man, but I think they win the SEC. Arch Manning, dual threat quarterback. I think he's a better fit in the Sark offense than Quinn Ewers was, and they're absolutely loaded. And they've been knocking on the door. Last year, they probably should have got to the championship game. They definitely should have won that game. You can't be calling pitch plays on the 1-yard line, 1st and goal. But this year, you have Arch Manning, and you could use his legs in the red zone and on the goal line. So I'll go number 1, Penn State. Number 2, Texas. Number 3, I'll go Ohio State. I don't think there's going to be a huge drop-off, even though they lose a ton of talent and both coordinators, both Jim Knowles and Chip Kelly. Now we find out how good Ryan Day is. And Matt Patricia, who's calling the defense. But Julian Sainz, a former 5-star quarterback that everybody wanted, and that wide receiver room is just insane, especially Jeremiah Smith. I still have nightmares about that 72-yard reception he had against Notre Dame. So I'll make them the number 3. Number 4, I'll go with the ACC champs. Maybe it's too easy, but I'll go with Clemson. Last year, 11-2. This year, I think they're better. Klubnik had 40 touchdowns last year. Only 6 interceptions last year. Antonio Williams is back. I really like the wide receiver room. The running backs probably aren't as good because Shipley left a couple of years ago and Phil Maffa leaves now, but that defense is going to be really good like we talked about with Parker and Woods, so Clemson will be the 4 for me. Number 5 is a homer. I got to go with Notre Dame. They're not in the conference, so they're probably going to win 10 games. Jeremiah Love's a stud. Jadarian Price comes back. The only concern I have about Notre Dame, because I think the defense will be good again, is the quarterback situation. So that would be my only concern. Is Carr the real deal? Number 6, I'll go Bama, man. I think Bama's officially back. Before the show, saw that Ty Simpson a couple months ago, about a month ago now, Peach, we did the show together, and we were like, man, 60-1, 66-1 on Alabama's quarterback. You're never going to get this price ever again. And especially because Kalen DeBoer brings back Ryan Grubb. Last time they were together, they coached Washington to the national title game, and they had one of the better offenses in the country with Michael Penix. Now Ty Simpson's all the way down to 18-1. That's a big hit, going 60-1 to 18-1. A lot of money came in on him. And it makes sense, dude. Like, last year was a down year for Alabama, and they still won 9 games, year 1 for Kalen DeBoer. And they still had Ryan Williams. They might have the best wide receiver room in the country, or at least top 3. So I'm all about Bama at the 6th spot. I'll go Oregon number 7. I think they're probably a 10-win team this year, but they could still have a top 5 offense in the country. If Dante Moore is what we thought he was going to be 2 years ago. Last year, sat behind Dylan Gabriel, learned the offense. They were the best offense in the Big Ten, but they do lose a lot. I think Dan Lanning's a very good coach. Hot take, right? I think he's one of the best coaches in the country, right? So I'll go Oregon number 7. Number 8, I'll go LSU. My favorite college football win total, I know Peach disagrees, is LSU over 8.5 wins. Nussmeier might be the best quarterback in the country. Legit. Last year, over 4,000 yards, 25 touchdowns. The only problem is what you brought up earlier today, Peach, their offensive line, man. You lose 4 starters, including Will Campbell, who was the first tackle taken by the New England Patriots. But I like what they did in the portal. On the defensive side of the ball, they got to get that figured out. But Harold Perkins is back this year. I thought he was going to be a top 5 pick a couple years ago when he was a freshman. He got hurt. Now they're moving positions. He's going to be the star backer. I like LSU as the 8. I'll go Miami number 9. Either Miami's going to be a complete bust and they're going to stink, or they're going to make the playoff. Carson Beck went 24-3 at Georgia. I thought he was going to be the number 1 overall pick going into the year last year and a Heisman candidate. I know he's coming off elbow surgery on his throwing arm, which is a little scary. Completely new wide receiver room, but Miami has the talent. I just don't know that they have the coaching. Number 10, I'll go Georgia, which is probably too low. After they lost that game to Notre Dame last year, I was like, I'm definitely betting Georgia to win the national title. Carson Beck got hurt. They had to go to Gunnar Stockton kind of last minute. I didn't hate what I saw from him, 13-17. Didn't really push the ball down the field, but you can't do that against Notre Dame's secondary. I think Kirby's going to be motivated as long as nobody else gets a traffic violation the rest of the offseason, because they already got guys getting popped again. I think they'll be around. How about Iowa State at number 11? I am a Matt Campbell fan. The problem is usually they'll have a good year like they did last year, win 10, 11 games. That was actually the first double-digit win season they've had in forever, ever actually, at Iowa State. But they bring back Rocco Beck, the quarterback. I was surprised how good the offense was last year, man. And I always like Matt Campbell's defense. So I'll go with them, number 11. And then I'll go Navy at 12. Blake Horvath. I talked about the returning production. The defense only gave up 22 points per game, the 3rd best defense last year in the AAC. They started 6-0, and then they got clobbered by Notre Dame. Still won 10 games. They do that again this year. They run the table. I think that they could be the 12 seed. So that'll be my 12 right there for you. I'm going to go Penn State, number 1. Texas number 2. I'm going to go Ohio State number 3, and then everything else kind of pans out.
Okay, very good.
Thank you,
I
sir.
like it,
Thank
Horvath.
you, sir.
Well done. My number
Have
one.
an energy drink after that one.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you.
My number one's going to be the same as your number one, Penn State. We're on them this year. Famous last words.
Mhm.
Either we're going to look really smart or we're going to look really stupid. There's really no in between with Penn State. We're going down with the ship. I think they're going to be 11-1. I think they're going to beat Oregon. I think they're going to beat Ohio State. Like you said, the Iowa game, I think they lose. But because of the wins over Ohio State and Oregon, they win the Big Ten. I think that's good enough for them to get the number 1 seed. Penn State going to be the number 1. Clemson, I also have them as my number 2 team. I'm coming around to liking them against LSU to win. I don't know if I want to bet them -3.5, but I do think Clemson wins that game. South Carolina, end of the year, is going to be tricky. But as we were talking about with Brando, I think this team has as good a chance as anybody at running the table in their conference. So I like Clemson number 2 to win the ACC. How about the Ole Miss Rebels? I think they're going to win the SEC, and I think they're going to be the number 3 seed.
I love that call from you. Very ballsy.
I love Austin Simmons. My fear with Austin Simmons is that he's DJU from Clemson. When, if you guys remember, the COVID year, Trevor Lawrence gets ruled out with COVID against Notre Dame, and this freshman from Hawaii, DJU, comes in, and he throws for like 400 yards, and we're like, oh my God, they really have Deshaun Watson, Trevor Lawrence, now they got this next kid coming in, and obviously he ends up sucking. Well, I'm worried that the flash that I saw against Georgia from Austin Simmons is going to be too good to be true, but you guys, I'm telling you, this kid might be the next Tua. He's that good. In a Lane Kiffin offense, they got the second easiest schedule in the SEC. Defense continues to get better and better year after year under Pete Golding. They were second in the country last year in points per game allowed. Ole Miss was. They lose a ton of guys, but they're still going to be good on that side of the ball. So Ole Miss, I think, wins the SEC for the first time ever. I'll put them number 3. Baylor is going to be my number 4. I love Sawyer Robertson. I think he's the best quarterback in that conference. I think Baylor is the best offense in that conference. There's a reason why the odds are so jumbled. You could make a case for like 7 or 8 different teams to win the league. It's a total crapshoot, but I'll take Baylor to win the Big 12 at number 4. Give me Notre Dame at number 5. I think Notre Dame's going 11-1 this season.
Yeah.
I think they're going to split the Miami and A&M game. They're going to lose one, they're going to win one, and then they're not going to lose a game the rest of the year. They'll go 11-1. Might be one of the top 3 best rosters in college football. Under Marcus Freeman, you know they're going to be awesome defensively. Best combo at running back, maybe outside of Penn State with Notre Dame with Love and Price. Offensive line's always going to be good. As we know, it comes down to C.J. Carr in the quarterback position. But I trust Marcus Freeman, and I think that Northern Illinois loss forever changed Notre Dame's program, and it forever changed Marcus Freeman as a head coach, and they will never ever take a team lightly like that ever again, especially off an emotional win. So I like the fact that they're starting the season with those 2 big games against A&M and Miami. I expect him to have his team focused the rest of the year. We'll go Notre Dame at 5. Give me Texas at number 6. Texas obviously the favorites to win the national title at the start of the season. I don't think they win the SEC, but I think they comfortably get in to the college football playoff, and I think there's a good chance that it's Texas and Ole Miss in the SEC title game. We'll put Georgia right behind them at number 7. It's Georgia, folks. Look, and a lot of people aren't talking about them, and quite frankly, that's very scary that nobody's talking about a Kirby Smart team. None of us know what Gunnar Stockton's going to look like at quarterback, but the running back, wide receiver position, line of scrimmage, they're going to be really, really good. They got the best coach in the sport. Give me Georgia at number 7. Ohio State, I'll put them at number 8. I think Ohio State goes 10-2 this year. I think they lose to Texas and Penn State. But again, if those are your 2 losses to arguably the 2 best teams in the country, no shame in that. They got the 2 best players in the sport, and Caleb Downs and Jeremiah Smith. Ohio State comes in at number 8. Nebraska, I'm going to put them at number 9. Let's get nuts with Matt Rule and the boys. Year 3 of Matt Rule, folks, is when you want to buy in. Go look at his track record at Temple, at Baylor, and now at Nebraska. His teams don't have a good year 1. They get better in year 2, and then year 3 is where they take off and win double-digit games. Nebraska wins double-digit games. They're going to the playoff. We'll take the Cornhuskers at number 9. Bama, number 10. Tough schedule. I think they go 10-2, possibly 9-3. Depending on who they lose to, they could get into the playoff, but they should have a really good offense this year. I think they're going to have the best secondary in college football. Bama's my number 10. Oklahoma, I'll put them at number 11. I think the SEC gets 5 teams into the college football playoff this year. Keep in mind last year's rankings. Bama was on the outside looking in at 13. Ole Miss was right behind them at 14. South Carolina was right there. 3 SEC teams were right there knocking on the door this year. I think they get 5 in, and then Boise State's going to be your group of 5 and get in at number 12. So I got Penn State, Clemson, Ole Miss, Baylor as my conference winners in my top 4. Notre Dame, Texas, Georgia, Ohio State, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nebraska, Bama, Oklahoma, Boise, 9, 10, 11, 12. 5 teams out of the SEC, 3 out of the Big 10, and then 1 out of the ACC, Big 12, an independent, and group of 5.
I love it. I love it. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we got another edition of Guess Who? It's the sensation that's sweeping the nation, or at least the BetMGM network at 9:15 p.m.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
I really do like that Stanford bet, though, dude. Like, I don't know who the fuck they're beating. Non-con, yes, but I thought that...
This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Place those bets. Not a whole lot of options unless you're betting little girls softball, which we got on right now. California with South Carolina. I'm sorry, South Carolina. Jesus, Lord, Ryan. Speaking. Let's try this again. Let's restart the show. Brandon, run the intro again. Let's just redo it all. Thank you. All right, South Carolina. California. Jesus, Peach. I need some sleep. 2-0 over North Carolina. It's the Battle of California. And South's winning over North. Damn it. All right, Brandon, save the show.
Ryan, USC is
That's
USC.
amazing.
Let me hide.
Ryan, USC. The colleges USC. Can you tell us what they stand for?
The University of Southern California.
And what about the other one?
South Carolina?
There you go.
South Carolina and Southern California.
Attaboy. He
God.
got there. He got there. Took us a while.
It's been a fun week, man, but I feel like it's a Friday and it's only a Thursday. God bless that we're off on Friday. Brandon, you off tomorrow night?
I am not. I actually have to go to Comiskey to cover the pregame for White Sox and Cubs, and then I have to race here, do the show. And then I'm covering White Sox and Cubs the rest of the weekend. So
you have to go where? Yeah, I was gonna say you have to go where.
Still call it Comiskey.
What are you taking a time machine back to '92?
It will always be Comiskey. I don't care what anybody says. It will forever be Comiskey.
What is it nowadays? Guaranteed
it's the
rate
rate
or something? The
rate.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
I always used to love the announcer there, Robin Ventura. Now batting the DH, Harold Baines. That's how he said it.
Yeah.
Well, the big hurt Frank Thomas. I was always like, as a kid, dude, I was a Cubs fan, obviously, but I was always kind of jealous of Sox fans, only for one reason and one reason only.
Hawk Harrelson?
No.
Okay.
No, screw him.
Put it on the book.
Yes. No, he's great, too. The hats.
That's amazing.
The White Sox hat it's awesome.
Is it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Do you
I
like
their
the
old
sock
school
logo
uniforms.
or like the SOX?
I like it all.
I kind of like the sock.
Yeah.
I like that too,
to be
but
honest.
I just like the classic black, like the Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was always
I
a
like
little
their '80s uniforms with the socks written across the front with the little silhouette of the baseball player on the hat.
That's
I never looked good in
My
Cubs
favorite.
colors, man. I look like I was like going to like Bozo's Buckets or something like that. So. That was my only issue. And the Cubs sucked growing up.
I think you guys have good jerseys, man.
I do too now.
I
now
like
especially.
I like when you wear the blue.
Yeah.
I like when you wear the blue.
I do too.
Yeah.
It's a good thing we're live on 670 The Score right now.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm sure a lot of people
Giving
probably,
Chicago some love.
A lot of
Why
people
not?
probably agree. A lot of people probably agree.
Absolutely.
9:23 on a beautiful Thursday, July 24th. By the way, National Tequila Day. Be safe out there if you are celebrating. All right, Brando. Hey, so we gave our college football playoff before we get into guess who. Did we leave anybody off that you would have maybe had on there?
So my sleeper, I told you guys, I liked both of your guys' 12. My sleeper is Toledo. I like Toledo a lot. I think they're going to win the MAC. And in their schedule, where they open up against Kentucky at Kentucky, and then later on in the season they go to Washington State. Those are the only two games on the schedule that really worry me. Akron might be a tough one for them as well inside the MAC, but I think that those two games right there, if they can win at least one of them and they win the MAC, they're in the playoff.
I would love to see a MAC team in the playoff. It'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I would too.
I think it's going to be a Mountain West team, though. I mean, Boise's the heavy favorites, but, I mean, people forget Dan Mullen's now in Vegas coaching UNLV. So, might not happen this year, but that's a team to keep an eye on the next couple of years.
For sure. They've got a nice running back there as well. God, I'm going to forget his name. Of course I am. Savon Clark is his name. He's a junior. Dude's a beast. Remember last year I gave you Jeremiah Love. This year, I'm giving you Savon Clark.
I like it.
I like it a lot. I also like the A's up 4-0 on the Astros. Good calls for you guys. My Cardinals up 8-7 on the Padres. Blue Jays up 11-4 on Tigers. Let's do a little guess who. Explain the rules one last time for the people, especially if we are on the beautiful station of 670 The Score, home of Lawrence Holmes and the Chicago Cubs, and the Hall of Famer Pat Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I give here's how guess who works.
Marshall Falk, you got going on there. Good stuff. What do we got?
I give the guys a list of clues, and then they guess. Typically, it's tough. The clues are hard, unless it is somebody's birthday, named Dave Matthews. And
Yeah, I'm
then
good.
I mean, that was
Ryan
just
gets it
sicko
right then and
behavior.
there. It was
just
insane.
sicko behavior.
I know. I'm actually looking at the poster for tomorrow night. I don't think I'm going to need to buy this one, but let's do a little guess here. Let's
Hey,
do
what
it.
song did they just play?
They're off tonight. They're
I
off
know you
tonight.
know.
They're resting the
Okay.
vocal cords for me tomorrow. They know I'm going to be live
Gotcha.
in attendance in Camden, New Jersey. Hey, anybody out in
All right.
Camden, New Jersey, if you run into me tomorrow, first round's on you.
There we go. All right, here we go. First clue. I spent 22 years as a player in Major League Baseball with 3 teams, though most people are surprised I was on the 3rd.
Okay, that's clue 1. I need
All
another
right.
clue.
Clue number 2. For most of my life, I thought I was a year older than I actually was.
I'm
Clue
thinking
number
of some-
3.
Okay, yeah, go on.
PJ, you might actually get this one. My father actually died in center field of Oriole Park, in what is now center field of Oriole Park.
What?
Huh.
Wow, I thought you might know this story.
Like died like in the outfield, like he was playing center field and died?
Nope. I'll tell you the story after because I can't give the clue away yet.
Well, now I
All
kind of okay, go on.
Many people believe I was an orphan, but the Catholic school I attended was because my parents didn't know what else to do with their troubled child.
I don't have the slightest clue.
Nah,
and I thought that I did
This is
until
where
I
it's
found
gonna
out
be.
his dad. I thought it was Ken Griffey Jr.
No.
Remember he
All
played
right.
for the Sox?
So here we go. We got 2 clues left.
Okay.
This one might give it away. If not, the last one definitely will. How I was not a unanimous vote into the Hall of Fame is a mystery. And it's also the reason many writers used to not vote for deserving players throughout the years.
All right, I think I do know it.
I do too.
Who is Ichiro Suzuki?
What?
Yeah, he only played for the Mariners.
He played for the Mariners, the Marlins, and the Yankees.
Oh yeah, he did. Jesus, I forget about that.
So that's where I got the 3 teams. The Orioles, I mean, dad at Oriole Park, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
Brandon, I'm going to be completely
Last
honest.
clue.
I forgot about the other clues. I was just thinking about the 3 teams, and I was like, you know what? Ichiro's fit that. So and
That's
then-
what you're on. I'm on whose dad died in center field.
And then
Last
Ichiro
clue.
wasn't unanimous, and everybody's like, that was a joke. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
Last clue,
Okay.
and this is where Horvath gets it. I am the Sultan of SWAT. I am the Great Bambino.
Oh, Babe Ruth.
Yes.
Baby
So,
Ruth.
Here we
The
go. So for
Sultan
most of his
SWAT.
life, he thought he was older than he was. The story behind that was he believed his birthday was February 7th, 1894. Then he traveled to Japan to play baseball, found his birth certificate, and found out that his birthday was actually February 7th or February 6th, 1895. So it was a year younger than he actually believed. And his birthday was a day before he believed it was.
All
which
right,
is
before you
a
get to
really
the
weird
story about his dad, old people, man, I'm realizing, like, with all due respect, if you're out there and you're over 80 years old, and this goes for my own grandfather that's still alive, Bob, we're so dumb. Like, their parents were so dumb, or, like, didn't care about them. I've told you guys the story of why I have this stupid middle name, right? Donald. My grandfather, so growing up, I was like, why is my middle name Donald? You know, like, 3rd grade, everybody's like, Donald, what were you named after, a duck? I wanted it to be something cool, you know, like Ryan Bryce Harper Horvat or something like Ryan Sandberg Horvat or something like that. Ryan Tony Kukoc Horvat. But I get Donald after a duck. And my grandparents and parents had explained that the reason that I was named Donald, middle name Donald, was because it was my grandfather's name. So my dad's name was Robert Donald, my grandfather's Robert Donald, and then I was Ryan Donald Horvat. But then my grandfather has to go get his driver's license again, or something happens where my grandmother has to take him to the court, and he gets his birth certificate. The entire time, his middle name was David. He didn't have a copy of his own birth certificate somehow. So I have this stupid middle name, even though his middle name was never Donald. How do you have your own middle name wrong your entire life, though? His parents named him David and somehow, like, forgot and went with Donald his entire life. And he didn't find this out until he was like 70. And I was already like 28 when I found out, so I wasn't going to change my middle name. But like, who doesn't have a copy of their birth certificate? Am I crazy? Do you? Do you guys?
I'm sure my parents
in 2
do
days
at their house.
This,
All right, how did his dad die?
Has produced some really good stuff from Ryan Horvath. We've got some clips.
It has.
Yeah,
so
I
his
need to know how
dad
his
died.
dad dies. Yeah.
He owned a bar in Baltimore, and where that bar stood, he got into a fight with a family member actually at the bar over money, and he got killed by the family member outside of the bar. Where that bar stood is now actually where center field of Oriole Park is at.
That is a great story because the Babe Ruth Museum is in Baltimore. It's like a block away from Camden Yards.
Yep.
Every time I park at the garage, I walk past it, but I wasn't thinking about like, oh, Babe Ruth grew up because I never knew that story about his dad. So
Me either.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. I only guessed Ichiro because he wasn't a unanimous Hall of Fame pick, and I remember that being a big deal because everybody's like, how can Ichiro not? And then I was thinking about it, and I'm like, he's played for 3 teams. He played forever. I didn't.
Yeah.
The dad, passing away
It was
at
the
Oriole Park.
it was the reason why writers though all the time they say, "Oh, Babe Ruth wasn't a unanimous Hall of Famer. This guy can't be a unanimous Hall of Famer."
Is there anything worse than baseball
I'd like to
writers?
meet the guy who didn't vote for Babe Ruth though.
Seriously.
I really.
I
would.
hate every single baseball
Seriously.
writer, every single one of them. In fact, never book one ever again on this show, or if you do it when I'm off, because they love themselves so much, right? And you always see these slobs. Hey, Barry Bonds can't be in the Hall of Fame. Meanwhile, the guy's got mustard on his shirt. A bunch of slobs. I hate baseball writers. Like, does anybody hate their sport more than baseball writers, especially? I don't know. It's just my opinion.
No, I think it's a fair take.
I hate baseball.
Well, I'm going into a whole press box full of them tomorrow, so I'm going to reserve my comments.
Say, hey, Ryan, David Horvath hates all of you.
All right, let's get on.
Except
to the
I like
next
Jeff
one.
Passan. Passan's cool.
First clue. As a child, I thought I was destined for a career as a major league pitcher, but I hurt my elbow in high school, and scouts stopped calling.
Danny Almonte. That's not my real answer. Remember that, though? He's like 30.
My first love wasn't even sports. It was music, and as a junior in high school with long hair, I started playing the guitar.
Okay.
A lot of baseball players playing
Third
bands.
clue. My parents hated my career choice until I escaped the clutches of a sheik and became a world champion.
Wait, what, bro? Do you say a sheik, like the Iron Sheik?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm very confused now.
Mm-hmm.
Go on. I think we're all going to need to know.
All right. This is the last clue here now. I got my nickname Hulk because I was on a talk show with Lou Ferrigno. The host noticed I was bigger than Lou and said I was the real Hulk.
And he used to be a
Don't
pitcher.
overthink it. No. Yep. In high school.
In high school. I'll just take a shot here. I don't even remember the other clues. Is it Jose Canseco?
No.
I was just thinking of somebody that would make.
It's not a baseball
That's not even the
player.
same area.
I'll give
Yeah.
you that clue. It's not a
it's-
baseball player.
Yeah, because remember, it might not be athletes and stuff.
yeah. Oh.
He tore his
Either?
elbow in high school.
Oh, I know who it is, dude. I know who this is. It's so easy.
Is
I
it The
just
Rock?
gave it away. No. It's
I want to
Hulk
go.
Hogan.
Yeah, it's Hulk Hogan. Rest in peace. Yeah, damn it.
Yes. You know what's
He even gave us the
creepy?
hint, the real Hulk.
Yeah, the real Hulk.
I thought that's
what's
why.
creepy
Yeah.
is I was doing this and I was writing this down, and I for those that don't know, I'll peel back the curtain a little bit. I work at Illinois Media School during the day, and I was teaching a class while I was putting this all together. And one of the people came in. I had already put all these things together, and right as I was done, somebody came in to let me know that Hulk Hogan had passed away.
Oh, you
And I
already
was
had
like,
Hulk Hogan in this
I
list?
already had Hulk Hogan in this list.
That's crazy.
And right after I was done putting the clues, they came and told me that he had passed away, and I was like, "Oh wow, okay, yeah." So it was interesting. I did not
crazy.
add him in just because of what happened today.
Wow.
That's almost as freaky as Ryan knowing Dave Matthews' birthday.
That
A
is.
little bit.
That is.
A little bit.
Not that creepy.
Also,
Nah,
last
very
night, not even knowing that Ozzy Osbourne had passed, Dave Matthews had this like skull poster. And Fish, they're also on tour. They were just in Chicago, actually. They had an Iron Man. Didn't even know. And they used to perform Iron Man, but they just both had it in there, not even knowing Ozzy had passed away. So sometimes weird stuff like that happens. You think we got time? You know what? Actually, let's wait and let's squeeze in a couple more. We also got GTFO and Oh Yeah coming up.
Yeah.
We also don't have a whole lot going on in sports to update on. Oh, God, my wife is mad at me. I was supposed to take out the trash today, and I forgot to. She is upset. Toronto's up 11-4 on Detroit. This is the first time I've checked my phone. Baltimore won 4-3 earlier today. San Diego now down 8-7 to the Cardinals. Man, good call on the A's, boys. 5-0 right now over the Astros. Don't want to jinx it. And still to come tonight, should I lay the -144 on the Angels with Kikuchi on the mound against the Mariners? I feel like that's a market indicator. I mean, Kikuchi's been pretty good. Anyway, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, a little bit more of Guess Who and another game that we've been playing on here, GTFO. Yeah, BetMGM tonight. Ryan Horvath, PJ Glasser, who's filling in for Brad Evans. Back in 5.
Don't miss out on the action. If you miss the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Yes, it is. It's BetMGM Tonight. I'm Ryan Horvath. That's PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Brad enjoying some vacation. He'll be back with us on Monday. I don't know where he's at, but I hope he's having a good time. We got Brandon Combs producing the show tonight. He's also going to be joining us here, and we'll do a little more Guess Who, where he reads some clues, and we try to guess the actor, the athlete, the musician, the janitor, whoever it is. It's been a really busy day here, right? We got some Major League Baseball going down. The Mariners underway right now with the Angels. They make a deal for Josh Naylor. Also today, unfortunately, pro wrestling legend Hulk Hogan passed away at 71 years old. Kansas, they had some news. I don't know if you saw this, Peach. Bill Self was hospitalized.
Saw that.
Had 2 stents inserted. Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, they said he's doing fine and he's feeling better. So
yeah,
but
that's
obviously
good.
he's had health issues here over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's a scary situation. Some other headlines, like I said, the Diamondbacks trade Naylor to the Mariners. Aaron Rodgers threw a pick at practice. OMG, is everything going to be all right? Donald Trump, President of the United States, issues an executive order for college sports. Jonathan Kuminga is in no rush to accept the Warriors' offer. And Michigan DE slights Ohio State title, didn't beat us. Also, the MLB rankings are out, the power rankings, and the National League has a new debut at number 1. This is why we're doing 4 hours tonight. It's a big sports night. So, Brandon, let's do a little Guess Who and save the broadcast, why don't we?
Let's do it. All right. First clue. As a major leaguer, I won 1 MVP and finished top 5 in voting twice more. As a major leaguer, I won 1 MVP and finished top 5 in voting twice more.
Okay.
I won 9 straight Gold Gloves and 10 straight All-Star games. Appeared in 10 straight All-Star games from 1983 to 1993.
Ooh, I wasn't even born.
Yeah. I know. It's going to be tricky.
I was drafted out of high school, and I was considered a throw-in on the trade that sent me to the team that I spent the rest of my career with, my Hall of Fame career with.
Okay.
We get another?
Yep. There's 2 more. I once hit 2 home runs in the same game off Bruce Sutter to tie the game in the 9th and 10th innings, which dubbed the game to be named after me.
Oh, man.
Horvath.
I know.
You're killing me, Smalls.
It's now named after me. Oh, okay.
You guys want the last one?
83 to 93. Is it Sandberg?
It is.
Yeah, Ryan Sandberg. I was going to say, you had me there. I was like,
that was the
God,
Sandberg
it's my brain
game.
mush. One of my favorite players of all time, too. But I was a boy. I was a kid.
What was the last?
The last one is my nickname is Rhino. Yeah. So, no, Ryan Sandberg, my favorite player of all time. I also know that was Horvath's favorite player of all time.
Yeah.
And, yeah. You know what's funny? When I was going through these, I was like, man, these are going to be some tough ones for these guys to get. I tried looking both of you guys up to get some information on you guys, to put you guys both in here to see if you guys would get one or the other.
No wiki page yet?
Can't find anything. Can't find,
So funny.
Can't find nothing. All right. Here we go. I failed the 9th grade 3 times before I decided to drop out of high school at age 17.
Mario.
I failed
no,
the,
I'm just kidding.
I failed the 9th grade.
He ain't even here to defend himself. I can't do that.
I'm sending him that clip. That's fantastic. I failed the 9th grade 3 times before I decided to drop out of high school.
I think Mario was a straight A student, actually. Don't send him that one. All right, I need another one.
I hold a record in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Okay.
As a result of being bullied, I was beaten so bad at age 9 that I spent a week in a coma.
Jesus Christ. This got dark. I don't know. I don't know, but I hope he's doing okay now.
All right. My biggest inspiration in music was the Beastie Boys.
All right.
Nothing, huh? None of these clues. God, you guys don't know anything about anybody other than Dave Matthews, huh?
No, nothing.
All right.
A whole lot of nothing.
All right. Well, this one's going to give it away. So quick to those bells, guys. My alter ego, Slim Shady, is what blew up in 1999.
I was going to say it's Eminem. It's Marshall Mathers. Boom. Yeah, I thought it was. I didn't know the Beastie Boys, huh?
Yeah, his biggest inspiration was the Beastie Boys. He did get beaten at the age of 9 by a bully, which did send him into a coma for a week, which is why he speaks out so much on bullying. And also his Guinness Book of World Records, most words in a hit single with 1,551 words, and 97 of them in just 15 seconds in the song Rap God.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is a good one.
All right. Here
You
we
got
go.
another?
Yep. Oh, I got plenty.
Let's go.
I own a soul food restaurant in Manhattan.
Okay.
When I can't fall asleep, I sing myself to sleep.
Okay.
It's a huge thing that a lot of people know about him, actually. My mom created the name of my boy band that became extremely popular, especially amongst teenage girls.
I might need one more.
Okay.
I am one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in the world in 2013.
Justin Timberlake.
That's who I was thinking.
Yep. Justin Timberlake is the
baby.
correct answer.
Yeah.
Correct
That's who I
answer.
was thinking.
Yeah.
Last two
buddy.
clues on JT was I am an avid sports jersey and sneaker collector. And I met my first girlfriend, Britney Spears, as a member of the Mickey Mouse Club. Peach, would you have gotten it on either one of those?
Actually, no.
I know.
Really?
No, would not have gotten it on either of those. But when Ryan said JT, he had popped into my mind as well.
Because I was thinking boy band, like, who else are we going to go with? Like, Donnie Wahlberg, and
Yeah. No, it was a good one. All right.
I thought your last clue was this guy is bringing sexy back or something like that. Was your last clue. Yeah.
Well, I just figured because everybody knows him and Britney in the
Right.
Mickey Mouse Club, that was a huge thing. So
Brittany looks like she's doing pretty good. I saw a video today where she was dancing around with a cigarette in her mouth. So I think she needs to go back to the mental institution. She does follow me on Twitter, though. This is a fun fact. She follows me. Big fan of the Mad Better, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. All right,
College
here we
football
go.
fan.
Next one.
Yeah.
We've got three more, so we can get through this segment and do all three, I think.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Growing up, I always knew the American dream would be there for me.
Okay.
One of my roles was inspired by the portrayal of the Riddler in the 1966 Batman film.
Dusty Rhodes.
Eh.
All right.
No,
He's
not
my
Dusty
thing.
Rhodes.
Horvath's out.
I was the executive vice president as well as talent for a company in which I helped start.
Damn it. I was
Yeah, you know now.
and I was gonna go there, but I went with the old Damn it.
Your son's
Okay.
going to be so mad when he sees this clip.
I know.
All right,
He's my
my
favorite
brother-
wrestler too.
My
I just
brother
gave it
always makes sure you will remember his name. And the last clue, my nickname was a play on my father's nickname when he was in the business. I am the American Nightmare.
Damn it.
Oh god.
This one's
PJ
going to
ain't a
be hard
wrestling
for
fan.
PJ because he's not a wrestling fan.
I'm
I know.
not.
Think of-
so I'll go somebody big that I know. I'll do like CM Punk.
No, it was
Cody
Cody
Rhodes.
Rhodes.
Oh.
Cody
Code
Rhodes.
it. Cody Rhodes.
So the
Damn it.
growing up, I always knew the American dream would be there for me. His dad was the American dream, Dusty Rhodes. That's
Okay.
why I think that Horvat went with Dusty. His role inspired the portrayal of the Riddler was Stardust. That was actually a portrayal of the Riddler. And when his brother makes sure you always remember his name, that was Gold Dust's biggest. It was his catchphrase. You remember the name Gold Dust.
Okay.
All right. Back to somebody you should know.
All right.
As a kid, I was homeschooled, but was still allowed to play basketball for New Jersey Arts High School.
Okay.
All right. Before I started booking acting gigs, I appeared in ads for Toys R Us and Modell's Sporting Goods.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. I was offered the role of Dr. Dre in Straight Outta Compton, but I did not take it.
Okay.
I was voted sexiest man alive in November of 2020 by People Magazine. Nothing?
I think
I got one left. One clue
left. I might know. Okay, yeah.
You're gonna wait on the last one?
Yeah, I'll wait.
All right, here we go. To the buzzers, guys.
No. 2020. I know it. He's my favorite, dude. Wallace. Michael B. Jordan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Michael
What was
B.
last
Jordan.
clue, though? I love Michael B. Jordan.
Though my name might suggest it, I most definitely do not have a basketball shoe named after me.
There you go. Michael B.
Michael B. Jordan.
Dude, Michael B. I know how this makes me sound.
He's a beast.
Yeah, dude, his arms. Have you guys
So
seen
good.
Sinners when he's just firing off that automatic weapon with the white
Yes.
beater on? Jesus Christ, man. Get that guy
Yeah.
in uniform for the Bears. He could rush the
All right.
passer.
You got 90 seconds. Here's the last one. Before I made it big, I dropped out of college and moved to New York with $35 in my pocket.
Okay. Kim Kardashian.
My current assets are estimated to be around $900 million, and I own 6 homes in Great Britain.
Okay.
I briefly dated Vanilla Ice.
Oh, God, I don't know. Okay, go on.
I once had a video clip banned from MTV because the scene showed BDSM and women kissing.
Is it Madonna?
It is Madonna.
Damn.
Wow.
Like a virgin.
Horvath killing it tonight.
He crushed me tonight.
For the very first time.
He crushed me tonight.
I mean, but he's asking wrestling and artists that
Yeah.
Pete, I mean, you're
Well,
a youngin'.
there was only 2 wrestlers. One was Hulk Hogan, and then the other one was Cody Rhodes. But the last clue was my clothing line is named after one of my top hits, Material Girl. Would you have gotten it on
I
that
wouldn't
one,
have got
Peach?
that.
No. What's up?
I mean,
Really?
Material Girl.
Never heard of Material Girl?
No, I've heard of Material
By
Girl.
Madonna?
I didn't know
Yeah.
She had the clothing line,
Yeah, the
though.
clothing line.
That's her clothing line is named
I mean, if
Material
you gave
Girl.
that out, though, then we would have got it, I
Because
think.
we are
Living in a material world, and I am a material girl. It always reminds me of Wedding Singer when he finds out that Julia is going to marry Glenn.
Yeah.
And they tell him it's because of the money, and he goes to the bank. He's like, I'm a material girl living in a material world, or boy. Anyway, nobody cares. Final hour of BetMGM tonight is coming up. We got some more games and a great interview with Jonathan Coachman talking about the life of Hulk Hogan, who unfortunately passed away earlier today at 71 years old. BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network, and guess what? We're presented by BetMGM. You guessed right. Listen to BetMGM Tonight live anywhere if you missed anything throughout the show with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. You can check out the podcast wherever you find your podcasts. All you got to do, type in BetMGM Tonight. Earlier tonight, we talked with Craig Heist, talked a little Orioles and Nats, and Jonathan Coachman. We discussed the life of Hulk Hogan as he passes away today at 71 years old. And we also talked a little NFL football and golf with the coach as well. All right, it's 10 p.m. It is Thursday, July 24th, National Tequila Day. People forget. So we're going to do a summer topic, and we're going to do top 5 sporting moments of our lives. PJ already has his in the rundown, and as a guest, we're going to let him go first. Brandon Combs, producing the show, will let you go second, and I'll go last. Brandon and I are both from Chicago, so we might have a couple of the same.
Yeah.
But I'm from Chicago, and I also cheer for the Packers, which I know is weird, but so one of those might be a Packers one.
All right, so my number 5, boys, is going to be a day that I never thought would come, and that would be the Capitals beating the Penguins in the playoffs.
Yep.
And Evgeny Kuznetsov scoring that game-winning goal in Game 6. I remember it like it was yesterday when he had that breakaway, and it's just like in slow motion. Ovechkin gave him a little touch pass, and Kuzi puts it right in between the 5-hole of the goalie, and like you're not sure if it's in, and Mike Emmerich goes, "Goal!" And then you're just like pandemonium. I was in college. I was a senior, and my parents have obviously come down for graduation. They took a bunch of stuff with them back on the plane. So I was in my little apartment with like nothing, and I was streaming the game on my laptop. Backstrom was out for Game 6. I was just waiting for the inevitable Game 7, and then the Penguins were going to win back in D.C. like they always do. But Kuzi scored that goal, and just the euphoria, and it just hits you like, oh my God, they really did it. And as the great John Walton said, the play-by-play broadcaster for the Caps on the radio, the demons are exorcised, and they sure were when they finally beat Pittsburgh after being on the wrong side of so many playoff exits. So.
Yeah.
That's my number 5. Kuzi scoring that goal in Game 6, something I'll always remember.
Love that. Brando?
Yeah, my number 5 is actually might surprise you a little bit, Ryan, because it's actually a White Sox memory, and that was the Mark Burley perfect game. The call your friends, call your neighbors. It was so much fun. And I'm not a Cubs fan that hates the White Sox. I'm just not. I hate the Brewers. I hate the Cardinals. I do not hate the White Sox. And watching that game, Hawk Harrelson is just, for one, he was one of those announcers who was just a fan calling baseball games. And he'll tell you the same thing. And it was just like that listening to him. And watching that in real time and having that moment, it was just phenomenal, and how much he loved that moment. For me, that's number 5 for me.
All right, I'm gonna go with January 21st, 1994, Bulls Pacers. One of the first games I ever attended. Reggie Miller hits what I thought was the game winner with 0.8 on the clock, and he takes a bow. This is at the Chicago Stadium, not the United Center. In the Chicago Stadium, it was smaller, but it was way better, dude. It was so loud in there. I was a kid, but it was like it would just shake. So 0.8 left on the clock. This was the year where Kukoc hit all those game winners. In fact, he hits one in the playoffs when Pippen sits out on the play. 0.8 on the clock, hits the game winner. After Reggie Miller bows to the crowd and talks trash, just enough time to get the shot off, Kukoc hits the game winner. He hit like 4 that year. So I was there. Reggie Miller was celebrating way too early. I hated Reggie. He was like the ultimate bad guy as a kid. And Kukoc, my favorite player, fellow Croatian, hits the game winner with 0.8 of on the clock. So I'll go to that number 5 because I was there.
Love it. All right, my number 4, boys. I'm going Delman Young. When he was with the Orioles, he had a bases-clearing double against the Tigers in the ALDS in Game 2. It was epic. Again, I was in college. It was like it started around the game started around like noon Central Time. I skipped my classes that day so I could watch baseball because the Orioles have been bad like my entire life, and this was the second time they had made the postseason since like the late '90s. And Delman Young comes up, bases loaded, 2 outs, 8th inning, and he hits one to left field. And there's really not a better feeling in all the sports as a fan when you see a guy hit one in the gap and you just know that like runs are going to score, right? And Delman hit one down the line, and you knew 1 run was going to score. You knew 2 runs was going to score to tie the game. The question was the 3rd run going to score, and were they going to take the lead? And J.J. Hardy came round and around third base, and he slid underneath the tag right before. And just that moment of like Hardy, it's one of those videos, it's one of those clips I watch just like every once in a while, and it always makes me feel things. I'll always smile watching that clip, and it's the best Orioles moment of my lifetime so far up to this point. But that Delman Young bases clearing double against the Tigers, man, epic. Absolutely love it. Brian Anderson's call of that, I can like recite it word for word. It's like one of my favorite clips. So that's my number 4.
Brando?
Yeah, my number 4 is just a moment because it's not the entire game. It's just a moment, and that's Devin Hester's run back to open up the Super Bowl. That return was just so electric and so much fun to watch. The rest of the game I can forget, and I'll never forgive Ron Rivera for playing cover 2 against one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And I just, for me, watching him run that back just gave me so much hope. I finally got to see the Bears in a Super Bowl that I would remember because I was 4 years old the last time they were in a Super Bowl. Didn't exactly remember that one. And I was able to watch this one, and when he runs that ball back, man, I was talking so much trash. I was around a bunch of Colts fans. I was talking so much trash, and then the rest of the game happened, and Ron Rivera let me down. But that moment in itself, absolutely one of my greatest sports moments as a fan.
I love that. I'll go 1995-96. Obviously, like the Bulls win their 4th championship of the 90s. Jordan came back. I thought it was all over because the year before he comes back and they get beat by the Magic. Everybody loved the Magic going into that season. And the Bulls went 72-10. Broke the record. But I liked victory number 70 the best because even though we're from Chicago, we made the trip because it's 2 hours to Milwaukee. Tickets were a little bit cheaper, and we were actually there when the Bulls won that game. Went back home and I watched it because we taped it. That's what you had to do back in the day on VHS, and I'll never forget the call. 70 has become a reality for the Chicago Bulls. And I was there to see it. Record breaking. You don't see a whole lot of records broken. Like, I've never seen a no-hitter. Obviously, a perfect game. I never get to see, like, really cool things. I did get to see that.
Very cool. My number 3, Alabama making the Final Four, beating Clemson in the Elite Eight. When your team makes a run in March Madness, there's just nothing like it. It's one of the hardest postseasons there is. It's so hard, especially nowadays with all the turnover and the transfer portal and the NIL. You just never know when your team's going to make a run to the Final Four, right? Obviously, there are some schools, UConn won back-to-back titles. Duke gets there a lot. Some of these schools have their runs, but for Bama to make their first Final Four run in school history, I'm one of the few people that actually likes Bama basketball a little bit better than Bama football.
Wow.
So when they made that run through the tourney and they beat Clemson, and you just realize like your team's going to play in the Final Four, it's really, really cool. So when they made that run through the tournament, beat Clemson in the Elite Eight, Mark Sears went nuts in the second half. Just awesome to see them in the Final Four. So Bama beating Clemson in the Elite Eight, number 3 for me.
Yeah, my number 3, I'm going to go to the 2015 NLDS, that entire series where the Cubs beat the Cardinals. You're playing your rival, the NLDS. You haven't been good in a long time. And Theo promised us that they were going to have a couple of down years and then they were going to get better. And that was the series that I knew that the Cubs were going to be special over the next few years. And they did. And they made 4 straight NLCS runs. And that series alone, even when Schwarber hits that ball that lands on top of the scoreboard in right field, it was just so incredible. The atmosphere around Wrigley was so electric. The crowd was so loud. And even though they get swept by the Mets in the next round, that one right there to take out the Cardinals, to finally put it in their face and be like, we're here now, take a back seat. That's absolutely my number 3 moment.
Yeah, dude, that Mets series was painful. Daniel Murphy all of a sudden becomes Barry Bonds for 1 week. F him.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with, you know what, dude? Even though they lost ultimately to Ohio State in the national title game, love the way they battled, I'll go with the 23-10 win over Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, dude. Just because growing up, it was always, Notre Dame can't win the big game. We never want to see you guys in the playoff again. And all the SEC guys were making their predictions. Pete, remember, we were like one of the only people that liked Notre Dame and Brandon in the game. Everybody's like, Bulldogs by, Georgia by like 30. Notre Dame instead wins that game.
in impressive fashion, 23-10. Granted, Carson Beck didn't play, and they were on their backup quarterback, but still, man, watching Notre Dame pound an SEC opponent, that was awesome, man. That was awesome. They finally won a big game. This is the same program that loses to, like, Marshall anytime I get excited about them in Northern Illinois. So that was awesome. 23-10 winners in the Sugar Bowl over Georgia.
Love it. My number 2 is going to be the Capitals winning the Stanley Cup. That whole entire playoff run was just epic because they had so many good teams. They could never get past the second round, and then they finally beat Pittsburgh, and then they get to the Cup final against Vegas, and just that image of Ovechkin lifting the Stanley Cup and his emotion, like you could just feel it. I think all of us as sports fans, we all love our teams, and there are just certain players that you want it for more than you want it for yourself. And Ovechkin's certainly one of those guys, one of the all-time great hockey players, probably the greatest goal scorer ever, as he just overtook Gretzky this season. And he's been a Cap his entire career. And again, he's only made one deep playoff run. He's only been past the second round one time. But for him to finally win that Stanley Cup, lift the trophy, it's epic, boys. Because before that run, we all thought DC was cursed, you know? The Commanders were the last team to win a title. The Caps had all those good teams. They couldn't come through. The Wizards are the Wizards. The Nats had some good teams, could never break through. And then obviously the Redskins at the time were the Redskins, and it was just a disaster. And the Caps finally broke through, and it was awesome. So that's number 2.
Yeah, my number 2 is also a hockey one, and I'm not going to go to 2010 when they finally won one. I'm going to go to 2013, and here's why. That series against the Boston Bruins for the Chicago Blackhawks, for me, meant so much because I spent 15 years in New England while they were winning all of the championships between the Patriots and the Celtics and the Bruins, and all of these teams keep winning championships, and I kept having to hear Boston fans talk. And I'm sitting there as a Chicago sports fan wondering, damn, man, when is my time? When is my time? And then 2013 happens, and then in Game 6, it looks like Boston's going to force a Game 7, and then 2 goals in 13 seconds to win the Cup against the Boston Bruins, and for me to be able to celebrate around all of my friends who were Boston fans and just finally put one up on them, that to me will always be number 2.
See, I wanted to go with Derrick Rose becoming the youngest MVP, but then it just brings back the painful memories of losing to Miami in the Eastern Conference Finals in a gentleman's sweep, and just what should have been with Derrick. Man, one of my favorite players of all time. Maybe my favorite player of all time. But so I'm going to take that one off the list, and I'm going to go with kind of a multi here. I'll go Packers 35-21 Super Bowl win over the Patriots because I was a kid, and at the time I loved Brett Favre. I didn't know he was a complete scumbag. I just thought he was like the NFL's Iron Man. I'll never forget grabbing the morning paper and reading the injury report and seeing Brett Favre, concussion, broken hand, mangled finger, probable. And in that same game, he threw for 400 yards, dude. The guy was a legend. So that one, and then watching Aaron Rodgers beat the Steelers and get his only Super Bowl ring. So I'll go with the 2 Super Bowls that I actually got to see my team win. A lot of chokes in between, though.
Yeah, my number 1's when the Ravens won the Super Bowl in 2013. They're my favorite team, so when they won it, it was awesome. And that whole entire playoff run, you know, Ray Lewis announcing his retirement right before the playoffs start. He gets his final home game against Andrew Luck and the Colts. They beat them. Then they go on the road, and they beat that Peyton Manning Broncos team, who were the 1 seed in the AFC, in one of the greatest football games you'll ever see. That game truly had everything. They beat them in double overtime. And then to go back to New England a year removed after Billy Cundiff shanked that field goal, when they should have gone to the Super Bowl that year too, to go back to Foxborough, beat Brady and the Patriots, and then win the Super Bowl. Just an epic run, man. One of the great playoff runs ever. Joe Flacco, 11 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in those 4 games. Absolutely legendary run. So when they won the Super Bowl, that was my number 1 moment.
Love it.
Yeah, I think our number 1's going to be the same, Ryan. And look, November 2nd, 2016, I came home from work and I paced the living room. And I didn't sit down the entire time. And I could not sit down the entire time because Game 7, the World Series, was about to happen. And I did not sit down the entire day after I got home from work until Rajai Davis hit that home run. And when Rajai Davis hits that home run, I fell on my couch and just laid back and just stared at the TV. Same. And my ex is telling me, she says, well, they still got a chance. I say, you don't understand. This is what they do.
Yep.
And then the rain delay happened. And then Kyle Schwarber happened. and then we had Ben Zobrist hit the double, and then it was magic, and the Cubs finally broke that curse, and we were able to see the Cubs win the World Series. So for me, number one, Cubs win the World Series.
Yeah, dude, and it's not even close. That's my number one as well. Same reasoning. Never thought I would see it. I even tweeted that night, I could die a happy man. I'm glad that I didn't. I'm glad I'm still alive. But, yeah, dude. I mean, just like painful memories. It wasn't so much Bartman for me, the Marlins series. It was Alex Gonzalez booting that double play that should have ended the game, to be honest with you. But, yeah, I hated LeBron and Raji Davis for like 20 minutes. Didn't matter. Cubs won the World Series.
Absolutely.
All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk with Jonathan Coachman, former WWE announcer. Hulk Hogan passes away today. Get some memories from him. BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We got PJ Glasser tonight filling in for Brad Evans. Brad will be back with us on Monday, and we are going to talk a little college football later on in about 20 minutes, maybe a little more NFL as well, because not the busiest slate in Major League Baseball tonight. Jesus, what happened to Detroit? They had a 1-0 lead. I come back downstairs. It's now 8-1 in the top of the 7th. Ooh. They're really struggling right now, Peach. Maybe you're right to be out on them.
Bad beat on Detroit and bad beat on the under as well. It was looking good, right. 1-0 in the sixth inning. Now it's 8-1.
Yeah, it's a slow night when we're watching the NFL Network. We're watching the Eagles up 6-0 right now on the Rams here. First quarter of action on NBC. So let's talk a little bit of everything now with Jonathan Coachman, friend of the show, joins us, Coaching Company. You can give him a follow on X, The Coach Rules. So let's start off, man, with the unfortunate news today. I know, there's a lot there with Hulk Hogan, obviously, but he does pass away today at 71 years old. Best Hogan story, any interaction that you had? I mean, I know, not everybody's the biggest fan of Hulk Hogan, but it's always unfortunate to see anybody pass away, especially a legend and a pioneer like that.
It really is. Ryan, guys, it's great to see you guys again. I love being on with you guys. It's funny. I had a very unique relationship with Hulk Hogan. I met him early on. I was there from, as you guys know, 99 through 2008. And when he came back, he was already kind of beaten up. He was already done everything. And I've always taught, my dad always taught me, he was a United Methodist pastor, is that you treat people how they treat you. Hulk was always great to me. But I had this room on the road that was set up in every arena. I did all the interviews during the day for Home Video, Access Hollywood, anybody. So Hulk loved to come in and dress in there with us because nobody else was in there but me and my crew. So we had a lot of one-on-one conversations, and he would talk about the 1980s and the pressure that he felt from WrestleMania 1 all the way through, the 9 or 10. And he always was good to me. But like you said, there's a lot to unpack there. And I think as he started to get a little bit older, and a lot of guys do this, they stay a little bit too long. And he was literally the biggest name of all time. My favorite story, guys, I was actually a part of. And it was WrestleMania 18, a match nobody thought would ever happen. The Rock and Hulk Hogan, the two biggest names in the history of the business. And the great part about it was sold out. It was like 80,000 fans, Toronto. And me and The Rock did a little skit before the match. And we were making fun of Hulk Hogan's things that he stood on, saying, I was like, "What up, G?" And my dad still yells at me for calling God G, but we've moved past it. But then after that, then watching them go out and imagine having the crowd in the palm of your hands, which is very difficult to do. And they had worked on this match with Rock as the good guy and Hogan as the heel for weeks. Yep. And the crowd dictated it, and they had to flip it. So they were so in the moment that they stood there. If you go back and watch the match, they were barking at each other for about 10 minutes. And I remember standing on the floor because I never went out on the floor, but this one I had to. And I was like, what are they doing? And Rock was telling him what to do to switch it, because I don't know if you guys realize this, but there's certain things you can do as a heel you can't do as a baby face, and vice versa. Like, Ryan, I could punch you in the face as a heel. I can't do that as a baby face because a good guy wouldn't do that. So just knowing the intricacies of what went into that and the crowd and the moment and understanding we're never seeing this again, that is far and away my favorite Hulk Hogan moment.
That's a good one. Coach, I'm not a big WWE guy. I'm not a big wrestling guy, but obviously know the name Hulk Hogan. So, put it in perspective, right? What was he like, if you had to compare him, what he was to wrestling to what other guys are in other sports? Was he what LeBron is in the NBA? Is he what Peyton Manning is in the NFL? How big was Hulk Hogan to wrestling?
Think about it like this. He's what Tiger Woods was to golf. Because how wrestlers got paid back in the day is there's a talent pool. So say a show on a Saturday at Madison Square Garden makes $500,000, then a talent pool would be, say, 40% of that. So every wrestler back in the day wanted to be on a Hulk Hogan show, but they also wanted to cut him at the knees to have that main event spot because you got paid by where you were on the card. Tiger Woods was the same thing. They think him and Phil Mickelson hate each other. Phil's grateful because he became rich because of all the purses going up for golfers. Hogan was the exact same way, but also because wrestling is a paranoid business and wrestlers don't know where their next check is coming from, he did a lot of things that were very selfish with his character, but turning heel in the 90s, he was making $6 million a year. and went to WCW, and that kind of changed the trajectory of wrestling as a whole, because now you had two companies instead of just one major one that fought with each other. And competition, I don't care if you're talking sports, I don't care if you're talking wrestling, competition is a great thing. It's more jobs, it's more money, it's more attention. And Hogan did that by leaving Vince and going to work for Eric Bischoff in WCW. But certainly he made a lot of guys a lot more money than they originally would have made.
Yeah, Coach, as a wrestling fan, I was trying to explain to PJ, right, like what a moment that was when Hogan turns heel and he joins the NWO. Yeah. And I was trying to explain to him, and he kind of knew that John Cena, they tried to do the same thing with the whole Travis Scott thing and the heel run. I don't know your thoughts on it, but that's what I wanted to ask you about, because at SummerSlam, the main event is a street fight, and it's Cody Rhodes and John Cena. And I think a lot of people think there's going to be a double turn, and they're going to turn Cody Rhodes heel. But, man, I took my kid to SmackDown even like 2 months ago after the show. There's Cody Rhodes, after the final bell, autographing, having kids come in the ring. Seems like he's the ultimate babyface. Do you think that's the way that they're going to go? Cody Rhodes turns into the heel, or do you think, at least for the next couple of years, they keep him as the face of the company?
Well, first and foremost, I got to give you credit. I saw prices for SmackDown coming up for Cena. It's over $2,000. The fact that you spent a month's salary going to SmackDown, kudos to you, Dad. Kudos to you.
Thank God the Eagles won the Super Bowl, Coach.
There you go. I don't know if they're going to do it. Right now, they've got a lot of injuries. They've got a lot of guys that are out hurt. I don't like the fact that for the first time ever, we have a 2-night SummerSlam. TKO, I've been very critical. I have a new show on Sirius XM, and I'm like, there hasn't been a dollar that's fallen on the ground that TKO will not pick up. And they want every dollar that they can make because they're $4 or $5 billion in debt. So to me, something's got to happen. And John Cena, who I traveled with at one point for probably almost several months, almost a year, and for him to turn heel, that's a big deal. If I told you guys that you would have to change your job and you would lose hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars because of merch, would you do it? Would you? And I don't know how many people would have, because people don't buy bad guys merchandise. But at some point, he's got 4 months left. And his last event's going to be December 13th in Boston, his hometown. He's got to go into that as a good guy. I think Cody Rhodes is ripe for a bad guy. He just did an interview where he said, it's about time I was a bad guy. So I think right now they're very much in need of a reset across the board. Stop making everything about money and make it about storylines and have some good creative things. Because, Ryan, right now they're just throwing matches out there, and we got to fill up 2 nights. And these storylines have nothing going with them. Imagine in the NFL, if we didn't know anything about Patrick Mahomes or Travis Kelce or Jalen Hurts, would we care about the Eagles and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl? No, we wouldn't. It's the same thing going on right now in WWE.
Coach, I do want to ask you a golf question. You bring up Tiger Woods, and right now Scotty Scheffler is playing as well as anybody since we've seen Tiger 25 years ago. And he just won his 4th major, the Open Championship. He's got 1 left to complete the career Grand Slam. These prices that we're gonna continue to get with Scotty in these golf tournaments, like, can you find yourself to bet him at these short prices if we get plus 250, plus 275? If he keeps going like this over the next couple years, how would you go about betting Scotty in golf?
Well, the books right now are making it impossible because the numbers are worse than Tiger's were. They're like plus 250 some places, plus 280. I'm calling the St. Jude, which he probably is going to play in, I would assume. And the problem that they have right now in golf is that Scheffler is playing as good as Tiger, and the prices, you're going to see almost all the books, especially like I use BetMGM for everything. And you're going to be able to bet on the tournament with Scotty or without. And normally, guys, as you know in the past, it's been all about maybe the Masters you can do it. It's every week now because otherwise you're not betting guys to win. And right now, golf, because there's so many different ways to pick, it's a very profit-wise sport, and books love it. But if you've got Scheffler winning 60% of the time, that's kind of what Tiger did back in the day. So to me, I tell people who ask me that question, stay away. There is no advantage. Even you said, oh, I picked Scheffler 3 times this year. Did you? So you got plus 600. So you got plus 200. You're going to lose money over the long haul. You guys know this. You do it every single night. It's a dumb bet. Figure out another way. I like matchups. I don't even bet winners. It's like a needle in a haystack. Today you got Adam Svensson at 11 under. Are you kidding right now? Svensson? It is so hard to pick a winner these days when Scheffler is or is not in the lineup. Right now, I am leading my one and done, and I had Finau today. He's in a T75, so there you go. I just think it's so hard right now with Scheffler. Also, he's not a marketable guy. That's the difference between him and Tiger. He's not out there doing commercials. He doesn't care. He doesn't care, and I think that's an issue. I wish he had a little more Tiger in him so we could really get behind him, but he's just a good guy that's hella good at golf.
Yeah, that's what I told PJ on Monday, man, and texted him on Sunday. Mainly because I didn't have him, but I was like, I hate Scotty. Not that I hate the person. He just bores the hell out of me, man, and his prices suck. Let's talk a little Let's talk a little football because like all the hits that I do, everybody's like, hey, who's your pick to win the Super Bowl? And last year I was all about the Eagles. I loved their offseason. I loved their draft of Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, bringing in Vic Fangio to call the defense and Kellen Moore to call the offense. This year, though, there's so much parity. I can make the case for like 6 to 8 teams. If we gave you $100 to place one Super Bowl future, who would you go with? Who do you trust?
Wow. We just started on Coaching Company doing I've been so bored with baseball that I added days for NFL content. Normally we start 24 shows before. We're doing 34 this year. I was like, I'm done with baseball. I can't do it anymore. And so to me, it's all about schedules, guys, because we know they play first place schedules. And I'm always amazed how teams can maintain when they have to play the best teams every single year. I mean, this year it's a round robin. Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, they all play each other. They were all first place teams. Then you got the Texans who, they were a first place team. So to me, I'm leaning towards the NFC side, even though there's some good games. Detroit Lions, their schedule is brutal this year because of having to play, the division plays the other side. So to me, I love the moves that the Eagles made. There's a lot of turmoil in Washington, and to me, whoever makes it out of the NFC East is going to be sitting pretty. I think there's a very good chance because Jalen Hurts, and I just saw this, you probably saw this on Instagram, his agent was like, he didn't want to know until he was done and make sure the team's taken care of. We never hear that from players. We never say, no, I'll take less so the team's good. I've always been very critical of LeBron James for not doing it in the NBA. And when you're a quarterback and you can make $60 million a year, guess what? You can survive on 45 and win some Super Bowls. So do what Tom Brady did, and he sacrificed down to $9 million a few years ago. So I think the Eagles right now have to be right up there. I think the Lions are going to be a really good squad. And then on the AFC side, if Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson don't win a Super Bowl at some point, we're going to be calling them the Dan Marino of this generation. And they're getting up there. It's not like they're newbies anymore. So I don't mind Philly. I don't mind Detroit. And I don't mind Baltimore or the Bills on the AFC. I just don't think there's that many other good teams on the AFC side also.
Yeah. Coach, Ryan and I have been talking about the AFC West. We have different thoughts on the Chargers. The Broncos are an interesting team coming into this season. The Raiders should be much improved. They let go of Christian Wilkins about an hour ago, which was some breaking news. But the Chiefs are minus 120 to win that division. Do you see value there with KC, Coach, to win that division because of all the hype around the other teams? Or are you buying into one of those other teams in the AFC West?
No, I do. I don't like normally betting a future at minus 120. I don't know how you guys are. I don't like betting futures at all. It's like fantasy football to me. It's like a blinking red light for 5 months until I get paid, and I absolutely hate it. But to me, when you look at the other three teams you talked about, the Chargers are just kind of soft to me. I don't think they really did that much. Broncos, yeah, they're a playoff team, but does anybody really dazzle you? And I think the Raiders are going to be fun. I think they're getting a lot of attention because of Geno and Pete Carroll. But the Chiefs have recalibrated. Travis Kelce's lost 35 pounds. I think they were embarrassed last year because they got through on their talent and they didn't work hard. I said, Travis Kelce, when you're chasing your boo thing around all over the world and you're getting fat, which is exactly what he did, now you get to the playoffs, you can't even move. He was dead tired. Well, now he's a new guy. So I think the Chiefs are motivated because also Mahomes understands maybe this year, maybe yet next, and 87 is out of there. So I like some of the moves they made, and compared to the other three, I don't mind laying the 120. Anything worse than minus 120, I wouldn't touch it.
Coach, thanks so much, man. Let's do this again soon. And I love the new show, by the way. I love 24/7 wrestling talk. It's the best.
2 to 4 Eastern time, off the ropes with the coach. Let's go. Love you, boys. Talk to you soon.
Jonathan Coachman right there. Give him a follow on the X, the Coach Rules. Talking a little Hulk Hogan there, a little NFL, and a little golf. And, man.
There you go. I like that comparison. Hulk Hogan was Tiger Woods, bringing all that attention, all that money to the sport.
Yep.
That was a good one.
That's when, because, Vince McMahon always wanted to make it mainstream, which pisses off some wrestling fans. Mm-hmm. And it's not even just Vince McMahon. I mean, he brought up TKO, which is the new company, and The Rock's like part of it. But they love bringing in celebrities. And even my son, he's all excited for this tag team match and Jelly Rolls in it. That's what I hate. I don't really like the celebrity stuff.
Yeah.
Other than Bad Bunny, he was awesome, Peach. Bad Bunny could wrestle.
Could he?
Yeah, he was awesome. I never want to see him again in D.C. Now, would I go see Bad Bunny? Absolutely. He rules. He's actually not touring the United States right now, to prove a point. But when he was here at Nats Park, that was the night it took me 6.5 hours to get home. I've never seen anything like it. They completely shut down Washington, D.C. 6.5 hours,
So
swear to
you got home
God.
at like 4 a.m.
Yeah. It was unlike anything. There was like a K-pop band here like a month or two ago, and it was kind of like the same situation. It took me 3 hours. Not quite 6, though. Bad Bunny's the goods, I found out. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk some college football. BetMGM tonight.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping up tonight's show on a Thursday. Ryan Horvat and PJ Glasser. Brad Evans will be back on Monday. PJ will be here on Monday. Then I'm back on Tuesday, pretty much for the rest of the year. No more vacation. Summer over. Great guest tonight. We talked with Jonathan Coachman. Check out the podcast wherever you find your podcast. BetMGM Tonight. That's what you search. You could also give us a follow on all social media platforms, as I meant to say there. Live on Twitch is where we'll be tomorrow night, as well as YouTube. Brandon Combs producing the show tonight. Brando, let's wrap up the show. We didn't get to one of your segments, the GTFO, and I want to get into that one a little bit. Let me get this right. GTFO, yeah. Oh, yeah, is the way you got to do that.
That is a good way to do it. You know what's funny is that the actual imaging for that is really close.
Macho Man?
GTFOH.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's my imaging on Sunday's bets.
I could do a better Macho Man, but you got to catch me Monday before, the 4-hour shows.
That's
Is that Randy Savage, the Macho Man?
Yeah. Former baseball player, Paige.
Gotcha.
Shortstop, I believe.
Okay.
Or catcher.
New York Mets, correct?
One of the two.
I'm impressed with myself that I knew Randy Savage, to be honest with you.
Need a little excitement? Slip it to a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Saddest meme of the day was when I saw Macho Man and the Ultimate Warrior greeting Hogan at the gates.
Yeah.
Like, damn, my childhood, man.
I know.
Anyway.
You know what's crazy, dude? Like, not to be a jerk here, but isn't it kind of crazy how Ric Flair is going to outlive like all the former wrestlers with his lifestyle? Like, did you guys watch that documentary? He was drinking like 32 beers before going into the ring, and I think he's still doing it.
He was on TMZ today actually talking about Hogan, and it was one of the saddest videos I've seen all day. He's somebody sitting next to him. I mean, you could tell that the guy's. I mean, he's lived a long life.
When people your age are passing every single day, I mean that's tough. But anyway, let's come on. We're talking sports. Bring the spirits back up to end the work week here on a Thursday.
All right. I don't know if we're going to bring the spirits up with this first one, but the White Sox are going to win 2 of 3 versus the Cubs this weekend. GTFO or oh yeah, Ryan?
Oh yeah. History usually says, like in the Crosstown Classic, man, that the crappy team's probably going to take 2 or 3, and then the fan base is going to be like, well, we didn't make the postseason, but we took 2 or 3 from you guys. We took the Crosstown Classic. I mean, the Cubs are the better team. I almost swore, because I sure as hell hope not. Here's the thing, man, and I always joke about this, especially when we're in here every single night talking about betting angles for Major League Baseball. But, like, I would always, like, joke about this in Milwaukee, too, when I did the morning show, and the Brewers and the Cubs were in that race. I'd be like, it's July. Why do we care? Every game doesn't matter. It's a 162-game season. The year that I kept preaching that is the year that the Cubs played game 163 and lost it to the Brewers and ultimately lost the Central and get bounced early as a wild card team. So we say that, dude, but like every game does really matter. And this series really matters for the Cubs because the Brewers aren't going anywhere, unfortunately. I thought earlier this year, I was like, damn it, the Cardinals, we thought it was going to be a rebuild, and here they are. No, they've won away. I still like Peage's call on the Reds. I don't know that they could catch up and win the Central. I mean, anything could happen, but I hope not, because the Cubs need these. So, but I'll say, yeah, the Sox probably do steal 2 or 3, knowing my life.
I'm going to go GTFO. I think this is where the Cubs get back on track. Now, the White Sox are playing a lot better baseball. They're scoring a lot of runs. But, the Cubs have had a tough couple stretch here after the break. They're playing the Red Sox and the Royals, a couple of teams who are battling to make the playoffs out of the American League. Even though the White Sox are playing better, like Ryan said, the Cubs are the better team. Now, again, when you're dealing with these rivalry-type matchups, sometimes the underdogs do tend to perform better. I think the White Sox win 1 game in the series, but I think Cubs take 2. So I'll take the Cubs to win 2 or 3.
Yeah, Cubs swept the first meeting at Wrigley.
Yep.
I think that they win 2 out of 3 this weekend if they don't sweep. And they got Imanaga going tomorrow against Adrian Hauser, which is going to be a fantastic pitching matchup. I'm kind of upset that I can't stay for the game and I have to be back here in the broom closet. But
pay Kenny.
It's going to be a great pitching matchup tomorrow. Then Horton versus Savali. I think they win that one too. It's the bullpen game on Sunday that I'm iffy about. The Cubs are throwing a bullpen game, God, I hope they don't throw Ben Brown after they throw an opener, because that never ends well. So that would be the one that concerns me, is the bullpen game on Sunday.
Even though I'm on a little vacation, right? I might call into 670 The Score on Monday if it's a bullpen game where they get crushed again, and I might just like use a fake name, Rodney from Joliet, Illinois, Rodney from the 815, and I'll tell you about that console, right? A bullpen game when you're in a pennant race. That's what I'm gonna do, Brando, because, dude, they got to net an arm. You know, we talked earlier tonight. Why would the Padres move Dylan Cease though? They're like a true contender, so I don't think that's going to happen. I would take I would take an even like Adrian Hauser, man. Who other than Sandy, like who else would you really like? Do you think is going to be available as far as arms?
I like the Mitch Keller from Pittsburgh.
So that's who I want. You can get. Yeah,
I think Gallen's available. The Orioles have guys like Eflin and
we don't want none of your
Charlie Morton. No,
it's like in the movie Office Space. The neighbor that wants to hang out with him until he at the end when he's down on his luck.
No,
hey, you want to come watch TV? No, I'm good. I don't want you effing up my life too.
Here's my thing: if you get Gallen, Gallen's not the guy I want off of that rotation. It's Merrill Kelly, because I think he's going to be cheaper. But I want to package either one of those guys with Eugenio Suarez, because I would love to see Eugenio Suarez in this lineup, and I would give up quite a bit to get that package.
Me too, dude, and I do agree that they need another bat. But also I keep hearing everybody like, oh, I'm fine with the rotation come October, but they need to add another bat. I think those people are lunatics, man. Like, you're comfortable with this rotation. What if you lose an arm?
Oh yeah,
you're not throwing bullpen games in the postseason. You can never.
They don't have anybody with number one stuff. That's the problem.
Yeah. Anyway, tune in to more on 670 The Score for more Cubs talk tomorrow. Hit us with another one. Sorry, Peach.
All right. The Kansas City Chiefs will not make the AFC Championship game. GTFO or oh yeah, Peach?
This is another GTFO as well. They will make the AFC Championship game. If the Ravens and the Bills are going to get to a Super Bowl finally, they're going to have to go through KC, and I think they're going to do that in the AFC title game. It could happen in the divisional round potentially, but definitely one of those teams are going to go through Kansas City. Like, it's not going to be a scenario where either of those teams make the Super Bowl and they don't see KC on their path. They're going to have to get through them. I think that's probably going to be in the title game. So I'll go GTFO. It could happen in the divisional, but I think Buffalo is going to get the 1 seed. Ravens and Chiefs are going to meet in the divisional. I think the Chiefs win that one, and then I think maybe Buffalo beats them in the AFC title game, so we'll see.
Yeah, the only way the Chiefs aren't in the AFC Championship game is if something happens to the Holy Trinity, meaning Pat Mahomes suffers an injury, Andy Reid gets kidnapped, or Steve Spagnuolo decides he doesn't want to coach the defense anymore. As long as those three guys are on the same sideline, though, I'm going to continue to at least do this. Bet the Chiefs every single year to win the AFC, because at worst, they're probably going to be in the championship game, and there's your hedging opportunity.
Yep.
And they're most likely going to be favored.
True.
And I love the narrative that, like, they're done and that you have Kansas City radio hosts, like, calling Pat Mahomes fat and out of shape. Like, yeah, let's keep poking that beast, man. Right? Like, the most consistent franchise, every single year was the damn Patriots. We finally get rid of them. Let's keep poking the beast that is the Chiefs. So, no, I think the Chiefs are going to be better this year. I mean, Rashee Rice, as long as he stays out of jail and healthy, is a true number one wide receiver. Hollywood Brown, we didn't even see him last year until week 14, and then last minute he's trying to learn the offense and get himself into football shape. I think they're going to be good. The only thing I worry about is the run game, man. Like, Pacheco really sucked when he came back, and I don't think you could trust Kareem Hunt this year again. So, I don't know. Maybe it's Carson Steele's season. He does have a pet alligator.
Yeah, I told you guys in a break that I actually don't think that the Chiefs make it to the AFC title game. And the reason why is not just it's not the Pat Mahomes being fat thing. Like, I could care less, because he's still one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time already. For me, it's just about the coaching within that division. And I think that it's gotten so good, and I think that the talent has gotten so good that I think it's starting to catch up to the Chiefs, that I don't even know if they win their division, to be honest with you.
You're Brandon.
Brandon,
I'm high.
Brother.
Yeah, come on, man. That's like saying the Bulls weren't like going to the finals. Like, I don't know, man. The Pacers got them this year. Like,
I'm high on the Broncos. I'm high on the Chargers this year. There's just something there. It's just a gut feeling, and I'm going with it.
Yeah, you keep dancing with the devil, he'll follow you home.
It's like
All
when
right,
everybody
next
thought
one.
the dynasty was dead at Alabama, and they just keep winning titles. You know, like we keep doing this.
Exactly. Yeah. Saban's.
All right.
Yeah.
The Carolina Panthers are a playoff team this season. GTFO or oh yeah, Ryan?
I'm going to say GTFO, man, to be honest with you. I think they're going to be better. Like, I just want to see if Bryce can play because 2 straight years he's been benched. This year he came back and he played really good football. And they were in a lot of games. They won a couple games. And I do like the Tet McMillan pickup, but I like Atlanta a lot more in that division. I mean, you watch those 3 games with Penix, and Bijan, his numbers were ridiculous. And the reason being because Penix could actually move. Cousins was a statue in the pocket. He was completely washed coming off that injury at his age. I think Atlanta wins that division. And if they don't, it's probably just because Tampa does again. Our only concern is, 3 OCs now in 3 straight years for Baker. But he threw 40 touchdowns last year. And I saw him preaching about Ibuka today. They still are tough to beat. So I do think Carolina's better. Maybe they go over their win total, but I don't know about playoffs.
I'm with Ryan, GTFO on this one. I'd love to see Bryce succeed. I fear, though, he's kind of heading down the Trevor Lawrence path where year 1, it's a nightmare as your rookie season. Year 2, not looking great at the start. Finish really strong. Come into year 3 with a lot of expectations, and then you regress once again. Bryce did a lot of good things. They helped him out with McMillan. They got Dowdle to go along with Chuba in the backfield. So the offense should be okay. But I still think they have a ways to go. It obviously helps the division that they play in. But I just like to see it another year before I bet on it. So I'm going to pass on Carolina.
Brando?
Yeah, I'm high on the Panthers this year as well. Look, I think there's a real opportunity in their first 5 weeks of the season where they've got the Jaguars, Cardinals, Falcons, Patriots, Dolphins, where they could be 4-1 heading into a real tough part of their schedule where they go Cowboys, Jets, Bills, Packers. And then they get the Saints and Falcons again. So I honestly believe that this team could be a 9-win team this year, and I think 9-8 in this division. I think you have a chance to win the division at 9-8. I think they're a playoff team this year. They are. I'm huge on the Panthers.
I don't even like. I think Bryce can play. I think Tet's going to be good. The offense will be better when you're not. When Adam Thielen at 55 isn't your number 1 option. I worry about that defense though, dude. Unless Dan Morgan's going or Luke Kuechly's going to come back.
Walk Julius Peppers.
Mm-hmm. All right, Peach, thanks, man. He's got the day off
you.
tomorrow. He'll be back on Send It In and BetMGM tonight on Monday. I'm back on Tuesday for the foreseeable future. Brandon Combs producing the show, and we are back as a unit tomorrow for BetMGM tonight, that is, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Back to the Futures, back again here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, Brandon Sprague, out here in Portland, Oregon. With me, as always, my co-host, the wonderful, the delightful, the beautiful, the second greatest Hopkinton High School football prospect of all time, Will the Thrill Ortner. How we doing, Ortner?
Doing all right, man. Recovering. Had a little camping trip over the weekend, so good times. Wasn't too hot where we were at. Had some shade. Got the nice mister. Whoever invented the mister, I want to kiss them right now because it saved my entire Saturday. It was warm, and if we didn't have that mister, I would have been struggling. But doing good. Glad to be back in civilization.
Absolutely. Kenny brings up a good point, and I want to apologize. I didn't think I'd be off this early. I saw 2, and I thought, man, second all time is pretty good. Looks like it says 82. The 8 was blocked by this. I had the camera, and so it was all messed up. So I apologize. 82nd greatest prospect from Hopkinton High School. So you were like, are you out remote, like you're at a campground, or are you super deep camp random spot guy?
See, I'm actually not a big camper, but the crew that I was with, they're big camping people. So this was like their 3rd or 4th camping trip in the last month. Like they go all the time. So I just kind of tag along. They have all the big stuff, and then they just asked me to get some drinks or get some food, and then I just kind of tag along. Where we ended up camping out, it was kind of by a river. But it was on a baseball field. So what we did is we camped out. Then they had a concert that weekend. We went out and did the concert. But then we stayed mostly in the campsite otherwise. But it was a good time. I really enjoyed it. Saw Nelly.
I'm glad you had a nice weekend of mushrooms. We have a lot to get to here in a loaded show tonight. We will talk SEC football. Obviously, college football is around the corner. Might dabble in some NFL. We'll see if we have time to get to it. Baseball, the first half of Major League Baseball is just about in the books. We'll talk about that. We can actually start the show there, given everything that's gone on. Maybe get into a little Summer League basketball today as well. Do any of the play of the rookies intrigue you for futures odds for Rookie of the Year? Cooper Flagg scored 31. I believe he tied the record. He is not going to play again. That's all they needed to see from him out of Dallas. So we can talk about that, but let's start. First half of Major League Baseball is just about done. I know my team is wrapping things up in St. Louis. Give me a takeaway for you, Will Ortner. The first half of Major League Baseball over. What is something that has stuck out for you?
I think that the Tigers are probably the most exciting team going on in baseball right now, but they're surprising to me, right? Like, remember last year, they were sellers at the trade deadline. they couldn't sell right, and somehow they end up into the postseason. Tarek Skubal obviously gets his first Cy Young, but really he kind of puts himself on the map with his postseason performance. And you go, oh, that's a fun little ball club. They got a couple good things going over there. There's no like real big name player other than Skubal, but they just find a way to win. And then this year, they're one of the best, if not the best team in baseball. Like we knew the Dodgers were going to be where the Dodgers were, right? Like we knew they would be one of the top teams. Nobody thought that Detroit was going to be one of the top teams in the league. You thought they might win the Central. You thought they might make it to the postseason again, but no one thought that they would be dominating as much as they have. And yes, I am doing a sneaky plug because my Mariners did just finish a nice sweep of them to end the first half of the season.
No, that's certainly worth noting. I would say this. I got a team for me. My baseball team's been terrible this year. I don't know if I have much faith that they're going to be able to turn it around. They're in a tough division. The Atlanta Braves are bad. Like the Atlanta Braves deserve to be called out as probably one of the bigger flops in the first half, given their talent, the roster, all that stuff. It's just been terrible for them. So it's definitely not going to be my team. I would say I have two. I have a player and I got a team. And I know there's pitchers worth mentioning. You mentioned Skubal. I think Skeens, despite being 4-8, but he has a 2.01 ERA, is ridiculous. Like there are guys, a Miz in Milwaukee. There are guys to mention this year. I don't know how. And here's a great follow-up. I got a follow-up question to my player. I think Cal Raleigh is my guy. And when's the last time the first half of Major League Baseball ended and the Seattle Mariners had the player of the first half?
It'd probably be Ichiro in 01, right? Like if that's what you want to talk about as far as having an unbelievable season, it's either Ichiro in 01 or it's the guy that Cal just beat the first half of the season home run record for, and that's Ken Griffey Jr. So you're going all the way back. If it's not 2001, it's the late 90s. So the Mariners don't usually have batting like this. Usually, if anything, they're going to have a pitcher or two that's doing well. And yes, Cal is the story. But I'll tell you right now, I don't want to jinx anything going on with Cal. I'm really worried. Like, that's my guy. That's my catcher. I want him to keep performing at the level that he's on, and I want to see him beat as many records as possible. But I also think the fact that, like, he's not going to catch Bonds. He isn't, right? And so I think that takes some of the allure out of it. Like, I remember a couple years ago when everyone was getting excited about Aaron Judge, and I didn't really care about it because he wasn't going to beat the real record. It's like watching the shot put in the Olympics. Like, cool, you won gold. The real winner of the shot put won it in like the 80s, and he threw it 10 meters further.
Yeah, but okay, let me interrupt here. I can't believe why am I the pro Mariner guy? I don't even like the Mariners. It's ridiculous. They're shoved down my throat as if we live like an hour away from them. It's utterly stupid. Why that position? Like, oh, Cal Raleigh's not going to best 73 homers. And I'm not expecting him to. But what I would say is if Cal Raleigh did what Aaron Judge did a couple years ago, you'd be losing your ever-loving mind, dude. If Cal Raleigh finishes the year with 60 dingers, I don't know. Who cares if he didn't break the record? That's the greatest season in your franchise's history by a player, right? What's Griffey's season total? What's his high? Is it 58? Did he get to 60?
I think the lockout screws him, and he only ends up with I don't think he ever got to 60. I think he was high 50s. I think 58.
The lockout definitely screwed him. He would have broken the record. If people go look at the lockout numbers, I think at the lockout was something insane. I looked it up once, and it was like he had to hit 29 homers or something with a ton of games left, and he could have done it. I want to say his high. Zach, could you look this up? I think his high is like 56 or 58. And if I'm wrong, if it's 60, then okay. But like if Cal Raleigh hits 60 homers, why do you care if it's the record? Like that's the most special season of a player you've ever seen.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're not wrong. It is the most special year from a player from my team that I would have ever seen, right? Like I don't know. It's just maybe it's because it's not him being the first person to do something. Like I was really excited last year turning on and watching Shohei Ohtani try and go for the 50-50 club, like when he was on his run trying to get home runs and stolen bases, because it was something we'd never seen before. It was really exciting. And I'm really excited about Cal Raleigh. He's one of my favorite players. And that Mariners team is going to go the way that he goes. If he can stay hot and keep playing the way he has been, the way Randy Arozarena has been jumping on, the way Julio just had a great series, if all those guys start hitting and mashing the ball, this Mariners team is scary when you combine that with their pitching staff. But again, there's something about seeing something that we've never seen before that I always will find more exciting than seeing something that we've only seen a handful of times. I want Cal to go for the record. I want him to break the catching record by Perez and have 50 home runs. I want him to keep stealing bases. He's on a list of 3 people right now for most stolen bases and home runs to start a season, which is really funny to me because he barely has 10, but he still has 10 and he's a catcher, and that's awesome. But I always will go for, and I think I'll get more excited for, hey, this is something I've never seen before, and we've never seen someone do it until now, and Cal Raleigh just doesn't, he's not going to do that.
So Tigers are the most exciting team to you. I'm going to go with one where record-wise you look at it and say, maybe not as good as it should be, but when I watch them play, I'm just thoroughly entertained, and that is the San Diego Padres. I have to admit, I kind of am jealous. I like watching the Padres play. I know they lost to the Phils today, but I like watching San Diego play. I have since the start of the season. They swept my team to start the year. They're just kind of exciting. I know the Dodgers are in their division, and so it's like, you're not going to catch the Dodgers. But I think in the first half, Cal Raleigh is the story to me. And then team of just takeaway, I really like the Padres. If we look up the futures right now, by the way, the current World Series odds, Dodgers are plus 220, Tigers are plus 650, Yankees plus 750, Phillies are 8-1, Astros 10-1, Mets 11-1, Cubs 12-1, Jays 20-1, Brewers 30-1, Giants 31, Mariners 31, and there is down there, the San Diego Padres are 35-1. That's tasty. That's tasty.
Sneaky good odds there. I'll tell you right now, I don't hate the Mariners. I know Kenny back home, we're always talking on the Sunday pregame little meetings and stuff like that about how if the Mariners can just get in with their pitching staff, 30-1 isn't terrible. There's a part of me that kind of thinks the Phillies are due at plus 800. Like, they've been here so many times. Schwarber's mashing. Bryce Harper's finally back. It's a team of older guys, so they know if they don't get it done now, that's probably it for them. So maybe there's a little bit of pressure or added on presence, a grind. Now you're playing through more things just because you aren't the new kids on the block. You've been here before and you haven't been able to finish, and you need to finish because everyone's getting older. And then, the Tigers at plus 650. If Skubal stays healthy, you're basically guaranteed one win a series just by him pitching alone, right? Maybe even 2 if you get to games 5 and 6 where he comes back in for a second time. I don't hate any of those 3 long future odds.
I wouldn't even be mad at the Dodgers at plus 220, to be real with you, man. It's a little over 2-1. I totally get why you do it. If anybody can repeat, that we know they have the roster to do it. Step into the batter's box with BetMGM. You snag these odds boost tokens and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season, to be sure. When you're looking at futures in the Major League Baseball, I can't believe the first half is done. That's the other takeaway I have is I always get the extra innings package for my team because they play in Atlanta and, the TBS thing doesn't happen as much. I always get it. And I will say there was a 3.5 week lull where they were just in the skids. I couldn't do it. I started missing games. I'd look at the box score and kind of keep tabs on what they were doing. But it is crazy how quickly the first half seemingly has gone. As we're basically mid-July at this point. And so it's a nice reminder that, hey, summer's just kind of done almost. And we have a home run derby. I want to talk about the home run derby. I know summer's not over, but it's speeding through, basically is how it feels. And so we'll talk about the home run derby. But I just can't believe Major League Baseball's first half is over. It's just nuts how quick it went.
Well, and I think some of it, though, is also the NBA being extended out as long as it was. It feels like everything like it's all seasonal, right? Like when football starts, everyone dives into football, and then there's a brief little lull when you have the MLB playoffs. But it is football all the way until the Super Bowl. Once the Super Bowl hits, then everyone kind of starts. And I know this is different because you're a basketball guy, but that's when everyone starts really diving more into basketball. And it does feel like once basketball and hockey end, then everyone dives into baseball. And when basketball goes all the way until the last game that they possibly could go to, they go to Game 7 of the finals. Now, all of a sudden, you're not really diving into baseball until right when the All-Star break happens. So I think it's also just part of the cyclical nature of sports. And like, when do you really have both eyes and you're focused on your team and your sport? And unfortunately for baseball, they kind of have to deal with the NBA going a little bit longer than they normally do.
Very quickly, I one more question for you on the futures odds. I was looking at this board and I was trying to see value. And I think there's some pretty good value with a lot of teams. You know, one team we haven't talked about that I should throw in here because I saw yesterday my boy Matthew Boyd, formerly Oregon State, go Beavs. He threw 8 innings, no runs allowed to the New York Yankees in Yankee Stadium. That has to be a top 3 to 5 moment of his life to be able to go and do that. The Chicago Cubs, where are you at on the Cubbies? I think right now on the BetMGM's odds futures, they're 12-1. The Cubbies are 12-1. I don't know if people know how good they are. I mean, I assume if you're a diehard baseball fan, you do. But for people that kind of not keeping all the way track or watching every day, Cubs really sneaking up on a lot of people this year.
Yeah, well, I think that, to be honest, that division kind of is. Because, like, with the Brewers, like, other than when Miz is pitching, how locked in are you on the Brewers, right? Well, they have 56 wins on the year. The Cubs are at 57. Like, those are 2 really good teams. I see a lot of stuff about PCA, right? And so Kyle Tucker and Pete Crow Armstrong are having great years. But the one that you don't really hear about who's probably having the best is the Suzuki kid, right? Or say the younger kid. He's been absolutely mashing the ball this year. And so you hear about all these other names, and Sneaky, maybe one of their better players, if not their best, is kind of a no-name guy with 25 homers and 77 RBIs right now. So I think with these Central teams, for whatever reason, they just don't get as much shine as they probably should. Your nails on that too. Plus 1,200 is a good deal for that team.
Yeah, it's a good deal. Let's get into some other odds. We got the home run derby right around the corner. We'll talk about that. Talk a little summer league, college football. It's a loaded show. Back to the futures. Will Ortner, Brandon Sprague. We're back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the futures. We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome back in. Back to the futures here on the BetMGM Network. Brandon Sprague with you. My co-host is Will Ortner. You can look him up. Hockinson High School's finest, the 194th ranked high school prospect out of Hockinson High School of all time. Just like a crazy list of talented players, and Will Ortner's in there somewhere. More of a small dot, I would say, than a top of the rank guy. But you can look him up, find all his stats. He had a lot of pushes, and he had a lot of good pass protections. You can find those in the advanced analytics department. We have a lot to get to here in the show. Home Run Derby is around the corner. We talked about the first half ending, and Home Run Derby is – some years the names can get me, and other years the names don't. I would say far more than the dunk contest, baseball gets a lot of young, great players to participate in this event. And so, opposite of the dunk in a way. Now, the format is kind of been wonky in some years versus others. I'm a little bit of a traditionalist, and I also admittedly miss hearing Chris Berman's back. I do admit that I kind of like that. I know it annoyed people, but I don't hear it. I'm like, this is weird. Here are your list of participants: O'Neal Cruz, Cal Raleigh, James Wood, Matt Olson, Byron Buxton, Brent Rooker, Junior Caminero, and Jazz Chisholm. Now, it should be noted, Byron Buxton had a fun Did You Know? Byron Buxton, 2 days ago, did you know it was bobblehead day for Byron Buxton? And Byron Buxton hit for the cycle. That's got to be kind of a cool feeling. You got your own bobblehead coming out, and that day you hit for the cycle.
Well, that's probably like a 1 day in his life. Maybe like getting married or having kids will jump it one day, but Buxton's pretty young, if I remember correctly. So, hey, that's probably the best thing that you could ever hope for, the best thing I could ever hope for.
Here are your odds. Now, this is the names I just read are basically the order of the odds. O'Neal Cruz plus 350 or plus 310, Cal Raleigh plus 360, James Wood plus 475, Olson's plus 550, Buxton 9-1, Rooker 9-1, Caminero 10-1, and Chisholm 14-1. Do you have a home run derby prediction for me? Is there somebody that you're eyeing? Are you gonna put all the chips in on your boy Cal, or are you going for a value bet, or are you going the favorite?
Whenever I bet these, because I will bet this, I always bet with the value. To me, I would think that James Wood or Matt Olson would be kind of where I'd throw my money at. And my reasoning for that is I believe you want younger players in the home run derby. They're going to be a little bit, and I know Olson isn't the youngest anymore, but you want like a younger player who doesn't have to swing super hard to get the home runs because they're going to have to last and last and last. And it also means a little bit more to them, I think. Like James Wood winning it for the Nationals would be a big deal, and it would be a big reason for making him kind of a household name. Like, remember, Adley Rutschman did well, and we know who Adley Rutschman is because he's a Portland kid, and he went to Oregon State, and he was a great player for the Beavers, and then he was great with the Orioles, right? Or has been up until this year. I felt like in his home run derby performance, more people kind of, hey, who's this Adley Rutschman character, and kind of get to know him. Josh Hamilton, same kind of deal. He goes off and has this historic kind of performance, and then for like 10 years down the line, I kept taking him in fantasy baseball because it's like, hey, remember when he mashed all those home runs at Yankee Stadium? Like, that was fantastic. Love that guy. I do think also, though, with some of the favorites, like O'Neal Cruz, I know he can rake, and he's going to hit the ball a ton. And he'll have a big viral home run that I think everyone will be talking about. But I think guys like that are going to tire quickly. Cal Raleigh bouncing back and forth, I don't know if that's either going to help or hinder. So I'm just going to stay away. So then you're telling me I can get Wood or I can get Olson right at that plus 475 to plus 550. I might throw down half a unit on each one and then just hope it comes home for me.
You're not going to bet on your boy?
I might throw some money on him. Maybe I'll do a third of a unit on there just because it's Cal Raleigh. It's easy for me to say right now. Once I see him walking out there in the Mariners uniform, getting ready to hit, he's got his dad throwing to him. Maybe I'll get a little nostalgia going. I'll put some money down.
Are you excited for the All-Star game?
MLB? Maybe. Kinda. Sorta.
No, NHL.
I don't know. Look, like MLB is the only one that I'm even gonna give like an eyeball to. I didn't watch the NHL one.
What All-Star game would I be talking about right now? Why did
PLL's going right now. WNBA just had their draft. Caitlin Clark just traded her coach away. What are you talking about? All-Star games are happening all the time. Look, the MLB All-Star game will get my eyeballs on it because it's the only thing that's going to be on.
That was all-time guys hungover from camping trip response. Just like,
no, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. It'll get an eyeball from me. I will tune in and I'll have my eye on it.
Well,
let's just say
I'm excited that it's in Atlanta for obvious reasons, right? It just sucks that my team is so damn bad. Like the year they finally get it back, they're terrible. I really don't. This is curmudgeon-y, old timer, old person thing to say. I really wish they wore their uniforms. I get this big money grab we do in sports now where our all-star situations have to have different unique jerseys so we can con the fans into spending $80 to $150 for a jersey that, the player definitely earned in having a great first half and season. But I think it's dumb, and I wish they'd just make their own jerseys, like the gray and the white. And I wish they'd wear a big, all-star specialty patch on it. Like, I'm more inclined to want to buy my team's jersey with an all-star patch than I am a player's all-star jersey. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it. Well, I'm kind of out on the whole jersey thing just in general because it's all a money grab. And half the time now with any of the jerseys that you get, like they're not the same quality as they used to be. I do agree with. I was just looking it up right now as you were talking. I thought they were going back. They're only going back to wearing the hats, I think. So before they had the MLB All-Star, like the full uniforms. I think I'm in a complete agreement with you. I want my players, like if I see Cal Raleigh out there, I want him in a Mariners uni. And you can sell a specific uniform that if people want to waste their money on it, cool, waste your money on the Cal Raleigh All-Star uni. But I want to watch Cal Raleigh playing in a Seattle Mariners uni out there on the All-Star game. Same thing with Randy Arozarena, same thing with Andres Munoz, and the list goes on, right? So I don't think it's an old man take. I think it's honestly coming more into the fold where everyone's in agreement with you.
Any more baseball thoughts before we transition? You got any other first half or all-star game things that you're eyeing? Are you betting like the celebrity softball game? Like you're pretty sick degenerate. Do you have any other thoughts on Major League Baseball?
I love this celebrity softball game. I was watching highlights of it today. I'm not even going to lie, dude.
You dirty little dog.
That was my favorite. I'm not even like betting on it. I just watch it out of pure fun. I think Chris Canty hit a bomb today. I saw. Is T.O. back in it again? Like Jenny Finch is always in it.
I'm trying to see who the give me a second. Let me see who the rosters are.
I guarantee you Jenny Finch is still in it somehow. All I know is that after the home run derby, my brother and me and my mom, we'd sit down and we just soaked up that entire celebrity softball game. I love it. I love watching like celebrities who have no athleticism at all try to do sports. It cracks me up.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Oh, actually, this already happened.
They rerun it, don't they?
I guess. I didn't even. Okay, so this tells you how much I didn't know was happening. First of all, you're 100%. Jenny Finch she played. Okay, here we go. She always does. You had Jordan Childs from the U.S. Olympic gymnastics
Vancouver
team. You had Atlanta's very own Quavo. You had Latin music superstars Eladio Carrion, Young Miko, Mike Towers, and Wizen. Comedic actor and entrepreneur Drewski. Fear of God luxury street founder Jerry Lorenzo. Olympic gold medalist Jenny Finch and Natasha Watley. And you had CC Sabathia. That was your celebrity all-star game that I missed. I missed that one.
Hey, they'll rerun it after the home run derby. They do it every year. Get some popcorn, sit down there, and just soak it all in. Enjoy all that the celebrity softball game has to offer. Shout out Jordan Childs, by the way. That's a Vancouver legend.
Yeah, Vancouver. Yes, absolutely. She is number one from wherever she went to high school. I'll tell you that much.
Went to Prairie, right across the street from Hawkinson.
Did she really go to Prairie?
Yes, she went to Prairie.
Wow. Yeah, then it's her and then Dan Dickow, I would say. Probably 1-2 from Prairie High School.
Oh, no, we're talking
then my
baseball.
cousin.
Richie Sexson. Dude, Richie Sexson is probably 1-2 out of there. Then Dan Dickow. Richie Sexson was an MLB All-Star. Richie Sexson rocked, dude. Richie Sexson was really good at baseball for like 2 years.
Fun fact, my cousin dated Richie Sexson. He grew up going to their house. And so we always give, well, we don't always anymore, but we used to give my cousin a really hard time. Like, yo, you could have been married to a guy that made like $100 million. What are you doing?
You fumbled the bag on that one. Should have been nicer to him.
Well, her current and very long time husband doesn't appreciate that reference. Sorry.
I wouldn't either. If I was him, I would be upset too.
Do you have any other All-Star game thoughts? Because you clearly weren't just thinking about one All-Star game.
No, I mean, I don't know. I think we come into a perfect time right now where the dumbest all-star stuff gets watched, and the fact that I keep looking at the WNBA stuff where I know that they are having an all-star game, but somehow one of the players is a captain, but they all think that she sucks, but she clearly doesn't suck. And then I think she just traded away her own coach. Like, I'm very confused. I'm trying to catch up, man. I was camping. I got back, and my Twitter feed, I'm scrolling through. I'm like, what happened? How'd this person end up here? How'd that person end up there? I got all-star game stuff all bouncing around.
Have you watched any NBA Summer League stuff?
I've watched the most amount of NBA Summer League that I've ever watched. Do you want to know how much NBA Summer League I've watched? I watched a full game of Bronny versus Cooper Flag. I watched the entire thing locked in, and then I saw Yang Hansen highlight, and I'm pretty sure that my future that I put on him for Rookie of the Year, I probably have already made money. It's basically a smart investment that I responsibly place. And so, that is the most amount of Summer League that I have watched after absolutely poo-pooing it, last week when we did the show together?
Well, I'll tell you right now, man, as a guy who, I want to turn it on, I do want to watch it just to watch some of the young cats. I don't put a lot of stock in, hey, did you see so-and-so had these stats? Like, Young Hansen, take him, for example, right? Everybody in Portland is now losing their minds. We think we have Chinese Jokic, but the next day after his first game, because he had a nice stat line, the next day there were two players I'd never heard of, and one of them had 19 points and the other one had 18 and 10, and I'm like, oh yeah, Summer League, man. Summer League can fool everybody into everybody thinking certain players are certain things, and it's just utterly not nonsensical. But I will say, in watching it, one, their schedule, you got to button this up, man. Why am I watching a game and it says on my TV guide, Blazers, Grizzlies, 7:30 tip. That game didn't tip off till 8:20. These games are going too long. We're calling too many fouls. Just get these games over with already. The second thing is, unfortunately, Summer League used to be like, yo, so-and-so is going out and he played a great 4 games. And now it's like, so-and-so played a great game. They're shutting him down. And I'm like, for the amount of money that this event does bring into Vegas and brings to the NBA, all the basketball sickos are there. They love this. They get to interact with their media members. They get to get access as close as you can to young players. For all of what that does, this league is failing again, because I get you don't want your young prospects to get hurt, but it's like VJ Edgecombe hurt after game 1, never playing again. And I'm like, they had Dylan Harper after the Bronny and Cooper Flag game. And I was like, oh, great, Dylan Harper. And ESPN even teased it. And then the game, they get to the almost the start of the game, Will, and guess what? The announcer on the sideline had to tell the main announcers, Dylan Harper's not playing tonight. And they were just like, oh, okay, no Dylan Harper tonight. And I'm like, well, then I'm not watching. I care about Carter Bryant, but I want to see Dylan Harper play. So the load management mixed with not even playing the full slate of games, it's been a little bit of a bummer for, I think, as a Summer League guy.
Well, it's essentially just preseason, but for the NBA, as compared to football, right? It's kind of the same idea. And it's why I don't ever get really all that excited about preseason NFL games. It's why I don't watch spring games in college football. I don't care. It's all scripted out. Or if you start doing well enough, they're going to sit you down so that way you don't get hurt and they can use you in games that actually matter. It's why I'll never fully lock in. Just one eye on those games.
Well, right around the corner is college football. Let's talk about that. We got media days that have happened and media days that are arriving. Let's talk some college football to wrap it up next. Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brendan Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
All right, good breaking news to update everybody with. According to Hopkinton High School football guys rock.com, Will Ortner is now the 204th greatest Hopkinton High School football prospect of all time. Devastating for anybody that was betting Will Ortner to move up during the show, and good news for those that laid the favorite that he would move, I guess, down, back, whatever you want to call it. He went from 192nd to 204th. Been a rough show for Will Ortner here, but he's recovering from a camping trip, and so we're just happy that he's here. God only knows what single mother's house he's currently at, another wood panel that he has to like be in front of because, we don't want to wake the baby in the other room while the father is out for the weekend as he's finding a place to lay his beautiful head. Let's talk a little college football here, or Will Ortner.
Great AC, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. Great. I'm gonna stay silent. Just let you know, there's great AC over here. That's all I gotta say.
I bet. I heard that the dad of those kids really put in some work. Glad you're reaping the benefits of that. College football media days are happening. And SEC is about to start, and we got the Big 12. Dion making headlines. Can I just tell you that it doesn't matter if it's politics, if it's sports, if it's whatever it is, right? Anything in society. I love when somebody says the most obvious thing that everybody's been saying, and then we have to go, oh, so-and-so said this. What do you think? And I'm like, it's not newsworthy to me that Dion was like, I think we need a salary cap. Yeah, we've been saying that for a year, bud. I'm glad Dion agrees, but like, why has it turned into Dion Sanders asking, should there be a salary cap? And I'm like, everybody that has a brain that's been paying attention to this sport says these things. But I digress. He sounded off at the Big 12 media days. I'm going to tell you something. You may not like this. I like the Big 12 was like, we're not doing preseason predictions anymore. Arizona State was picked at last. They got a bye. They won the conference. Like, they aren't doing this anymore. I don't know how Arizona State got hurt by it. Your marks seem to indicate they were. I don't know how that made any sense. But where are you at college football? It's a big deal out here for us in the Pacific Northwest because of Oregon, and we got Washington, and then you've got slightly smaller schools in my alma mater, Oregon State, and you got the Wazoo Cougs. Like, we got football fever out here for college. Where are you at with college football being just right around the corner? SEC media days are about to happen. We've had the Big 12, the ACC, like all of these media days happen, and within a blink of an eye, there's camp, and then it's week 0.
Right. Well, I mean, once the media days start coming around, that's when you start seeing the old Phil Steele up on the shelves if you're walking through the grocery store, if you go to a nice Barnes & Noble, something like that. And all of a sudden, I just start, like, daydreaming. I'll be in the middle of, like, sunny day, and I'll be like, I can't wait until October 8th when this game happens or whatever. And you just start daydreaming about college football. The video game just came out, so now everyone's talking about, is this guy rated high enough? Is this guy rated low enough? If I was that one punter, I'd be very upset about what my toughness rating was. But it's that time of year. Like, the MLB All-Star Game has come in, and so now people are starting to do the college football is back. What teams are going to be good? That guy went there because of the transfer portal. This coach is now here. Like, I'm fired up. I can't wait. And the Big 12 was like the beginning appetizer, right? And we're starting to get into the deep and nitty-gritty with the SEC Media Day taking place next week. And then I believe the Big Ten Media Days are the week after?
Yes, Big Ten's last.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I can't wait, dude. I'm locked in. I'm ready to go. Let's play college football. We should just fast forward to football right now.
I like the summer.
You just said it was over like a segment ago.
I didn't say I'm happy about it. I said that I like the summer. Whoa, Kenny coming in hot. Summer sucks. What are we talking about here?
Are we power ranking the seasons? We should definitely do this.
You want to power rank? Well, okay.
Mount Rushmore seasons?
Well, what's tough is like you could power rank seasons if you want. I think the tough thing is like Oregon, for example, has what I call kind of the combo pattern of they have a summer fall. And so it's like the leaves are changing, they're dropping, but it's like still pretty nice out. Like surprisingly, you get like 60-degree days. Like I don't think our fall, like even yours, Ortner, because you're not that far, but like I think our fall, however you categorize that, I would say our summers are like July to mid-October. That's Oregon summer.
Agreed.
And June is like underrated crappy.
Yeah, like if it was up to me, I would make school in the Pacific Northwest states. They would start end of September, beginning of October, and they would end right around the 4th of July, because then you'd actually enjoy the real good summer months. Plus, then for that first month where you just have college football, you can be locked in on football and NFL and still be doing the nice summer things. Because, like, when, you have week 2, week 3 games that are pretty good on the slate, you're also having to tell your buddy, like, can we bring a TV on the boat? Like, would the TV be able to get the game while we're trolling down the river? Like, you get to watch games. College football games get watched outside here in September because it's still that nice.
I would say this, too, because Kenny has power ranked his seasons: fall, spring, summer, winter. Look, Kenny is coming from Chicago, so this is just going to be a matter of where you live, right? I think spring blows. I think spring is pretty terrible. We tend to get a lot of rain out here, and it's like you're at that point, you're at the breaking point mentally, where you have endured the winter. Oregon doesn't get a lot of snow, so it's just cold and it's wet and it's just miserable. And then like spring's here and it still rains, and you're just like, you're ready to snap. You're ready for the sun. So I'm gonna go fall 1, summer 2, winter 3, spring 4 for me.
See, I think I go fall, and fall's always going to be like head and shoulders above everything else for me, just because of how much nicer fall is over here, just like we talked about, but also because of football. Like, fall is always going to have a special place in my heart, just because I love the game, and that's when the game comes back that I love. I'm going to throw in, I still think I go summer. I like summer as number 2. I think I might go spring still at that third spot, because when you do get the nice day, especially here in this part of the country, it feels like you earned it. Like, you have to fight through months where it's not that great, a lot of rain, a little bit of snow here. But when you finally get that perfect spring day, the very first one, that first day of like fake summer, you get it right around like middle of April where it's nice. It's like 70, 80 degrees for like a Saturday, Sunday back to back. There's nothing better than finally getting outside and really enjoying it, not having to wear a coat. Like, you can wear like an athletic sweatshirt, one of those lighter sweatshirts. And then in winter, I'm just not a big snow guy. Like, snow's like whatever. Like, I'll do it once or twice. I'll go to the mountain or whatever. But other than that, I don't want a lot of snow.
Well, the stepkids like it, so it's at least something fun to do, depending on whoever you're dating at the time. You know what I mean? Just depends on the season, I guess. Let me ask you very quickly on some futures here. If you were to pick the SEC right now, because we got the media days coming, Texas is the favorite overall in college football, but the favorite in the SEC at plus 225. Georgia's plus 375. Bama's 5-1. LSU plus 750. And then Missouri and A&M are 14-1. Tennessee and South Carolina are 18-1. Florida 20-1. Auburn 22. Oklahoma 25. Mizzou is 40-1. Do you have a favorite in the SEC?
I think LSU is sneaky, really good value. Like, plus 750. I'm getting my quarterback returning. The defense
He really do it. He finally do it there.
Right, exactly. And it feels like if he doesn't do it, like, they might be kind of moving on from him. They moved on from Coach O pretty dang quick after he won a title. And there's a lot of complaints already over there with Brian Kelly.
It's not been good.
No, it really hasn't. And so, like, when you look at this LSU team defensively, they got better as the season went on. So maybe they figured some stuff out there. They got better when the Perkins kid wasn't even in. Ironically enough, he was probably their best defensive player. I think Nussmeier, like, hopefully he can take that jump. Not, it's not fair to compare him to Joe Burrow, but that's kind of what Joe Burrow did, right? He was fine his junior year. His senior year, he became, Joe Burrow, and he became what he